on this continent of martial arts. Many born with innate deficiencies have been exiled, unable to cultivate even a trace of combat energy in this world. With a strong prey upon the weak, he, a scoundrel, stepped onto the land, battling magical beasts, confronting adversaries, traversing the realm, and wandering the seas. Witness how a legendary dragon god ascends, a deity from another world. Chapter 1. A fateful encounter. This is an era defined by martial energy, where nearly everyone possesses some degree of it. Martial energy is divided into 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Each level manifests in a corresponding color, and upon reaching the cyan level, one is considered a master. Yet, even in this age of martial prowess, those who attain the cyan level are exceedingly rare. Red is termed as fighter, yellow as warrior, green as master, cyan as grandmaster, blue as soul fighter, and the highest rank, purple, is known as martial artist. Each level is further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Hey kid, you haven't paid this month's protection fee, have you? Hurry up, no dawdling. A group of 4 or 5 unusually dressed youths harshly confronted a frail boy at the school gate. But I just paid the protection fee the day before yesterday. Why do I have to pay again? The frail boy replied helplessly. Shut up. What are you whining about? We need some cash, so hand it over. One of the burly youths stepped forward, seizing the boy by his collar and lifting him off the ground. I truly have no money left. I only have 5 copper coins, which is my allowance for today. Please spare me. The boy pleaded, gasping for breath. 5 copper coins? What a waste of my time. Brothers, give him a beating. With that, he struck the frail boy in the stomach. Ah! The boy cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Just lying there pretending to be dead, huh? Brothers, finish him. The group of youths pounced upon him, raining punches and kicks. Look, isn't that the waste from class 3-5? Getting beaten up again, remarked a bystander. Yeah, just ignore him. It's not the first time, replied another. Let's go. Beating this waste is utterly pointless. One spat, while another added, true. I can't fathom how such a worthless person exists, but he's a decent punching bag. Let's move on. They walked away toward the school. Once the crowd dispersed, the boy slowly rose, dusting off his clothes as if nothing had happened, and made his way to the classroom, seemingly unaffected by his injuries. He had long lost count of how many times he had been bullied at this wretched Shiyuan high school. Anyone could pick on him, regardless of gender, simply because he was deemed a natural failure, incapable of learning martial energy. The prerequisites for mastering martial energy are straightforward. One must sense the energy of the world and guide it into one's body, where it circulates and is stored in the dantian. Many fail to learn martial energy because they cannot perceive the world's energy. Yet, he could distinctly sense the energy that floated through the cosmos. However, after it circulated for a full cycle, it inexplicably vanished in his dantian. This bizarre phenomenon remained a mystery to all, resulting in his being condemned to a life where he could never learn martial energy. For 18 years, he had relentlessly endeavored to feel the energy, yet the outcome was always the same. He could never store even a trace of martial energy within himself. In an age where martial energy dictates one's status, lacking it meant eternal subjugation to the lowest echelons of society, and no one cared for the plight of a failure. So he endured silently, bearing the burden of isolation, with classmates using him as a punch bag and teachers regarding him with disdain. Have you ever sat down in class only to discover your seat smeared with glue, or had a bucket of water fall from above while in the restroom? Yet he endured it all, longing only to escape this wretched existence. If he could withstand a single semester, graduation would follow, and thus he gritted his teeth, even as others intensified their bullying, falsely claiming to be creating unforgettable high school memories for him. Upon entering the classroom, his classmates showed little surprise at his condition, as they had grown accustomed to it. If he ever appeared without injuries, they might have been more astonished. He slowly approached a corner of the classroom, ensuring the chair and desk bore no anomalies before daring to sit down. The bell rang, and the teacher walked in, casting a disdainful glance at the boy in the corner before commencing the lesson. The morning dragged on, and soon it was lunchtime, but he had to endure hunger, having lost his meal money to those same bullies. He would have to go a whole day without food. Once the room emptied, his stomach ached painfully from hunger, having eaten only a single meal since the night before. Drowsily, he succumbed to sleep. Hey, wake up. Hey, he felt someone shaking him. As he opened his bleary eyes, he found a girl standing before him, a new student who had just transferred to the school this semester. She was of average height, slender, and sported a ponytail, exuding an air of innocence. The girl appeared nervous, holding out 2 steam buns. Here, eat this. I noticed you didn't go for lunch. You must be hungry now, she said timidly, clearly uncomfortable speaking to strangers. Thank you, the boy stammered, unaccustomed to such kindness. His face flushed with warmth, but he focused solely on devouring the buns before him. Hello, I'm Qin Yuan, the new student. What's your name? She asked. I am Xin Yuan Long. Thank you for the buns, he replied, his mouth full. Oh, may I ask why everyone bullies you? Did you do something wrong? Qin Yuan inquired. It's nothing, perhaps I'm just an easy target, Xin Yuan Long answered with a silly grin, wishing to end this trivial conversation. Though he had eaten 2 buns, his hunger persisted, and he had no desire to waste energy on such a dull topic. Yet, it was evident that the girl was not inclined to let him off so easily. Why don't you tell a teacher? They can help you with this. It's not good for you to always be bullied, Qin Yuan asked innocently, seemingly oblivious to his impatience. It's nothing. Could you please leave me alone? I'd like to get some more rest. Thanks again, Xin Yuan Long replied coldly, not skilled in social interactions. Oh, sorry. You rest then, Qin Yuan said, sensing his annoyance and reluctantly suppressing her curiosity. Chapter 2. Campus Turmoil. Grandfather, I'm back, Xin Yuan Long uttered, dragging his weary frame into their humble abode in the West Garden slums. Oh, were you bullied at school again today? Alas, your grandfather is impotent, unable to provide you with a better existence. My child, you suffer because of me. I have failed you, the old man lamented, caressing his grandson's injuries. Grandfather, what are you saying? I lost my parents at a tender age, and you raised me single-handedly. I am eternally grateful to you. How could I ever blame you? I'm fine, grandfather. I'm used to it, truly, Xin Yuan Long responded, pouting. You always know how to comfort your grandfather. Go prepare the medicinal wine, the old man instructed. Yes, I'll go right away. Grandfather, leave the chores for me to do after I've steeped in the wine. Don't you dare do them in secret, Xin Yuan Long jested. All right, the chores are reserved for my grandson. I won't touch them. Now, hurry along, the old man replied. Yes, the old man's name had long been forgotten. Everyone simply called him Old Lu. Xin Yuan Long never knew his parents, as Old Lu had raised him since infancy. Old Lu told Xin Yuan Long that his parents were killed by wild beasts during a hunting expedition when he was very young. Consequently, Xin Yuan Long had no recollection of his parents. He lived with his grandfather, who ran a small sundry shop to make ends meet. Although their life was not affluent, Xin Yuan Long was content. Old Lu doted on Xin Yuan Long. He recalled a time when Xin Yuan Long, riding on his grandfather's shoulders, inadvertently urinated on his neck. Yet his grandfather never scolded him. As far as Xin Yuan Long could remember, Old Lu had never once berated him. Xin Yuan Long's physique was extraordinary from a young age. Whenever he sustained injuries, they would heal by the following day. Since childhood, his grandfather had him soak in an unknown medicinal wine. Immersing himself in it always felt incredibly soothing, but whenever he inquired about the wine, his grandfather would remain tight-lipped. All he knew was that after soaking in the wine, his injuries would heal more rapidly, and his body's resilience would improve. Thus, Xin Yuan Long gradually ceased questioning the wine's origin. Grandfather, I'm done soaking. I'll tidy up the house and then practice my qi cultivation, Xin Yuan Long said, supporting his grandfather. Despite knowing that practicing qi cultivation would be futile, Xin Yuan Long persisted in his daily training. All right, finish your chores and then go practice. Grandfather is going to bed, Old Lu said with gratification. Old Lu retired to his room, stood by the window, and gazed at the passers-by outside, muttering to himself, Master, I have finally fulfilled your mandate. Now that the young master has come of age in another half a year, it will be time to restore him to the family lineage. Then I can join you in the netherworld. As he pondered, a glint of animosity flickered in Old Lu's eyes. The next morning, Grandfather, I'm off to school. Breakfast is on the table, Xin Yuan Long called out. All right, go ahead. And be careful on your way, Old Lu responded, watching Xin Yuan Long's departing figure. Is that you? Do you always come to school this early? Qin Yuan happened to arrive at the school gate and encountered Xin Yuan Long. Yes, thank you for yesterday, Xin Yuan Long said, hastening his pace. He had already spotted the gang that had bullied him yesterday. I hope they don't see me, Xian Yuanlong prayed inwardly. Xian Yuan, don't walk so fast. Wait for me, Qian Yuan called from behind. Just then, the gang noticed Xian Yuanlong attempting to escape. One of them, a redhead, exclaimed, "Oh, look who it is. When did you start hanging around such a pristine girl? Let her keep us company tonight, and we'll waive your protection fee for today. I really don't have any money. Please, don't force me. I really can't. Young Master Jiang, please, have mercy on me. Please leave. This is none of your business," Xian Yuanlong pleaded. Shielding Qin Yuan behind him. Classmates, we're all from the same school. It's wrong to bully classmates, Qin Yuan said, facing the 5 menacing figures before her. Although she felt terrified, she still attempted to reason with them. Haha, I didn't expect to find such an innocent girl at school. I like her. She's mine tonight. No one is to fight me for her. The youth, known as Young Master Jiang, leered lasciviously. With a wave of his hand, the others immediately surrounded Xian Yuanlong. I told you to leave earlier, but now you can't, can you? Xian Yuanlong said, slightly exasperated. He didn't mind getting beaten up himself. He was used to it. But now that there was a girl involved, he didn't know what to do. The girl clearly sensed that these people weren't joking. They were serious. She felt frightened and could only clutch Xian Yuanlong's sleeve tightly, praying to God. But evidently, God didn't heed her prayer. Young Master Jiang shoved Xian Yuanlong aside, grabbed Qin Yuan's hand, and said, "See? He's a good-for-nothing. Don't follow him. Being with me is the right choice, understand?" He then embraced Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan struggled desperately. But how could a girl overpower young Master Jiang? Qin Yuan looked at Xian Yuanlong on the ground, weeping, hoping he would come to her rescue, but Xian Yuanlong lay on the floor, covering his head with his hands. He was afraid to see the girl's gaze, a gaze filled with such longing, a gaze that deeply stimulated Xian Yuanlong's nerves. "I'm a coward. I'm useless. Stop looking at me. I can't do anything. I'm a coward. I'm useless. You're a good-for-nothing. You're a coward." The insults Xian Yuanlong had endured from his classmates in the past flooded his mind. He felt a blankness in his mind. He desperately wanted to shout that he wasn't a coward, that he wasn't useless, but he couldn't, even in the deepest recesses of his mind. He believed himself to be a coward, a good-for-nothing. "Young Master Jiang, that's enough. Let go of her," a melodious voice echoed. Young Master Jiang turned to face the girl approaching him. The girl was beautiful, a recognized beauty at school, and also the only martial artist in the school to have achieved the yellow level. Young Master Zhang's expression shifted slightly as he said, "Since when has the great beauty Zhang AI taken an interest in meddling in my affairs?" Just as Zhang AI was glaring at young Master Jiang, preparing to take action, a roar suddenly erupted from the crowd. "What's going on? Why is everyone crowding here? Are you all skipping class?" Huh. Everyone turned back to see the dean of students and quickly lowered their heads, returning to their classrooms. "Oh, Zhang AI, what's wrong? Are these brats bullying you?" The dean of students, upon seeing Zhang AI, immediately put on a smiling face and asked with concern. "It's nothing now," Zhang AI said, glancing at young Master Jiang indifferently. "Haha, that's good, that's good. If they bully you, be sure to tell me, and I'll definitely help you resolve it." "Oh, it's been a while since I've seen your father. Please give him my regards." "Yes, I will. Dean, please go ahead and attend to your duties. Everything is fine here." Zhang AI said. "All right, you brats, get out of here. Do you want to have tea in my office?" The dean of students switched to a fierce expression, glaring at young Master Jiang and the others. "Boy, you'd better watch yourself." Young Master Jiang, filled with resentment, glared menacingly at Xian Yuanlong, who was huddled on the floor, before leading his gang away swiftly. "Let's go," Zhang AI said to Qin Yuan. "Yes," Qin Yuan said gratefully, casting a disgusted glance at Xian Yuanlong before quickly following Zhang AI. "How could you associate with such people? It's not safe to be with him. You should avoid associating with such people in the future. Otherwise, you might be sold off without even knowing it," Zhang AI cautioned. "Oh, I'm a new transfer student here. I don't know anything. Thank you for earlier. I won't associate with such people in the future," Qin Yuan said, casting a sidelong glance at Xian Yuanlong with a hint of sadness. Xian Yuanlong lay on the ground, watching the passers-by, feeling like there was no place for him in this vast world. He felt a profound sense of sorrow, a deep sense of despair. As the minutes ticked by, Xuan Yuanlong regained his composure, proceeding to class as if nothing untoward had occurred. Cognizant of his inability to alter the past, he chose to eschew dwelling on matters beyond his control. Chapter 3. Rescuing Qin Yuan. "How is school today? Are you feeling down?" Grandfather inquired, gazing at his grandson who had just returned from school. "Not much, grandfather. Xian Yuan Long replied with a calm demeanor. Come now, my dear grandson, today is your birthday. Have you forgotten? Grandfather chuckled, guiding Xian Yuan Long towards the kitchen. Is today February 15th? Oh, I didn't even realize it was my birthday, Xian Yuan Long said, his face lighting up at the sight of the sumptuous dinner. Hee, my little Long is turning 18 this year, grandfather remarked. Yes, grandfather. After today, I will be 18. Xian Yuan Long confirmed. Come, the dinner I prepared for you is ready. Let's eat, grandfather urged. All right, thank you, grandfather, Xian Yuan Long replied. 18 years old. My little Long is 18 now, grandfather said, a hint of melancholy in his voice. What's wrong, grandfather? Xian Yuan Long asked with concern. I'm fine. Just eat quickly. Grandfather reassured him. Grandfather, I've finished brewing the medicinal wine. May I go out for a bit? Xian Yuan Long inquired. Go ahead, grandfather chuckled. Xian Yuan Long's residence was a distance from the marketplace, rendering it particularly tranquil. He relished the solitude of strolling through the narrow alley, as it allowed him to find a semblance of what it meant to be human. Despite living for 18 years, he had never discovered any joy in life, except for the warmth he felt when with his grandfather. He reflected on the past and vowed to himself, I will not remain like this. I swear I shall become someone of significance, someone who wields power over others. Immersed in his aspirations for the future, he continued walking. Help! Help! A cry for help echoed from another alley. Xian Yuan Long instinctively quickened his pace towards the sound. Upon turning the corner, he saw 7 ruffians surrounding a young girl. Stop! As the words escaped his lips, Xian Yuan Long suddenly realized he was meddling in someone else's affairs. Am I seeking trouble? If I can't even look after myself, why am I getting involved in others' matters? He cursed himself internally. Who wants to die by meddling in others' business? One of the ruffians sneered. Oh, isn't this the useless one from Shiyuan High? What brings you here to interfere with me? The 7 ruffians encircled Xian Yuan Long, brandishing knives with malicious grins. He recognized them as local delinquents, 2 of whom were former students from Shiyuan High who had been expelled for assaulting a teacher. I can't believe it's them. Damn it. I'm about to get beaten up, Xian Yuan Long thought. Isn't that Qin Luan? What is she doing here? Xian Yuan Long noticed the girl on the ground, her clothes in disarray. She seems to be unhurt, he thought to himself. Qin Luan, upon spotting him, felt her flicker of hope extinguish. Oh no, why does it have to be him? I wish it were someone else. Gentlemen, I didn't mean to intrude. I'll leave now. Please let me go. I promise I won't say anything. I didn't see anything, Xian Yuan Long pleaded, glancing at the 7 men. Let you go, just so you can tell others? Brother, since he saw everything, let us just kill him. There's no one around to witness, and no one will know it was us, one of the ruffians suggested to the leader. Good point. Damn it. You handle him, the leader commanded harshly. Understood, boss. The ruffian brandished his knife and approached Xian Yuan Long. Please, don't kill me. I want to say a word. Xian Yuan Long begged, retreating step by step. Begging one help now. It's too late. Why did you meddle? Don't worry. I'll make it quick. You won't feel much pain. The ruffian grinned maliciously as he lunged at Xian Yuan Long. Ah! Qin Luan screamed, covering her eyes. Having envisioned the sight of Xian Yuan Long bleeding, Xian Yuan Long felt a sharp pain in his head, darkness engulfing him as he lost consciousness. Hey! Why can't I stab him? The ruffian exclaimed. Get out of the way. Let me try, the leader said, stepping forward to stab Xian Yuan Long. However, something strange occurred. A faint layer of energy enveloped Xian Yuan Long's body. Unlike any known fighting energy, it was colorless, resembling flowing water that surrounded him. Boss, look. What is happening to him? One of the ruffians shouted. All eyes turned to Xian Yuan Long, whose hair began to turn white, his previously short hair lengthening until it reached his waist. Qin Luan gasped at his transformation, her eyes wide in disbelief. Xian Yuan Long. He slowly opened his eyes, standing up. A chill enveloped Qin Luan, despite it being summer. She observed something different about him, though she couldn't pinpoint what had changed. It wasn't merely his appearance, it was the aura he exuded. He resembled a corpse, devoid of warmth, emanating an overwhelming coldness. Xian Yuan Long rose slowly, his eyes opening to reveal not the usual black, but a blood-red hue, reminiscent of a deathly gaze that sent shivers down spines. Boss, there is something off about this guy. Let's get out of here. Run. Hurry. The leader, sensing the situation had spiraled beyond his control, shouted in fear. Xian Yuan Long uttered not a word, merely observing the 8 figures before him. As the 7 ruffians attempted to flee, he moved effortlessly, raising his hand slightly, and in an instant, he appeared before them, 7 still beating hearts in his grasp. Their chests bore gaping wounds. He casually discarded the hearts, wiped the blood from his hands with a tissue, the motion so graceful and serene, akin to caressing a beloved. It was as if the lives of the 7 had meant nothing to him. Xian Yuanlong approached Qin Yuan, who was frozen in terror. She wondered if he would treat her in the same manner as the ruffians, perhaps even rip out her heart. He knelt before her, gazing intently. Qin Yuan, in turn, stared back, bewildered. As tears began to flow, she felt her senses returning. She couldn't comprehend the scene before her, yet her heart was subjected to the most rigorous test. Facing those blood-red eyes and pale visage just a fist width away, she could not fathom how a person could be so cold-blooded and merciless. Fear gripped her. She dreaded becoming the next victim. She dared not lift her gaze, crouching down and weeping uncontrollably. For what felt like an eternity, she cried, sensing no response from the figure behind her. Was he sparing her? Had he left? Summoning a flicker of courage, Qin Yuan turned around, only to find Xian Yuanlong had collapsed to the ground, his hair once again short. She cautiously approached him, gently reaching for his nose. "Ah, thank goodness." He still breathing, she murmured to herself. Chapter 4. The transformation of combat energy, but wouldn't it have been better if he had perished? I wonder if he awakens, will he still seek to take my life? Should I seize this moment to flee, ensuring he has no chance to harm me? Yes, that seems prudent. However, it is just him here. Soon, others will arrive, and then he would be in peril. He just saved me, after all. I cannot betray him like this. Very well, it was you who saved me, so I shall wait until you awaken. You must hurry and regain consciousness, or I shall take my leave. Suddenly, a sound startled Qin Yuan. You must awaken, but please do not kill me. Qin Yuan silently prayed. What has happened? Why am I here? Xian Yuanlong groggily opened his eyes and inquired of Qin Yuan. Right? Weren't they trying to kill me just moments ago? Where are they now? Why is the scent of blood so overwhelming? Qin Yuan was speechless. What on earth transpired? Who rescued us? Xian Yuanlong exclaimed in distress. Ugh. Before he could finish, he beheld the corpses scattered around and the pool of blood, which made the scene resemble a hellish nightmare. He crouched down and retched violently, only feeling better after expelling everything, even his bile. He shifted his gaze away from the lifeless bodies. Qin Yuan, too afraid to look at the corpses, asked Xian Yuanlong. Do you truly remember nothing? I remember nothing at all. Do you know what happened? I just fainted and was oblivious, Xian Yuanlong replied helplessly, thinking to himself. Isn't that obvious? If I knew what had occurred, why would I ask you? I fainted as well and saw nothing, so I cannot say, Qin Yuan analyzed aloud. Perhaps he does not wish for anyone to know how powerful he is, like those 7 crimson warriors. With this thought, Qin Yuan felt certain of her conclusion and continued. Oh, I wonder which noble soul intervened to save us. Let us leave this place quickly. It will be troublesome if others arrive. Xian Yuanlong rose to his feet. Yes, let us hasten. I am going home now. Farewell, Qin Yuan said as she dashed down another path. Farewell, Xian Yuanlong replied, watching Qin Yuan depart hastily. He felt an unsettling sense that something significant had transpired and that Qin Yuan must know more than she revealed. However, since she chose not to speak, he did not wish to pry. Brushing off the dust, Xian Yuanlong hastily left, feeling terrorized by the mere thought of lingering in that place for another moment. As he hurried back to his room, his face slightly pale, Lu Lao felt something was amiss. He gently knocked on the door. Xiaolong, are you all right? Grandfather, I am fine. I am just a bit tired and need to rest. Xian Yuanlong trembled as he curled up in the corner of the room, his mind replaying the horrific scenes, blood-soaked grounds that haunted his thoughts, refusing to fade away, leaving him in a constant state of dread. Are you truly all right? Lu Lao's doubtful voice came from outside the door. Yes, grandfather, I am going to sleep now, Xian Yuanlong replied, huddled in the corner with his head cradled in his arms, hoping this position would offer him some semblance of security. Oh, then rest well, Lu Lao said. Xian Yuanlong felt as though fear was wearing him down to the brink of collapse. No, he must not dwell on it any longer. He prayed silently, wishing to forget the terrifying visions. As hours passed in the dark room, Xian Yuanlong continued to tremble. He longed to roar out loud, but he could not. He did not want to worry his grandfather. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why not practice combat energy? How foolish I am. With this resolve, Xian Yuanlong sat cross-legged in the corner, beginning to sense the combat energy around him. After more than 10 minutes, he finally entered a meditative state. Feeling the energy gradually flow into his body, traversing through him until it reached his dantian. Yet, to his astonishment, the energy that should have dissipated in the dantian astonishingly vanished completely, leaving only a trace of barely perceptible white energy. When one first learns to harness combat energy, it is typically white, transforming to yellow only when sufficient energy accumulates. Xianyuan Long suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring at his hands in disbelief, murmuring, "Is this real?" He dared not return to the ethereal state for fear of encountering an illusion. After another 10 minutes, he gradually regained his composure and re-entered the meditative state to feel the energy once more. This time, the sensation was more pronounced. Although much of the energy dissipated upon reaching the dantian, some truly remained there. This revelation filled Xianyuan Long with overwhelming joy. 18 years had passed without him ever storing combat energy within his body, and now he finally felt its presence. As joy enveloped him, he could no longer maintain the meditative state, opening his eyes wide, sparkling with exhilaration. In this world, children typically begin to learn to guide combat energy into their bodies and store it in their dantian by the age of 6. Although Xianyuan Long was now 18, he did not feel disheartened. His aspirations were simple. He sought respect from others. Thus, he had diligently practiced combat energy for over a decade, and at this moment of reward, he felt surrounded by happiness, tears streaming down his face. A boy who had once cried at every wound now could no longer contain his sorrow, allowing his tears to wash his cheeks. Xianyuan Long buried his face in his knees, his fingers tangled in his short hair, weeping continuously. Memories of past torment flashed through his mind. As a child, he had endured bullying, but back then, he was powerless to change his fate. Now, however, he was different. He finally possessed the means to earn respect. He was no longer a worthless being. "I will repay all of you." Deep within Xianyuan Long's heart, a dark seed was quietly sown, unbeknownst to him. At that moment, his mindset began to shift. When individuals find themselves unable to alter their circumstances, most choose to endure. Yet, when presented with an opportunity for change, such individuals will no longer be content with the status quo. Xianyuan Long belonged to this latter group. As the thrill subsided, Xianyuan Long gradually steadied his mindset. "I can now store combat energy, but I have already lagged behind for 18 years. To earn the respect of others, I must possess sufficient energy for self-defense. Since heaven has granted me this opportunity, I must cherish it. If others can achieve it at 6 or 7 years of age, then I must exert twice the effort to catch up. If that is not enough, I shall strive threefold. I must grow stronger." Xianyuan Long was unaware that it was this very resolve that endowed him with the heart of a warrior. Once more, he settled into a cross-legged position, entering the ethereal state again, absorbing the combat energy from the universe and gathering it within his dantian. He felt the white energy accumulating there, filling him with a sense of fulfillment. Yet, he could not fathom why a substantial portion of his energy continued to dissipate in the dantian. The knowledge he acquired in school suggested that energy would be lost upon reaching the dantian, but Xianyuan Long chose not to dwell on this issue. He was unwilling to waste time on matters he did not grasp. As Xianyuan Long entered the ethereal state once more, he remained unaware of the transparent layer of energy enveloping his body, radiating a faint glow. As the dawn's light streamed into the room, Xianyuan Long gently opened his eyes, a subtle glimmer of coldness emanating from them. Rising to his feet, he stretched his slightly sore waist, a consequence of sitting through the night. It appeared that the initial experience of storing fighting energy had yielded promising results, as he could distinctly feel his body brimming with vitality. The significant loss of fighting energy was indeed disheartening, yet he was fortunate to absorb it at a pace markedly swifter than others. This phenomenon had first come to Xianyuan Long's attention during his initial attempts to absorb fighting energy, while others absorbed it as leisurely as a babbling brook. His absorption resembled the roaring tides of the ocean. This realization had delighted him for quite some time, but as he discovered his inability to store fighting energy, he ceased to pay it further mind. However, now that he had mastered the art of storing energy, this advantage had come to light. Although he had lost a considerable amount of fighting energy, his rapid absorption allowed him to nearly match the pace of his peers. Standing quietly, Xianyuan Long savored the sensation of power coursing through him. Though it was but a feeble fighting energy, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It was his first genuine experience of strength, his left hand gently caressing his right arm. Just as he was immersed in his reverie of power, a knock echoed at the door. Chapter 5. Coercion. Xiaolong, rise and shine, or you'll be tardy for school, boomed old Lu's voice from beyond the door. Though the sensation was shattered, Xianyuan Long bore no resentment. He swiftly donned a change of clothes and headed for the exit. "Well, Xiaolong, what's gotten into you today? You seem rather cheerful," old Lu remarked, observing the subtle upturn of Xian Yuanlong's lips. "Oh, it's nothing, really," Xian Yuanlong demurred, opting to keep the news from old Lu for the time being. Uncertainty lingered in his mind regarding the true nature of the situation. He pondered if his dou qi might miraculously vanish once more. It's best to wait until things stabilize before informing Grandpa. Otherwise, he'll be heartbroken if the dou qi disappears again. Xian Yuanlong's thoughts drifted back to the despondent figure of his grandfather upon learning that he was deemed incapable of cultivating dou qi. After a hasty breakfast, Xian Yuanlong scurried off to school. This time, Xian Yuanlong opted not to slumber during class. Instead, he listened attentively as the instructor expounded upon the utilization of dou techniques. However, having neglected his studies from a young age, Xian Yuanlong found the knowledge overwhelming. He struggled to comprehend the concepts, teetering on the verge of collapse, when the instructor abruptly announced that all students were to assemble in the dou technique chamber. Xian Yuanlong understood that it was time for the weekly practical session. Previously, he would invariably skip this class, but this time, he desired to witness the nature of dou techniques firsthand. With a subtle inclination of his head, Xian Yuanlong trailed behind his classmates, slowly making his way to the dou technique chamber. Amidst the throng, Qin Wan's gaze remained fixed upon Xian Yuanlong. Initially, whenever Xian Yuanlong raised his head, Qin Wan would swiftly avert her eyes, like a startled fawn. Could this truly be him? Was the person from yesterday his true self? Qin Wan's mind replayed the scene from the alleyway. The ruthless figure lingered in her thoughts, defying her efforts to dispel it. In an attempt to unravel the enigma, Qin Wan began to observe Xian Yuanlong incessantly. Even she couldn't fathom why she, who should have distanced herself from this perilous man, found herself drawn to him instead. Unable to decipher her own emotions, Qin Wan continued to scrutinize Xian Yuanlong, hoping to glean some insight. Gazing upon his figure, she noted his slender frame, the slight droop of his head, and his somewhat listless gait. Were he to be placed in a crowd, he would undoubtedly blend in, unnoticed. Yet, as he walked, he seemed so out of place, so unconventional. Sensing that he was being observed, Xian Yuanlong's eyes flickered upward. Who was watching me? He wondered. Ever since entering the classroom that morning, he had been plagued by this sensation. However, each time he attempted to identify the source, the feeling would dissipate. Noticing the slight shift in Xian Yuanlong's demeanor, Qin Wan hastily averted her gaze. She couldn't ascertain whether Xian Yuanlong had detected her observation, but she nonetheless feigned composure and continued walking. Xian Yuanlong felt the sensation vanish as his eyes darted to the side. Am I imagining things? Who would pay attention to me? Could someone have noticed my transformation? Xian Yuanlong pondered, his mind awash with conjecture. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. Xian Yuanlong and Qin Wan engaged in a game of cat and mouse. Whenever Xian Yuanlong could no longer bear the sensation of being watched and made a move, Qin Wan would avert her gaze, eluding his detection. Xian Yuanlong's eyes scanned the crowd. Qin Wan sensed his gaze linger upon her back, unmoving for an extended period. Even she couldn't comprehend how she knew so definitively that Xian Yuanlong was at the rear of the group, scrutinizing her. Yet, she trusted her intuition and dared not betray any sign of awareness. When Qin Wan felt the gaze upon her back finally shift, she exhaled deeply, the sensation of being caught in the act proving to be unnerving. The dou technique chamber was not far from the classroom, just across the sports field. Gazing upon the colossal chamber, Xian Yuanlong momentarily forgot about the unseen observer. This was the first time in his 3 years at the school that Xian Yuanlong had set foot in the dou technique chamber. The immense chamber spanned a full 500 square meters, encircled by a formidable energy barrier. Upon entering the chamber, one was greeted by a multitude of sparring arenas of varying sizes. Each arena was enclosed by an energy barrier, intended to prevent the students' dou qi from escaping and inadvertently harming others. The crowded space buzzed with activity as students sparred or practiced independently. A kaleidoscope of dou techniques flashed within the arenas. The sight before him left Xian Yuanlong deeply awestruck, as he had never experienced the sensation of battle. Proceed to the sea-level sparring arenas for practice. The instructor's voice cut through Xian Yuanlong's reverie. Yes, the students cheered and dashed off to the sea-level arenas. The sparring arenas within the dou technique chamber were categorized into A, B, C, and D levels, with each level further subdivided into A1, A2, and so on. Each level comprised 50 arenas. The The students eagerly rushed to their chosen arenas, save for Xian Yuanlong, who aimlessly wandered among them. He recognized that his meager do qi, only recently awakened, was insufficient to contend on the stage. Therefore, he opted to observe the battles of other students. Seated in his chair, the instructor glanced at Xian Yuanlong, who continued to roam among the arenas. He shook his head slightly, acknowledging that the student before him was widely regarded as a good-for-nothing. Consequently, he paid him no further heed, diverting his attention to the other students. Qin Luan had also noticed Xian Yuanlong, having maintained a constant vigil over him. She was about to call out to him when the voices of her classmates reached her ears. Qin Luan, hurry, let's go practice at C35. Let's go? The speaker was a stout girl named Lu Yan. As she spoke, Lu Yan tugged Qin Luan toward Arena 35. Qin Luan glanced at the girl pulling her along, and reluctantly complied. After observing for over an hour, Xian Yuanlong began to feel weary. Just as he was about to depart, a discordant voice suddenly echoed from behind. Well, if it isn't our school's very own brother Xian Yuan, what brings you to the Do Technique Chamber, old man? Xian Yuanlong didn't need to turn around to recognize the detestable voice of Jiang Shao. Xian Yuanlong ignored the taunt, intent on escaping this den of iniquity. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Jiang Shao bellowed, noticing Xian Yuanlong's attempt to flee. Xian Yuanlong realized that escape was no longer an option. He lowered his gaze to the henchmen surrounding him, courtesy of Jiang Shao, and sighed softly. With a bowed head, he turned to face Jiang Shao, standing silently. Observing Xian Yuanlong's impassive demeanor, Jiang Shao felt a pang of unease. Previously, Xian Yuanlong would always plead for mercy, but this time, he remained silent. This irked Jiang Shao. If the person before him dared to displease him, then he would beat him until he was satisfied. Jiang Shao thought to himself. With a wave of his hand, the men surrounding Xian Yuanlong surged forward, raining blows upon him. Xian Yuanlong curled up on the floor, desperately shielding his vital organs with his hands, enduring the relentless assault. The passing instructors and students seemed oblivious to the scene, walking by as if nothing were amiss. No one was willing to intervene. Xian Yuanlong protected his head with his hands, his eyes icily scanning the passing faculty and students. He had grown accustomed to this treatment. Stop! A sudden voice rang out. The crowd froze for a moment, stunned by the interruption. Xian Yuanlong glanced at Qin Luan, the one who had spoken out. He felt a flicker of gratitude, but it was quickly overshadowed by a sense of helplessness. Xian Yuanlong was aware that Qin Luan's combat energy level had merely reached the orange tier, while the group surrounding these youths were all of the same orange caliber. At that moment, stepping forward would be tantamount to courting death, he silently lamented. Qin Luan could not fathom why the formidable Xian Yuanlong would permit such bullying. Did he still wish to conceal his prowess at this juncture? Ah, it's you again, beautiful. Do you wish to rescue him? Jiang Shao arrogantly gazed at Qin Luan, casually kicking the motionless Xian Yuanlong. Please, let him go, Qin Luan implored, glancing at Xian Yuanlong. Release him? That is certainly feasible, Jiang Shao replied, retracting his foot from Xian Yuanlong and circling around Qin Luan. As long as you agree to accompany your elder brother tonight, everything can be negotiated. You humph. Qin Luan pouted in indignation, a cold snort escaping her lips. Such character. Even your anger is captivating, Jiang Shao leered, stroking his chin. Today, beautiful. It seems you won tea be able to leave. I'm eager to see who will come to your rescue. As the son of the city lord, Jiang Shao was not to be trifled with. Upon hearing his words, those who had initially considered intervening recalled his status and, with a resigned shake of their heads, hastily departed. Qin Luan, observing Jiang Shao's lecherous grin, felt a profound sense of revulsion and an equally deep-seated fear. This is a school. You will face consequences for your actions, she warned, mustering her last remaining strength to intimidate him. Chapter 6. The fratricide of palpable fear permeated the air. Oh, I'm so frightened, sneered young Master Jiang, clutching his collar in a theatrical display of terror. His gaze fixated on Qin Luan, reveling in her wide-eyed apprehension. Fetch the waist, he commanded, his voice laced with disdain, never turning his head. Instantly, one of his sycophants seized Xian Yuanlong by the scruff of his neck and hoisted him aloft. A glint of defiance flickered in Xian Yuanlong's eyes. He had always endured when resistance seemed futile, but now, with the faintest glimmer of hope, a surge of rebellion coursed through him. Insignificant wretch, a voice echoed in his mind, seemingly originating from within his own consciousness. bewildered. He barely had time to process this strange phenomenon before a wave of suffocation washed over him. His assailant had hoisted him high, his already frail frame dangling precariously. "My dear, you must make haste with your decision," Jiang taunted, gesturing towards the struggling Xian Yuanlong with a cruel smile. "The longer you deliberate, the sooner his life will be extinguished." You fiends!" Qin Wan exclaimed, her mind reeling. She felt utterly helpless, inwardly berating Xian Yuanlong for concealing his true power even in this dire hour. Just as she was about to capitulate, a bizarre transformation began to unfold. Xian Yuanlong's hair began to lengthen, his already pallid complexion grew even more ashen, and his eyes shifted from black to a chilling crimson. "Emma Master Jiang," a voice stammered from behind, laced with terror. "This kid." Jiang turned, his face contorted with annoyance, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. Those blood-red eyes seemed to beckon him into the abyss. "Aya!" The man holding Xian Yuanlong recoiled in horror, releasing his grip in a desperate attempt to escape. To his dismay, Xian Yuanlong remained suspended in midair, his feet hovering just above the ground, his crimson eyes locked onto him. The pampered youth, utterly unprepared for such a spectacle, immediately lost control of his bowels. Qin Wan watched the floating figure with a surge of elation, her suspicions of his hidden strength confirmed. However, this joy was quickly overshadowed by a profound sense of dread. With a speed that belied his ethereal appearance, Xian Yuanlong reached out and plunged his left hand into the chest of the still stupefied man. In a single, fluid motion, he extracted the man's still beating heart. The heart was flicked away, and no blood stained Xian Yuanlong's hand. It flowed fluidly, like water, from Xian Yuanlong's fingers, revealing a white hand. No one could forget the gore scene. The terrified students erupted in a cacophony of screams and stampeded towards the exit. The instructors, alerted to the commotion, initially sought to intervene, but upon witnessing the macabre scene, they too joined the panicked exodus. Their experienced eyes recognized the raw power emanating from the so-called waste, a power that far surpassed their own. Xian Yuanlong remained motionless, head bowed, seemingly oblivious to the fleeing crowd. Meanwhile, the schoolmaster, having heard the commotion, raced toward the dueling arena. Jiang, clinging to the hope of salvation, sprinted with all his might, believing that the schoolmaster's arrival would guarantee his safety. Just as the exit loomed into view, a sharp pain pierced Jiang's chest. His vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground. Jiang's demise fueled the frenzy, and the crowd surged towards the exit. In this chaotic melee, Xian Yuanlong moved with unnatural ease, leaving a trail of victims with gaping wounds in their chests. As Xian Yuanlong continued his massacre, a wave of oppressive energy emanated from afar, heralding the arrival of a formidable presence. Yet, Xian Yuanlong remained unfazed, his slaughter unabated, indiscriminately ending the lives of both men and women. The transformation of the waste into a bloodthirsty fiend was too much for many to comprehend. They merely sought to escape. However, their hopes of safety were soon dashed as Xian Yuanlong continued his relentless assault. Just as Xian Yuanlong withdrew his hand from another victim's chest, he was forced to halt. He could feel the surge of energy behind him. Xian Yuanlong turned to face the oncoming projectile, raising his left hand to intercept its path. "Has he lost his mind?" someone exclaimed, defying a martial technique with mere flesh. To everyone's astonishment, the energy collided with Xian Yuanlong's palm, but instead of piercing through, it was met with an unyielding resistance. Xian Yuanlong's fingers closed around it, crushing it into nothingness. A wizened old man with snow-white hair materialized a few meters away. His eyes glinted with curiosity as he examined Xian Yuanlong's left hand. "Schoolmaster, it's him," cried one of the instructors. "I am aware," the schoolmaster replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Tend to the wounded and inform the families of the deceased." "What a predicament," he sighed, turning to Xian Yuanlong. "Who are you? And why would someone of your caliber linger in such a mediocre institution?" Xian Yuanlong stared at the old man for a long moment before replying. "You've only just reached the azure level. You're no match for me. Step aside." The schoolmaster's eyebrows shot up. The fact that this youth could discern his recently attained level indicated that he was at least an upper-level azure himself. A flicker of fear crossed his face, but he quickly regained his composure. "Alas, the events of today have escalated beyond redemption. If no lives had been taken, I might have allowed you to depart. However," Xian Yuanlong knew that the only way to leave was through combat. Without another word, he closed his eyes. Just as everyone thought he was surrendering, Xian Yuanlong snapped open his eyes, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent that washed over the entire arena. A palpable dread settled over the crowd, and many lost control of their bowels. Such a terrifying aura, the schoolmaster muttered, sighing. I must be getting old. At that moment, Xian Yuanlong moved, his ghostly figure reappearing. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lost sight of him. When Xian Yuanlong reemerged before them, he stood before the old man. A breathtaking scene unfolded as Xian Yuanlong's hand passed through the old man's energy shield, inching closer to his chest. Yet this time, Xian Yuanlong did not strike the old man's heart. Instead, he halted just outside of it. The shock was not limited to the teachers and students. The old man himself was taken aback. Though he was aware of his impending defeat, he never anticipated that he would be vanquished without even making a move. So utterly defeated that it felt like a dream. He was, after all, a grandmaster, yet he had failed to withstand even a single strike. The old man stared blankly at the pale hand resting against his chest, a profound sense of defeat washing over him. Kill me, he seemed to plead. Xian Yuanlong cast a cold gaze at the old man, whose eyes were filled with lifelessness, and swiftly departed from his side, soaring away from the school grounds. Why? Why? The old man bellowed at Xian Yuanlong's receding figure, yearning to meet his end with honor in battle, yet Xian Yuanlong did not grant him that. Ah! The old man roared in desperation. The terror of the Grand Master erupted in an instant, the unleashed energy sending numerous elderly figures nearby flying. In that moment, the teachers finally comprehended the fearsome might of Xian Yuanlong. The unassuming youth, labeled as a waste, possessed a terror so profound that even the principal's formidable aura seemed trivial in comparison. Should anyone still regard that young man as a failure? They would likely face dire consequences from the terrified teachers and students. Among the crowd, Qin Luan gazed at the distant figure, a complex emotion stirring within her. As daybreak painted the sky, Xian Yuanlong roused, his senses returning gradually. He found himself nestled in the undergrowth, his body heavy with fatigue. The previous day's battle replayed in his mind, a stark reminder that he had been but a puppet, a vessel controlled by an alien force. Though his consciousness remained, he was powerless to resist, forced to witness the carnage wrought upon his fellow students and teachers. A profound sorrow washed over him. He had wished for their demise, yes, but by his own hand, not through the machinations of this sinister energy. As he fled towards the forest, Xian Yuanlong realized the gravity of his situation, an unknown affliction plaguing his very being. His attempts to unravel the mystery proved futile, leading him to abandon the pursuit, at least for the time being. He knew that returning to his home in Shiyuan City was no longer an option. The sheer number of lives extinguished, including that of Jiang Shao, the city lord's son, made his case untenable. The entire city must be hunting me, he lamented inwardly. His dreams of graduating after another semester shattered. I wonder how Grandpa is. A torrent of questions flooded his mind, yet he felt powerless to act, or rather, incapable. If only I could wield that power from yesterday, I wouldn't have to fear them, he muttered, clenching his fists, a fleeting crimson glint igniting his eyes. Recalling the battle, he marveled at the formidable do qi that coursed through his veins. While others merely observed, Xian Yuanlong experienced the raw energy flowing within him, the abrupt loss of control. The agonizing pain of his body being deprived of that power had plunged him into unconsciousness. Why didn't I kill the headmaster? He pondered. To think he was a great do master. Yet I defeated him with a single move. What level did I erect? Where did this power come from? Why was I unaware of it before? Does Grandpa know about this? The question swirled within his mind, but for now, he sighed, his stomach growling, forcing him to set aside his musings. I must survive to unravel these mysteries. First, I need to evade capture. He rose, oriented himself, and cast a lingering glance toward Shiyuan City. I will return. He whispered the vow, then hastened away from the city. The sounds of pursuit spurred him on. Damn do qi, he cursed under his breath. The energy that had once coursed through him, causing immense pain, had now vanished, leaving his body aching. Had Xian Yuanlong been able to examine his meridians, he would have discovered they were faintly streaked with blood. His meridians, already narrow and weak, had been strained by the immense energy they had carried. However, lacking the ability to inspect his meridians, he simply attributed his discomfort to soreness. Having endured much hardship since childhood, Xian Yuanlong possessed a high pain threshold. What would have incapacitated others merely caused him discomfort, which he bore stoically. He dared not travel on the main roads, where he would surely be spotted. Instead, he sought refuge in the dense forest. While the daytime posed little threat, The night would bring forth the forest's denizens, transforming the hunters into the hunted. Xian Yuanlong pressed on, knowing that rest would mean certain capture. He was already injured and now faced starvation. Lacking knowledge of wilderness survival, he dared not consume the wild fruits, fearing poisoning more than capture. He battled the pangs of hunger, driven by the desire to escape. He felt the pursuers closing in. He pushed himself to walk along the less traveled paths. Nightfall descended, and Xian Yuanlong knew that only the elderly or the exceptionally strong could survive in the forest at night. Though fear gnawed at him, he knew he had no choice. He could either wait for his pursuers or continue onward. His mind grew foggy, and fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, but he knew that to stay meant certain death, while to continue offered a sliver of hope. With difficulty, he bent down and retrieved a branch, using it as a walking stick. He sensed his pursuers drawing closer, but he could only press on, each step fueled by the belief that survival lay in perseverance. Having never ventured beyond Shiyuan City, Xian Yuanlong was lost and uncertain of his destination, but he knew that moving forward was the only course. Meanwhile, his pursuers were enduring their own hardships. "Junior sister, are you all right?" a handsome young man asked, his voice filled with concern. The beautiful girl before him possessed delicate willow leaf eyebrows, a cherry-like mouth, and a flawless face. Her white dress gave her an ethereal appearance. "Senior brother, I can manage," she replied, her voice like a nightingale's song. This group was indeed hunting Xian Yuanlong, led by Jiang Tian, Jiang Shao's father. All of them were formidable, with Jiang Tian himself being an intermediate Great Do Master. The 7 young men and women were at least intermediate Do Shi, while the one addressed as senior brother was an advanced Do Shi. At barely 20 years old, he was a prodigy. Most Great Do Masters were middle-aged, yet he was on the verge of reaching that level, a feat that astounded everyone. The leader, Zhang Wan, was Zhang Ai's brother. The girl known as junior sister was Chang Yan, the daughter of the Kaishan sect's leader. "Niece, are you all right?" Jiang Tian asked, his eyes glancing at the beads of sweat on Chang Yan's brow. Chang Yan's father and Jiang Tian were close friends. When Chang Yan descended from the mountain, her father, Chang Li, instructed her to visit Jiang Tian. Upon arriving, they learned of Xian Yuanlong's murder of Jiang Tian's son. After Jiang Tian's biased account, Xian Yuanlong was portrayed as a ruthless, evil murderer who preyed on the weak. Upon discovering Xian Yuanlong's escape route, the group of indignant young men and women volunteered to join the hunt. "Uncle, I am perfectly fine," Chang Yin said, slightly bowing to Jiang Tian. Chang Yin was regarded as a rather unconventional figure within her sect. Though the Kaishan sect was not extraordinarily large, it held a considerable reputation. In ancient times, the founder of the sect was a formidable presence, having defeated dozens of combat emperors with his exceptional Kaishan fist. For reasons lost to history, 5 combat emperors once besieged the Kaishan sect. The founder single-handedly vanquished all 5, marking the pinnacle of the sect's glory. However, as generations passed, the descendants failed to uphold that legacy, leading to the gradual decline of the Kaishan sect. As the daughter of the sect's leader, Chang Yin had little interest in the art of combat or the study of martial techniques. Instead, she possessed a profound love for literature. Having perused all the texts within the sect, her descent from the mountain was intended to broaden her experiences. To ensure her only daughter's safety, Chang Li dispatched the rare talent Zhang Wan, a once-in-a-century genius of the Kaishan sect, to accompany her. Initially, others had opposed Chang Yan's decision to follow, but her inexplicable determination compelled them to acquiesce, albeit with heightened vigilance during their journey. Chapter 8. Encounter Sister, what does that person look like? A charming little girl in the crowd inquired. "I have no idea either. I wonder if Uncle Shi has seen him in person?" Chang Yin gently patted the girl's head while glancing at Jiang Tian. "I only have a vague understanding of him based on others' descriptions. I have not met him myself." Jiang Shao pondered aloud. "Oh," the inquisitive little girl responded, her interest waning. "However, I have seen that boy's grandfather. I never realized he could raise such a ruthless grandson. Had I known, I should have taken action back then," Jiang Tian remarked with a fierce expression. Chang Yin, startled by Jiang Tian's intense demeanor, couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, niece, don't be afraid. Uncle Shi shouldn't frighten you," Jiang Tian said, offering a slight apology to the terrified Chang Yin. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Jiang Tian's mind was harshly reprimanding the girl before him. He believed that had it not been for her, he would have long since caught up to Xian Yuanlong instead of trailing behind, consuming dust. Due to Chang Yan's lack of training in combat energy, Her frail physique significantly hampered the group's progress. Although Jiang Tian had heard of Xin Yuan Long's feat of defeating the principal with a single strike, he dismissed it as mere exaggeration by the students and faculty to evade responsibility. When I return, I will show you how to handle this, Jiang Tian silently plotted. Uncle, we should hurry. We don't want the thief to escape, Chang Yin urged, gazing at Jiang Tian with concern. All right, Jiang Tian replied, feigning happiness while inwardly grumbling that he would have already pursued the culprit if not for her. As night fell silently, the group pressed on through the jungle. Fully aware of the lurking dangers, they refrained from lighting torches, knowing that doing so would attract many light-sensitive beasts. Jiang Tian and Zhang Wen erected their combat energy shields, emitting a soft glow to dispel the darkness and ward off predators. Any creature with even a modicum of intelligence understood the peril posed by this group. Jiang Tian led the way, while Zhang Wen brought up the rear, as they advanced slowly through the night. Meanwhile, Xin Yuan Long was not as fortunate. He had halted his progress not by choice, but by necessity. Before him lay an expansive area overgrown with weeds, but devoid of towering trees. Two fierce beasts were locked in combat, and Xin Yuan Long hid behind a 5-meter-high tree, quietly observing the struggle. One of the beasts was a snow-white wolf, strikingly larger than any he had seen in class, about the size of 2 humans. Most notably, the wolf bore a patch of golden fur on its head, while the rest of its body was white, and its limbs were black. The other beast resembled a tiger, its massive frame dwarfing the wolf, easily 3 times the size of a human. Xin Yuan Long had no doubt that if the tiger stood upright, it could easily reach his current position. Xin Yuan Long controlled his breathing, striving to minimize the sound as he intently watched the 2 beasts, which had been in a standoff for nearly 2 hours without any signs of aggression. This stalemate left him feeling frustrated yet powerless, forced to await developments. Initially on high alert, Xin Yuan Long found himself growing drowsy, fighting the urge to sleep. In the jungle, sleeping without any protection was tantamount to inviting death. Unbeknownst to him, the presence of the 2 fierce creatures had scared off other beasts, leaving the area eerily quiet. Just as Xin Yuan Long felt himself on the brink of slumber, the 2 beasts finally sprang into action, coinciding with his descent into dreams. The tiger was the first to strike, its massive body devoid of any clumsiness, closing the distance to the wolf in an instant. With a swift motion, the tiger extended its front claws, aiming to seize the wolf. Yet, the wolf exhibited no fear, fixating on the tiger's approaching claws. Just as the tiger's paws were about to grasp it, the wolf suddenly rolled to the ground, evading the tiger's onslaught, while simultaneously delivering a kick to the tiger's abdomen. In a surprising twist, the tiger, instead of being subdued, executed a 360-degree spin on its hind legs, narrowly avoiding the wolf's retaliatory kick. The wolf seized the opportunity, flipping and retreating 5 meters away, while the tiger repositioned itself, poised for another attack. The battle resumed quickly, this time initiated by the wolf, which merely opened its mouth, its abdomen swelling ominously. This action triggered a sense of danger in the tiger, which began to circle the wolf at a distance of 5 meters. However, the wolf's gaze remained fixed on the tiger, as if it understood the urgency of employing a desperate maneuver. The tiger, sensing the wolf's intent, halted, eyes locked onto the wolf's distended belly, which appeared as though it contained 2 individuals. With its crimson eyes fixed on the wolf, the tiger prepared for the next move. The wolf, instead of charging, began to retreat while expelling a massive energy sphere towards the tiger. In a split second, the tiger raised its front paws. And as the energy sphere left the wolf's mouth, the tiger's claws shot forth to intercept it. The ensuing explosion reverberated through the jungle, a brilliant light illuminating the darkness. Unbeknownst to him, Xin Yuan Long had awakened, witnessing the climactic clash. As the energies collided, he instinctively shut his eyes, only to feel a blinding flash that rendered him momentarily sightless. Clinging to the tree trunk, he braced himself against the fierce winds created by the explosion. Simultaneously, Chang Yin turned to Jiang Tian, her gaze fixed on the radiant beam that had sliced through the night sky. Uncle, should we investigate that direction? The enormous clash of energy might lead us to the person we seek. Yes, but be cautious. When the battle commences, I may not be able to protect you, Jiang Tian replied, issuing a warning while internally lamenting the potential consequences if Chang Yin were to perish on his watch. When Xin Yuan Long opened his eyes once more, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The energy collision had created a 10-meter-wide crater in the previously expansive area. The tiger stood at the edge, its fur drenched and blood seeping from its paws, yet it seemed oblivious to its wounds, fixated on the wolf not far away. The wolf was equally worse for wear, with a significant patch of fur missing from its neck, likely a result of the tiger's claws. The two beasts glared at each other with palpable animosity. A fleeting thought crossed Xian Yuanlong's mind. Would it be possible for me to sneak in and seize an advantage? However, he quickly dismissed the notion, uncertain of whether the beasts had any remaining tricks up their sleeves. With his meager combat energy, he knew he would be no match for them. Thus, he resolved to remain motionless atop the tree, praying silently that both the wolf and the tiger would succumb to their injuries. As the minutes dragged on, he sensed that both creatures were nearing their limits when suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Even he discerned the footfalls, how much more acutely, then, would the wolf and tiger perceive them? Miraculously, the wolf and tiger, moments prior locked in mortal enmity, now cautiously gravitated toward one another, not in aggression, but seemingly with the intent to coalesce against a common adversary. This notion flickered through Xian Yuanlong's mind, striking him as peculiar. Could beasts truly grasp the imperative of uniting against an external threat? Chapter 9. Fierce Battle. The group, led by Jiang Tian, was taken aback. They had initially believed they had discovered Xian Yuanlong, but they had not managed to conceal their footsteps in time. Upon arriving in the area, they were profoundly shocked by the enormous pit before them. They were confident that had it been them, they would never have stirred up such a ruckus. As they gazed at the two ferocious beasts before them, a peculiar thought emerged in their minds. Could these two creatures have caused such a commotion? Just as doubts lingered among them, Chang Yan's trembling voice broke the silence. The fierce tiger and the Tsang wolf? No, the Tsang wolf king? The group instinctively turned their attention to Chang Yan, who, alongside Jiang Tian, possessed the most knowledge of the ferocious beasts of the world. Indeed, it was the fierce tiger and the Tsang wolf king. The fierce tiger was easily recognizable due to its significantly larger stature compared to its kin, while the Tsang wolf king's distinguishing feature was the golden tuft of fur atop its head. The fierce tiger's attack energy was equivalent to a high-level great fighter among humans. And although the true strength of the Tsang wolf king remained uncertain, it appeared that their strengths were evenly matched, suggesting that the Tsang wolf king's attacks were also at least on par with a high-level great fighter. As the group grappled with their confusion, Jiang Tian's calm voice, tinged with a hint of tremor, emerged. A high-level great fighter. A cute little girl in the crowd gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Well, that's a relief. Jiang Tian exhaled deeply. Relief about what? The little girl asked, her eyes filled with curiosity. Given their current appearance, they must have just experienced a fierce battle and are now at their lowest state. If we join forces, we might have a fighting chance. That's why I said it's a relief, Jiang Tian replied, glancing at Zhang. The group gradually shook off their initial shock as they observed the exhausted fierce tiger and Tsang wolf king, slowly regaining their lost confidence. If they were to face the two beasts at their prime, they would undoubtedly choose to turn and flee without hesitation. You protect the junior sister. I will join forces with Lord Jiang to confront these two beasts, Zhang Wen instructed, casting a glance at Chang Yan. Brother, please be careful, Chang Yan called out just as Zhang Wen was about to advance. If possible, try not to take their lives, simply drive them away. Zhang Wen looked into Chang Yan's gentle eyes, feeling a warmth spread through him, filling him with strength. If Chang Yan had asked him to single-handedly confront the two fierce beasts, he would have done so without a moment's hesitation. Rest assured, junior sister, Zhang Wen replied, unleashing his energy, enveloping himself in green fighting spirit. The long sword, which had been resting on his back, appeared in his hand as he charged directly at the fierce tiger. In that instant, as Zhang Wen took action, Jiang Tian also rushed towards the Tsang wolf king without hesitation, yet he did not activate his fighting shield. With a swift and decisive punch, he struck at the Tsang wolf king. The Tsang wolf king, anticipating the attack, crouched low to evade, its two blood-red eyes fixated on Jiang Tian. As Jiang Tian's attack missed, he intended to gather his strength for another strike when, unexpectedly, the Tsang wolf king had already appeared before him. Precisely at the moment when Jiang Tian's old strength had waned and new strength had yet to manifest. Years of battle experience prevented Jiang Tian from panicking. In an instant, his fighting shield activated, effectively blocking the Tsang wolf king's claws. A tremendous force emanated from the shield, propelling Jiang Tian backwards several meters before he finally came to a halt. The The sheer energy behind the Tsang Wolf King's seemingly casual strike was formidable. As Jiang Tian steadied himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood. I didn't expect this beast to be so difficult to deal with. It seems I must not underestimate my opponent. The Tsang Wolf King's speed was astonishing, so swift that Jiang Tian could barely catch sight of its movements. He resolved to cast aside any remaining underestimations. At that moment, the Tsang Wolf King vanished again, reappearing right in front of Jiang Tian. With no time for fear, he rolled away just in time to evade the Tsang Wolf King's attack, and as he was still on the ground, he used the momentum to slide back into the fray. When Jiang Tian regained his footing, he was now over 10 meters away from his previous position. While the Tsang Wolf King remained where it had been, panting heavily, its breath echoing ominously in the air, Jiang Tian realized that the Tsang Wolf King was now at its limit. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Wan, who was engaged with the fierce tiger, he silently hoped for a swift conclusion to the battle, wishing for assistance. Meanwhile, Zhang Wan was acutely aware of his predicament. Although he had been applying pressure on the fierce tiger, he found himself unable to breach its defenses, let alone inflict any damage. He had to remain vigilant against the fierce tiger's sudden assaults. The fierce tiger, akin to a masterful great fighter, began to withstand Zhang Wen's attacks. Standing resolute as Zhang Wen struck, occasionally countering with attacks aimed at Zhang Wen's vulnerabilities. In this jungle, Zhang Wen dared not unleash his most powerful techniques, for such moves required tremendous energy to sustain. He understood that employing such attacks would leave him vulnerable. Lacking the unwavering trust that Chang Yin had in Jiang Tian, Zhang Wen remained cautious, unwilling to risk using his most potent techniques at this critical juncture. Perched high in the treetops, Xian Yuanlong watched the battle unfold below, feeling a rush of adrenaline. Yet, he had to be exceedingly careful to control his movements and breathing, as Chang Yin and her companions were directly beneath him. He believed that if he revealed himself now, Jiang Tian would not hesitate to strike him down without regard for the consequences. After approximately 2 minutes of standoff between Jiang Tian and the Tsang Wolf King, the latter initiated another round of attacks. The Tsang Wolf King lunged forward, and as Jiang Tian sensed its movement, he activated his fighting shield. A blue fighting shield enveloped his entire body. Suddenly, 2 daggers emitting a dark, eerie glow materialized in Jiang Tian's hands. Like artifacts from the depths of hell, the moment the daggers appeared, the Tsang Wolf King abruptly halted its advance. Warily eyeing the weapons in Jiang Tian's grasp, the black daggers shone brilliantly against the dark backdrop of the jungle, and with their emergence, the air temperature began to plummet drastically. Frostmourne, Chang Yin exclaimed in shock. Sister, what is Frostmourne? Why do I feel so uneasy about those daggers in Lord Zhang's hands? The little girl inquired, her voice laced with trepidation. Frostmourne is the final creation of the legendary blacksmith Feng Hua from 500 years ago. This weapon once unleashed a torrent of bloodshed. It was said that Feng Hua, the greatest blacksmith of his time, infused his very essence into this weapon, rendering it one of the most malevolent artifacts in existence. Ancient texts speak of a curse placed upon it. Whoever possesses this weapon is destined to live a life of solitude, never to see their 50th year. Yet, this weapon is immensely powerful. The one who wielded it, Arthas, slayed countless formidable foes with its might, only to ultimately lose both of his wives to enemies. And his 3 children, the 2 daughters, suffered grievous injuries, left to a life of prayer. Strangely enough, Arthas did not perish at the hands of his enemies. He died by this very weapon. When they found him, he had plunged Frostmourne into his own chest, Chang Yin explained breathlessly, adding, however, this remains a legendary weapon. And after Arthas's death, it vanished without a trace. Who would have thought it would resurface? This weapon currently ranks 7th on the list of divine weapons. If news of its reappearance spreads, the world may once again be plunged into chaos. Wow! The group gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Some even displayed glimmers of greed within their gazes. Is your niece quite knowledgeable about such artifacts? Jiang Tian remarked, betraying no astonishment at Chang Yan's recognition of the Frostmourne daggers in his possession. He was well aware that Chang Yan, having been immersed in books since her youth, possessed unparalleled erudition. I've had these daggers for 2 decades, yet I've been unable to discern their unique properties. Alas, I wonder if my niece might possess any insight? Having reached this juncture, Jiang Tian felt no urgency. His decision to reveal Frostmourne was predicated on his confidence in being able to detain them all. He gazed at Chang Yan, hoping this erudite girl could provide some enlightenment, but his expectations were dashed. Uncle, I fear you'll be disappointed this time. I, too, am ignorant of the dagger's peculiar attributes, Chang Yin replied, shaking her head in bewilderment. As Jiang Tian and Chang Yin conversed, the Tsang Wolf King pawed the ground restlessly, refraining from any sudden movements. Zhang Wan, having overheard Chang Yan's explanation, felt a pang of apprehension, narrowly avoiding injury from the raging tiger. He understood that Jiang Tian's unveiling of such clandestine objects portended that few, if any, would escape this encounter. Chapter 10. The break. Jiang Tian was only vaguely aware of Chang Yan's feelings towards Frost's sorrow, and with a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledged that he had held on to this weapon for over 20 years without uncovering its deeper secrets. It was unreasonable to expect a mere girl of barely 15 to possess such knowledge. Jiang Tian's gaze shifted back to the Tsang King, who, feeling the weight of Jiang Tian's stare, finally sensed the impending danger. The Tsang King's fur bristled with alarm, low growls emanating from its throat. You beast! Do you finally know fear? Jiang Tian taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. Weren't you just so arrogant a moment ago? Without further ado, Jiang Tian focused intently on the Tsang King, his fingers idly caressing the hilt of Frost's sorrow. Xian Yuanlong, observing the weapon, felt an inexplicable bond with it. As if a whisper from the depths of his heart called to him, stirring a sense of foreboding, he struggled to suppress the impulse to dash forward and seize Frost's sorrow for himself. Damn it! He cursed silently, recognizing that now was not the time to act recklessly. To do so would be tantamount to suicide. As Xian Yuanlong wrestled with his restraint, Jiang Tian sprang into action, intent on a swift resolution to eliminate the remaining threats. In an instant, he appeared before the Tsang King, Frost's sorrow glinting with a deathly allure as it lunged toward the beast. The Tsang King leaped high to evade the dagger's thrust, retaliating with a ruthless kick aimed at Jiang Tian. Having experienced the Tsang King's strength firsthand, Jiang Tian was compelled to dodge its attack, lowering himself to avoid the blow. With a deft movement, he reversed his grip on the dagger and thrust upward while rolling away. When he regained his footing, the Tsang King had stabilized itself, blood trickling down its hind legs. To Jiang Tian's astonishment, the blood was black, revealing that Frost's sorrow was laced with potent poison. The wolf's blood that stained the dagger was rapidly absorbed, indicating that it was a vampiric blade. This revelation sent shivers down Xian Yuanlong and the others. Should the dagger penetrate flesh and remain embedded, it could drain a victim dry. Meanwhile, Zhang Wan and Lai Hu's attacks were considerably more subdued. Realizing that escaping today would be a formidable challenge, Zhang Wan began to stall for time, silently praying that the Tsang King could either defeat Jiang Tian or at least bring about mutual destruction. However, as he noticed Jiang Tian's evident surge in power while wielding Frost's sorrow, his heart sank. The Tsang King would likely falter soon. With renewed determination, Jiang Tian charged at the Tsang King once more, his previously azure aura now tinged with a hint of black, a reflection of the weapon's influence. Even Jiang Tian's once dark pupils bore a faint crimson hue. No longer concealing his strength, Jiang Tian unleashed his full potential. His mid-level grand fighter prowess instilling fear in all present. The Tsang King, who had previously held the upper hand, now found itself overwhelmed and on the defensive. The beast's gaze began to lose its focus, and with each passing moment, its injuries multiplied, its once pristine white fur now stained with black blood. As the Tsang King narrowly dodged another of Jiang Tian's attacks, Frost's sorrow grazed its foreleg, cutting through its hide with ease, blood seeping from the wound. The creature's defenses, comparable to a grand fighter's aura, crumbled against the might of Frost's sorrow. Just as Jiang Tian prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a sudden sense of danger surged from behind him. Acting on instinct, he maintained his forward momentum, accelerating his speed not to strike the Tsang King, but to evade the attack looming behind him. When he turned to confront his assailant, a shadow loomed over his brow. It was not Lai Hu attacking from behind, but Zhang Wan. The atmosphere shifted back to a standoff, confusion rippling through the onlookers as they questioned Zhang Wan's motives. Did he covet Frost's sorrow for himself? Zhang Xiaoxiao, what do you mean by this? Do you also wish to claim Frost's sorrow? Jiang Tian's countenance darkened. Among the crowd, only Xian Yuanlong grasped the underlying reasons for Zhang Wan's aggression. The others, lacking experience, could not fathom the complexities of the situation. Since Master Jiang holds such a formidable weapon, it is merely a matter of time before he slays the Tsang King. But who will be his next target? Zhang Wan responded with a disingenuous smile. Ha, Jiang Tian chuckled, stroking his goatee. You worry too much, Zhang Xiaoxia. Given my friendship with Master Chong Li, I would never act against you. He maintained an amiable facade, though his inner turmoil swelled as Zhang Wen brazenly challenged him. Master Jiang is undoubtedly aware that in this desolate wilderness, should something unfortunate occur, no one would be the wiser, Zhang Wen remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. Then what would it take for you to trust me and unite against our common foe? Jiang Tian asked, his voice calm, though a tempest brewed within him, eager to strike down Zhang Wen. At that moment, the realization dawned on everyone that the situation was far more intricate than they had anticipated. Jiang Tian, now aware of their knowledge, would not allow them to leave unscathed. The group turned their gaze towards Zhang Wan, who was deep in thought, contemplating a solution. With a determined expression, he finally declared, Sister, you must go first. I will stay behind to confront Master Jiang. You all escort her back to the sect. Zhang Wen fixed his gaze on Jiang Tian, fully aware that the outcome depended on Jiang Tian's choices. Yet he remained hopeful that Jiang Tian would comprehend the gravity of the moment. Very well, Jiang Tian replied, no longer concealing his murderous intent. The others recognized that their presence would only hinder Zhang Wan, and they dared not voice any dissent. Tears shimmered in Chang Yan's eyes. Having grown up in the sect, she had not encountered the world's cruelty, yet she understood that Zhang Wen's chances of survival were alarmingly slim. With a heart full of sorrow, she implored, Promise me you'll return alive. Zhang Wen averted his gaze, fearing he might succumb to emotion. I will, he whispered softly. Humph, do you truly believe you can escape? Jiang Tian mused darkly. In this jungle, without my protection, you won't even know how you perished. Once I have dealt with these two beasts, I will come after you. His last words were unmistakably directed at Zhang Wan, impatience gnawing at him. Meanwhile, the Songlong King and Lai Hu, having regained their composure, chose not to remain idle. The Songlong King's fur stood on end, its face contorted in pain as energy surged through its body. While Lai Hu summoned the last vestiges of his power to conjure a protective barrier before the Songlong King. Seeing this unfold, Jiang Tian and Zhang Wen could no longer afford to hesitate. They surged toward the Songlong King, both acutely aware of the imminent danger looming ahead. Zhang Wen and Jiang Tian simultaneously unleashed their most formidable energy shields, launching their most ferocious attacks. Suddenly, the two daggers in Jiang Tian's hands flickered into ethereal shadows, transforming in an instant into what appeared to be twin swords. As the shadows reached their zenith, Jiang Tian flung the daggers towards the Songlong King, the piercing sound echoing sharply as they flew through the air. Meanwhile, Zhang Wen raised his hands high and, with sheer determination, cleaved downwards into the void. A cacophony of screeches erupted as the vegetation on the ground was sliced away, creating a 1-meter-wide swath as the combat technique surged towards the Songlong King. At the same time, the Songlong King's fur bizarrely began to shed, yet it did not fall to the ground. Instead, it seemed to be under the influence of some unseen force, with each hair standing on end, launching itself toward Jiang Tian and Zhang Wen in a fierce assault. Chapter 11. Exposure. 3 streams of energy collided violently, producing a resounding boom that echoed throughout the night sky. As the energy dissipated, a terrifying pit emerged before the onlookers. Zhang Wen lay unconscious at the bottom of the chasm, while Jiang Tian was covered in wounds, blood oozing from his injuries. His disheveled hair fell over his face, and the elegance he had moments ago was replaced by the signs of exhaustion. His hands, gripping the Frostmourne, trembled imperceptibly, betraying the fact that he had reached the end of his strength. On the other side, the Wolf King and the Fierce Tiger were in a similarly dire state. The Fierce Tiger's gaze was vacant as it lay on the ground, struggling to rise but failing to do so, its trembling legs indicating that it was completely drained. In contrast, the Wolf King's condition was somewhat better, though the wound on its neck had widened, blood continuously flowing from it, and its eyes were dim. At that moment, a sudden thud broke the tense atmosphere. Jiang Tian and the Wolf King, already on high alert, felt a jolt of surprise. A young boy emerged from behind a tree, fatigue evident on his face, standing directly between Jiang Tian and the Wolf King, forming a triangle. The boy sheepishly scratched his head, glancing at Jiang Tian and the Wolf King, inwardly cursing the tree for being so fragile. After enduring 2 rounds of energy clashes, the ancient tree finally succumbed, its branches snapping under the force, revealing Xianyuan Long, who had been hiding above. Upon seeing the unexpected newcomer, Jiang Tian could distinctly sense the boy's level of power, which filled him with confusion. Could this be the very person responsible for his son's demise? The three of them, two men and a wolf, were hesitant to move, knowing that any action could make them targets. How about we team up and take care of these two beasts first? Jiang Tian suggested with a smile, looking at Xin Yuanlong. If not for Xin Yuanlong having witnessed Jiang Tian's brutal nature before, he might have been deceived. Xin Yuanlong chuckled awkwardly, not responding. He understood that if Jiang Tian confirmed him as his son's killer, he would undoubtedly become Jiang Tian's first target, so he chose silence, maintaining a steady gaze ahead as though the confrontation did not concern him. Despite Xin Yuanlong's calm demeanor, beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead. Both Jiang Tian and the Wolf King could easily end his life, which made it impossible for him not to feel anxious. Just as the three were in a standoff, footsteps echoed once more. It was Chang Yin and her companions returning. Concerned for Zhang Wan, they understood the perilous nature of the forest and chose to return to aid him. Upon their arrival, they found the tense standoff between the two men and the Wolf King. Although they were puzzled by the sudden appearance of another person, they did not delve into it. Spotting Zhang Wan, who lay in the pit, they rushed to pull him out, shifting the dynamics from a triangular standoff to a quadrilateral one. At that moment, Chang Yin suddenly gasped. "Sister, what's wrong?" A sweet little girl gently tugged at Chang Yin's sleeve, inquiring, "Isn't that the person we were pursuing?" As Chang Yin spoke, Xin Yuanlong sensed an ominous premonition. Once she finished, he felt a chilling aura enveloping him. A glance revealed that Jiang Tian's eyes were wide open, fixed upon him, the pressure of a grand fighter bearing down. Xin Yuanlong felt his legs weaken, struggling to remain standing. He understood that collapsing now would mean certain death. Just as he fought to stay upright, the Wolf King began to stir. A piercing howl echoed through the sky, interrupting Jiang Tian's oppressive aura. With the pressure lifted, Xin Yuanlong's back was drenched in sweat. Is this the power of a grand fighter? How terrifying! The Wolf King raised its head, its mighty howl resonating, lingering in the air. As the Wolf King's howl faded, both Jiang Tian and Chang Yin turned pale, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Noticing Chang Yin's unusual demeanor, the little girl asked, "Sister, what's wrong?" It's calling for its companions." Chang Yin's trembling voice revealed a devastating truth. The situation, already chaotic, became even more perplexing due to the howl. "Let us join forces and eliminate this beast first," Jiang Tian declared, exhibiting extraordinary composure. He turned his gaze toward Chang Yin and her group. "All right," Chang Yin decisively agreed. When Jiang Tian's eyes fell on Xin Yuanlong, the latter felt every hair on his body stand on end, provoked by Jiang Tian's unabashed killing intent. "Do you still wish to conceal your strength at this point? If that is all the fighting spirit you possess, I will consider eliminating you first," Jiang Tian's chilling voice echoed. Xin Yuanlong, aware of his limitations, knew that the energy was beyond his control. If he could wield such power, he would not be afraid. "I will act when necessary," he replied, steeling himself. "Best you do, or I will risk everything to ensure your demise," Jiang Tian threatened ominously in Xin Yuanlong's ear. At that moment, rustling sounds filled the air, and when they ceased, an alarming sight emerged. Countless pairs of red eyes belonging to wolves glinted ominously in the darkness. Unbeknownst to them, Xin Yuanlong and his companions had been surrounded. Although the wolves were not as powerful as the Wolf King, they were formidable enough to rival a human grand fighter. Being fixated upon by a multitude of blood-red eyes was far from a comforting experience, and the presence of countless wolves, growling restlessly, sent shivers down the spines of the young men and women in the group. Xin Yuanlong gulped hard, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The Wolf King finally ceased its howling, fixing its blood-red gaze upon Jiang Tian, before shifting its focus to Xin Yuanlong. For reasons unknown, the Wolf King perceived Xin Yuanlong as the greatest threat among them. Despite his lower fighting rank, Xin Yuanlong, feeling the Wolf King's gaze upon him, was struck by a sense of absurdity. Was it merely because he appeared the most vulnerable? In that moment, Jiang Tian exhaled, feeling a mix of relief and dread. Being targeted by a creature of the Wolf King's caliber was no trivial matter. The Wolf King let out another low growl, seemingly issuing a command to attack, and the pack surged forth like a tidal wave toward the group. While the Wolf King charged directly at Xin Yuanlong, realizing the imminent danger, Xin Yuanlong turned to flee, fully aware of his own limitations. Though the Wolf King's current strength was but a fraction of its former glory, Facing it directly would still spell disaster. In an instant, the others were engulfed by the advancing wolves. As Xian Yuanlong fled, he could only hope that the strange energy would manifest in time. Otherwise, he would surely meet his end. The Wolf King relentlessly pursued him, driven by an insatiable desire for vengeance. Xian Yuanlong sensed the Wolf King's proximity, panic swelling within him as he stumbled over a branch, falling to the ground with a crash. This is the end. With a resigned sigh, Xian Yuanlong felt a sharp pain in his head before slipping into unconsciousness. The Alpha Wolf, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the fallen Xian Yuanlong, abruptly ceased its assault and retreated into the distance. As the dire Wolf King retreated to a distance of over 10 meters from Xian Yuanlong, it discerned a peculiar transformation in the human before it. Unbound white hair cascaded down his back, mirroring its own crimson eyes, and skin so pale it seemed otherworldly. The moment Xian Yuanlong rose to his feet, the wolf pack dispersed, coalescing behind their leader. Though acutely aware of the peril the human presented, their inherent ferocity quelled any semblance of fear. Jiang Tian and the others were perplexed. The once ferocious wolf pack had abandoned their assault, instead gathering behind their king. Observing the altered Xian Yuanlong from afar, a plaintive cry pierced the air. The young girl was distraught, realizing that, save for Chang Yin, Zhang Wen, and herself, all their companions had perished in the initial wolf onslaught. Chang Yin, gazing upon the fallen, felt a pang of sorrow. They had sacrificed themselves to protect her. Unsure how to console her junior, she silently shed tears. Xian Yuanlong, his gaze devoid of emotion, launched the first strike. The apprehensive wolf pack surged toward him, their advance swift and relentless. An extraordinary scene unfolded before the onlookers' eyes. A solitary man charged headlong into a sea of wolves, cleaving a path through their ranks like a blade. Xian Yuanlong's onslaught was akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. None could withstand his assault. His fists, shrouded in an enigmatic aura, reaped lives with ruthless efficiency, while his crimson eyes betrayed no sentiment. It was as if Xian Yuanlong had become the true wolf, and the wolves, meek sheep. The dire Wolf King, lurking behind its pack, patiently awaited an opening to deliver a fatal blow. Xian Yuanlong, an ethereal specter, weaved through the wolf pack, his form enveloped in a fluid-like aura. Novices' auras were typically white, but Xian Yuanlong's was translucent. His fists relentlessly hammered at the dire wolves. Despite their strength, their attacks barely disturbed his protective aura, while Xian Yuanlong's blows shattered their internal organs. Jiang Tian and his companions sought refuge in a tree, their eyes wide with disbelief. They could only hope that the dire wolf and Xian Yuanlong would inflict grievous wounds upon each other, as neither could be overcome otherwise. Chang Yin and the young girl watched in stunned silence. Just as Xian Yuanlong felled another wolf, the dire Wolf King made its move, hurtling toward Xian Yuanlong like a bolt of lightning. Xian Yuanlong, caught off guard, planted his right foot firmly on the ground, propelling himself into a somersault. The dire Wolf King's claws grazed his aura, causing it to flicker momentarily before reforming. Had the attack landed squarely, its claws would have undoubtedly pierced Xian Yuanlong's flesh. As the dire Wolf King swept beneath him, Xian Yuanlong seized the opportunity, wrapping his arms tightly around its body, his hands clamping down on its neck. While the dire Wolf King plotted, Xian Yuanlong too had a strategy. He knew the wisdom of striking at the leader. The wolves, fearful of harming their king, hesitated to attack. The dire Wolf King bucked and thrashed, attempting to dislodge Xian Yuanlong, its immense size now a hindrance. Unable to shake him off, it rolled onto its back. Xian Yuanlong, upon contact with the ground, felt a crushing pressure, and a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. The dire Wolf King continued to roll, each rotation squeezing Xian Yuanlong mercilessly. A sinister darkness flickered in Xian Yuanlong's crimson eyes. Ignoring the dire Wolf King's assault, he tightened his grip and sank his teeth into the wound on its neck. A wave of gore assaulted his senses, but Xian Yuanlong held firm, biting deeper. The agony emanating from its neck elicited a piercing shriek from the dire Wolf King. It ceased its rolling and charged into the woods, slamming against trees. Another mouthful of blood spewed from Xian Yuanlong's mouth, its origin unclear. He disregarded the dire Wolf King's violent movements and continued to drain its blood. Jiang Tian and the others watched in horror. Xian Yuanlong had been drinking the dire Wolf King's blood for over an hour. Xian Yuanlong's already pale skin had become unervingly white, revealing the network of veins beneath. His crimson eyes had intensified, and even the remnants of black in his pupils had vanished. After over an hour of blood loss, the dire Wolf King stumbled, its attacks weakened. It collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise, but it was too weakened. The wolf pack, witnessing their leader's fall, howled in despair. They huddled together, their cries filled with anguish. Observing the fallen dire Wolf King, Xian Yuanlong slowly regained his senses. His next actions were even more disturbing. He reached into the wound he had inflicted, his arm disappearing into the dire Wolf King's body, as if searching for something. The dire Wolf King convulsed violently, but Xian Yuanlong, anticipating this, clutched its mane. As the dire Wolf King leaped to its feet, a piercing shriek shattered the dawn's tranquility. When the shriek subsided, the dire Wolf King crashed to the ground, lifeless. Xian Yuanlong's right hand emerged, clutching the dire Wolf King's still-beating heart. The surviving wolves whimpered, then glared at Xian Yuanlong before vanishing into the forest. Jiang Tian and the others stared at the pulsating heart in Xian Yuanlong's hand, a sense of dread washing over them. Xian Yuanlong examined the heart, flicking away the fur clinging to it. He opened his mouth and bit into it. The young girl and Chang Yin gasped in unison. 2 fist-sized hearts were merely nibbled by the Xianyuan dragon, causing blood to splatter and stain the previously white bangs upon its forehead a deep crimson. Blood trickled down its brow, yet the Xianyuan dragon appeared oblivious, tilting its head to glance at the hiding place of Jiang Tian and the others before returning to savor the hearts. Under the gaze of the Xianyuan dragon's blood-red eyes, everyone felt an involuntary chill coursing through them. The Xianyuan dragon slowly relished the heart of its Song Wolf King, as if indulging in a delectable delicacy. With a wide mouth, it consumed the last fragments of its Song Wolf King's heart, brushed aside its bangs, and turned its gaze towards the Frostmourne in Jiang Tian's hand. Chapter 13. The capture. The little girl and Chang Yin could no longer endure the horrifying scene before them, clutching the tree trunk as they violently retched. Jiang Tian was not in a better condition. His stomach churned, and he fought against the urge to vomit, his terrified gaze fixed on Xian Yuanlong. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Chang Yin and the others, prompting them to turn around. It was Zhang Wan, who had regained consciousness from his earlier state of unconsciousness. Witnessing the maddening spectacle, he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to nausea. "Senior brother, you're finally awake," Chang Yin exclaimed, relief washing over her and the others upon seeing Zhang Wan conscious. "Who is this person?" Zhang Wan asked, fear evident as he pointed at Xian Yuanlong. "This is the one who killed young Master Jiang," Chang Yin replied, her brow furrowed. "Oh," Zhang Wan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Facing such a brutal enemy would leave anyone feeling utterly powerless. As Zhang Wan conversed with Chang Yin, Xian Yuanlong began to move, slowly advancing toward Jiang Tian. Realizing his precarious situation, Jiang Tian understood that he might not escape this encounter alive. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Despite his dire circumstances, he was resolute, prepared to struggle for survival. As Xian Yuanlong approached, Jiang Tian took the initiative, gripping Frostmourne once more, a chilling determination enveloping him. At that very moment, Xian Yuanlong noticed a sudden surge in Jiang Tian's aura. The wounds that had previously marred Jiang Tian's body healed instantaneously, and he ascended from the intermediate Do Master level to the Do Spirit level in the blink of an eye. Is he burning his Do Qi? Chang Yin pondered, a flicker of confusion crossing her mind. She recalled tales of individuals temporarily enhancing their strength by igniting their Do Qi, and it seemed Jiang Tian had done just that, forcibly elevating his status to Do Spirit. However, the cost of burning Do Qi was exorbitant. Once the energy was exhausted, the individual would be rendered incapable of further cultivation, inevitably becoming an ordinary person. As Jiang Tian's newfound strength became apparent, Xian Yuanlong narrowed his eyes and charged toward him. In response, Jiang Tian also lunged at Xian Yuanlong, and a translucent blue energy collided in an explosive confrontation. After a deafening crash, both Jiang Tian and Xian Yuanlong were sent sprawling backward. Jiang Tian's hands trembled slightly around Frostmourne, and when Xian Yuanlong regained his footing, blood began to trickle uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood away with his left hand and once again lunged at Jiang Tian. As he closed the distance to about a meter, he balled his right hand into a fist, launching an unrestrained attack. Jiang Tian, gripping Frostmourne with his left hand, intercepted Xian Yuanlong's strike, pivoting on the spot and driving the blade into Xian Yuanlong's abdomen while simultaneously thrusting his right hand. Xian Yuanlong was unable to withdraw his right hand in time. He transformed his left hand into a fist and struck Jiang Tian's chest without hesitation. The two engaged in a deadly duel, each willing to risk their lives. At this moment, Xian Yuanlong was a desperate man, and Jiang Tian, having burned his dou qi, understood that his time was limited. Thus, their combat was a trade of life for life. When Jiang Tian's frostmorn pierced Xian Yuanlong, the latter's left fist landed squarely on Jiang Tian's chest, causing both to spit out blood simultaneously. Using the momentum from Xian Yuanlong's strike, Jiang Tian staggered backward, pressing against Xian Yuanlong's chest while driving his right hand deeper into Xian Yuanlong's abdomen. Black blood poured from the wound, yet Xian Yuanlong remained unfazed, relentlessly pounding Jiang Tian's chest. The two were locked in a contest of endurance, each vying to see who would collapse first. Just as Xian Yuanlong's vision began to blur from blood loss, he finally shattered Jiang Tian's dou qi shield, transforming his left hand into a palm that plunged into Jiang Tian's chest, swiftly extracting his heart. With his heart gone, Jiang Tian collapsed to the ground, and Xian Yuanlong carelessly tossed the heart aside. Ignoring the frostmorn still embedded in him, he raised his right foot and swept it toward Jiang Tian's head. Jiang Tian's eyes widened in horror as he fell, the impact of Xian Yuanlong's dou qi shield preventing any escape. Xian Yuanlong bent down, prying the other frostmorn from Jiang Tian's grasp and extracting his own blade. As he held both frostmorns, a sinister energy surged skyward. A faint, towering shadow appeared behind Xian Yuanlong, looming ominously and sending chills through those who beheld it, despite its indistinct form. The wound on Xian Yuanlong's abdomen visibly healed, and as the injury closed, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of black blood, directing a cold gaze toward Chang Yin and the others. They felt as though the end of the world had come, their nerves frayed under his scrutinizing stare. As Xian Yuanlong stepped forward, the group instinctively recoiled until there was nowhere left to retreat. Unable to withstand the eerie atmosphere any longer, Chang Yin and the little girl burst into tears. Simultaneously, Xian Yuanlong lunged forward, appearing before Chang Yin and the others. The sight of his blood-red eyes sent a wave of terror through them, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Zhang Wen felt a sense of suffocation and dread like never before, silently praying for this cruel being to spare them. However, when he glanced at Xian Yuanlong again, an inexplicable irritation welled up within him, for the terrifying gaze fixed solely on Chang Yin, not wavering in the slightest. Chang Yin, caught in Xian Yuanlong's unyielding stare, was overwhelmed with fear, unsure of his intentions. Did he mean to harm her? She dared not allow her thoughts to wander further. Just as she pondered Xian Yuanlong's motives, he made his move. With a powerful grip, Xian Yuanlong seized Chang Yin and leaped backward. The sudden turn of events left the little girl and Zhang Wen momentarily stunned. Upon realizing that Xian Yuanlong had abducted Chang Yin, Zhang Wen disregarded his injuries and lunged forward, sword in hand, aiming for Xian Yuanlong, initially intent on departing, halted abruptly as Zhang Wen's sword approached, his cold eyes locking onto Zhang Wen. Being the focus of Xian Yuanlong's gaze was far from a pleasant experience. Yet Zhang Wen had no choice but to act, determined to save Chang Yin. As the blade neared Xian Yuanlong, he effortlessly caught the sword's blade between his index and middle fingers, leaving Zhang Wen powerless to move it. In an instant, Xian Yuanlong twisted his hand, severing the sword's tip, which he then swung toward Zhang Wen. Chang Yin, still struggling in Xian Yuanlong's grasp, gasped in horror. No. The blade hovered dangerously close to Zhang Wen's throat, a trickle of blood seeping down his neck. Zhang Wen stared in despair at the weapon pressed against his skin, a profound sense of defeat washing over him as he closed his eyes in resignation. Xian Yuanlong did not kill Zhang Wen out of any sudden pang of conscience. Instead, he silently regarded the weeping Chang Yin in his arms. "Please don't kill him. I will go with you," she pleaded. Before her words could fully resonate, Xian Yuanlong's voice erupted with malice. "No, I will take you only if I am dead." At that moment, Zhang Wen opened his eyes, revealing a hint of crimson within. You are not worthy." A voice, raspy and chilling as if emerging from the depths of hell, echoed ominously. Xian Yuanlong swiftly raised his right foot and struck Zhang Wen in the abdomen, sending him flying over 10 meters away. Branches whipped against the dazed Zhang Wen, while Xian Yuanlong abruptly vanished from sight in an instant. "Indeed, I am unworthy. I cannot even withstand a single hand of his. I am unworthy." The fallen Zhang Wen suddenly glared at the heavens, his eyes filled with rage. "Senior brother, are you all right?" The remaining young girl asked anxiously, gazing at the contorted face of Zhongwen. "I am fine. Let us return to the sect," Zhongwen replied, not waiting for the girl's response as he lifted her in his arms and struggled to make his way out of the jungle. The prodigious Zhongwen, after enduring an unparalleled setback, seemed to have undergone some transformation. However, this matter did not concern Xian Yuanlong in the slightest. Chapter 14. The Might of Frostmourne bearing Changyan, Xian Yuanlong dashed forward, the trees blurring past in a swift retreat. Silent tears streamed from Changyan's eyes. Oblivious, Xian Yuanlong ran for over 3 hours, finally halting at a large tree. He gently placed Chang Yan on a branch, then vanished into the forest with lightning speed. Perplexed by his sudden departure, Chang Yan wondered if she was being abandoned. The thought brought a surge of elation. But she quickly realized the branch was over 10 meters above the ground, an impossible height for a woman unskilled in martial energy. As Xian Yuanlong disappeared, Chang Yan's courage returned. She snatched a leaf, glared fiercely, and spat, "Humph, good riddance. Don't come back. When my father arrives, I'll have him thrash you." She tore at the leaf as if it were Xian Yuanlong himself. 2 hours passed, and her mood shifted. Cold and hungry, with night approaching, the occasional growl of wild beasts filled Chang Yan with dread. She murmured, "You brute, come back quickly," huddling with her arms around her legs. She felt a chill that sent shivers down her spine. She buried her face in her knees, seeking a semblance of courage. A lone jackal materialized beneath the tree, its gaze fixed on Chang Yan. Startled, Chang Yan looked up and gasped at the sight of the menacing creature. Soon, more and more jackals appeared, forming a dense pack below the tree. Overwhelmed, Chang Yan felt on the verge of collapse. Jackals were not powerful individually, but they hunted in packs, their entire clan mobilized. Watching the jackals attempt to climb the trunk, Chang Yan could no longer bear it. She pressed against the tree, covering her face and weeping. She could only pray that the wretched man would return and rescue her. As if in answer to her prayers, Xian Yuanlong materialized before her. He had never seemed so appealing. She instinctively threw her arms around his neck, clinging to him, her sobs gradually subsiding. Had enough? His voice was glacial. Hearing his words, Chang Yan remembered the man was no savior. A flush crept across her cheeks as she disentangled herself. The howls of the jackals below no longer seemed as terrifying. Could it be because of him? She dismissed the thought. She recalled his brutal display and knew he had no benevolent intentions in capturing her. Chang Yan pouted, and despite her disheveled state, she exuded a unique charm. Any man would have been captivated, but Xian Yuanlong seemed unmoved. He stared down at the jackals, Frostmourne materializing in his hands. "Where have you been all this time? Do you know how dangerous the forest is?" Chang Yan complained, frustrated by his indifference. She thought it was ungentlemanly to leave a beautiful lady alone in the forest, but quickly realized he was no gentleman. Barbarian would be a more apt description. As she pondered this, Chang Yan giggled. In his tattered clothes, Xian Yuanlong did resemble a barbarian. Xian Yuanlong glared at the inexplicably amused Chang Yan. Without a word, he retrieved some herbs from his worn pocket. "Swallow these." Given no choice, Chang Yan mustered her courage and gulped down the herbs. They were not bitter, but left a cool sensation in her throat. Xian Yuanlong produced another portion and consumed it himself. Soon, Chang Yan felt a strange discomfort, as if insects were crawling in her throat, sending shivers through her. She felt something growing on her face, from her chin to her nose, then her forehead. She clutched her throat in terror, her other hand exploring her face. She looked up at the impassive Xian Yuanlong, trying to calm herself. But then something even more alarming occurred. A second layer of skin began to emerge from Xian Yuanlong's neck, a tawny hide spreading across his face. Remembering her own sensations, she wondered if the same was happening to her. As the strange skin reached his forehead, Xian Yuanlong's face transformed. His pale skin turned a sallow brown, his features grew gaunt, his cheekbones prominent, like a refugee. A long scar marred his left cheek. Chang Yan stared at him, her fear momentarily overshadowed by fascination. "As you can see, no one will recognize you now, so don't get any ideas. Otherwise, you'll wear this mask forever. And I'm the only one in the world who can remove it." His voice sealed Chang Yan's fate. Looking at his icy expression, Chang Yan sighed and drawled, "Understood." After a moment, she asked, "What's your name? If I'm to follow you, I should at least know who you are. You don't need to know my name. From now on, I'm your brother, and you're my sister." Unwilling to elaborate, Xian Yuanlong's voice grew colder. Fine, don't tell me. I won't tell you my name either, just to spite you." Chang Yan pouted, crossing her arms and turning away. Satisfied that Chang Yin was no longer in immediate danger, Xian Yuanlong gripped Frostmourne, and a dark energy surged towards the heavens. Startled by the power, Chang Yin bit her lip, determined not to show fear. Xian Yuanlong surveyed the jackals below, his eyes glowing red. Undeterred, the jackals snarled, ready to strike. Xian Yuanlong leapt down, and the jackals surged forward. As he landed, he accelerated, plunging into the pack. Frostmourne pierced the skull of the nearest jackal, splattering blood. The scent of blood only intensified the jackal's frenzy. Xian Yuanlong moved through the pack, his martial energy shielding him. After the initial strike, he no longer pierced them. Instead, Frostmourne merely grazed their skin. Yet each touch brought death. The dark energy and venom within Frostmourne invaded the jackal's hearts, killing them instantly. The blade's sharpness rendered their hides useless. Every jackal touched by Frostmourne collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Countless wolves exhibited an inhuman ferocity, relentlessly assaulting Xian Yuanlong. Yet, Xian Yuanlong's savagery surpassed theirs. Within mere minutes, at least 100 wolves had succumbed beside him, their blood saturating the earth, transforming it into a crimson expanse. From her perch among the trees, Chang Yin gazed down upon the battlefield. Though she had witnessed Xian Yuanlong's combat prowess before, she could not help but clutch the trunk of a tree, retching up bile. As her previously ravenous stomach felt inexplicably sated in an instant, devoid of any desire for sustenance. Meanwhile, Xian Yuanlong continued his merciless slaughter below. The wolf's fearless demeanor evoked no reaction in his eyes, as if this carnage were a mundane affair. His hands moved with relentless precision, dispatching any wolf that ventured within a meter of his vicinity. Gradually, the corpses of the wolves amassed to over a meter in height around him, and Xian Yuanlong stood atop this grim mound, persistently eliminating any who dared approach. Eventually, the wolves began to sense fear, encircling Xian Yuanlong from a distance of 5 meters, pawing the ground and growling in a display of trepidation. In areas where jackals congregate, there is invariably a dominant alpha. Terminating this leader will disperse the pack. Refrain from further slaughter. These creatures also possess life. Chang Yan's voice echoed from behind Xian Yuanlong. Upon hearing her words, Xian Yuanlong cast a frigid gaze across the jackal horde. He discerned, approximately 30 meters distant, a jackal of markedly larger stature than its peers. While the others kept their heads lowered, fixed on Xian Yuanlong, this alpha held its head high, regarding him with an air of innate dominance. The jackal throng was densely packed, compelling Xian Yuanlong to advance toward their leader incrementally. As if divining his intent, the jackals charged with renewed ferocity, severely impeding his progress. Their sheer numbers diminished the available space for him to maneuver. Xian Yuanlong relentlessly swung the Frostmourne in his grasp, extinguishing the lives of countless jackals. However, observing Xian Yuanlong's approach, the alpha retreated into the shadows. Despite maintaining peripheral awareness of the pack, Xian Yuanlong was compelled to dedicate his full attention to their relentless assault. When he regained his focus, the alpha had vanished. With a sense of defeat, Xian Yuanlong retreated, swiftly returning to the tree's embrace. The seemingly endless legion of jackals below induced a chilling sensation. "Are you unharmed?" Chang Yin inquired timidly, her voice tinged with concern as she observed Xian Yuanlong, who was covered in blood. "I am well enough," Xian Yuanlong responded in a low voice, his gaze fixed on the jackal pack. Abruptly, he lifted his head, his attention drawn to a specific location. Noticing Xian Yuanlong's altered demeanor, Chang Yin asked with curiosity, "What is it?" "There are others approaching," Xian Yuanlong declared. As a transformation began to manifest, his once waist-length white hair receded into a short crop, and the icy glint in his eyes dissipated, his pupils returning to their natural hue. "Ah!" Chang Yin exclaimed in surprise, witnessing Xian Yuanlong's metamorphosis. Before Xian Yuanlong could utter a word, he knelt on one knee upon the branch, succumbing to violent retching. While under the sway of that peculiar energy, he remained conscious of his actions, yet powerless to alter them. He could endure the slaying of wolves and jackals, but the act of consuming the heart of the Wolf King was abhorrent to him. Xian Yuanlong desperately clawed at his throat, hoping to expel the detestable substance from his stomach. However, his stomach, already empty, contained no remnants of the Wolf King's heart. After more than 10 minutes, Xian Yuanlong gradually acclimated to his present state. He leaned against the tree trunk, his gaze fixed upon Chang Yin. "Are you all right?" Chang Yin inquired, her heart pounding as she felt Xian Yuanlong's intense gaze upon her. "I am well enough," Xian Yuanlong replied in a hoarse voice, startling even himself. It appeared that the strange energy had inflicted considerable damage. Uncertain how to address Chang Yan, Xian Yuanlong opted to ignore the issue, closing his eyes and focusing on absorbing battle energy, clinging to the hope that even a slight increase would be beneficial. Xian Yuanlong ceased wasting time. Observing Xian Yuanlong's meditative state, Chang Yan felt a sense of helplessness. The adversaries below remained unresolved, yet he commenced cultivation. What perplexed Chang Yan further was the fact that Xian Yuanlong's battle energy level was merely at the novice stage. Unable to comprehend the situation, Chang Yan settled upon the branch, observing Xian Yuanlong's youthful countenance. She felt as if she were in a dream. Could this truly be the ruthless individual she had witnessed? As Xian Yuanlong entered a meditative state, a group of more than 20 individuals materialized in the location he had previously observed. "Wow, Chief, we've struck gold. So many jackals." A gaunt man with a sinister expression exclaimed, crouching in the tall grass while observing the jackal horde. "Proceed with caution. We've had little income for the past half-month. Let's take down this jackal pack and then rest for a while," a burly man with fiery red hair declared in a booming voice. "Chief, something seems amiss." A voluptuous woman in her late 20s observed the jackal pack. "Sisterly, what is it?" a diminutive man inquired. "Observe closely. This jackal pack seems to be surrounding something. And have you noticed the strong scent of blood in the air?" The woman, referred to as Sisterly, pointed to the jackal pack and explained. "Winley is correct. Everyone, be vigilant," the burly man declared solemnly, his gaze fixed on the jackal pack. "Rest assured, Chief. We shall proceed," the gaunt man replied with a smile. The group of more than 20 individuals skillfully set traps in the grass and bushes, their actions betraying their experience. Simultaneously, the burly man turned to a man clad in black and inquired, "K, have you located the jackal alpha?" "I have. It is in that location," K replied, pointing to the shadows of a large tree, precisely behind Xian Yuanlong's hiding place. "However, what is it?" the burly man asked, noticing K's hesitation. "There are 2 individuals in that tree. I cannot discern who they are," K replied, glancing at the burly man. "Oh," the burly man responded, falling into contemplation. "What is the strength of these 2 individuals?" "I am unsure of the woman's strength, but the man seems to have only recently begun learning battle energy. The color of the energy he absorbs is white, indicating that he is a novice," K replied, glancing at Xian Yuanlong's hiding place. Anyone present would be astonished to discover that K, despite being at least 1,000 meters away from Xian Yuanlong's hiding place, could observe him with such clarity. Truly, the world is full of wonders. Very well. It seems that the woman is the only one with combat capabilities. If they interfere during the battle, I will intercept the woman while you swiftly eliminate the jackal alpha, the burly man declared, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Chief, everything is in place," the gaunt man interjected. "Are the snipers in position?" the burly man inquired, glancing at the gaunt man. "They are all set," the gaunt man replied, rubbing his hands together. "Cease your eagerness for slaughter and prioritize safety. The jackal alpha is in that location," the burly man declared, pointing in the direction of Xian Yuanlong. "Understood, Chief." The gaunt man replied with a bloodthirsty grin. "There are 2 individuals in the tree. Strive not to provoke them." "Proceed," the burly man declared, waving his hand dismissively at the gaunt man. "Understood. Let us commence, brothers," the gaunt man exclaimed, turning to leave. The burly man lifted the heavy sword that had been resting on the ground and slowly approached the jackal pack, observing the sudden appearance of an individual. The jackals seemed intent on venting their pin-up rage upon him. Without waiting for the jackal alpha's command, several jackals lunged forward. Growls emanated from the forest, filling the air. Chang Yan, witnessing the man's approach, shouted, hoping to alert him to the danger posed by the jackal pack. However, the red-haired man seemed oblivious to Chang Yan's cries, continuing his advance toward the jackal pack. In the blink of an eye, the red-haired man clashed with the jackal pack, gripping his heavy sword with both hands. He infused it with azure battle energy. With a swift, unadorned horizontal sweep, he created a vacuum within the range of his sword, the heavy scent of blood stimulating the already frenzied jackals. In the first wave of attack, a fearless wolf was intercepted by a man with unwavering resolve. With a swift strike, the man turned and sprinted back, revealing a breathtaking scene in the jungle. A red-haired figure moved rapidly ahead, pursued by a tide of wolves. The running man shimmered with an ethereal blue light, weaving seamlessly between the trees. Suddenly, he halted abruptly, grasping a vine with his left hand, his feet firmly planted on the ground. In an elegant motion, he ascended to the treetops, gazing down at the distant Wolf King. The Wolf King, sensing that something was amiss, remained steadfast by the grand tree where Xian Yuanlong concealed himself, casting a cold stare at the pack chasing the man. A foreboding feeling washed over the Wolf King as he raised his head, letting out a haunting howl. Chapter 16. A desperate battle as the wolf's howl echoed. The pack abruptly halted its advance. Simultaneously, a furious roar pierced the air from another direction. From the once dark forest, a flicker of light ignited, swiftly escalating into a raging inferno. The blaze enveloped a sector spanning a kilometer, forming a fan-shaped encirclement around the wolf pack. Instinctively wary of fire, the forest creatures descended into chaos at the sight of the conflagration. The wolves paced restlessly, some desperately retreating, only to be met by volleys of poisoned arrows and bolts from above. Each projectile relentlessly claimed the lives of the fleeing wolves. The commotion reached the ears of Xian Yuanlong, but he understood his current vulnerability. Descending would only make him an easy target. Frustrated by the Wolf King's unwavering gaze, Xian Yuanlong chose to ignore the chaos and continued absorbing battle energy. Perhaps due to the recent battles, he noticed that while his absorption rate hadn't increased, his meridians felt as though they had healed, alleviating the intense pain. In just over half an hour, he felt significantly revitalized. Xian Yuanlong's curiosity about the unknown power within him grew stronger. Chang Yin glanced at the weary man before her, his eyes lined with fatigue, yet lacking the aloofness that once characterized him. Engaged in such fierce combat, yet he remained seated, oblivious, she mused. Though her words were hushed, Xian Yuanlong heard them clearly. Aware of his own limitations, he ignored her complaints and focused on gathering his energy, striving to enhance his strength. Irritated by his indifference, Chang Yin felt a surge of anger. As a privileged woman, she was unaccustomed to such treatment. With a pout, she scoffed at Xian Yuanlong and returned her attention to the battlefield. The sudden fire had claimed over 300 wolves, but this was insignificant to the vast pack. Regaining their composure, the wolves retaliated against their ambushers. A fierce melee ensued. The 30-odd warriors, each possessing at least green battle energy, held their ground despite being outnumbered. Their coordinated tactics were evident as they formed a circle, backing each other. When one was injured, a comrade would swiftly replace them. The circle became a vortex, relentlessly reaping the lives of the wolves as it advanced towards the Wolf King. Abruptly, as if abandoning Xian Yuanlong, the Wolf King charged toward the pack with massive strides. Recognizing their king's advance, the wolves instinctively cleared a path. With a howl that seemed to issue commands, the wolf pack ceased its assault and dispersed, encircling the warriors from a distance of 100 meters. They paced restlessly, poised for attack. As the warriors' circle advanced, the wolves in that sector retreated, while those on the opposite side moved forward, maintaining the 100-meter distance. It seems their king possesses a degree of intelligence, the brawny man in the circle observed. The Wolf King is still over 300 meters away. A ranged attack would likely miss, and if it were to evade us, we might never leave this place. A figure clad in black lamented. As they deliberated, the Wolf King made its move. Hair on its forehead parted, revealing a tightly shut eye in the center. The eye snapped open, emitting a beam of white light. Scatter! The black-clad figure yelled in alarm as the Wolf King's third eye opened, but it was too late. The beam of light hurtled towards a warrior at the front, piercing through his battle energy shield as if it were nothing. It continued, striking another warrior in disbelief before slamming into the ground. A mushroom cloud erupted, injuring several warriors and sending them flying. The waiting wolves pounced, their claws sinking effortlessly into the wounded warriors. Grief-stricken, the survivors had no time to mourn as they were engulfed by the wolf pack. The brawny man, his eyes bloodshot, watched his comrades fall, his tears replaced by vengeful rage. "Kay, cover me," he roared, swinging his heavy sword, claiming the lives of several wolves. The wounded wolves, ignoring their injuries, continued to attack. As the wolves charged, they sensed danger. For arrows of azure light split into two pairs, leaving a narrow path between them. It was Kay, unleashing his signature move, Sun and Moon in conjunction. The arrows grazed the brawny man as he sprinted after them. The arrows tore through the wolves, creating an opening for the brawny man to close in on the Wolf King. The Wolf King, sensing the approaching warrior, turned to flee. After the previous attack, its energy was depleted. Facing the warrior now would mean certain death. Enraged by the deaths of his comrades, the brawny man pursued the fleeing Wolf King, gripping his heavy sword. His imposing aura enveloped the Wolf King, now less than 100 meters away. Staggered by the sudden pressure, the Wolf King stumbled. Kneeling on the ground, an overwhelming force surged towards it. The Wolf King, seeing the warrior closing in, was momentarily overcome by fear before resolving itself. No longer trying to escape, it glared at the warrior and let out a piercing howl. The wolves that had been blocking the warrior scattered, creating a clearing between them. Seeing the Wolf King finally willing to confront him, the warrior's eyes blazed with battle lust. He charged, battle energy coalescing around his sword. When the distance between them closed to 10 meters, he swung his heavy sword horizontally, releasing a wave of battle energy. The already massive sword seemed even larger. The Wolf King fearlessly lunged at the warrior's center, seemingly oblivious to the incoming sword. The heavy sword struck the Wolf King, but its claws simultaneously pierced the warrior's chest. The Wolf King, unable to penetrate deeper, was sent flying, tearing a chunk of flesh from the warrior's abdomen. The alpha wolf's physique collided forcefully against the tree, leaving it incapacitated for a considerable duration. Similarly, the man's condition was far from favorable. Blood gushed from his abdomen like a breached dam. He promptly retrieved a vial from his vest, crushed it with his left hand, and sprinkled the powdered medicine onto the laceration. Simultaneously, he brandished his sword once more and charged towards the alpha wolf. Chapter 17. Fear. Observing the man advancing with lethal intent, the alpha jackal struggled to regain its footing. The previous blow had fractured at least 5 of its ribs, and it dragged its hind legs. As the man closed within 3 meters, the alpha jackal abruptly accelerated, veering towards the man's right flank. Noticing the alpha jackal's maneuver, the man swiftly adjusted his descending greatsword, executing a sweeping motion to obstruct the jackal's trajectory. Simultaneously, he clenched his left hand into a fist, aiming a blow at the alpha jackal. The alpha jackal, its attack thwarted by the greatsword, beheld the man's incoming fist. Unable to retreat in time, the jackal's abdomen contracted in an uncanny manner just as the fist was about to connect, causing the blow to land harmlessly in empty air. In the instant the force of the man's punch dissipated, the alpha jackal's abdomen abruptly expanded, colliding with the spent fist. The man grunted, his thumb rotating against the grip of the greatsword held by his remaining fingers. The rotating blade grazed the alpha jackal's left hind leg, shearing off fur. Seizing the opportunity, the alpha jackal collapsed to its right, executing a swift roll to evade the man's thrusting greatsword. A sudden premonition of danger seized the alpha jackal. Abandoning its attempt to rise, it abruptly halted its roll, digging its right hind leg into the ground to propel itself backward. As it spun around to face the sky, it witnessed a scene of unparalleled horror. In that fleeting moment, a pair of crimson eyes materialized a mere 10 inches from its own, their sanguine hue surpassing even its own. The alpha jackal's terror reached its zenith, but before it could react, a sharp pain pierced its neck, and a malevolent aura surged into its heart. A dagger-sized wound on the alpha jackal's neck oozed black blood. With a desperate surge of strength, it struggled to stand, emitting a piercing shriek as it gazed upon its impending demise. Simultaneously, the pack, witnessing their leader's death, erupted in mournful howls. A pale man with waist-length white hair and blood-red eyes stood beside the alpha jackal, having delivered the final blow. While the burly man engaged the alpha jackal, the strange energy had wrested control of Xian Yuanlong once more. His body moved autonomously, concealing itself 10 meters from the burly man, awaiting the opportune moment to strike the alpha jackal. When the alpha jackal rolled over, oblivious to its surroundings, Xian Yuanlong recognized his chance. He acted decisively, his movements swift and startling, leaving the burly man, a grand swordsman, aghast at his inability to follow the actions of this impassive figure. Xian Yuanlong seized this opening. Closing the distance to the alpha jackal, he drew Frostmourne, concealed at his waist, unleashing a mental assault as the blade pierced the jackal's neck. The burly man watched the icy figure before him. As Xian Yuanlong advanced, the man involuntarily recoiled, his gaze fixed on those terrifying eyes. He felt a gust of wind from behind, and without hesitation, he sidestepped, sweeping his greatsword back, his eyes never leaving Xian Yuanlong. A pained yelp from a jackal echoed behind him. Xian Yuanlong, observing the man's unwavering gaze, vanished in a blur, reappearing directly in front of him, their noses almost touching. The man felt a tremor in his hands. A seasoned mercenary, he had taken countless lives and accepted the possibility of meeting his own end at another's hand. Yet, at this moment, he was at a loss, unsure of Xian Yuanlong's intent. He dared not move, sweat trickling down his brow. Xian Yuanlong exuded an aura of death, devoid of any vitality. If not for his eyes, the man might have mistaken this terrifying figure for a corpse. Xian Yuanlong's gaze held no trace of humanity. His crimson eyes seemed to reflect the depths of hell. An overwhelming bloodlust permeated the air, deterring even the jackals from approaching. Xian Yuanlong, observing the beads of sweat forming on the man's nose, spoke in a raspy voice, "The rest is up to you." With that, he vanished in a series of blurs. Returning to his perch on the tree, the man, relieved by Xian Yuanlong's departure, felt a surge of gratitude that he had been spared. He had anticipated annihilation with a mere gesture. The oppressive mental pressure had stifled any thought of resistance. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he realized his back was drenched, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. "Boss, are you all right?" Kay appeared beside him, observing his dazed state. "I'm fine," the man replied, glancing furtively at Xian Yuanlong, now meditating on the tree branch. The death of the alpha jackal unleashed the pack's primal instincts. Bereft of leadership, the jackals suffered greater losses. Yet they charged fearlessly. Facing the jackal's desperate onslaught, the group evaded as much as possible, only striking when necessary. Without the alpha jackal's command, the pack's demise was inevitable. After nearly 3,000 jackals had fallen, the remaining creatures halted their advance. Slowly, some began to flee. Finally, a piercing cry from an unknown jackal triggered a mass exodus. The survivors retreating like a receding tide. Of the original 6,000, fewer than 2,000 remained. Witnessing the jackal's retreat, the group collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The heavy scent of blood was almost intoxicating. Only the burly man remained troubled, devoid of any sense of relief. "Boss, what's wrong?" "We won. Aren't you happy?" The gloomy man asked, puzzled by his leader's demeanor. "Nothing. Tally our spoils and record the names of the fallen. Ensure their families receive compensation," the burly man replied. Waving the gloomy man away, he turned towards the tree. The others, having been too far to witness the earlier encounter, remained oblivious. Kay, though he had seen Xian Yuanlong and the man face off, had sensed nothing amiss. Only the burly man knew that their survival depended on the whims of the figure in the tree. Clenching his fist, he braced himself and approached the tree. "Senior," the man said respectfully, cupping his hands in salute towards the tree. "Come up," a melodious voice replied from above, the voice of Changyan. She had hesitated to act on Xian Yuanlong's behalf, but his words, "Handle the rest, don't ask me," had filled her with delight. She glanced at Xian Yuanlong. Still in meditation, the man swiftly ascended to the branch, surprised to see Xian Yuanlong had reverted to the rank of a novice fighter. "Brother, he's here," Changyan said reluctantly to Xian Yuanlong. Xian Yuanlong gradually emerged from his meditative state, reclaiming control over himself. Yet, uncertain about how to navigate the circumstances before him, he chose to remain silent, gazing at the middle-aged man in front of him. The man appeared quite ordinary, save for his striking red hair and robust physique. Marred by a wound on his abdomen that incessantly oozed blood, otherwise, there was nothing particularly noteworthy about him, perhaps due to the frequent exertion of control. Xian Yuanlong found himself increasingly averse to engaging in conversation, his gaze growing instinctively colder. Unbeknownst to him, the corners of his eyes had begun to take on a faint crimson hue, a subtle yet ominous transformation that, if left unchecked, would inevitably turn him into a creature with blood-red eyes. Chapter 18. The Snowflake Mercenary Corps. The man, under the cold gaze of Xian Yuanlong, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He slightly bowed and respectfully said, "Senior, the pack of wolves has been driven away. Once my men extract the magic core from the Wolf King, I shall present it to you. I am Fire, the leader of the Snowflake Mercenary Corps. And these are my comrades." He gestured toward the crowd. "Such a small group," Changyan remarked as she surveyed the survivors, noting that fewer than 20 remained. For someone raised in a prominent family, this number seemed indeed meager. Fire awkwardly rubbed the tip of his nose and replied, "Our Snowflake Mercenary Corps is but a small team. We are merely E-rank." "Oh, what does an E-rank mercenary corps entail?" Changyan inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at Fire. Being scrutinized by a beautiful woman was delightful under any circumstance, and Fire was no exception. Yet, the thought of her formidable brother made him feel a pang of anxiety. He shifted his gaze slightly and explained, in simple terms, "A mercenary corps consists of a group of impoverished individuals banding together to undertake tasks and earn money. They are all outlaws." Upon uttering these words, he felt it was unnecessary to elaborate further, as the man before him did not appear to be someone soft-hearted. The rank of a mercenary corps serves as a measure of its strength. Fire observed the young siblings before him, pondering that they must belong to some noble family, as they seemed oblivious to such basic concepts. Is it possible for my brother and me to join your mercenary corps? Changyin asked thoughtfully. Fire's heart skipped a beat at the thought of such formidable individuals expressing interest in joining his humble corps. At that moment, Xianyuan Long finally raised his gaze to meet Fire's, clearly showing a keen interest in joining the mercenary corps. Xianyuan Long possessed a fair understanding of mercenary groups, but chose to remain silent, allowing Chang Yin to pose her questions. Under Xianyuan Long's penetrating gaze, Fire felt a dryness in his throat. He imagined that if he were to decline, he might swiftly become a lifeless corpse. The demeanor of Xianyuan Long and his companions further convinced him that they were indeed children of a distinguished family out seeking experience. Fire sensed this was an opportunity. If he could impress them, he might secure their support in the future. Even if he could not rely on them, they could still provide assistance in times of need. Lost in these thoughts, Fire felt an overwhelming sense of happiness wash over him, as if fortune had come too swiftly. What? Is it not possible? Xianyuan Long's icy, hoarse voice broke the silence. Yes, I am willing, Senior. Fire exclaimed joyfully, gesticulating animatedly. Do not address him as Senior, simply call him Long. And refer to me as Yin. Chang Yin responded with a bright smile directed at Fire. The names had been decided long ago when Xianyuan Long requested that Chang Yin pretend to be his sister. Ah, understood. Then let us proceed. I will introduce you to the others, Fire said, casting a glance at Xianyuan Long, as if he were the only one of significance. Yes, please lead us below. Chang Yin called out, smiling as she looked down at the ground, which was still several meters away. 2. Fire was puzzled, but chose not to question further, instead guiding Xianyuan Long and Chang Yin down to the ground. Do not disclose my matters to anyone else. Xianyuan Long's voice rang out as they touched down. Understood. Fire replied, realizing that he sought to conceal his true power. However, he was left wondering what kind of cultivation technique allowed him to effectively hide within the ranks of novices. Fire refrained from voicing these questions, knowing which inquiries were appropriate and which were not. Come here quickly. A shadowy figure called to Fire, waving his hand. Everyone, gather around. I will introduce you. This is Long, and this is Yin. They will henceforth be members of our Snowflake Mercenary Corps, Fire announced to the group. He then turned to Xianyuan Long and pointed at the shadowy figure, saying, everyone calls him Monkey. The one in black is Kay, and this is Wen Li. Everyone refers to her as Sister Wen, gesturing toward the only woman in the crowd. Sister is so beautiful, Chang Yin exclaimed, admiring the alluring Wen Li. Younger sister is also very pretty, Wen Li complimented. Although Chang Yan's skin was covered in herbs applied by Xianyuan Long, her underlying charm could not be hidden. The others regarded the suddenly appeared beauty with appreciation. Ahem. Fire coughed a couple of times to redirect everyone's attention. That woman is Dragon's sister. We must tread carefully. If we provoke that fierce spirit, who here could withstand his wrath? Well, our haul this time has been substantial. In addition to an E-rank magic core, we have successfully collected over 300 intact wolf pelts. However, we have lost 13 brothers in the process. We also completed a D-rank task for the Mercenary Guild. As long as we bring back all these wolf pelts, we will be able to elevate our rank to D level. Monkey reported to Fire, detailing their gains and losses. Indeed, not bad at all. It surpasses our expectations, Fire replied, feeling a sense of gratification. It is worth noting that tasks from the Mercenary Guild do not require prior acceptance to be completed. You may turn in your completed task afterward. And as long as you can prove your accomplishment, you will receive the corresponding rewards and points. On a sunlit afternoon in the town of Labus, a ragtag group of about 20 individuals, laden with heavy wolf pelts, walked forth with smiles illuminating their faces. This group was none other than Xianyuan Long and his companions, who had finally emerged from the forest after more than half a month of travel. Fire, this time you've brought back quite the bounty, haven't you? An elderly man at the counter of the Mercenary Guild remarked, eyeing the wolf pelts. Fire chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. What is so great about it? We lost over 10 brothers this time. It's merely a token compensation. Are these 2 new recruits of yours? The elder asked, gesturing toward Xianyuan Long and Chang Yin among the crowd. Yes, Fire replied with a proud smile. Little Bai, take them to the back to count the wolf pelts. The elder instructed a young man in the distance. Understood, the youth replied, leading Xian Yuanlong and Chang Yin toward the back. Xian Yuanlong surveyed the mercenary guild, which stood only 3 stories tall. The first floor bustled with mercenaries, some seeking tasks while others recruited members amidst a cacophony of chatter. The elderly man was the vice president of the guild, known affectionately as Old Yi. When it came time to submit tasks, one could simply approach him, Fire explained. Having appeared beside Xian Yuanlong Xian Yuanlong nodded slightly. Chang Yin, with her vivacious spirit, pointed at a mercenary adorned with an emblem on his chest and asked, "What is that for?" The Snowflake Mercenary Corps had a fondness for this lively girl, even though she wasn't exceptionally beautiful. Just as she posed her question, Kay stepped in to explain, "That is the emblem of various guilds, indicating one's identity. We too have our own emblem, though we are not wearing it at the moment." "Oh," Chang Yin replied, her gaze wandering around the guild. Half an hour later, Little Bai returned to the counter after tallying their spoils. "Vice President, I finished the count. Everything is in order, just enough to complete the D-rank wolf task." "Very well. You may proceed with the paperwork," Old Yi said, turning to Fire and the others. "Congratulations, you are now eligible to upgrade to a D-rank mercenary corps." "Thank you," Fire exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with delight. "Here is your commission, 500 gold coins. Please verify it," Old Yi said, producing a bag of coins from behind the counter and smiling at Fire and his companions. As the crowd gazed upon the gleaming coins, still enveloped in a state of jubilation, a discordant voice pierced the air. "Oh, isn't that the Snowflake Mercenary Corps? What mission did you undertake this time to amass such wealth? Have you lost a few brothers along the way? If you're short on manpower, just say the word. I can lend a hand, haha." The unexpected interjection from a man elicited a roar of laughter from his companions. Leo furrowed his brow slightly, casting a disdainful glance at the gaunt, middle-aged man standing before him, who towered over at nearly 6 feet tall. "Chen Liang, mind your own business," he retorted impatiently. The man known as Chen Liang, reprimanded in front of his comrades, instantly darkened in countenance. With a cold scoff, he replied, "Li Hua, don't think for a moment that you possess any real authority here. Show some respect, or I might just decide to unleash the Shark Mercenary Corps upon you when I'm in a bad mood." Li Hua, momentarily silenced by Chen Liang's words, felt his expression darken, yet found himself at a loss for a response. The Shark Mercenary Corps is one of the 2 C-rank mercenary groups in town, far surpassing our Snowflake Mercenary Corps in scale. So, Monkey explained to Xian Yuanlong and the others, sighing slightly. Evidently, such incidents had occurred frequently in the past. Being bullied in a mercenary group is commonplace. In the mercenary world, might makes right. Xian Yuanlong lowered his head, coldly observing the scene unfolding before him, a strange fire kindling within him. Having been bullied since childhood, his disposition began to change drastically after acquiring this peculiar energy. He fervently hoped that this energy could aid him in eliminating those before him. Witnessing Xian Yuanlong's eyes turn crimson in an instant, an aura of bloodlust enveloping him, Monkey and the others couldn't help but shiver. Observing the somewhat peculiar Xian Yuanlong, they shook their heads helplessly, assuming that these young masters, raised in prominent families, had never experienced such humiliation. While in the forest, Lai Hua had informed everyone that Xian Yuanlong and Chang Yin were likely scions of some influential family. Although their strength was lacking, they could rely on their background, so everyone was indifferent to Xian Yuanlong's inclusion, as it was always prudent to have a backup plan. "Oh, Lai Hua, when did your team recruit another girl?" Chen Liang remarked, gazing at Chang Yin in the crowd. Although Chang Yin was not yet a peerless beauty, she was still a rare sight to behold. Upon hearing Chen Liang's words, Lai Hua inwardly cursed. Had he known they would encounter these individuals, he would not have brought Chang Yin along. Blaming himself inwardly, Lai Hua turned towards Chen Liang, unleashing the pressure of a great fighter in an instant. Coldly glaring at Chen Liang, who was leisurely approaching Chang Yin, and warning, "Don't go too far." The sudden emergence of the great fighter's aura caused Chen Liang to halt momentarily. Turning around, he coldly glared at Lai Hua, who seemed poised to strike at the slightest provocation, retorting, "I'll be arrogant if I want to." The pressure of a lower-level battle soul instantly dissipated Lai Hua's aura, causing Lai Hua to stumble back, supported by arriving team members. In an instant, the members of the Shark Mercenary Corps drew their weapons, surrounding Xian Yuanlong and the others. "Hand over that little chick today, and let me have some fun, and I'll pretend nothing happened. If you remain obstinate, then prepare for the Snowflake Mercenary Corps to be removed from the rolls." Chen Liang coldly glared at the crowd before him. his undisguised pressure making them feel like solitary boats in the ocean, their legs weak. Lai Hua coldly glared at Chun Liang, who posed a threat to him, feeling helpless. He could only pray that Xian Yuanlong would step in to help resolve this crisis. Glancing at Xian Yuanlong, who was already sitting on the floor, he smiled bitterly. Just as everyone felt they could no longer endure, a pressure even more terrifying than Chun Liang's suddenly pierced through Chun Liang's pressure, instantly shattering it. Everyone felt a sense of relief, standing up once more and slightly cupping their hands towards Elder Yi, who had suddenly intervened. Chen Liang. Matters between mercenaries should not be handled within the guild. If you wish, you may settle it outside the guild. I will not interfere. Elder Yi sternly addressed Chen Liang. Everyone feared this vice president of the guild. His strength as an upper-level battle soul made him unmatched in this town, coupled with the thugs in the guild. So no one had ever dared to offend Elder Yi's authority. Since Elder Yi has intervened, then I shall give Elder Yi face. You just wait to be removed from the rolls. Chen Liang reluctantly said to Elder Yi, then threatened Lai Hua and the others. Lai Hua coldly glared at Chen Liang, who was filled with murderous intent. Chen Liang and Lai Hua already had some personal grudges, and this time Chen Liang had seized the opportunity. For a C-rank mercenary like Chen Liang, eliminating an E-rank mercenary was as easy as waving his hand. However, he did not expect that his mindset would lead to the entire mercenary's demise. Thank you, Elder Yi, for your intervention. Watching Chen Liang and the others depart, Lai Hua turned around and cupped his hands towards Elder Yi in gratitude. You should leave Labos as soon as possible. Having offended Chen Liang, alas, that man is vindictive. Be careful, Elder Yi said, shaking his head helplessly before turning to leave. He had witnessed too many such incidents, and he could not possibly help everyone. Let's return to the base first. Facing a grave crisis, Lai Hua forced himself to remain calm. Glancing at Xian Yuanlong, who remained motionless, he then headed towards the base. The so-called base was merely a slightly larger courtyard in the slums of the town. Everyone sat down casually in the main hall, sorrow etched on their faces. Let's leave. We cannot possibly withstand the sharks. Kay stood up and said to Lai Hua. What made Lai Hua hesitate was the man still cultivating in the corner of the hall. If he were willing to act, Lai Hua believed that they still had a chance against the sharks. However, the man seemed indifferent to everything, cultivating his battle energy whenever he had the opportunity. Sighing softly, Lai Hua said helplessly, then let's take a vote. Those in favor of leaving Labos, raise your hands. As soon as Lai Hua finished speaking, everyone in the hall, except for Xian Yuanlong and Chang Yan, who were still cultivating, agreed to leave. After all, no one would choose to rush forward to their death when facing certain doom. Lai Hua looked at the 20 remaining members of the hall, shaking his head helplessly, just as he was about to decide to leave. A hoarse voice rang out, there's no need to leave. Tonight, the sharks will be removed from Labos. The speaker was naturally Xian Yuanlong. Still in self-control, Xian Yuanlong had just reached an agreement with that strange energy. This was the first time that strange energy had communicated with Xian Yuanlong. Hearing Xian Yuanlong's sudden declaration, Lai Hua felt his heart fill with happiness, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, smiling as he asked, since Long is willing to act. Then how many people do you need? 1. Numbers, location. The hoarse voice challenged everyone's tolerance. A novice who had just begun learning battle energy was saying that he wanted to annihilate a C-rank mercenary by himself? If that person wasn't a madman, then they themselves were. All right, give Long the shark's information, quickly. The others remain as they are. Listen to Xian Yuanlong's instructions. Hearing that Xian Yuanlong intended to go alone, Lai Hua, although feeling uncertain, still respected his request, shouting at the crowd, who were still in a daze. Just as everyone was voting on whether to stay or leave, Xian Yuanlong, who was originally in a state of cultivation, trembled almost imperceptibly. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. You really want to help them? The abrupt voice startled Xian Yuanlong. However, after a few seconds, Xian Yuanlong regained his composure, attempting to think. Where are you? Where am I? I am you. You are me. Ha. A chilling voice echoed in Xian Yuanlong's mind, laughing maniacally. You don't need to know what I am. You can call me Blood. You haven't answered my question yet. The chilling voice spoke again after the laughter subsided. Of course. Xian Yuanlong, who had calmed down, replied coldly. Although he didn't care about the lives of the members, he needed a stable place to live so that he could cultivate his battle energy as much as possible. It seems you're becoming more like me now. Haha. The chilling voice said, laughing loudly once more in Xian Yuanlong's mind, causing Xian Yuanlong to feel a splitting headache. Chang Yin, who was beside him, also noticed that Xian Yuanlong's face was contorted and he was constantly sweating, but watching the crowd still in discussion. Chang Yin could only stare at Xian Yuanlong, hoping to call for help if danger arose. Do you know why you haven't been able to accumulate battle energy after cultivating for 18 years? In a voice roughened by time and circumstance. The question most fervently desired by Xian Yuanlong was uttered. Indeed, the voice rasped. It is by virtue of my presence that you have been unable to accumulate dou qi for 18 years. A cruel jest, is it not? Chapter 20. The agreement. Listening to the roaring voices echoing in his mind, Xian Yuanlong clenched his teeth, blood trickling down from the corners of his mouth. At some point, he had inadvertently bitten his own lip. Do you wish to kill me? You are not worthy. A hoarse voice mocked before falling silent once more. What do you desire? After more than 10 minutes had passed without hearing from the voice that called itself blood, Xian Yuanlong finally inquired. What? No longer angry? No desire to kill me? The voice, laced with bloodlust, resounded again. When my strength is potent enough, I shall eliminate you without hesitation. For now, that is not feasible, Xian Yuanlong replied coldly, as if recounting a matter of no consequence. Quite impressive. Even upon discovering the reason behind the humiliation endured over these 18 years, you remain composed. Well done. The icy voice of blood commended. I require no praise from you, Xian Yuanlong retorted frostily. Haha, indeed. I can assist you in vanquishing the shark. But blood's tone shifted, indicating a condition. Speak your terms, Xian Yuanlong urged, recognizing that further dialogue was imminent. Simply. If you are willing to follow me to learn a technique, Blood proposed, a condition that puzzled Xian Yuanlong. Such simplicity could count as a condition? Fine, I agree. Knowing there were ulterior motives, Xian Yuanlong understood he had no other options but to acquiesce. Splendid. Remember this well. As Blood's voice resonated, Xian Yuanlong felt an influx of information infiltrate his mind. The technique known as blood kiss required the consumption of a heart from a beast of the great Dou master level, and simultaneously, there could be no trace of dou qi within the body prior to training. Xian Yuanlong began to comprehend why he had been unable to store dou qi. Blood kiss functioned by absorbing the dou qi of others. For instance, upon coming into contact with a Dou master, the dou qi within them would gradually transform into his own. When perfected, blood kiss could even allow for the remote absorption of energy from the blood of others. Such a predatory method would naturally expedite his progress, transforming a lifetime of someone else's hard-earned dou qi into his own in mere moments. What a mad technique. Xian Yuanlong murmured softly. Now you understand my value. You ought to be grateful for my years of care. When you were still a minor, your body could not withstand the complexities of dou qi, which is why I remained hidden, directly siphoning off your dou qi. Blood's voice brimmed with pride in Xian Yuanlong's mind. With the advent of blood kiss, Xian Yuanlong began to harbor less animosity towards blood. Perhaps it was all for his own good. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Little did he know, if blood had the capacity for expression, it would be a sinister smile. The plan has finally progressed. For someone newly embarking on the path of cultivation, Xian Yuanlong faced considerable challenges. However, with blood's presence, he could circumvent many pitfalls. Rising and brushing off the dust from his clothes, he addressed the flames. You may leave the information on the table. I shall begin my cultivation now. Observing the boy who exhibited no fear of the shark, the group felt a sense of reassurance. Perhaps this young man could indeed perform miracles. The flames regarded the composed youth and waved his hand. Take long to my room to cultivate. We shall leave the information at your door. Just hesitating, the flames eventually reminded him, stay safe. Do not disturb me unless necessary, Xian Yuanlong asserted as he followed K into the flames' quarters. The room was modest, spanning merely 20 square meters, yet it filled Xian Yuanlong, who had grown up in a grocery store, with a sense of satisfaction. Its simple decor felt warm and inviting. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he formed the lotus mudra with his hands, resting them upon his knees, and once more contemplated the cultivation of blood kiss. The primary focus was to form 12 whirlpools of dou qi on his hands, each finger creating its own vortex, while the center of his palms would host the largest whirlpool. Blood referred to this as the dou vortex. Mastery of blood kiss would be achieved when he could freely manipulate all 12 dou vortices with his hands. Xian Yuanlong endeavored to relax his entire being, but the scant dou qi available permitted him only to attempt the activation of a single vortex. The dou qi, unfamiliar and unruly, behaved like a mischievous child, resisting his control. Each failure was met with renewed determination as he swiftly adjusted his mindset and began anew, forgetting the countless times he had faltered. When Xianyuan Long finally managed to control the Do Qi, over 3 hours had passed. During this time, he had gleaned invaluable insights. As he regained control over the Do Qi, he began to familiarize himself with the sensations coursing through his body, contrasting sharply with his initial ignorance. Blood silently nodded. Foolishness was not a grave issue, but laziness was insurmountable. Although Xianyuan Long's talent was lacking, his diligence was commendable, which pleased Blood somewhat. Xianyuan Long focused intently on directing the still rebellious Do Qi toward his right index finger, aiming to arrange it into a vortex shape. Once unsuccessful, he tried again. After multiple failures, he began to endure the tedium of defeat. Though his Do Qi was limited, it remained exceedingly foreign to him, and attempting to shape this unfamiliar energy proved to be a daunting challenge. Embrace the unity of essence. Blood's voice suddenly broke the silence. Upon hearing Blood's words, Xianyuan Long, teetering on the brink of despair, grasped onto the guidance as if it were a lifeline. Without hesitation, he embraced the unity of essence. In an instant, the Do Qi attempted to disperse, seeking to flee from his index finger. However, a surge of Do Qi, immeasurably more potent than his own, unexpectedly surged atop his right index finger, encasing the fleeing Do Qi within. Blood's Do Qi flowed like transparent water, while Xianyuan Long's appeared as a novice's white hue. In the blink of an eye, the two energies collided, with the white Do Qi offering no resistance, succumbing to the transparent flow. At the moment of collision, Xianyuan Long spat a mouthful of blood. Straining to maintain his focus, he embraced the unity of essence. The enveloped white Do Qi, devoid of resistance, was transformed into a vortex by the transparent energy. Utilize the mental technique, Blood instructed as the vortex began to form. Encouraged by the prompt, Xianyuan Long endured the pain, centering his mind as he gradually applied the technique taught by Blood. Slowly, he sank into a state of self-forgetfulness, repeatedly practicing the method. Unbeknownst to him, the flowing transparent Do Qi began to recede quietly, while the white vortex remained, stabilizing as Xianyuan Long continued his efforts. When the last remnants of external Do Qi were absorbed into the vortex, Xianyuan Long finally opened his eyes. A barely perceptible white light flickered in his gaze before dissipating into the cosmos. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, a sensation of universal power enveloped him, granting Xianyuan Long a profound sense of relief. Gazing at the vortex of Do Qi, the size of his fingertip, he smiled contentedly, only to soon feel a wave of discomfort wash over him. You have only just learned Blood Kiss. Such reactions are normal, Blood noted, observing Xianyuan Long's increasingly contorted expression. Indeed, Xianyuan Long replied with great difficulty, beads of cold sweat streaming from his pores. The excruciating pain coursing through Xianyuan Long's entire skeletal structure felt akin to countless ants gnawing at him, distorting his visage further with every passing moment. It was only after more than an hour had elapsed that this torment began to gradually abate. Gazing at Xianyuan Long, who had been vocally expressing his agony from beginning to end, Xuan nodded gently and remarked, "It is now better. Enduring the initial pangs will unveil subsequent joys, revealing how worthwhile today as suffering truly is." Yet, uncertainty lingered. Perhaps due to the extensive control exerted by Xue, Xianyuan Long gradually became more reticent. He rose slowly, stretching his somewhat numb feet that had been immobile for an indeterminate duration, and ambled towards the doorway. Chapter 21. Assassination Outside. The world lay deserted, with the crescent moon quietly perched atop the treetops. Xianyuan Long casually picked up the information collected by the Snowflake Mercenary Corps from the ground. The Shark Mercenary Corps, led by Chun Liang, has a history spanning over 30 years, with over 500 members stationed in the vicinity of Liyuan on the western side of Labos. After swiftly reviewing the intelligence gathered by the Snowflake Mercenary Corps, Xianyuan Long tore the papers into shreds, his blood-red eyes gazing thoughtfully towards the west. As the midnight chimes echoed, the weary townsfolk succumbed to slumber, while a shadow darted swiftly along the darkened path. A mane of silver hair stood out starkly against the night, and the shadow's crimson eyes glimmered like those of a wild beast. The figure emanated an icy aura, reminiscent of a harbinger from the depths of hell. As the shadow glided silently along the road, a keen observer would note that its feet barely touched the ground, hovering approximately 10 centimeters above the surface, drifting like a ghost. After drifting for over half an hour, the shadow finally halted at the corner of Liyuan. Taking a moment to regulate its breath, which had become slightly erratic due to the extended period of movement. Inhaling the cool midnight air deeply, it turned to gaze at the brightly lit Liyuan. Enclosed by tall fences, the perimeter was guarded by multiple sentinels. Perhaps due to the Shark Mercenary Corps' formidable reputation, few dared to assault them, leading to a slight laxity in the guards' vigilance. In truth, this was quite reasonable. Envision a small town with a mercenary corps boasting over 500 members. Such a force would be deemed elite. To mount an attack, one would require a team of at least 800, a number evidently absent in Labos. Xianyuan Long remained concealed in the shadow of an eave, observing the movements within Liyuan. Entering from the outside was not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lay in navigating the patrolling units that emerged every 15 minutes. With several structures nestled within the high fences, the largest presumably serving as the residence of the captain. Time passed steadily. The nights of winter are notably brief, and dawn was approaching. After remaining motionless for a whole night, Xianyuan Long began to stir, gripping the eave with both hands and arching his body like a cat. He swiftly moved towards the fence of Liyuan. The darkest hour of the day is that which precedes dawn, and at this time, individuals are often at their most fatigued. The guards who had stood watch throughout the night felt their eyelids grow heavy, entirely unaware of the shadow racing towards them. Closer now, Xianyuan Long found himself merely 7 or 8 meters from the gate. Daring not to make a sound, he nestled against the slightly sunken ground, fully aware that he had but one chance. The two guards at the entrance had lost interest in their conversation, leaning against the fence, their eyes barely open, seemingly on the verge of sleep. However, Xianyuan Long keenly observed that despite their apparent slumber, one hand rested on a short sword at their waist, while the other propped against the fence, emanating a palpable sense of danger. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a nearly imperceptible thin wire connecting the spot where the guards leaned to the ancient bell above. He surmised that any sudden movement on his part could trigger an alarm if he failed to eliminate them swiftly. Just as Xianyuan Long pondered his next move, an unexpected opportunity arose. "Hey, buddy, I need to take a leak. Keep an eye on things for me," said the guard on the left as he approached his counterpart. "Fine, just hurry up," the other replied impatiently. The left guard glanced outside, seeing nothing amiss, before turning to the corner of the fence. Seizing the moment as the left guard turned to relieve himself, Xianyuan Long sprang into action. The guard, still feigning sleep, felt a sudden chill against his skin. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his back, like the sting of an ant, and then darkness enveloped him. Xianyuan Long supported the fallen guard, withdrawing the frostmourne from the spot where it had pierced his heart. Miraculously, the wound healed as he departed, allowing the guard to remain leaning against the fence. Appearing as if still asleep, Xianyuan Long then slipped into the enclosure. As he did so, the other guard returned to the entrance, glancing at his slumbering comrade, muttering a curse before continuing towards the left side of the fence. Xianyuan Long, lying low on the ground, surveyed the buildings within the enclosure. His body pressed against the earth, and with a subtle push, he glided towards the most conspicuous structure. Upon making contact with the building, he quickly scaled the eave, concealing himself beneath it just as a pair of guards appeared below, strolling past. Exhaling softly, Xianyuan Long hung upside down from the eave, then dropped silently to the ground. Carefully opening the door and entering, the entrance led into a grand hall, from which faint sounds emanated. Xianyuan Long pressed against the right wall of the hall, cautiously maneuvering towards the source of the noise. While stealthily traversing the corridor, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Pressing himself against the wall, he refrained from channeling his energy. Fearful of detection, and using only his physical strength, he pushed against the walls, elevating himself until his back rested against the ceiling. He refrained from gazing down at the two individuals below, followed closely by 10 others. The foremost pair consisted of a broad-shouldered man clad in black, whose piercing eyes exuded an air of authority, and another with a bulbous nose. Both appeared to be in their 30s. As Xianyuan Long listened intently, he caught snippets of their conversation. "Ailiang, you must handle this matter well, or I will have trouble explaining it above," said the man with the bulbous nose. The one referred to as Ailiang chuckled, clapping the other on the shoulder. "Rest assured, Brother Jing, I will execute this flawlessly." As they spoke, they continued to descend towards Xianyuan Long, with Ailiang dismissively gesturing to a third individual. "After a long night, you take Brother Zheng below to rest. Tonight, we will act. Summon Xianyang for me." With a faint smile, the man known as Brother Zheng turned to leave, but just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chun Liang suddenly sensed a surge of energy above him. Without hesitation, he drew his treasured blade, slicing upwards, his body coiling slightly as he braced himself against the ground. The surge of energy was none other than Xianyuan Long's assault. Having read about Chun Liang in the intelligence provided by the Snowflake Mercenary Corps, and upon overhearing their conversation, Xianyuan Long was certain that the man before him was indeed the captain of the Shark Corps. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched his attack. Xianyuan Long, unperturbed by the blade aimed at him, thrust Frostmourne towards Chun Liang's crown while simultaneously targeting his wrist. Chun Liang, noticing the dagger aimed at his wrist, twisted his arm, changing the trajectory of his blade from an upward slash to a horizontal block, deflecting the dagger's path. Meanwhile, with his other hand pressing against the ground, he propelled himself upward, launching a counterattack. As Chun Liang shifted his weapon, Xianyuan Long redirected his initial strike towards Chun Liang's blade. With merely a brush, Chun Liang's treasured blade was severed by Xianyuan Long's Frostmourne, the broken tip projecting towards him as Xianyuan Long aimed his right hand, initially directed at Chun Liang's wrist, now thrusting towards him. Simultaneously, his descending feet propelled towards Chun Liang's abdomen, sending Chun Liang's body hurtling through the air, crashing down heavily. The severed blade tip plunged deeply into Chun Liang's midsection, causing blood to gush forth uncontrollably. Struggling to rise, Chun Liang found himself incapacitated by Xianyuan Long's kick, the agony in his abdomen unbearable. As he soared backwards, Xianyuan Long, intent on pursuing him, was compelled to halt his advance upon sensing the surge of combat aura emanating from behind, diverting his attention to engage with the man afflicted with a ruddy nose. Amidst the tumult, the instant the Xuyuan dragon's battle aura fluctuated, the wine-nosed man perceived it as well. Yet, lacking the experience of peril that Chun Liang possessed, he was less astute. The confrontation between Xuyuan Long and Chun Liang transpired in a mere heartbeat, rendering him unable to intervene in time. Witnessing Xuyuan Long's pursuit of Chun Liang, the wine-nosed man finally recollected himself and hastened toward Xuyuan Long. The remaining individuals, incensed by their leader's injury, yearned to assist. But observing the ceaseless movements within the fray, they recognized their inadequacy. Their only recourse was to encircle Chun Liang, safeguarding him from unforeseen circumstances. With the aid of his comrades, Chun Liang temporarily staunched the wound on his waist. Seated on the ground, he observed the combatants, the silver hair and crimson eyes so conspicuous amidst the melee. A sense of dread began to creep into Chun Liang's heart. Had he hesitated for even a fraction of a second, he would have met his demise. He pondered whether this individual belonged to a rival faction, but after deliberation, he relented. He had lost count of the lives he had claimed and the enemies he had made, and countless individuals desired his death. As Chun Liang refocused his gaze upon the battlefield, the dynamics had shifted. The white-haired man's footwork seemed to align with some cryptic pattern, yet it eluded comprehension, causing unease. The wine-nosed man, engaged in combat with Xuyuan Long, felt increasingly frustrated. Previously, he could engage Xuyuan Long in close quarters, but with the assassin employing this enigmatic footwork, the wine-nosed man could no longer discern Xuyuan Long's silhouette, forcing him to resort to area of effect attacks. The wine-nosed man, who had been wielding a sword, suddenly manifested numerous sword-like apparitions. Wherever the wine-nosed man's sword swept, myriad sword shadows materialized. Observing the sudden appearance of the sword shadows, Xianyuan Long remained unfazed, retreating swiftly. The wine-nosed man did not pursue, as the brief skirmish had left him feeling strained, his back drenched in perspiration. Having withdrawn, Xianyuan Long refrained from further attacks, instead standing 5 meters away from the wine-nosed man, scrutinizing him. The sensation of being scrutinized by bestial, blood-red eyes was unnerving, and the wine-nosed man felt his hackles rise. Just as the wine-nosed man began to find the atmosphere unbearable, Chun Liang, observing Xuyuan Long's stillness, inhaled the cool air and inquired in a measured tone. "May I inquire as to your identity and whether we harbor any animosity?" Chun Liang did not order his subordinates to apprehend Xuyuan Long, despite having been injured by him. Instead, he posed his question calmly. Concurrently, the sounds of battle echoed as the Shark mercenary group members assembled on the periphery, encircling Xuyuan Long. However, Xianyuan Long did not deign to respond to Chun Liang's inquiry. "Have you memorized it all?" Blood, controlling Xuyuan Long's body, inquired. "Yes, I have memorized the footwork." Xuan Yuan Long replied, gazing at the wine-nosed man. During the battle with the wine-nosed man, Blood had been imparting a combat technique to Xuan Long. The seven-star step was the name of the footwork Xuan Long had been executing, a technique adapted from the celestial constellation of the Big Dipper. Its steps were versatile and agile. Through Blood's demonstration and his own physical sensations, Xuan Yuan Long deeply understood the profundity of this footwork. Realizing that he could not fully grasp it in a short period, he now found this arrangement to be advantageous. Blood controlled his body during each battle, utilizing his own physique to experience various combat scenarios. Observing Xuan Long's lack of response, Chun Liang's anger gradually escalated. Based on the previous engagement, Chun Liang estimated that this individual's strength had likely reached the rank of senior grandmaster, not far from his own. However, with over 500 members in the Shark mercenary group, could they not subdue him? Once captured, he would be thoroughly interrogated. With this thought in mind, Chun Liang finally gestured, and the surrounding crowd gradually tightened the encirclement, preparing to strike at any moment. Before they could fully encircle him, Xuan Yuan Long launched an offensive. Gripping Frostmourne tightly in both hands, he tapped the ground with his left heel, and his body glided toward Qin Liang with a ghostly swiftness. Although not everyone could match Xuan Long's speed, there were several skilled individuals among the crowd. 4 of them doggedly pursued Xuan Long, preventing him from escaping the encirclement. In the blink of an eye, they were engaged in close combat. Frostmourne, exuding an aura of death, collided with the weapon of one of the pursuers. The weapon that clashed with Frostmourne immediately shattered, and Xuan Long unhesitatingly thrust the other Frostmourne into the man's body. The man's pupils dilated, and a black miasma spread from his feet to his head, extinguishing his life in an instant. Witnessing Xuan Long's ruthless actions, the others dared not hold back, and the arena was instantly enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors. Various desperate skills flashed incessantly. Xuan Yuan Long moved through the crowd like a fish, constantly shifting his position, leaving his opponents frustrated and on the verge of vomiting blood. As Xuan Long slaughtered the crowd, the 4 pursuers finally caught up, forming a circle around him. Xuan Yuan Long observed them carefully as he moved, noting that 3 of them were green-ranked masters, with 2 of them on the cusp of becoming grandmasters. The abundant battle aura they exuded forced Xuan Long to exercise caution. The remaining individual was a blue-ranked grandmaster. Xuan Yuan Long was taken aback. He realized that within this small mercenary group, there were already 3 grandmaster-level experts. Had grandmasters become so commonplace? Xuan Yuan Long had no time to ponder his doubts, as the 4 had already made their move. One of them, wielding a longsword, thrust it directly at Xuan Long from behind. Sensing the battle aura emanating from behind, Xuan Yuan Long, observing the longsword enveloped in green battle aura, did not cease his advance toward Chun Liang, continuing to move forward. Simultaneously, the other 3, except for the Grandmaster in front of Xuan Long, also acted. The master on Xuan Long's left, his fists enveloped in green battle aura, moved with the steadiness of an ox, leaving faint footprints on the ground, indicating his strength. The one on Xuan Long's right wielded a long spear, which he hurled like a javelin. A piercing sound of friction filled the air, demonstrating its formidable momentum. Xuan Yuan Long finally halted, casting a cold glance at the 3 streams of battle aura. Boy, watch carefully. This move is called 3 heads. 6 arms. Blood's voice echoed abruptly as Xuan Long was still observing Blood's battle with the crowd in his spiritual sea. Just as the 3 were about to approach Xuan Long within 2 steps, a scene that astonished everyone unfolded. The motionless Xuan Long suddenly sprouted 2 additional heads and 2 additional pairs of arms from his back. The crowd rubbed their eyes, and after confirming that they were not mistaken, a collective gasp filled the air. The crowd, composed of mercenaries, were initially taken aback, but they quickly realized that Xuan Long was likely employing some peculiar combat technique. As Xuan Long's head and hands proliferated, the man with the wine-stained nose beside Qin Liang felt a surge of unease. He sensed a familiarity with the combat skill Xuan Long employed. Yet it eluded his immediate recollection. He resolved to interrogate him thoroughly upon his capture. Resheathing the long sword at his waist, he darted towards Xuan Long. Despite not knowing precisely why, the wine-stained nose man harbored a premonition of imminent peril, thus decisively rejoining the fray, hoping for a swift subjugation of Xuan Long. Observing the wine-stained nose man's return to the conflict, Chun Liang refrained from interjection. In truth, a similar intuition gnawed at him. His years as a mercenary had taught him that intuition often proved more reliable. This ominous sensation weighed heavily on Chun Liang's chest. He watched Xuan Long, now encircled, unsure of what new threat might emerge. He found it implausible that a Grand Master of Combat could single-handedly decimate an entire mercenary band. Chun Liang, initially intending to join the fray, was thwarted by a surprise attack that left him wounded in the abdomen. The throbbing pain suggested that his combat prowess would be diminished. He resolved to focus on the battlefield, hoping for the man's capture. Chapter 23. Combating 3. Xuan Long remained oblivious to the wine-stained nose man's reentry into the fray. His attention fully consumed. The combined assault of 3 combat masters at their peak was not easily withstood. One of Xuan Long's forms tightly gripped the sword of the combat master behind him, emerald combat energy coursing through his grasp. The combat master frantically channeled his combat energy, attempting to pierce the hands, but the blade remained unyielding. Another form engaged the combat master on the left in a barrage of fists, a clash of raw power. The collision produced a resounding boom, forcing the combat master to stagger backward. The Xuan Long form involved in the exchange blurred slightly, indicating a stalemate. As the spear hurled by the combat master on the right neared Xuan Long, the combat master abruptly accelerated, seizing the spear just as it made contact. Gripping the spear with his right hand, he slammed his left palm against its shaft. The already formidable spear gained even more momentum, forcing Xuan Long to interlock his 2 frostmournes to intercept it. The impact of the palm strike amplified the spear's force, causing sparks to erupt between the spear and the 2 daggers. The spear relentlessly pressed forward, just as the spear threatened to breach Xuan Long's combat energy shield. The 2 frostmournes finally halted its progress. With a twist of his wrists, the 2 frostmournes slid forward along the spear's length. The combat master recoiled in alarm, pivoting on his left foot and retreating while simultaneously channeling energy into a kick aimed at Xuan Long. While the kick was unlikely to land squarely, even a slight delay would suffice, allowing his comrades to come to his aid. However, he failed to anticipate the unconventional nature of his adversary. Seeing the incoming kick, Xuan Long not only refused to retreat, but accelerated his advance. The combat master's energy-infused right foot slammed into Xuan Long's abdomen. To his horror, Xuan Long remained unmoved. The combat master felt no solid resistance upon impact. His eyes widened as he realized that Xuan Long's abdomen had contracted inward just as his foot made contact. This lack of purchase caused a surge of turmoil within the combat master. Before he could react, Xuan Long's abdomen explosively expanded outward. The combat master, his momentum already spent, was struck by Xuan Long's abdomen and sent tumbling backward in disarray. The other 2 combat masters, witnessing their comrade's predicament, hastened their advance towards Xuan Long. Seeing the toppling combat master, Xuan Long closed the distance. His 7-star steps increased in speed, bringing his face unervingly close to the combat master's. The combat master, staring into the widening crimson eyes, felt a chilling premonition of death. This spurred a surge of ferocity within him. The 2 exchanged over a dozen blows in the blink of an eye. The collision of their combat energies left the combat master feeling helpless. Xuan Long's ethereal, fluid combat energy seemed to dissipate his own. It was a Pyrrhic exchange, but seeing Xuan Long's unwavering demeanor, he was filled with a sense of awe. Slightly retracting his hands, which ached from the combat energy collisions. Just then, his 2 comrades finally caught up. Seeing their arrival, the combat master exhaled in relief. But as the combat master exhaled, Xuan Long's attack underwent a dramatic shift. Xuan Long had been attacking the combat master with measured pace, but upon seeing the man exhale, he knew his opportunity had arrived. In life-or-death situations, one often relied on a desperate will to persevere. Once that will faltered, only death awaited. Xuan Long tightened his grip on Frostmourne. The 2 heads on Xuan Long's back suddenly materialized and split off, appearing on either side of the combat master. These 2 Xuan Long forms wielded what appeared to be Frostmournes. The 3 Xuan Longs thrust their hands towards the combat master in a lightning-fast strike. In a moment of bewilderment, the combat master felt his combat energy shield shatter under the combined assault. The original Xuan Long, wielding Frostmourne, plunged the blade into the combat master's body without hesitation. The other two forms swiftly returned to Xue Long's back. The combat master could not believe his fate. His eyes widened, his gaze gradually fading. With a final stumble, he collapsed, his life extinguished. Xuan Long's sudden assault was completed in a mere blink of an eye. Seeing the Xue Long forms, the two combat masters knew they could not possibly intercept the attack at their current speed. They abandoned their rescue attempt and focused on attacking Xue Long with all their might. That speed, it must have surpassed that of a grandmaster of combat. Chun Liang muttered to himself, watching Xue Long's sudden, swift attack with astonishment. Xuan Long sensed the approaching attacks, but he did not cease his assault. As the forms returned to his back, Xuan Long was finally forced to endure the attacks of the two combat masters. The combat master on the left slammed his fist into the Xue Long form that had just returned. The form dissipated almost instantly. The combat master behind Xue Long struck with even greater ferocity. The form only slightly delayed the long sword's entry into Xue Long's body. Fortunately, the two forms provided a brief respite, allowing Xue Long to lunge forward, disregarding the two behind him. The mercenaries had long since encircled Xue Long in a 10-meter radius. Xuan Long's sudden acceleration to break free of the circle was met with a palpable sense of danger, causing him to halt abruptly. He stood there, frostmorn in hand, surrounded by the 500-strong mercenary force. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause echoed. Two figures emerged at a 90-degree angle in front of Xue Long. One was the wine-stained-nosed man, and the other was another grandmaster of combat from the Shark mercenary band. The wine-stained-nosed man, clapping his hands, spoke with a cold demeanor but little malice. You are formidable. It seems you have 1 foot in the door of the combat soul realm. But your speed, it must have reached the combat soul level. Xuan Long, observing the wine-stained-nosed man, did not attack again. He needed a moment to recover from the previous battle. The wine-stained-nosed man, unfazed by Xue Long's coldness, continued, Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Zheng Feng, from the Azure Falcon sect. And you? You talk too much. Xuan Long gazed at the incessantly chattering Zheng Feng and coldly remarked. Without awaiting a response, he swiftly retreated, instantaneously appearing before the battle master to his left. The onlookers were already poised for action, maintaining vigilance despite not having launched an attack. Although Xuan Long's speed was remarkable, it did not incite panic among them. The battle master chosen by Xuan Long had fists brimming with fighting spirit, his fingers slightly splayed. Just 2 steps away from Xuan Long, they suddenly contracted, causing Xuan Long to feel as if the air around him had solidified, his speed abruptly diminishing. Gravity technique? Indeed. A chilling voice echoed within Xuan Long's mind. As Xuan Long retreated, the others were not idle. The remaining 3 had already commenced their assault. Observing Xuan Long's sudden deceleration, a sense of relief washed over the crowd, for confronting a figure reminiscent of death instilled a deep-seated trepidation. They believed Xuan Long's ability to slay the battle master amidst the throng was solely attributed to his swiftness. Now that his speed was compromised, they were eager to witness his next move. Meanwhile, the mercenaries outside erupted in a cheer, yet at that moment, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent descended upon them. A chilling breeze swept through, and Xuan Long, ensnared within the gravity technique's influence, halted mere steps from the battle master, poised for a lethal strike. The battle master, who had deployed the gravity technique, began to perspire, for this was his ultimate life-preserving maneuver. However, this technique bore a fatal flaw. Once activated, it rendered him immobile for a full 15 seconds. In the realm of skilled combat, where life and death can hinge upon a heartbeat, 15 seconds is ample time for one to be slain multiple times over. Furthermore, he could only maintain the gravity technique within a 2-meter radius, while Xuan Long's speed was simply unparalleled. In that fleeting moment, as Xuan Long moved, the battle master reflexively invoked the gravity technique, leaving him merely a step away from Xuan Long, unable to mask his astonishment. Chapter 24. 1 strike to defeat 3 yet, standing firm. Xuan Long seemed oblivious to the beads of sweat glistening upon the foreheads of the combatants before him. An overwhelming aura of lethal intent surged forth from his being, akin to a dam that had burst, causing the stones beneath to shift and move of their own accord. An uncontrollable chill began to rise from the ground. enveloping all present. Among the crowd, someone, unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere, clutched at their hair in anguish, sinking to the ground in a fit of despair. The sudden, formidable aura startled the three attacking combatants, yet as seasoned warriors, they did not falter. Despite their ignorance of how such an immense killing intent could be cultivated, they continued their assault on Xianyuan Long. The most unfortunate of them was the fighter directly before Xianyuan Long, who, being so close, was the first to feel the chilling glare emanating from Xianyuan Long's eyes. It felt as though the very essence of death pierced his gaze, wrapping him in an inescapable frost that rendered his body trembling and his mind shattered. This must be what it feels like to be slain by mere sight. As the gravity technique dissipated with its master's demise, Xianyuan Long faced a new dilemma, for the trio of attacks bore down upon him. With little choice, he instinctively summoned his fighting spirit, forming a dense shield upon his back just as the assaults closed in. The blade struck, but did not shatter the barrier. However, the final attack wielded by the great fighter was a three-pronged assault, combining the strength of all three. In an instant, Xianyuan Long's shield shattered, and he coughed forth a spurt of blood as the weapons, now unimpeded, lodged themselves into his back. Nevertheless, the momentary delay granted him by the shield allowed him to surge forward, the weapons merely grazing his skin rather than puncturing his vital organs. The three assailants, refusing to let such an opportunity slip away, pursued him relentlessly. An extraordinary scene unfolded. A lone figure fled, seemingly impaled by three weapons, while his pursuers clung tightly to their arms, closing in. The other mercenaries, undeterred by death, launched themselves at Xianyuan Long, attempting to hinder his escape. It resembled a perilous race. Should Xianyuan Long falter even for a moment, the weapons would surely pierce his innards without hesitation. Observing the increasing number of fearless mercenaries attempting to impede his flight, Xianyuan Long's brow furrowed, and a renewed killing intent surged forth, momentarily stalling their advance. Simultaneously, his hair, which had draped loosely over his back, hardened like steel, sweeping towards his assailants. The trio, caught off guard by the unexpected offensive of Xianyuan Long's hair, were momentarily stunned. In a frantic attempt to defend themselves, they relinquished their weapons, pressing their hands down and releasing their fighting spirit. The result was astonishing. 2 azure shadows and 1 emerald flash were sent reeling backwards, crashing several meters away. Shock rippled through the crowd as 2 great fighters and 1 lesser combatant fell, defeated by a single great fighter. While the element of surprise played a role, it nonetheless sent shivers down their spines. Though the 2 great fighters struggled to their feet, their garments tattered and blood seeping from their wounds, the lesser fighter fared far worse. His hands appeared shredded, blood oozing from countless lacerations, sinking into the earth as his life force ebbed away. The sight instilled a palpable fear among the onlookers. With the only 3 great fighters in their mercenary group injured and the lesser fighters decimated, who could possibly stand against this force? Gazing at the still-breathing Zheng Feng and the fallen great fighter, Chen Liang inhaled deeply, casting a cold glance at his brother Chen Liang. He now understood the chain of events. It was his brother's reckless arrogance that had summoned this harbinger of death. Chen Liang closed his eyes momentarily, while Chen Liang stood meekly beside his elder brother. Having failed to recognize that the very person they had tormented earlier in the day was now a member of the Snowflake Mercenary Corps, a sense of familiarity had only dawned upon him after his subordinate's reminder, filling him with regret. When had the Snowflake Mercenary Corps acquired such formidable prowess? Yet, this was not the moment for such reflections. They had believed victory was assured, only to be met with swift defeat, draining the color from their faces and leaving them weak. Contemplating the fate that awaited them, Chen Liang felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Brother, let us fight him. We are already doomed. From the moment we entered the mercenary trade, we became 4 souls bound together. We have traversed countless paths, and today, I embrace my fate, but before I perish, I shall take him with me." He gestured towards Xianyuan Long. Upon hearing Chen Liang's words, Chen Liang's eyes slowly opened. Indeed, it seems that after so many years in power, I have lost the ferocity that once defined me. A glint of ferocity flashed in his gaze, rekindling the spirit of a beast. "This matter will conclude with your reckoning," he addressed Chen Liang, sweeping his gaze across the crowd. Under the intensity of his stare, the others felt their hearts churn. "Brothers, remember how we clawed our way from a mere handful to what we are today. Today, we face our most perilous moment. This man, he pointed at Xin Yuanlong, seeks to obliterate the empire we have painstakingly built over decades. What shall we do now? What shall we do? By the end, Chen Liang's voice had escalated to a roar. Kill! Someone shouted, igniting a fervor among the crowd. With a leader rallying them, the chorus of voices thundered, kill. The very dust upon the eaves trembled under the weight of their collective roar. Xin Yuanlong stood silently at the center of the chaos, choosing not to disrupt the fervor of the masses. Life is but a pursuit of purpose. If that is the case, then let me grant you your end. In his mind, Xin Yuanlong felt a surge of fervor. If only he had blood to spill. Let them find peace, he mused. Observe closely, Blood instructed. You are performing the finger technique of the fighting vortex. Pay attention. With a wave of his hand, he appeared beside the dying fighter, grasping the top of his head. As the vortex began to whirl, an eerie spectacle unfolded. It appeared as though a gale had risen, inflating the fighter's skin, distorting his features. Though he seemed poised to scream, no sound escaped him. In mere breaths, his skin shriveled, and he withered before their eyes, transforming into a desiccated corpse. Wrinkles deepening as if suffering from severe dehydration. In truth, the fighter's life energy had been siphoned away through Xin Yuanlong's fingertip. Though the crowd continued to shout, their gazes were transfixed upon Xin Yuanlong. They soon realized the horror unfolding before them. The terror they had encountered throughout their lives paled in comparison to the dread of this day. Xin Yuanlong carelessly cast aside the lifeless husk, reappearing before Zheng Feng, yet choosing not to absorb him. I merely wish to illustrate how to absorb fighting spirit. The rest is for you to master. As your body is your own, you will know when you reach saturation. If I absorb it all, you may not withstand it. Blood remarked, lifting his foot to kick Zheng Feng's limbs. At this moment, Zheng Feng lay as vulnerable as a lamb, unable to rise, and upon seeing Xin Yuanlong approach, he simply closed his eyes in resignation. However, Xin Yuanlong did not take his life. Instead, with a swift motion, he shattered both of his hands and feet. A heart-wrenching scream emanated from Zheng Feng's lips, sending chills down the spines of those present. Was this monstrous individual truly a sadist, relishing in the torment of others? Chapter 25. Bloodshed. Zheng Feng's limbs were brutally severed, blood splattering across his body, sealing his fighting spirit. In that moment, Zheng Feng had truly become a lamb to the slaughter. Meanwhile, Chen Liang dashed towards Xin Yuanlong. The onlookers, though terrified of Xin Yuanlong, gathered their remaining willpower and launched an assault against him. A myriad of attacks rained down around Xin Yuanlong, yet none could land a blow on him. The highest among them were mere fighters, incapable of matching Xin Yuanlong's speed. Witnessing the massacre, Chen Liang brandished his sword and charged at Xin Yuanlong. Observing Chen Liang's reckless advance, Chen Liang sighed softly, realizing that he was likely doomed today. With his already injured body, he re-entered the fray. The arrival of the two brothers, Chen Liang and Chen Liang, finally tempered Xin Yuanlong's relentless slaughter. As Chen Liang thrust his sword, Xin Yuanlong deftly parried with his frostmourne, severing a foe's throat with one hand while blocking Chen Liang's sword with the other. In an instant, he closed the distance, appearing before Chen Liang in less than a breath. Embracing a resolve to die, Chen Liang cast aside his weapon and wrapped his arms around Xin Yuanlong, who had aimed frostmourne at his abdomen. The blade pierced Chen Liang's body without resistance, yet Xin Yuanlong found himself ensnared by Chen Liang's desperate embrace. As Chen Liang's life force waned, his grip tightened, refusing to loosen even in his final moments. Chen Liang, witnessing his brother's demise, had no time for sorrow. Gripping his longsword, he lunged at Xin Yuanlong. Yet, weakened from his prior injuries, his assault was futile. The longsword failed to breach Xin Yuanlong's aura. Other mercenaries, seeing Xin Yuanlong entangled with Chen Liang, joined the fray, but Xin Yuanlong, aware of the impending onslaught, fell to the ground, dodging most attacks. Although some strikes did land upon him, the vast disparity in their levels rendered them ineffective against his aura. Amidst the chaos, Chen Liang sensed something was amiss. An unthought of anomaly that irked him. How could over 500 people fail to impede Xin Yuanlong's advance? Where he tread, a hellscape unfolded. Bodies collapsing as he moved with the grace of a stroll, each strike lethal, the curse of frostmourne ensuring the demise of those it touched. Gazing at the fallen mercenaries, Chen Liang's fury ignited as he charged again at Xin Yuanlong. In a fleeting moment, over 100 mercenaries had perished at Xin Yuanlong's hands. Unbeknownst to him, A severely injured Grand Fighter had stealthily crawled toward him amidst the carnage. Seizing an opportunity during Xianyuan Long's slaughter, this Grand Fighter, despite his injuries, leaped and clutched Xianyuan Long's left leg. Xianyuan Long, caught off guard, attempted to stab him with Frostmourne, but a sudden surge of fighting spirit erupted from the Grand Fighter. In that moment, Chunliang realized what had been missing in the battle: self-detonation. Each combatant fought with the resolve to die, yet none had chosen to explode themselves. It dawned on him that those pierced by Xianyuan Long's daggers were rendered incapable of self-detonation due to a curse. Understanding this, Chunliang's eyes blazed with determination. As the Grand Fighter's fighting spirit surged, the others retreated, hoping to escape the battlefield. In an act of desperation, Chunliang stomped hard onto the Grand Fighter's hands, breaking bones with a crack, but the ensuing explosion was monumental. The detonation of a Grand Fighter was not to be underestimated, erupting in a mushroom cloud around Xianyuan Long. The blast radius extended 20 meters, and Chunliang barely managed to escape to the edge, suffering grievous injuries from the explosion. Within the blast zone, limbs lay severed. A true depiction of hell. Chunliang counted at least 100 mercenaries who had perished in an instant, showcasing the terror of a Grand Fighter's self-detonation. As the dust settled, a ragged figure knelt at the center of the explosion, blood pouring from his mouth, his body riddled with wounds. It was Xianyuan Long, miraculously surviving the blast, but gravely injured, his aura flickering uneasily. Observing the still-breathing Xianyuan Long, the mercenaries roared in fury. In the moment of the explosion, Xianyuan Long had managed to break free from the Grand Fighter's grasp, leaping just in time to avoid the brunt of the explosion. Faced with the approaching mercenaries, Chunliang felt a surge of frustration. He believed that with a better body, he could unleash greater power. Yet, Xianyuan Long's current form could not withstand the overwhelming fighting spirit, limiting his potential to that of a high-tier Grand Fighter. Though even this had left many of his meridians fractured. With no choice but to evade, Chunliang watched as the mercenaries, driven mad with rage, charged at Xianyuan Long. Upon reaching a 5-meter radius, they detonated themselves, having grasped Chunliang's warning. Those who had been pierced by Frostmourne could not self-detonate. The area around Xianyuan Long transformed into an explosion testing ground, a cacophony of blasts erupting as over 200 fighters, capable of self-detonation, charged forward. While those unable to do so watched in despair, Xianyuan Long navigated through the chaos, enduring the self-detonations of the fighters. Yet the disparity between the effects of a Fighter-S explosion versus a Grand Fighter-S was immense. Although some blasts impacted him, he managed to withstand the onslaught. The explosions persisted for over half an hour, claiming the lives of all 200 capable fighters. When the dust finally settled, fewer than 200 remained, none standing unscathed. The remnants bore the scars of the explosions, many missing limbs. Even Xianyuan Long was crouched on the ground, drenched in blood, his once silver hair now a deep crimson. A true testament to the carnage that had unfolded. Blood and sweat dripped incessantly from him. Chunliang had perished in the initial wave of self-detonation, leaving a scar on Xianyuan Long's back as a testament to the explosion's devastation. At this moment, Xianyuan Long's body was utterly marred, with not a single patch of flesh remaining unscathed. His skin was torn asunder. The mercenaries lying on the ground were engulfed in sorrow. After today, the Shark Mercenary Corps would be officially disbanded in Rabos, all due to a single individual. They silently closed their eyes, awaiting the final outcome. Xianyuan Long crouched for over half an hour, his once eerily pale visage now rendered unrecognizable, contorted in agony. The flow of blood had significantly diminished, as his resilient constitution finally stemmed the bleeding, yet his entire body was stripped of skin. Gradually rising, he surveyed the crowd, grasping the frost of sorrow as he approached the mercenaries who had yet to meet their demise. Eradicating the threat to its roots was eternally Xianyuan Long's modus operandi. Chapter 26. Reunion with Old Lu. Even before he could act, a violent surge of martial energy erupted 500 meters from Xianyuan Long's position. With great effort, Xianyuan Long turned his head to glimpse the sudden arrival, a faint smile gracing his lips before he collapsed. The newcomer, observing Xianyuan Long's abrupt fall, was momentarily alarmed. With several swift movements, he reached Xianyuan Long's side, checking his breath. Reassured that Xianyuan Long had merely fallen into a deep slumber, he exhaled in relief. The figure, clad in white robes and sporting a goatee, surveyed the battlefield with a hint of resignation. "You rascal," he muttered, still requiring me to clean up after you. He picked up a discarded, broken blade and advanced towards the surviving mercenaries. The sudden appearance of the elder had initially sparked hope among the remaining mercenaries. But seeing him approach with the blade, they realized their error. They were all in league. Hope extinguished, they resigned themselves to their fate. The elder, showing no mercy, dispatched the 200 or so wounded with the broken blade. As the sun rose, its rays illuminated the ravaged arena, strewn with debris, severed limbs, and blood that had stained the ground crimson. Having annihilated everyone, the elder betrayed no emotion, as if performing a trivial task. He ambled towards Xin Yuanlong. Gazing at his lacerated flesh, he scooped him up, turned, and departed, also taking the sole survivor, Zheng Feng. News of the shark mercenary group's overnight annihilation spread rapidly. Although many had heard the massive explosion the previous night, years of mercenary life had taught them to avoid unnecessary involvement. The next day, those who ventured to the arena were appalled by the carnage. The hellish scene sent shivers down their spines, even under the sunlight. Seasoned mercenaries were unnerved by the overwhelming stench of blood, which lingered for 3 days. Furthermore, they discovered that the shark mercenary group's treasury had been emptied. Its valuables vanished without a trace. Word of Xian Yuanlong's feat in obliterating the shark mercenary group somehow leaked out. On that very day, the Snowflake mercenary group made a triumphant return to Labos, and it was rumored that they were aggressively recruiting new members, capitalizing on Xian Yuanlong's reputation. The Snowflake mercenary group's doors were besieged by aspiring mercenaries. The C-ranked Cold Wind mercenary group sent congratulatory gifts, refraining from any obstruction. Rumor had it that the Cold Wind mercenary group had initially intended to assassinate the injured Xian Yuanlong, believing that his death would cripple the Snowflake mercenary group. However, just as they were about to strike, an elderly man appeared. Subsequently, the Cold Wind mercenary group not only sent gifts, but also a plethora of medicinal herbs, seeking to curry favor. While the recruitment drive was in full swing, Xian Yuanlong finally stirred from his coma. He groggily opened his eyes, finding himself in a simple room, submerged in a wooden tub filled with a viscous, black liquid that emitted a foul odor. Laboriously turning his head, he saw a ray of sunlight streaming through the window. The sensation of rebirth filled him with contentment, and he exhaled deeply. He recalled the experience of his blood controlling his body, dodging the explosions. The memory still sent shivers down his spine. Had he been in control, he would have perished in the first wave. The battle had significantly enhanced Xian Yuanlong's cultivation. He meticulously reviewed the events, focusing on the martial techniques he had learned, the 7-star steps, the 3 heads and 6 arms, and the application of the martial vortex. As he mentally recapped everything, he was struck by a sense of unreality. He, who was once a mere weakling unable to even harness martial energy, had suddenly witnessed the demise of even grand martial master-level experts before his very eyes. Although he had not been in control, Xian Yuanlong clenched his fists, vowing, "I will one day defeat grand martial master-level experts with my own strength." Having never pursued power before, Xian Yuanlong suddenly found himself yearning for it. He longed to begin cultivating immediately, but the realization that he could barely move filled him with frustration. Lost in thought, Xian Yuanlong lowered his head, intending to rest. But then, he noticed something that filled him with horror. The reflection in the black liquid revealed a face devoid of skin, covered entirely in scars. His bald head was a patchwork of dark red lesions, indicating that the wounds had been healing for some time. Gazing at his disfigured countenance, Xian Yuanlong sighed in resignation. But the movement aggravated his injuries, causing a grimace of pain to flicker across his face. As Xian Yuanlong continued to scrutinize his reflection, Chang Yan, clad in white, appeared before him. A smile graced her lips as she softly inquired, "When did you wake up? Why didn't you call for anyone?" Looking at the smiling Chang Yan, Xian Yuanlong's heart skipped a beat. Chang Yan's beauty had only intensified, but her radiance had always made Xian Yuanlong feel inferior. Now, with the mask of unknown origin that his blood had retrieved, her ethereal quality was diminished, replaced by a different kind of allure. Avoiding her bright eyes, he mumbled, "Just woke up a while ago. Where are we? What time is it?" Observing the downcast Xian Yuanlong, Chang Yan's cheeks flushed. She was unsure why, but despite being abducted by this man, she felt no animosity towards him. Instead, she had grown to enjoy his company. Lost in her thoughts, Chang Yan didn't hear Xian Yuanlong's question until he repeated it twice. Her already rosy cheeks turned even redder, making her irresistibly kissable. Fidgeting with her clothes, Chang Yan stammered, "Ah, we're still in Labos. The Snowflake mercenary group has returned, and you've been unconscious for 2 weeks. After a moment, Chang Yin continued. Because you single-handedly annihilated the Shark mercenary group, the Snowflake mercenary group has been using your reputation to recruit many new members. And, before Chang Yin could finish, laughter echoed from the doorway. Old Lu, sporting his goatee, stood there, grinning at Chang Yin's blushing face. He strode into the room, addressing Xianyuan Long. Am I interrupting something? Grandfather, Xianyuan Long exclaimed, his voice filled with emotion. All right, lad, not bad. How are you feeling? Old Lu chuckled, stroking his goatee. His teasing words were lost in the warmth of Xianyuan Long's heartfelt greeting, dispelling any awkwardness. I'm fine, grandfather. Was that really you I saw last time? I'm glad you arrived, or else I really would have. Xianyuan Long trailed off, recalling the blurry figure he had seen as he lost consciousness. That's all in the past. But how did you become so formidable in just a few days? You wiped out a mercenary group of over 500. Your name is now known throughout Labos, Old Lu said. Smiling at the recovered Xianyuan Long grandfather's sudden appearance filled Xianyuan Long with questions. But he knew this wasn't the time to ask. He gazed intently at Old Lu and inquired, Grandfather, what is this stuff? It's so uncomfortable, black, and stinky. Chang Yin widened her eyes, gazing intently at Xianyuan Long. This was the first time she realized that the seemingly youthful boy before her harbored emotions, rather than being perpetually cold. In a hurried manner, she brought over 2 chairs to sit with Old Lu before Xianyuan Long, fixating her gaze upon him. Under Chang Yan's penetrating stare, Xianyuan Long felt the warmth of his face gradually rising. Fortunately, due to the scarring, the unusual flush was not noticeable. Otherwise, he believed his visage would resemble that of a certain animal's rear end. With a gentle smile, Old Lu looked at the pair before him, stroking Chang Yan's long hair. He addressed Xianyuan Long, saying, These liquids are quite precious. Although their appearance may be unappealing, their effects are remarkably beneficial. Do you recall the potion I had you soak in since childhood? That elixir was merely a diluted version of this liquid. Due to a lack of materials, I had to rely on that potion for you. After your recent triumph over the Shark mercenary group, I took the liberty of retrieving some fine materials from their warehouse. Fortunately, the medicinal herbs I procured are sufficient for several doses of this elixir. This liquid is known as celestial silkworm water. It will aid your external wounds. As for the damage to your internal meridians, you will have to wait until your external injuries heal before we can devise a solution. Grandfather, what about my meridians? Xianyuan Long inquired with a palpable sense of concern. For any practitioner of martial energy, the integrity of the meridians is of utmost importance. If they remain damaged and beyond repair, he feared it could result in numerous lingering repercussions. Chapter 27. The exiled one. Your meridians are entirely fractured, with several blockages. However, these are not significant issues. What I find perplexing is that during your previous battle, you demonstrated the strength of a great fighter. Yet I have repeatedly found no trace of fighting spirit within you. Elder Lu remarked with curiosity. Grandfather, my body can unleash that energy for a brief period due to certain factors. Yes, that's it, Xianyuan Long fabricated. Oh, I see. Though puzzled by Xianyuan Long's reluctance to disclose the reason, Elder Lu did not press further. By the way, I presume Chang Yin did not reveal her true name to Elder Lu, and even she was unsure why she withheld it. Instead of fleeing while Xianyuan Long was gravely injured, she remained to care for him. Has informed you that the Snowflake mercenary group is leveraging your reputation to recruit members? Xianyuan Long nodded slightly, awaiting Elder Lu's next words. As his grandfather had arrived and not intervened in the Snowflake mercenary group's activities, there must be a reason. Observing Xianyuan Long's composure, Elder Lu sighed inwardly, realizing he had finally matured. He gestured gently to Chang Yin, saying, Little girl, would you please wait outside for a moment? Long and I have matters to discuss. Chang Yin discreetly headed for the door, closing it softly. As the door nearly shut, she glanced at Xianyuan Long, whose gaze had been following her. Their eyes met, and the blush that had just faded from Chang Yan's cheeks returned, deepening in hue. She swiftly closed the door. Turning back from the now-closed door, Xianyuan Long noticed Elder Lu's peculiar expression. He explained, Grandfather, don't misunderstand. Elder Lu's smile gradually faded, his countenance growing solemn. With a wave of his hand, a fighting spirit barrier enveloped them both. Astonished, Xianyuan Long realized he had never known Elder Lu possess such power. Elder Lu, his face grave, sighed and said, Long, I know you have many questions, But now is not the time to explain. When the moment is right, I will reveal everything. For now, know that you need an organization, and I am not your biological grandfather." Despite anticipating unpleasant news, Xian Yuanlong was stunned by Elder Lu's revelation. He could not believe that the grandfather he had known for 18 years was not his blood relative. Having endured numerous trials, Xian Yuanlong had strengthened his resolve and managed to maintain his composure. "Grandfather, are you serious? Do I seem to be jesting?" Elder Lu asked sternly. "I can tell you that when you were very young, you committed a grave transgression and were exiled. However, even this exile was the result of your parents' great efforts. Otherwise, you would have been killed." The sudden shock left Xian Yuanlong reeling for half an hour. As he regained his composure, Elder Lu continued in a husky voice. "After your exile, many still sought your death. Initially, 13 individuals accompanied you, but in the end, only I remained." He paused, his voice filled with sorrow. "You were once our young master. Even now, they continue to search for you, ready to strike you down. You need not know the reasons for this yet. What you must understand is that you need the power to protect yourself. When I saw that you could not cultivate fighting spirit, I had hoped you would live a simple life. But now that you can wield fighting spirit, even at the great fighter level, however that may be, it is enough." After finishing his explanation, Elder Lu looked at Xian Yuanlong, knowing he needed time to process everything. Time passed quietly. Xian Yuanlong, observing Elder Lu's solemn demeanor, knew this was no jest. The truth of it was what made it so unbelievable. Exile? A death warrant? Having survived several bloody massacres, Xian Yuanlong's spirit was no longer fragile. He felt only a slight surprise at Elder Lu's words, listening as if to a story. "Grandfather, these matters are no longer important. Whether I was exiled or whether you are my biological grandfather, what does it matter? We still need to live together, don't we? In my heart, you are my true grandfather, blood relation or not. Since they have banished me, why should I keep their name? From now on, I shall be known as Lu Long," Xian Yuanlong said, gritting his teeth slightly. Elder Lu felt tears welling up. "Long, don't blame your parents. They didn't want this either." "Enough," Xian Yuanlong interrupted. "Let's not speak of this anymore. I am still grandfather's grandson. It's normal for people to want to kill me. Though I have only been separated from you for a few days, much has happened, and I have made some enemies. However, those who seek to kill me must bear the consequences." A surge of heroic spirit flowed from Xian Yuanlong. "Yes." Elder Lu wiped the tears from his eyes, smiling with relief. "It's good that you can see it that way. That's why I had the Snowflake Mercenary Group recruit members in your name. I have already arranged with them for you to take over as the leader. This mercenary group will be yours. Now, you need only recover from your injuries. Oh, and I captured the man who broke your limbs. He is in the dungeon. What do you want to do with him?" Keep him alive in the dungeon. He may be useful," Xian Yuanlong said mysteriously. "Yes." Just as Elder Lu replied, a knock sounded on the door. He dispelled the fighting spirit barrier and opened the door. A large group of people had gathered outside. Nearly all the senior members of the Snowflake Mercenary Group were present. Chang Yin was the one who had knocked. Elder Lu realized that their conversation had lasted over 3 hours. The sun had set, and the crescent moon was rising. "Hee. Long is fine," Elder Lu said to the crowd with a smile. Hearing that Xian Yuanlong had finally awakened, the crowd cheered. "Hush," Chang Yin said, glaring at them. "Long needs to rest quietly. Don't make so much noise." "Yes, madam," some playful members of the mercenary group teased. During Xian Yuanlong's coma, everyone had realized that Yin was not his sister. If she was not his sister and was always by his side, then naturally. So, they often made light-hearted jokes about the beautiful young woman. Chang Yin, who had initially blushed at such teasing, had grown accustomed to it. Without blushing or skipping a beat, she did not refute them, merely glancing at Xian Yuanlong, who was still looking down and exhaling softly, dispersing the crowd. "Lai Hua, Wen Li." And others followed Elder Lu into the room, smiling at Xian Yuanlong, who was still in the wooden tub, confused by their laughter. Xian Yuanlong could not help but ask, What are you laughing at?" Nothing, Monkey said, laughing the loudest. When everyone had laughed enough, their expressions grew serious. They lined up in 2 rows, facing Xian Yuanlong, and suddenly knelt, shouting, "Leader!" Startled by the sudden shouts from the crowd, Xian Yuanlong offered a faint smile and remarked, "From now on, you shall all be brothers. It is not suitable for me to assume the position of the leader. Let it be held by Brother Liahua." Before anyone could respond, Liahua immediately declined, stating, "Leader, we genuinely admire your strength. Simply having a place under your command is sufficient for us. The role of leader rightfully belongs to you alone. Upon hearing Liahua's words, the crowd nodded in agreement. They regarded Xianyuan Long as a formidable entity, a single individual who had obliterated an entire C-grade mercenary group. What courage and strength must one possess to achieve such a feat? Many among them had witnessed the aftermath at Liyuan, the visceral carnage, severed limbs. Upon first encountering such a scene, nearly all had collapsed, violently retching. Although mercenaries are accustomed to a perilous existence, the sight of that hellish landscape had left them in shock. Moreover, Liahua had his own considerations. Should he take on the role of leader? How many of the newly recruited mercenaries would truly respect him? They were drawn here primarily by Xianyuan Long's fearsome reputation. Furthermore, having a leader of exceptional strength would be advantageous in every respect. Rather than waiting to be ousted, it would be more gracious to relinquish the leadership position now and demonstrate some decorum. With these thoughts in mind, Liahua was resolute in his desire for Xianyuan Long to assume command. Xiaolong, I believe you should take on the role of leader. We can appoint Liahua as your deputy, and should you have any uncertainties, you can always consult him. Elder Lu chimed in supportively. After a moment of contemplation, Xianyuan Long concluded, if that is the case, I shall not delay any further. I will accept the position of leader for now, and Brother Liahua shall graciously take on the role of deputy leader. Excellent. Haha. The crowd erupted in applause, filling the mercenary group with exuberant cheers. Chapter 28. Sensuality. Now that I have assumed the role of leader, I must establish a few rules, Xianyuan Long stated, pausing to gaze at the crowd before him. Traitors shall be executed. Those who commit adultery shall be executed. Instigators shall be executed. Those who disrespect their superiors shall be executed, and bullies shall be executed. These are the 5 regulations that I have presently conceived. Friends who cannot abide by them may depart now. I, Xianyuan Long, shall not hold it against you. However, should you choose to remain and refuse to comply, Xianyuan Long's eyes flickered with a fierce intensity. The crowd echoed the 5 decrees proposed by Xianyuan Long, none choosing to leave, a result that filled him with a sense of relief. Leader, since this is now your mercenary group, might I suggest we adopt a new name? Someone in the crowd proposed, as the previous name, Snowflake Mercenary Group, felt overly feminine. Indeed. Others chimed in agreement. Very well. Let us call ourselves the Blood Dragon Mercenary Group. What do you all think? Xianyuan Long mused. Blood Dragon. Not bad. Excellent, Li Hua murmured. And the crowd seemed to concur. Please arrange for a re-registration and also procure our group's emblem. Furthermore, let us not recruit members below the warrior level. For quality prevails over quantity, Xianyuan Long instructed Li Hua. Yes, leader, Li Hua responded respectfully. From now on, do not call me leader. Simply refer to me as Long. Xianyuan Long clarified. How can that be? Interjected one Li. Leader, did you not just declare that those who disrespect their superiors shall be executed? It seems inappropriate to address you so casually. Xianyuan Long pondered for a moment and conceded. In that case, you may all refer to me as Young Master. Young Master? Excellent. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. For context, in this narrative setting, titles such as Young Master, Young Miss, and Sir exist, yet the term Young Master is not commonly used. Now, everyone, please disperse. The Young Master requires a change of medicine, Chang Yin remarked, observing that matters had concluded. Oh, the crowd chorused, their voices trailing off. It turned out that during Xianyuan Long's period of unconsciousness, he had to undergo frequent changes of medicinal water. The viscous, silkworm water adhered to his body, necessitating someone to assist in cleansing him. Given that the mercenaries were primarily rough men, it was deemed unsuitable for them to undertake this task. Moreover, the group assumed Chang Yin was Xianyuan Long's sister, thus the responsibility fell to her. As the crowd gradually dispersed to attend to their own affairs, the new medicinal concoction had already been prepared by Lu, requiring only the addition of hot water. Once the others departed, only Xianyuan Long and Chang Yin remained, both feeling an awkward tension. Previously, during his unconscious state, she had helped him cleanse his body, but now that he was awake, Chang Yin was uncertain how to proceed. With a flushed face, Chang Yin slowly approached Xianyuan Long. He was unaware of how she had previously assisted him, but seeing her shy demeanor caused his heart to race uncontrollably. He lowered his gaze, yet could not resist stealing glances at her. Her slightly gaunt face was adorned with a rosy hue, her long hair cascading loosely down her back. A few strands clung to her forehead due to perspiration, and her delicate nose glistened with beads of sweat. Her bright eyes seemed to communicate unspoken words, while her slightly parted lips evoked an irresistible urge to kiss them. Xianyuan Long realized he had never before observed Chang Yan with such intensity. Gradually, he found himself captivated by her beauty, which was not stunning in an ostentatious manner, but rather possessed a charm that deepened with each glance. Have you had your fill of staring? Chang Yan's voice trembled as she spoke, lowering her gaze, yet catching sight of Xianyuan Long's reflection in the water. Her cheeks flushed anew. Realizing he had been caught, Xianyuan Long turned his gaze toward the window, feeling like a child caught in mischief. Just remain still and close your eyes, Chang Yan instructed, unable to bear the thought of performing such tasks on an awake man. Obediently, Xianyuan Long shut his eyes, yet this only plunged him into a sea of distracting thoughts. Unable to resist the unusual sensations, he cautiously opened a slit of an eye, only to see Chang Yan crouched beside the wooden tub. There was a hidden door at the bottom of the tub, allowing a wooden panel to be removed, through which the water flowed into an external bucket. Gradually, Xianyuan Long felt the water level receding. Once reaching his neck, now lowered to his chest, he realized he was completely unclothed and silently cursed himself, unwilling to let his thoughts wander further. In a brief moment, the silkworm water had drained completely, leaving him exposed in the tub, unable to move. This time, it was not Chang Yan who prompted him to close his eyes. He did so instinctively, overwhelmed by an unusual sensation of vulnerability before someone he deemed beautiful. The remnants of the silkworm water clung to his body. Chang Yan took a deep breath, slowly beginning to remove the wooden panels from the tub. In that moment, Xianyuan Long found himself completely bare before her, with no barriers separating them. So this is what she endures to cleanse my body, he thought, gradually understanding the expressions of discomfort that arose when others spoke of such duties. Although gratitude for Chang Yan filled his heart, the instincts of a man gradually surfaced. Once all the panels were removed, Chang Yan was now damp, her attire clinging to her form due to the cool spring air. As her clothes adhered to her body, the contours of her figure became undeniably visible, igniting a fervor within Xianyuan Long. Though he had never been intimate with a woman, he had overheard discussions among neighbors in the slums, recounting tales of feminine allure. He realized, to his dismay, that his own arousal was becoming increasingly pronounced, regardless of his attempts to suppress it. Upon removing the final panel, Chang Yan, who had been brushing her forehead, suddenly noticed Xianyuan Long's state. A gasp escaped her lips. While she had bathed him during his unconscious state, the disparity between his current awareness and previous condition was striking. Chang Yan's cheeks burned with embarrassment as she glanced at Xianyuan Long, who remained with his eyes closed, her heart racing. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Long, who had slightly opened his eyes, could not help but notice the rise and fall of her chest, causing his arousal to intensify. As she turned to Xianyuan Long's back, Chang Yan, trembling, picked up a clean towel and began to gently wipe his neck. Despite her efforts to focus, Xianyuan Long's condition did not diminish. Rather, it seemed to escalate. In desperation, he recalled the calming incantation learned in school, repeating to himself, "If the heart is as clear as ice, the heavens shall not tremble." As he recited the mantra repeatedly, Chang Yan, hearing his words, found her own embarrassment easing slightly, and her pace of wiping noticeably quickened. After wiping his back, Chang Yan gently slipped her hand, still holding the towel, beneath Xianyuan Long, attending to his posterior, even momentarily brushing against his most intimate area. Though it was but a fleeting touch, Xianyuan Long could not help but feel a wave of unexpected sensations, his earlier flaccidity abruptly reawakening. The task of wiping his back was completed in silence. Yet upon returning to face him, Chang Yan found herself confronting his renewed state of arousal. In a swift motion, she seized another towel to cover him, hoping to shield her gaze from that which she found disconcerting. Nevertheless, the concealed member stirred persistently, eliciting another gasp of alarm from Chang Yan. She hastened to wipe his chest, determined to expedite the completion of this vexing task. Chapter 29. Embarrassment before long. She had thoroughly wiped her hands, feet, and chest, leaving only the area that Chang Yan dreaded the most unwashed. Through the towel, she could still perceive Xianyuan Long's discomforting movement akin to a weapon. Can you make it stop moving? I'm afraid. Chang Yan's voice dwindled to nearly a whisper. Fortunately, Xianyuan Long's hearing was keen enough to catch her words, though he felt a sense of helplessness. If I could control it, do you think I would let it stand so proudly? Right now, it's the master, and I'm merely the servant. Naturally, he refrained from voicing this thought, merely furrowing his brows in silence. Seeing Xian Yuanlong's lack of response, Chang Yan's frustration manifested in a cute frown. Gritting her teeth, she reached for the towel concealing the weapon, inadvertently grasping it in her hand. An electrifying sensation surged through Xian Yuanlong, momentarily rendering him dazed. As the warmth emanating from his lower region prompted an involuntary sound to escape his lips, Chang Yan, holding on to Xian Yuanlong's weapon, felt a fiery warmth igniting within her. With her other hand, she picked up another towel, meticulously wiping the inner thighs and even the two sensitive areas at the end of the weapon. A wave of peculiar sensations assaulted Xian Yuanlong's nerves, making him feel as though he were being consumed by the fire within his core. Just then, he realized that Chang Yan had started to wipe his weapon. After a slight movement, it became even more erect, exuding an air of defiance. Chang Yan felt as if she were holding on to an iron rod. She intended to wipe it just a couple of times and be done, but before she could, she noticed Xian Yuanlong's body twitching. Before she could comprehend what was happening, she felt the weapon pulsate, and her hand was suddenly covered in a milky white liquid. A simultaneous gasp escaped their lips, Xian Yuanlong in relief, while Chang Yan was startled, staring at her hand smeared with the disgusting liquid, tears welling in her eyes. Faced with Chang Yan's imminent tears, Xian Yuanlong felt utterly helpless. How could he explain this situation? That he had managed to endure until now was already remarkable. I'm sorry, Chang Yan murmured, her voice barely audible. Her apology triggered all of Chang Yan's grievances, and her tears cascaded down like a breached dam, leaving Xian Yuanlong at a loss for how to comfort her. Once her tears finally ceased, her eyes slightly reddened. She glared at Xian Yuanlong, pouting. I'll settle the score with you later. With that, she resumed her task. Although Xian Yuanlong's weapon remained erect, it had just experienced a release, so this time, despite the unusual sensations, no further embarrassing incidents occurred. After thoroughly wiping down Xian Yuanlong's body, Chang Yan skillfully reassembled the wooden tub, placing in the medicinal herbs and pouring in warm water before hastily exiting the room, her eyes red. Watching her flee, Xian Yuanlong felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Sigh, he murmured softly. Kid, you're quite the troublemaker. Blood's voice echoed with a hint of mockery. Shut up. Just look at the mess you've made of my body, Xian Yuanlong complained. Hey, don't blame me. Those people exploded like madmen. It's a miracle I managed to keep your body intact. Blood retorted. Besides, what just happened was not my doing. Don't pin everything on me. Xian Yuanlong huffed in annoyance, aware that surviving such explosions was indeed a feat, yet he couldn't resist throwing in a couple of remarks. Your body is far too fragile, kid. If you could reach even the fighter level, I would have more fighting energy at my disposal. To survive, you need to train diligently, Blood advised. But this time, it's not all bad for you. You should have gained some insight into battles among the skilled. Expand your horizons. Don't limit yourself to the fights of a mere fighter. Think about the battles of the spirit fighters and emperor fighters. As Blood's teachings echoed in his mind, Xian Yuanlong nodded slightly. Previously, he had only aspired to reach the fighter level, but now, despite not achieving it yet, his mindset had clearly evolved. Having fought against a grand fighter, could he still regard fighters with disdain? However, kid, your body may be in a bit of trouble. Blood paused before continuing. First of all, let us not discuss the external injuries. Thanks to the potions your grandfather brought, you should be fine there. But internally, it's a different story. Your body is a mess. You can't move now and don't feel much, but once your external injuries heal, prepare to endure quite a bit of pain. Your meridians are almost all damaged to some extent. Healing isn't something time alone can achieve. You'll need medicinal assistance. If possible, it would be best to ask your grandfather to get you a revitalizing pill. Oh, medicinal pills? Xian Yuanlong inquired, puzzled. Yes, medicinal pills, a revitalizing pill. Blood reiterated. Gradually, Xian Yuanlong felt his eyelids growing heavier, and before long, he succumbed to sleep. When he next awoke, he was stirred by an enticing aroma. The sun was already high in the sky. As he slightly opened his drowsy eyes, he saw a table laden with food, while Chang Yan sat in a chair, absent-mindedly fiddling with her clothing. Perhaps due to the previous day's events, her cheeks still bore a rosy hue. Glaring at Chang Yan, who had noticed he was awake, he shifted the food closer to the wooden tub. Her keen gaze made Xian Yuanlong feel unnerved. He suddenly thought that if given a choice, he would prefer facing a grand fighter rather than enduring the intensity of her stare. Are you hungry? Although irritated by Xian Yuanlong's rudeness, Chang Yan understood it wasn't intentional. She composed herself and asked. Xian Yuanlong replied softly. Chang Yin pulled up a chair, sat beside the wooden tub, and attempted to feed him. Xian Yuanlong frowned at her actions. Can't you eat on your own? Chang Yin snapped, though even in her anger. Xian Yuanlong's heart raced uncontrollably. As Chang Yin fed him bite after bite, his face began to flush. He just wanted to finish the meal and escape this awkward situation. Starved after 2 weeks without food, he devoured 2 bowls before finally stopping. Still under Chang Yin's watchful eye, gazing at Chang Yin as she cleared the table, he murmured, I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. I'm your captive. And please, don't ever mention this again in front of me, she replied, striding towards the door. Actually, you could leave if you wanted, Xian Yuanlong said gently. Upon hearing his words, Chang Yin hesitated in her step towards the door, inhaled deeply, and walked outside. Just as she exited, she bumped into old Lu returning from outside. Little girl, is he all right? Yes, fine, old Lu, Chang Yin replied courteously. Everyone in the Blood Dragon Mercenary Corps knew that old Lu's strength likely reached the spirit fighter level, which made them all very respectful towards him. Let me check on him, he said, stepping into the room. How do you feel? Old Lu asked Xian Yuanlong. Not bad, Xian Yuanlong responded, slightly disheartened. What's wrong? Feeling down? Old Lu chuckled knowingly, glancing outside at the girl who hadn't yet left. Grandfather Xian Yuanlong, with a hint of weariness in his voice, said, Haha, very well. I shall not meddle in the affairs of the youth. However, you must pay heed to your own rest. With that, old Lu reached into his pocket and retrieved a small vial. This is the revitalizing elixir. It will aid in your recovery. Once your external injuries have healed, take this potion to stimulate your internal energy and mend your meridians. Xian Yuanlong gazed at the weary old Lu, realizing that his grandfather must have toiled throughout the night once again for his sake. Chapter 30. Rejection. The ensuing days became monotonous. Xian Yuanlong required Chang Yin to feed him at every meal, and in the evenings, she would assist him in cleansing his body. Having experienced it once before, both Chang Yin and Xian Yuanlong could now confront these awkward moments with composure. Over these many days, Chang Yan's repeated gentleness gradually captivated Xian Yuanlong's heart, and he increasingly relished this rare tenderness, even wishing that his injuries would never heal. However, whether due to the efficacy of the medicine or Xian Yuanlong's inherently extraordinary constitution, he, who had been completely immobile, finally managed to move with considerable effort on the 3rd day, marking a significant improvement. Observing Xian Yuanlong's slow movements in the room, a rare tenderness flickered in Chang Yan's eyes, but as if recalling something, her complexion flushed crimson instantly. Noticing Chang Yan's sudden change in demeanor, Xian Yuanlong also remembered the recent ripples and returned to the bedside, gazing at Chang Yan. Now that Xian Yuanlong no longer needed to soak in the celestial silk water, Chang Yan's assistance was no longer required. Yet, she still habitually stayed with Xian Yuanlong, caring for him. You, Xian Yuanlong began, only to find himself at a loss for words. Chang Yin slightly raised her head, looking at the hesitant Xian Yuanlong, and gently bit her lip, saying, If you have something to say, then say it. After deliberating for a moment, Xian Yuanlong finally said, Now that my injuries are mostly healed, you are free to leave whenever you wish. I will arrange for someone to escort you back. This time, it was Chang Yan's turn to be at a loss for words. If I want to return, I will naturally do so. There is no need for you to concern yourself. She even glared at Xian Yuanlong. Observing Chang Yan's inexplicable anger, Xian Yuanlong felt a sudden pang in his heart. He slowly stood up and walked towards Chang Yan. As Xian Yuanlong approached, Chang Yan's heart raced. When Xian Yuanlong reached Chang Yan, he sat beside her and, as if summoning immense courage, extended his left hand and gently grasped Chang Yan's delicate hand. I am aware of everything you have done for me, and I am willing to take responsibility for you. Are you willing to give me this opportunity? After uttering these words, Xian Yuanlong felt as if the meager strength within his body had been drained once more, and he nervously watched Chang Yan. Only then did Xian Yuanlong realize how much he cared about the feelings of the girl before him. Hearing the less than tender words spoken near her ear, Chang Yan's heart inexplicably constricted. She wrenched her right hand from Xian Yuanlong's grasp, stood up, and turned her back to the window. She dared not look directly at Xian Yuanlong, and even she herself did not understand why. She, who had been hailed as a celestial maiden since childhood and had always been able to calmly and composedly face everything, felt her heart in disarray at this moment. Unsure of what to do, both remained silent in the room. After half an hour, Chong Yan finally broke the silence. We have no future. Hearing Chong Yan's words, Xian Yuanlong felt his mind suddenly go blank, and his complexion turned ashen. However, Chong Yan, with her back to Xian Yuanlong, did not notice his unusual state. We are from two different worlds, and it is impossible for us to be together. I am sorry. Moreover, I do not love you. Although I have some affection for you, it is not love. Furthermore, I may already have someone I love. The words sealing Xian Yuanlong's fate came from Chong Yan's melodious voice, but the answer caused Xian Yuanlong's heart to ache. Xian Yuanlong felt as if his heart was being repeatedly lacerated by knives. He had never expected that his first confession would be so mercilessly crushed. The pain made Xian Yuanlong feel unable to breathe, and he did not even notice when Chong Yan left the room. A tear trickled from Xian Yuanlong's eye, and silent tears washed over Xian Yuanlong's face. Xian Yuanlong, who had never cried, finally shed tears of defiance. Xian Yuanlong had thought that even if he was rejected, he would be able to endure the pain. But now Xian Yuanlong realized that even a heart that had endured many battles could not withstand such pain. Maturity on the battlefield and emotional maturity were two different things. As Xian Yuanlong shed his last tear, even he did not notice that the chair he was sitting on had been deeply scarred by his hands. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Xian Yuanlong's eyes radiated an icy aura, an aura as bloody as his past, devoid of humanity. Xian Yuanlong completely sealed off his heart. Since he could not bear the pain, he would seal it away and never touch it again. This was the solution Xian Yuanlong had devised. Blood sighed softly in Xian Yuanlong's mind. He could not help Xian Yuanlong with this matter, nor could he assist him. Only by understanding it himself could he truly resolve it. Perhaps sealing it away was a solution. Xian Yuanlong understood that he was unworthy of Chong Yan. But when the moment arrived, he could not help but ask the question he should not have asked. How could he, with his weak, timid, powerless, and talentless self, be worthy of Chong Yan? Understanding the difference between them, Xian Yuanlong silently clenched his fists, drawing blood from his lips. Xian Yuanlong's life gradually returned to normalcy. Chong Yan began to noticeably avoid Xian Yuanlong during this period, but Xian Yuanlong had no mind to consider Chong Yan's affairs, because his skin had begun to heal and was completely scabbing over. During the period when the scabs were falling off, he experienced unbearable itching. Xian Yuanlong had to endure the itching and pain from the scabs every day, and he could not scratch them. Blood told Xian Yuanlong that if he scratched the scabs at this time, he might have many scars all over his body in the future, and enduring the itching and pain was also a test for Xian Yuanlong. Therefore, although the itching was unbearable, Xian Yuanlong chose to constantly read books to divert his attention, hoping to ease himself somewhat. In the books, Xian Yuanlong gradually understood that the continent he was on was very vast, with many other empires, sects, and mercenary groups. Xian Yuanlong was located in the Dianyu Empire, and the king was a middle-aged man in his 30s named Dianji. At the same time, the largest force in the Dianyu Empire was the Kanjing sect, and there was also a Zhangyue sect that should have an unknown relationship with the Kanjing sect. It must be said that all the disciples in the Zhangyue sect were female, without a single male, but its power should not be underestimated. In the central area of this continent, it was not an empire, but a place called Purgatory, which was filled with many sects, mercenary groups, and various organizations. It could be said that the most chaotic place on the entire continent was there, where the strong were revered, and no one cared about killing. Although killing in the major empires was okay as long as one was not caught on the spot, there were still some legal constraints, but there were no constraints there. What a great place, Xian Yuanlong murmured. Boy, don't even think about it. With your current abilities, going there is tantamount to courting death. Even with my help, there is still a dead end. I know, I was just sighing. When these external injuries of mine heal, As he spoke, Xian Yuanlong's gaze fell into contemplation, with a hint of ruthlessness flashing from time to time. 3 days later, most of the scabs on Xian Yuanlong's body had fallen off, and Xian Yuanlong had finally ended the accursed itching. The itching that had tormented Xian Yuanlong at all times had finally changed. At least, the scabs on all parts of Xian Yuanlong's body except his chest had almost fallen off, and the newly grown skin was a little too fair. Xian Yuanlong was becoming more and more like blood. Nothing has changed significantly. A commonplace visage, a frail physique, a few recently sprouted dark strands of hair, and sparse eyebrows present an overall appearance that remains unaltered. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern that Xian Yuanlong now emanates a subtle, chilling aura. His slightly gaunt chin imparts a unique quality to his demeanor, while the faintly flushed corners of his lifeless eyes evoke an unsettling resemblance to a soulless automaton, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who gaze upon him. Chapter 31. The situation today. Xianyuan Long unexpectedly summoned everyone, including Elder Lu, while Lai Hua and others were naturally present. Almost all the senior members of the Blood Dragon Mercenary Corps, except those on missions, gathered together. As they looked at the assembled crowd, no one whispered. Everyone sat solemnly, attentively listening to Xianyuan Long's words. Xianyuan Long subtly nodded, suddenly feeling a wave of emotion. In just a few days, he had transformed from a mere nobody into a leader, an incredible transformation. As he observed the gathered individuals, Xianyuan Long fell into contemplation, prompting Elder Lu to clear his throat twice as a reminder. Has everyone arrived? Xianyuan Long's gaze swept across the crowd, and they all straightened up, looking at him. In that case, Lai Hua, please explain the current structure of our mercenary group. Xianyuan Long fixed his eyes on Lai Hua as he spoke. Yes, sir. Currently, our Blood Dragon Mercenary Corps consists of 1 leader, 1 deputy leader, 7 logistics personnel, and 30 intelligence officers. We now have a total of 637 members. Among them, there is 1 expert at the soul fighter level. Lai Hua pointed to Elder Lu as he continued. We have 2 great fighters, evidently. Lai Hua included Xianyuan Long in this category, 59 fighters and 470 warriors. The rest, aside from Miss Yen, are all at the apprentice level. Our mercenary corps is still growing, and we have already reached C-rank status. Having reported everything in one breath, Lai Hua returned to his seat with a serious expression. Grandfather is at the soul fighter level? This revelation left Xianyuan Long puzzled. Noticing Elder Lu gently pressing his hand down, Xianyuan Long understood that it was not the time for questions. He continued, Well, I appreciate everyone's hard work during this period. I have considered that our mercenary group has reached a certain scale. Clearly, this house is insufficient. Is there anyone occupying the Lee Garden? At that moment, Monkey stood up, slightly bowing to Xianyuan Long. Sir, the Lee Garden is still vacant. If you wish, we can purchase it through official channels. It was evident that Monkey was in charge of intelligence, and since the Lee Garden had not been bought yet, that was fortunate. Xianyuan Long thought for a moment. If so, immediately send someone to negotiate with the authorities. If possible, acquire it so we can move in. Additionally, we should establish several departments within the Mercenary Corps, an intelligence department, a foreign affairs department, a law enforcement department, and a logistics department. I will trouble you with these matters, Lai Hua. Upon hearing his name, Lai Hua quickly stood up, bowed slightly, and returned to his seat. How much funding do we currently have in our mercenary group? Xianyuan Long inquired, expressing his utmost concern. At this question, Xianyuan Long sensed that the others were suppressing laughter, as if his presence created an atmosphere of restraint, preventing them from indulging in frivolity. It was when Li who stood up and said, Due to your previous annihilation of the Shark Mercenary Corps, we confiscated all their assets, including their funds. After recalculating, we found that our mercenary group's funds now total 250,000. Based on our current expenditures and income, it should suffice for 2 years, barring any unforeseen circumstances. 2 years. Sigh. Xianyuan Long let out a faint sigh. Upon hearing the figure of 250,000, he initially thought he would be free from financial worries for a while, only to realize he still had to plan for expenses. Despite this, everyone felt quite satisfied. Having previously struggled for mere hundreds of gold coins, they understood the value of contentment. Xianyuan Long now comprehended the difficulties of managing finances. In the past, hearing about 250,000 gold coins would have filled him with joy for days, but now it felt inadequate. Self-deprecatingly rubbing his nose, he asked, Is there anything else to report? After scanning the crowd and receiving no further reports, he declared the meeting adjourned. Suddenly, Lai Hua stood up, retrieving a badge from his pocket. The badge depicted a dragon, with 2 crossed swords on its back, covered by a thumb-sized circular metallic piece. Its edges dyed red with an unknown material. He handed it to Xianyuan Long, who then noticed that everyone else possessed badges without color on the perimeter, while Lai Hua's badge had a silver-white edge. Upon hearing Xianyuan Long declare the meeting over, the crowd swiftly departed, almost as if fleeing. Xianyuan Long felt a sense of helplessness. Was he truly that intimidating? Haha, they are simply frightened by your fearsome reputation. With time, they will surely grow more comfortable around you. After everyone left, Elder Lu smiled and explained to the dejected Xianyuan Long grandfather. Upon seeing Elder Lu, Xianyuan Long had intended to voice his confusion, but ultimately refrained. Elder Lu waved his hand, saying, "You need not inquire now. When the time is right, I will reveal everything to you." "All right then." Xianyuan Long, realizing there was no point in asking further, turned and walked towards the back hall. Watching Xianyuan Long's retreating figure, Elder Lu murmured to himself, "Young master, once you are strong enough, I will tell you everything, and at that time, the responsibilities you bear will be yours to choose." Unbeknownst to Xianyuan Long, a girl in the corner was watching him intently. A few days later, Monkey purchased the Lee Garden for 50,000, a price reduced by 20% due to its dilapidated condition that deterred potential buyers. This price, however, caused Xianyuan Long anguish for an entire afternoon. With their own territory secured, the Blood Dragon Mercenary Corps began fervently rebuilding the Lee Garden. Nearly a month had passed since the last battle, but the atmosphere within remained eerie. However, the members, seasoned by past bloodshed, gradually adapted to the Lee Garden's ambience. Following the last conflict, many structures had sustained damage, necessitating repairs. Xianyuan Long made use of whatever remnants the Shark Mercenary Corps left behind. As these items represented wealth in his eyes, he never realized how much he needed money himself. After refurbishing the Lee Garden, he was presented with 5,000 gold coins, almost prompting him to lash out at the unscrupulous merchant. Fortunately, the Shark Mercenary Corps had left behind a few usable spirit energy fields, which could be activated with magic cores, allowing members to practice together. While Xianyuan Long and his team were diligently working on the Lee Garden, two unexpected guests arrived outside. As construction was ongoing, no guards had been stationed, and the two middle-aged men walked straight through the front yard. Upon reaching the hall, they were intercepted by a passing member of the Corps. Seeing the two men, the member politely invited them to sit in the hall, quickly going to fetch Xianyuan Long, who was deep in thought. A short while later, the group appeared in the hall, facing the two robust middle-aged men, one of whom had an unusually large nose, while the other was barefoot, his feet seemingly twice the size of an average person's. As the group surveyed the newcomers, the barefoot man bellowed, "Which of you is Long?" Xianyuan Long stepped forward from the crowd, scrutinizing the peculiar pair. Upon seeing Xianyuan Long approach, both men scrutinized him in return. "So you are Long? The one who killed the shark?" Were these two men friends of the Shark Mercenary Corps, come seeking revenge? As the crowd pondered in confusion, Lai Hu stepped forward, drawing near to Xianyuan Long, while Lu Lao appeared beside him unbeknownst to the others. At present, Xianyuan Long was still in the recovery phase, his fighting spirit yet to be restored. Should an ambush occur at this moment, the consequences could be dire. "This is our leader, Long. May I inquire what your intentions are, my brothers?" Lai Hu inquired, casting a glance at the reticent Xianyuan Long. "We are known as the two generals, Hung and Ha. Surely, you have heard of our names," the barefoot man stated, gesturing towards the towering figure beside him. "We came to learn about a certain individual named Long, who single-handedly annihilated the Shark Mercenary Corps, totaling 500 men. We wish to see what sort of person could achieve such a feat, only to find a rather frail and unimpressive fellow. Do you truly believe you could have vanquished the sharks?" The presumptuous words of the Herculean twins ignited a commotion among the crowd, with many clamoring for a confrontation. However, upon hearing their self-proclaimed identities, Inferno furrowed his brow. "Have you heard of them?" Dragon whispered to Inferno. "Indeed," Inferno responded. "The Herculean twins garnered fame early on. When I was but a fledgling mercenary, tales of their exploits were already circulating. Abandoned by their parents in their youth due to their peculiar appearances, they were taken in by a master who imparted upon them a unique collaborative technique. Though individually they possess only grandmaster strength, their combined might rivals that of an upper-tier soul warrior. However, they are known for their obstinate nature and refusal to submit to authority. They have graced the ranks of numerous mercenary bands, only to be ousted for offending the higher echelons. It is rumored that they once clashed with the Shark Mercenary Band, enduring a siege from which they narrowly escaped at a considerable cost. If it is indeed them, they are not here for vengeance." "I see," Dragon mused, nodding slightly. "These brothers have likely lived a life of frustration. If I could enlist them, it would be a boon." With a newfound resolve, Dragon stepped forward, addressing the pair. "Strength is not merely a matter of imposing stature. State your purpose." Humph waved his hand, interrupting Ha, and said courteously, "My brother is impetuous by nature. I apologize for his behavior. We came to witness the prowess of the one who single-handedly vanquished the Shark Mercenary Band. Furthermore, we seek to join your ranks, if you would have us." Inferno stepped forward, whispering to Dragon, "These brothers have earned their share of adversaries due to their arrogance. However, their skills are undeniable. Consider it. My lord. I shall, Dragon murmured. The Herculean twins, observing the hushed exchange, grew impatient. Ha blurted out, well, give us an answer. If you're interested, we'll talk. If not, we'll be on our way. But recruiting us won't be easy. You must face us in combat. If you prevail, we shall follow you, come what may. But if you lose, say no more. Oh, a trial by combat, is it? Perhaps we should witness your skills. Our leader is still recovering from his injuries, so he is unable to engage in battle. Old Lu stepped forward, his soul warrior aura instantly enveloping the area. A wave of oppressive force washed over the crowd, even causing Dragon to falter. Fortunately, Inferno swiftly steadied him. The sudden surge of power startled the Herculean twins. Upon seeing Dragon's instability, they believed Old Lu's words. Mid-tier soul warrior? Humph questioned. Indeed, I have lingered in the mid-tier soul warrior realm for nearly a decade. It has been 18 years since I last crossed blades with another. I have heard that you two are capable of contending with a soul warrior. My hands itch for a fight. Old Lu chuckled, his battle intent escalating with each laugh. Very well. The Herculean twins, stirred by Old Lu's fervor, felt an irresistible urge to engage in a fierce battle. Hold. Old Lu had already withdrawn his aura as Humph was about to reply. Dragon finally spoke. Since the Herculean twins wish to join us, we must uphold our reputation. We shall postpone the trial. Though my injuries persist, we can still engage in a contest. Dragon gestured to silence the others. We shall not engage in a physical duel. Auras alone can reveal one's strength. Since you wish to confront me, we shall have an aura clash. Do you have any objections? An aura clash? Humph pondered. Very well. If you can surpass us in an aura clash, we shall submit. Upon hearing Humph's acceptance, the group proceeded to the arena. As the brothers ascended the platform, they unleashed their auras. Despite their individual strength being only at the mid-tier Grandmaster level, their combined auras merged, forming a formidable mid-tier soul warrior aura. The contest would not involve the activation of an energy shield, as it was merely an aura clash. The crowd retreated more than 10 meters from the platform to maintain their footing. Only Old Lu remained at the forefront. As the aura of a soul warrior was not easily withstood, Dragon walked towards the platform, step by step. There are no rules in this contest. The first to collapse loses. Dragon announced the rules as he walked. With each step Dragon took, the air grew colder, permeated by a chilling, killing intent that seemed to solidify the moisture in the air. As Dragon stood on the platform, the crowd felt a layer of frost forming on their brows. Killing intent, Humph scoffed, channeling his aura towards Dragon. Dragon's face paled, and he stumbled, but managed to regain his balance. Is that all? Dragon roared, and the sky seemed to darken. A gust of wind swept through, causing the crowd to clutch their collars. But as they regained their senses, they realized there was no wind. A visible line of dust appeared on the ground, bisecting the arena. The crowd watched as the line slowly moved towards Dragon, then back to the center. Why are you pushing yourself? You know your condition. You'll end up bettered in again. Blood roared in Dragon's mind. Enough. I must win this, Dragon retorted, clenching his teeth in determination. He was using Blood's killing intent to withstand the twins' pressure. Very well. I'll help you one last time, Blood conceded, channeling a surge of killing intent. Dragon's body convulsed under the strain, but he refused to yield, biting his lips until they bled. Unleash it. Blood's voice echoed in Dragon's mind. Dragon unleashed a terrifying wave of killing intent, sending the line hurtling towards the twins. The crowd felt as if they were plunged into the depths of hell, a bone-chilling cold seeping into their very souls. Some, overwhelmed, collapsed, clutching their heads and screaming in terror. Dragon coughed up blood, his face growing paler, but he stood his ground. Old Lu rushed forward to support him. Why are you so competitive? Old Lu chided with concern. The second to rush forward was not a member of the mercenary band, but Chang Yin, who had been standing at the edge of the crowd. She had not felt the full brunt of the killing intent. She herself did not understand why. But seeing Dragon coughing up blood, she felt a surge of anxiety and rushed to his side, her face etched with concern. Are you all right? Chang Yin asked, her voice filled with worry. I'm fine, Dragon replied, feeling a chord struck within him as he gazed at her concerned expression. The crowd regained their composure and helped Dragon off the platform. The Herculean twins followed suit. You have won. We pledge our lives to you, they declared. Both men punctuated their pronouncements with resounding thumps to their chests using their right fists. Ha ha, then you two are now our brethren as well. Welcome, Blaze exclaimed, mirroring their gesture with a strike to his own chest. He then turned to Dragon, elucidating, "This is a custom of their fraternal clan. You are, of course, at liberty to decline." Dragon nodded in acknowledgement. "See to the arrangements for the residents of the Hung and Ha elders presently." Just as Dragon was about to dismiss the assembly, Elder Lu interjected, "Hold a moment. Although you, young master, have engaged with the two brothers, and they are now considered our own, we," Elder Lu gestured towards the Hung and Ha duo, "must still have a contest, albeit one that concludes at the point of acknowledgement." Chapter 33. The duel. Without waiting for Xianyuan Long's consent, Old Lu swiftly took the lead and ascended the dueling platform. The combat instincts of the two generals, Hung and Ha, were ignited by Old Lu's presence. They offered a slight bow to Xianyuan Long before leaping onto the stage. The two parties faced each other once more, while Lai Hua, witnessing the escalating tension, reluctantly activated the battle aura shield and guided Xianyuan Long back. "Let the battle commence," Hung declared as Old Lu's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. The fervor of combat surged, reaching a crescendo where the very air crackled with energy. Hung and Ha wasted no time in launching their offensive, unleashing waves of deep azure battle energy that enveloped their forms. In response, Old Lu summoned his own dark blue battle aura, and before any physical contact was made, their energies collided, forcing both sides to step back, a testament to their equal prowess. Observing the standoff, Old Lu unexpectedly produced a longsword, his form flickering as he appeared before Hung and Ha in what seemed like an instant. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he had teleported, though Lai Hua discerned the truth. Old Lu's speed was simply too swift for the naked eye to follow. The sudden appearance of Old Lu caught Hung and Ha off guard momentarily, yet they remained composed. After all, they were formidable opponents capable of contending with high-level battle spirit masters. In the blink of an eye, Ha seized his heavy hammer from his back and thrust it towards the unexpectedly close Old Lu. Meanwhile, Hung swiftly retreated, leaving Old Lu no choice but to redirect his blade to parry Ha's incoming assault. Old Lu was slightly taken aback by their rapid reflexes, but he quickly deduced that Hung was the primary attacker, while Ha's role was to create diversions. This instinct was honed through numerous brushes with death, and thus Old Lu remained vigilant against Hung, his longsword clashing with Ha's hammer in a flurry of sparks, showcasing the immense power behind their swift movements. Hung, observing Old Lu's actions from a distance, did not charge recklessly. Instead, he keenly focused on Old Lu's movements. After a moment of scrutiny, a glint of brilliance shone in Heng's eyes. In an instant, he appeared at Old Lu's left side, donning a pair of translucent gloves that emitted a radiant white glow. As Heng's hands swelled slightly, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Old Lu. Sensing the potent surge of battle energy from his left, Old Lu acted without hesitation, transforming his left hand into a fist to counter Heng's advance, while simultaneously wielding his sword to deter Ha. However, Old Lu miscalculated. He had anticipated that his battle aura would at least inflict some discomfort upon Hung. Yet, upon impact, Old Lu was met with an overwhelming force that sent him reeling to the right, creating an opening in his defense. In that moment, the brothers executed their moves with uncanny synchronicity. Ha, having been repelled by Old Lu's sword, hurled his hammer towards him while simultaneously sprinting to Old Lu's right side. Each powerful step sent tremors through the ground, fracturing the earth beneath. As Ha reached Old Lu's side, his hammer collided with the longsword just as Hung struck from the opposite side with a series of relentless punches. Having learned from their previous encounter, Old Lu refrained from directly confronting Heng's fists. He maneuvered deftly, attempting to evade Heng's relentless pursuit. Yet, to his dismay, Heng seemed to anticipate his every move. As Ha's powerful legs swept towards him, Old Lu was caught between Heng's fists on one side and Ha's assault on the other. In a desperate bid for defense, he drove his sword into the ground beside him to block Ha's incoming attack, while simultaneously conjuring a battle aura sword in his left hand to counter Heng's onslaught. In that critical moment, Old Lu faced simultaneous attacks from both sides. Heng's punch shattered his battle aura sword, drawing a trickle of blood from his lips, while Ha's relentless assault broke through Old Lu's grounded sword, striking him painfully in the waist. Old Lu was sent flying, while Hung and Ha were also affected. Although Heng's fists had penetrated Old Lu's defenses, he stumbled back 3 steps to regain his balance, his hands trembling slightly, while Ha fared no better, his legs struggling to support him after their powerful exchange. The 3 combatants paused, each recovering from the fierce engagement. Despite the brevity of their clash, The intensity of their abilities was palpable, and they had refrained from employing lethal techniques. As the spectators observed the trio, they could only see them converge momentarily before separating, revealing old Lu with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, while Hung and Ha appeared fatigued. The rapidity of their movements had rendered the onlookers unable to discern the details of the encounter, yet the outcome was clear. Old Lu was at a disadvantage. Gazing coldly at the panting Hung and Ha, old Lu understood that reserving his strength would likely lead to defeat. He could not afford to hold back any longer. The atmosphere shifted as he unleashed his full might. In an instant, Hung and Ha faltered, their footing wavering slightly as they braced themselves. Simultaneously, old Lu activated his combat techniques, abruptly lifting off the ground, rising 2 meters into the air before halting his ascent. Flying? Xian Yuanlong, having limited experience with such techniques, felt a surge of curiosity. You need not envy. When you reach the level of battle spirit, you too shall soar, came the voice that explained the phenomenon. From his elevated position, old Lu descended upon Ha, clearly intent on neutralizing one opponent to mitigate their joint efforts. However, Hung and Ha, aware of old Lu's strategy, positioned themselves back to back, denying him the opportunity. As old Lu descended towards Ha, the latter unexpectedly crouched low, while Hung swung his right fist backward, effectively intercepting old Lu's thrust aimed at Ha's head. The energy from old Lu's battle aura sword dissipated upon impact, yet it remained intact. Meanwhile, Ha, in a swift motion, executed a handstand and delivered a powerful kick towards the descending old Lu. With no choice, old Lu ascended once more, but before he could stabilize his flight, he sensed a surge of battle energy beneath him. Ha's hammer, enveloped in energy, soared towards him at remarkable speed. In a split second, the hammer was beneath old Lu, forcing him to execute a 360-degree spin in midair to evade the impending strike. With a sudden roar, Ha, who had lost his heavy weapon, exhibited an astonishing transformation. His already imposing physique appeared to swell, and within the span of 2 breaths, he surged from approximately 1.85 meters to an impressive 2 meters. His muscles expanded dramatically, tearing his garments to shreds, revealing a terrifying display of musculature, while his once dark skin took on a dark golden hue. Following this metamorphosis, Ha's strength seemed to ascend to the upper echelons of a grand fighter. When he unleashed a punch into the air, old Lu felt a palpable force, akin to a fist of condensed fighting spirit, rushing towards him. Humph, old Lu scoffed, and with a flick of his wrist, the fighting spirit sword in his hand transformed into a beam of light, hurtling towards Ha's condensed fist. Meanwhile, from a distance, Xian Yuanlong and the others were startled by a thunderous sound, followed by a cloud of dust rising from the arena. In the recent clash, old Lu had gained a slight advantage. The fighting spirit sword pierced through the condensed fist and surged towards Ha. Despite Ha's relentless barrage of punches, the disparity between a grand fighter and a spirit fighter became evident. Ultimately, just half a meter from Ha's head, the fighting spirit sword was finally shattered by a strike. Chapter 34. The strength of the two generals. Despite having shattered old Lu's fighting spirit sword, Ha did not relent. He continued to unleash a barrage of punches, demonstrating an unwavering determination to not cease until old Lu was brought down. Old Lu recognized that if this were a life-and-death duel, he could evade in the skies indefinitely. However, this was merely a customary contest, and prolonged evasion would inevitably mar his dignity. Thus, he gracefully descended, returning to the ground within mere breaths. As he approached the earth, a low growl emanated from his throat, just 2 meters above the ground. In that moment, Ha and Hung found themselves in an awkward predicament, as countless fighting spirit swords abruptly appeared in the sky. Although each sword was small, akin to the size of a typical dagger, their overwhelming numbers cloaked the entire arena. The myriad of swords, tips pointed downwards, fell like raindrops. Surprisingly, the sudden appearance of the fighting spirit swords did not incite panic in Ha and Hung. With a swift crouch, Ha propelled himself skyward, and as he barely left the ground, he curled his body into a ball, colliding with the rain of arrows like a cannonball. Hung, in a flash, sought refuge beneath Ha. As flesh met fighting spirit, a faint smile graced old Lu's lips. Despite Ha's body being enveloped in fighting spirit, the disparity in their levels allowed old Lu's energy to pierce through effortlessly. Yet, at the moment of collision, old Lu's brow furrowed slightly. The onslaught of arrows failed to penetrate Ha's form. Each arrow, upon striking Ha, was deflected as if hitting stone. Hung, sheltered beneath Ha, remained entirely unharmed. What kind of fighting technique is this? Old Lu muttered in frustration as he seized the fleeting opportunity of Ha's momentary descent to dash toward Hung. Observing the approaching Old Lu, Hang slightly tilted his nostrils upward. This peculiar gesture baffled Old Lu, but he suddenly noticed that Ha was not descending. Rather, he spun in a tight circle, hurtling toward him. Realizing the oddity of Ha's movement, Old Lu quickened his pace, closing the distance in less than a breath to appear before Hung. At that instant, a sound reverberated through the crowd, shaking their very souls. Hung, still tilting his nose upward, emitted a grunt as Old Lu materialized before him. In that same moment, a wave of fighting spirit surged outward from Hung, enveloping Old Lu. Simultaneously, a blank void flashed in Old Lu's mind, causing his movements to halt abruptly. In that fleeting moment of his stupor, Ha was already upon him. Just as Old Lu regained his senses, he crouched instinctively, colliding heavily with Ha. Old Lu was propelled 5 to 6 meters away, while Ha remained crouched, gasping for breath as sweat trickled from his disheveled hair. Hung, having employed that peculiar fighting technique, appeared slightly pale, a trickle of blood escaping his nostrils. Old Lu, having regained his composure without pause, felt a flicker of irritation at being pushed to such an extent. With a burgeoning determination, he launched another attack. The fighting spirit sword in his hand transformed into a formidable blade, cleaving downward from a distance of 5 meters. In an instant, what had been a 1-meter-long sword morphed into a 10-meter giant blade, crashing down upon Hang and Ha's heads. Startled by the sudden enlargement of the blade, Hung and Ha swiftly rolled aside to evade the colossal weapon. However, Old Lu had intentionally held back. The giant blade paused momentarily before descending again. Just as they escaped the range of the blade's attack, Hang and Ha felt a surge of fighting spirit as the blade struck the arena, unleashing a thunderous roar and scattering energy shards in all directions. As the dust settled, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Blood flowed from Hung and Ha's mouths, their bodies marred with wounds, even Ha's robust physique bearing significant injuries. Their hair was a tangled mess, and they appeared utterly disheveled. The previously dominant duo had succumbed to a dire disadvantage. Struggling to regain their footing, Hung and Ha exchanged a faint bow towards Old Lu, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your mercy." Old Lu, observing their disarray, felt his irritation dissipate. He stroked his goatee and chuckled. "You two performed admirably. Had I been careless, I might have lost. In truth, you have not truly lost. This was merely a contest, not a fight to the death. Many lethal techniques remain unutilized." Saying this, Old Lu retrieved a healing pill from his pocket and tossed it to Hung. "This is a returning essence pill. It will aid in your recovery." Hang and Ha once again bowed in gratitude, genuinely humbled. They acknowledged that Old Lu's final strike was certainly within their capacity to withstand, but as he rightly stated, this was merely a contest, and excessive measures were unwarranted. Moreover, having cornered Old Lu so effectively, they felt it only fitting to provide him an opportunity to save face. Clap, clap, clap. Xianyuan Long strolled onto the arena, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Our Blood Dragon Mercenary Corps has gained 2 formidable generals." From the crowd, someone chimed in, "Congratulations, young master, on acquiring 2 fierce warriors. May you reign supreme in the martial world." Xianyuan Long's expression morphed into one of bemusement. Caught between laughter and tears, "What nonsense are you spouting?" he retorted, playfully swatting the head of the boisterous mercenary beside him. The laughter sparked by this playful banter echoed through the crowd, as they all joined in mirth. 2 months passed, during which Xianyuan Long's external injuries healed completely. However, upon shedding the scar on his chest, he discovered a new addition, a dragon tattoo imprinted upon his right chest. This dragon, an eastern one, lacked wings and bore a dark red 5-clawed body. Initially, Xianyuan Long suspected it to be the embodiment of blood, but after several inquiries yielded no definitive answers. He ceased to pursue the matter. Blood informed him that he no longer needed to reside in Xianyuan Long's Dantian. Instead, he could directly absorb the fighting spirit from the surrounding environment, thus avoiding competition for energy. With his injuries healed, Xianyuan Long eagerly made his way to the dungeon. His mind still fixated on a certain food within. He casually summoned the guard stationed outside the dungeon. In truth, there was little to guard, as only one prisoner remained confined. Zheng Feng had been imprisoned in this dungeon for over 2 months. Upon entering the dim, damp space, Xianyuan Long was met with a pungent stench. He wrinkled his nose slightly. It was evident that the dungeon required cleaning, for even captives were human. This rare display of compassion crossed Xian Yuanlong's mind. The water pooling in the dungeon nearly reached his ankles as he stepped cautiously, eventually finding Zheng Feng in one of the cells. The dim light did little to obscure his view of the disheveled figure huddled in the corner, hair in disarray and garments tattered. Since Xian Yuanlong had broken Zheng Feng's limbs without timely treatment, it was likely that upon breaking Zheng Feng's seal, he would be unable to wield fighting spirit any longer. Once somewhat disheveled, Zheng Feng now appeared even more unkempt, his long beard haphazardly draping over his face, his hands hanging limply at his sides, and his feet twisted in an irregular manner. As he gazed at Zheng Feng before him, Xian Yuanlong was momentarily seized by a sense of melancholy, akin to the sorrow felt for a fallen comrade, but he swiftly cast aside such thoughts. However, upon the entrance of Xian Yuanlong into the cell, Zheng Feng's vacant stare finally flickered with a semblance of emotion, his eyes burning with hatred as they locked onto Xian Yuanlong, gazing at the resentful gaze. Xian Yuanlong approached Zheng Feng as if devoid of all sensation. Disregarding the grime, he seated himself before Zheng Feng, wordlessly meeting his gaze. After a prolonged stare, Shue's voice resonated. Compose yourself. Envision the absorption of the world's Douqi. Xian Yuanlong intended to absorb Zheng Feng's Douqi. His previous experience with the Douqi vortex had granted him some insight, yet it was under Shue's control. This time, he had to accomplish it independently, leading to some trepidation. Gradually, Xian Yuanlong regained his composure, relaxing his entire body. He struck Zheng Feng's neck, causing him to lose consciousness. As Zheng Feng fainted, a faint sneer appeared on his lips. Finally, liberation? Perhaps it is for the best. But having slain me, how will you find deliverance? These were Zheng Feng's parting thoughts. Xian Yuanlong regulated the Douqi vortex to a normal pace, slowly raising his right hand. His thumb and index finger pressed against Zheng Feng's temples. As the vortex spun, Xian Yuanlong sensed a surge of Douqi coursing through his index finger. At that moment, his entire right hand seemed to lose sensation, followed by sharp pain. Fool! Do not cease, Shui roared in Xian Yuanlong's mind. Quickly employ Blood Kiss to absorb this Douqi. Relying on Blood Kiss, Xian Yuanlong continuously integrated the Douqi into his body. He noticed that the azure Douqi transformed into crimson upon entering his body, then into a fluid, transparent state, repeatedly changing until it became a scarlet, watery, transparent Douqi that flowed into his dantian. However, after an hour, Xian Yuanlong discovered, to his dismay, that he could not halt the vortex. It was as if he had lost control, and the vortex continued to spin rapidly. Azure Douqi ceaselessly poured into Xian Yuanlong's body, saturating his meridians and dantian. Yet, the vortex showed no sign of stopping, relentlessly drawing Douqi into his body. Eventually, Xian Yuanlong began to experience waves of pain. His meridians, overfilled with Douqi, started to show signs of rupture, with cracks appearing. The expanding Douqi in his dantian caused immense discomfort and nausea. The pain intensified, gradually escalating from a mere ache to agony. Xian Yuanlong felt his consciousness fading. He felt on the verge of collapse, yearning to cry out and alleviate the pain that permeated his entire being. An observer would have been horrified by Xian Yuanlong's condition. His face was contorted, and every pore on his body oozed blood. His body convulsed, as if on the brink of disintegration. Meanwhile, Zheng Feng's body had only diminished by half, and a Douqi shield enveloped them both. Xian Yuanlong wanted to scream out in agony, but he could no longer perceive his body. He wanted to shout, but he could not feel his throat. He wanted to open his eyes, but he had forgotten where they were. Like a blind man, he was assailed by waves of terror. Blood seeped from Xian Yuanlong's orifices, mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. His body began to swell, transforming his slender frame into a bloated form, an unsettling sight. Xian Yuanlong incessantly called out to Shui, but Shui remained silent. Xian Yuanlong felt he could no longer endure the pain. His meridians had suffered multiple ruptures, and Douqi rampaged through his body. The pain was far more unbearable than when his scars had peeled off. I cannot continue. Stop, please, stop, Xian Yuanlong pleaded inwardly. He was not a man of unwavering resolve, and when faced with unbearable pain, his first instinct was to give up. He wanted to weep, to release the agony that gripped his body. He longed to return to old Lu's embrace and sob. I am worthless. Cease tormenting me. I beg you, Xian Yuanlong implored. Hoping to alleviate the pain, he could feign indifference, but he was still an 18-year-old youth. His timid upbringing had instilled in him a desire for a simple life. The period when Shui controlled his body had shown him a broader horizon, but it was merely a glimpse. He had never imagined he would venture so far. A weakling never thinks of perseverance when faced with adversity. Xian Yuanlong was no different. He now only wanted to cry and vent his pain. Blood streamed from Xian Yuanlong's mouth, and his will slowly succumbed. Give up, a voice echoed in his mind. He had already surrendered. No longer attempting to halt the vortex. He was unable to control it, allowing the dou qi to ravage his body. His dantian had suffered multiple cracks and was on the verge of collapse. A damaged dantian would mean he would never become a doja, forever remaining an ordinary man. But wasn't that the life he had always wanted? On the verge of collapse, Xian Yuanlong's consciousness blurred, just as he felt himself slipping into slumber. He found himself in a white world, devoid of all other colors. Before him, a colossal screen appeared, displaying a scene. A beautiful, opulent woman appeared on the screen. Though in her 30s, her allure was undeniable. A crimson robe draped her curvaceous form, and her flawless face was captivating. The tears on her face did not detract from her beauty. Instead, they made her appear even more vulnerable and pitiable. Master, I beg you, do not banish longer. He is but a child. His misdeeds are our fault for not guiding him properly. I am willing to bear the consequences with my child. Please do not blame him. The woman cradled a blood-soaked infant, its eyes, nose, and mouth filled with blood. Its entire body was covered in blood, yet it did not drip. Instead, clinging to the infant's flesh, the woman clutched at the hem of a middle-aged man's robe, weeping and pleading. The man had a square face and a robust physique that inspired awe. His eyes, which should have been filled with life, were filled with sorrow. Madam, let go. I can no longer protect longer. If he remains within the sect, he will face severe punishment. The man sighed heavily, watching the screen. Xian Yuanlong suddenly felt his pain subside, replaced by an inexplicable ache in his heart, a sharp pain that brought silent tears to his eyes. The man snatched the infant from the woman's arms. A guard stepped forward and received the infant, kneeling. Behind the guard, 12 individuals knelt on one knee, but remained silent. The woman gazed at the male infant cradled by the guard, weeping as she struggled to reclaim the child. Yet, she was thwarted by a man, who delivered a swift strike to her neck, causing her to collapse. He then lifted her effortlessly, turning his back on the 13 who remained kneeling, imploring them. I beg of you. With that, he vanished from their sight in an instant, leaving a pool of fresh blood where he had stood. As they watched the man disappear, the 13 guards bowed deeply in his direction before rising and hastily departing. Throughout this turmoil, the infant remained wide-eyed, absorbing the marvels of the world around him. Unperturbed by cries or distress, the scene shifted to a room where the woman sat by the bedside, her expression vacant and her gaze fixed on the floor. The man beside her offered words of comfort, yet she seemed oblivious, devoid of any response, save for 2 streaks of tears that lingered on her delicate face. Observing her lifeless demeanor, the man sighed heavily and murmured, What wrong have I done to deserve this? O heavens, if punishment must come, let it be upon me alone. Spare my family. Chapter 36. Memory. At that moment, a knock resonated through the air. Master, the Grand Elder requests your presence in the council chamber. Came a girl's voice from outside. I understand. You may go ahead. I shall join you shortly, the man replied, casting a glance at the woman beside him before rising. Upon hearing the words from outside, the woman's pallor deepened, and she struggled to lift her gaze to the man. Do not worry. I will return soon, he reassured her. And with that, he strode purposefully toward the door. The scene shifted to a grand council chamber, where an oval table stood at its center, surrounded by 10 elderly gentlemen with snow-white hair. Numerous chairs were arranged around the hall, occupied by attendees, yet the man remained standing at the head of the table. His head bowed as though the commotion around him were of no consequence. One elder with a long beard, seated at the lower end of the table, regarded the man with a gentle shake of his head before rising with a weary sigh. Your son has committed a grave error. Even your desire to shield him will not suffice. You must surrender him. If you are willing to do so, I, in my capacity as Grand Elder, will protect you. As soon as the elder concluded his statement, dissent erupted. An elderly gentleman with wrinkled skin from beneath the table stood up, declaring, Grand Elder. While the fault does not rest with Juan, he must still bear some responsibility. If he had not been negligent in his duties, this incident would not have occurred. We cannot set such a precedent. Otherwise, who would heed our authority? Indeed, Grand Elder, now is not the time for favoritism. Justice must be upheld, and personal connections must remain distinct. A robust, middle-aged man interjected with an abrasive tone. Silence. When did it become your turn to speak? Sit down and behave. The Grand Elder admonished the man sharply. With a huff, the man acquiesced, returning to his seat. Grand Elder, My cousin is simply unaware of the protocols. Please do not be angered. Another man, slender in build yet with a disquieting smile, chimed in from beside the first speaker. Grand Elder, let us cease this discussion and proceed to the vote. The man at the head interjected abruptly, lifting his gaze to reveal a glimmer of determination. The slender man instinctively recoiled, sinking back into his seat. Very well, let us commence, the Grand Elder said, reclaiming his seat. The other elders simultaneously produced brushes and inscribed characters on pieces of paper. Once he surveyed the room and confirmed that all had finished, the Grand Elder stated, let us reveal our votes. He extended his fist, and the 9 other elders mirrored his action. When the Grand Elder opened his hand, the character Li was displayed, while the others revealed Fi. The Grand Elder's brow furrowed as he scanned the assembly, noticing 2 individuals avert their gazes under his scrutiny. With a heavy sigh, he lamented the unfolding situation. The standing man appeared unfazed, indifferent to the outcome. The Grand Elder steadied himself against the table, his voice grave, declared now. In my capacity as the 9th Grand Elder of Longman, I relieve Xianyuan Huan of his position as clan leader. Does anyone dissent? As his words hung in the air, murmurs of speculation and a few gleeful tones emerged from the crowd. Noting the absence of objections, the Grand Elder continued, furthermore, I appoint Xianyuan Nye as the 10th leader of Longman. Does anyone dissent? This time, instead of mockery, cheers erupted from the assembly. The Grand Elder, suppressing his fury, continued coldly, as a penalty, Xianyuan Huan, you shall never leave Longman for the rest of your life. Having delivered his verdict, the Grand Elder slumped heavily back into his chair. Xianyuan Huan, surveying the assembled crowd, felt a wave of regret wash over him. He had dedicated his life to Longman, only to meet such a dismal fate. With a deep exhalation, Xianyuan Huan turned without a backward glance and strode toward the exit, only to be halted by a voice calling after him. It was the slender man, Xianyuan Nye, gazing at Huan's retreating form with a chilling expression. Now that I am clan leader, you must surrender your son. Do not think you can evade this. Come and ask if you have the courage, Xianyuan Huan retorted, departing without a glance, leaving Xianyuan Nye seething with resentment. Take heed of your actions, the Grand Elder cautioned, placing a firm hand on Xianyuan Nye's shoulder as he departed with a heavy heart. The scene shifted once more, revealing a hospital room where Xianyuan Huan lay motionless on the bed, his eyes gently closed. The woman who wept uncontrollably leaned over the bedside, her tears flowing freely. An elderly physician meticulously examined Xianyuan Huan, applying various remedies. With a sigh, the physician turned to leave, but the grieving woman suddenly wiped her tears and fixed her gaze on him. Her voice trembled with urgency. Old Qian, what has happened to my husband? Please tell me the truth. I can bear it. Gazing into her steadfast eyes, Old Qian sighed again, shaking his head helplessly. Alas, I am powerless. I do not even know what poison has afflicted him, let alone how to treat it. Fortunately, his innate strength has allowed him to seal his own consciousness with his fighting spirit. But what? She pressed eagerly. But if no one can unravel this poison, he may endure this state for the rest of his life, lying in bed without sensation, akin to a living corpse. Even so, he can only persist for 30 years. If no cure is found by then, Old Qian trailed off. Upon hearing the words living corpse, the woman fell into a stupor, tears tinged with blood escaping the corners of her eyes. However, after half an hour of weeping, a sudden, frenzied smile broke forth on her face, and she began to run about the room, laughing maniacally, murmuring, Husband, come chase me. She soon knelt beside Xianyuan Huan, leaning over him, her voice filled with joy. Husband, why do you just lie there? Get up and keep me company, she called, shaking him insistently, clearly lost to madness. Witnessing the woman's descent into insanity, Xianyuan Long felt an unbearable pain wash over him. Ah, he screamed, yet no sound escaped his lips. Child, do you comprehend why your heart aches so? A voice, dripping with malice, echoed beside Xianyuan Long. It belonged to a figure mirroring his appearance but boasting silver hair and blood-red eyes. The skin, pale to the point of evoking fear, drew blood steadily towards Xianyuan Long. Unperturbed by Xianyuan Long's fraying nerves, it murmured, You need not deceive yourself any longer. Indeed, Xianyuan Huan and that woman are your parents. You were once the heir of Longman, yet they claimed you committed an error that was not truly a mistake. Seizing the opportunity, they toppled your father, Xianyuan Huan. Now, your father lies in Longman like a living corpse, enduring each day in a wretched existence. As for your mother, after losing you, She suffered the blow of Xianyuan Huan's transformation into a lifeless being, which subsequently led to her severe mental decline, often lost in a daze, resembling a madwoman. And you? What have you been doing? While your parents endure torment, a fate worse than death, you linger in thoughts of a feeble existence. Do you honor your parents? Ah, answer me. Blood roared at the still-dazed Xianyuan Long. Each word struck deeply at the very essence of Xianyuan Long's already withered heart. Ah! Xianyuan Long cried out once more, but this time his voice resonated outward, as if all his strength had been siphoned away by that cry. He collapsed heavily to the ground, lying sprawled in a large character, murmuring, "Impossible, this cannot be. Child, nothing is impossible. Your current strength is inadequate. There are many matters I cannot elucidate for you, but I will not deceive you. These events are indeed real. You may choose to abandon hope. But contemplate this. In 12 years, your father will perish, and your mother will drift through life in a haze of confusion. Look there. Behold what has become of your once beautiful mother." As Blood spoke, the scene shifted to reveal a woman with disheveled hair and tattered clothing, unmistakably the very same woman. Cowering in a dark corner of her room, trembling violently, her eyes filled with terror. "No, do not take my child, please." Her once delicate visage now bore the marks of dirt and despair, clenching a piece of dirt-stained steamed bun, incessantly gnawing at it. Chapter 37. The Heart of the Strong. No, do not eat. Xianyuan Long desperately scrambled to his feet, rushing towards the luminous barrier in hopes of preventing the woman from consuming the food. However, as he stood before the shimmering veil, his outstretched hands passed through it. Failing to reach her, he remained frozen in that futile gesture, and after several minutes, he finally regained his senses. Unbeknownst to him, tears had already cascaded down his face. "Please, I beg you, do not release it. Close it. I implore you," Xianyuan Long cried, rushing towards the blood, tightly clinging to its leg and fervently pleading. "Humph. When will you ever understand that in this world, strength reigns supreme? Tears and pleas are of no use to us. If you possess sufficient power and a heart of a conqueror, then everything will fall within your grasp." Blood retorted coldly, kicking Xianyuan Long away from its leg. Xianyuan Long fell heavily to the ground, his eyes vacant, murmuring, "The heart of the strong?" Memories of past humiliations flooded his mind. "You are useless. You are a fool. I can beat you without consequence. What can you do?" Those blurred images gradually sharpened, and as they surged forth from the depths of his memory, Xianyuan Long realized how utterly powerless he had been throughout his years. As Blood observed the unique ferocity that finally appeared on Xianyuan Long's face, it knew the moment was ripe to deliver another invigorating jolt. "Do you understand? You now have the opportunity to alter everything, to bring those wretched individuals to their knees before you. Can you envision it? Can you see it? Their words of praise, the most beautiful accolades, they tremble before you. And your parents, do you see them? Your father leisurely seated beneath the ancient banyan tree, engrossed in classical texts, while your mother prepares dinner for you this evening. Do you see it? Answer me. Do you see it?" The vivid images conjured by Blood stirred something within Xianyuan Long's once-numb heart, igniting a flicker of hope. "Yes, I see it. I see it," he whispered to himself. "Now, you can make it happen. Why do you hesitate? I can transform your desires into reality. But you must strive, and strive again. Do you not wish to spare your parents further suffering? Can you comprehend the depth of their love for you? For your sake, your father forfeited his position as clan leader, and your mother has descended from beauty to a state of despair. Is this what you desire? Return to me. Answer me." Blood roared at Xianyuan Long, its voice rising in intensity. "Indeed, my parents endure the torment of our lineage because of me. Can I continue to cower?" Xianyuan Long suddenly felt a shattering sound resonate in his mind, as if shackles were breaking apart. "I possess the heart of the strong," he shouted, rising once more to confront the void, his voice echoing in the empty space. "I understand now. I finally comprehend that my passive tolerance will earn me neither respect nor admiration, only pity. I shall conquer with force, causing this world to tremble beneath my feet, compelling all who hear my name to cower in fear, silencing even the weeping child who dares to utter it. In this world, I shall be the strongest. I'm the strongest," Xianyuan Long declared to the emptiness, his voice reverberating back in affirmation. "Wait for me, that day is not far off. You shall see," he vowed. "Gods shall fall before me, demons shall perish at my hands, and even the divine shall be extinguished." As Xianyuan Long gazed at the woman still consuming her food, he made the first promise of his life. With eyes now as crimson as blood, Xianyuan Long felt a smirk tug at Blood's lips. "Boy, I hope you do not disappoint me," Blood mused. "Yet, now is not the time for bravado. A formidable trial lies ahead. If you cannot overcome it, then you may as well abandon any claims of being the strongest." Xianyuan Long turned to face Blood, whose demeanor had grown cold once more, and spoke in a frosty tone. "Send me out." As Xianyuan Long's consciousness returned, he was first met with an overwhelming wave of pain. Several hours had passed since his meridians sustained damage, and it was only due to the resilience granted by that mysterious herb Blood had discovered in the jungle that he endured. However, his meridians were still severely compromised, with some completely severed. With a fragment of Blood's fighting spirit aiding him, Xianyuan Long realized his insides were bleeding profusely, apart from his heart and brain. Not a single organ remained intact. Had the former Xianyuan Long beheld his own insides in such a state, he would have surely fainted, but now he remained composed. Having shattered the chains that bound him, his mentality had undergone a profound transformation in mere hours. Now, gazing at his grievously damaged organs, he merely furrowed his brow and calmly inquired of Blood, "What should I do now? Your body is gravely injured, and the path to restoration is fraught with difficulty. First, you must use my fighting spirit to fully repair your dantian. As for the severed meridians, you shall gradually mend them. But let me be clear, the pain of repairing them is beyond what any mortal can endure. Do you understand the principle of breaking before mending? All your meridians require reconstruction, akin to creating them anew, and the agony will exceed that of the initial rupture by fivefold. Furthermore, you must regulate the flow of fighting spirit within your body, allowing it to move with a measured pace. As for accommodating such a volume of spirit, that is for you to figure out." Blood concluded, falling into silence. Xianyuan Long found his own fighting spirit insufficient for his needs, and the little that Blood lent him was hardly adequate. Thus, he had to first restore his dantian to regain control over his spirit before he could hope to heal his grievous injuries. Cautiously, Xianyuan Long directed Blood's fighting spirit through his dantian, meticulously observing the areas of damage. He noted at least 3 significant cracks in his dantian, with smaller fissures scattered throughout. He resolved to address the largest crack first, carefully channeling the fighting spirit to converge upon it, enveloping the fissure with a layer of spirit membrane. This would suffice for a temporary fix, but complete restoration would require time and effort. Just as the fighting spirit membrane covered the crack, an unexpected surge of fighting spirit struck it, causing it to ripple. Fortunately, Blood's peculiar spirit prevented it from dissipating. Otherwise, Xianyuan Long's efforts would have been in vain. Before he could attend to the second crack, a jolt of pain pierced through him, causing him to gasp. The newly formed membrane had allowed the crack to expand slowly without the impact of fighting spirit, and although the growth was excruciatingly slow, the agony was unbearable. Xianyuan Long gritted his teeth, his lips splitting from the force of his exertion. The Xianyuan dragon, already adorned with beads of blood, began to perspire once more, the sweat mingling with crimson droplets, cascading over his body. The floor of the dungeon was stained red from his lifeblood, leaving it awash in a macabre hue. Not a trace of vitality remained within him. Even the tiniest capillaries were rendered invisible, as if his very essence was on the verge of being entirely drained. The agony he endured was akin to that of a soul cast into a boiling cauldron, an excruciating desire to flee, yet utterly devoid of any means to escape. Chapter 38. Achievement. Enduring the excruciating pain, Xianyuan Long's body convulsed violently, yet he resolutely continued to channel his fighting energy towards the second fissure for repair. Gradually, he absorbed his own fighting energy, integrating it into the controlled force. With the experience of the first fissure behind him, when the agony of the second fissure struck, Xianyuan Long was no longer in a state of panic. Despite the overwhelming pain, he managed to endure. Thus, he repaired the fighting energy within his dantian, losing track of time until he finally completed the restoration of all the injuries within. Meanwhile, the blood in his mind observed him with a hint of cold sweat. There were moments when it thought Xianyuan Long might falter, yet he miraculously persevered. However, the toll was evident. His previously vibrant face had grown increasingly pale, nearing a ghastly whiteness reminiscent of death. Even after completing the repairs to his dantian, Xianyuan Long remained engulfed in agony. The restoration of internal organs could not be accomplished in mere hours. It required days to heal, much like external injuries. Unbeknownst to him, while he labored to mend his meridians, chaos erupted outside. After discovering Xian Yuanlong's absence, the crowd searched tirelessly, ultimately locating him over 10 hours later. Seated cross-legged on the ground, while Zheng Feng lay before him, a mere skeleton of his former self, on the brink of death. Though the crowd was oblivious to Xian Yuanlong's activities, they speculated he might be engaged in some form of training. The protective barrier of fighting energy enveloping Zheng Feng and Xian Yuanlong still persisted, a formation crafted by blood to enhance Xian Yuanlong's absorption of Zheng Feng's essence. As the onlookers beheld the blood-soaked scene, with blood continuously seeping from Xian Yuanlong, the dungeon became a crimson tableau, inciting a stir among them. Fortunately, Elder Lu managed to quell their concerns, ordering them to retreat while assigning a few guards to the dungeon entrance, ensuring no one approached. He remained vigilant, prepared to rescue Xian Yuanlong in the event of impending danger. Observing Xian Yuanlong's peculiar cultivation, the brothers Heng and Ha eagerly volunteered to stay by his side. A proposal Elder Lu did not oppose, recognizing their formidable strengths. Meanwhile, Heng and Ha, who had been contemplating how to earn merit, devoted themselves wholeheartedly to this task. Due to pressing matters within the mercenary group, Lihua could not remain, for the presence of a leader was essential amidst their ranks. As dawn broke on the following day, Xian Yuanlong's blood had completely coagulated, with no fresh blood emerging, a fact that eased Elder Lu and the others' worries. Had blood continued to flow, Xian Yuanlong might have become the first fighter to perish during training due to excessive blood loss. However, Xian Yuanlong's condition was far from as optimistic as they perceived. The pain throughout his body had not subsided, keeping his nerves perpetually on edge. After enduring hours of torment, his spirit was utterly exhausted. The blood remaining within his body was merely sufficient for normal respiration, and he frequently experienced hypoxia, sustained solely by an indomitable will. His body no longer convulsed. It was not that the pain had vanished, but rather that he lacked the strength to twitch. He could only grit his teeth and persist. Currently, most of Xian Yuanlong's meridians had been restored, with only a few minor fissures remaining unaddressed. Yet, he still had not devised a method to absorb the nearly solidified fighting energy coursing through him. He could only control the usable fighting energy, continuing its repair while contemplating how to assimilate it entirely. Xian Yuanlong gazed intently at the overwhelming fighting energy within his meridians. He had considered numerous methods, yet none bore fruit. Forcing his consciousness to adhere to the essence of Yuan-Yi, he repeatedly experimented with various strategies. Observing the crimson translucent fighting energy alongside the white translucent energy of blood, he sensed a distinction but could not discern its nature. As the fighting energy enveloped his meridians, his body gradually began to return to normalcy, various internal organs resuming their functions. The vortex of fighting energy on his index finger began to slow, and approximately 1/10 of Zheng Feng's fighting energy remained unabsorbed. The vortex. Yes, it was the vortex. Xian Yuanlong finally recognized the disparity between his fighting energy and that of blood. The blood energy flowed like a stream, undulating in waves, while his energy moved as a unified army. This must be the effect of the vortex. The essence of a fighter's energy resides within the dantian. If he could construct a vortex in his dantian, allowing it to rotate incessantly, he could absorb this energy. With this revelation, Xian Yuanlong unhesitatingly commenced his construction endeavor. Channeling a wisp of fighting energy into his dantian felt akin to attempting to fill a room already brimming with items, leaving no space. After several attempts, he managed to force a faint wisp of fighting energy into the dantian, where it settled at the center. Recalling his initial experience in forming a vortex on his right index finger, he gradually shaped the wisp into a swirling form. After considerable time, when the energy finally coalesced into a vortex, its base rested at the upper jiao point. However, to set the vortex into motion, an external force was required, and no fighting energy remained within Xian Yuanlong's control to impact the dantian. The only external force available came from the fighting energy within Zheng Feng's body. Without hesitation, he commanded the vortex to begin its rotation, and what had been a slow absorption of Zheng Feng's energy transformed into a frenzied intake. Xian Yuanlong felt a torrent of potent fighting energy surge into his body, shattering the already repaired meridians in an instant. After 2 days of guarding, Elder Lu suddenly noticed blood seeping from Xian Yuanlong's pores once more. Suppressing a flicker of unease, he fixed his gaze anxiously upon Xian Yuanlong. In that moment when the fighting energy surged into his body, although most of the meridians were again damaged, some energy managed to penetrate Xian Yuanlong's dantian, which, previously dormant, began to operate slowly with the influx of this new power. Just a bit more, just a bit more. Xianyuan Long silently chanted within himself as the repaired areas began to rupture anew, more violently this time. He understood that his opportunity was fleeting. To avoid enduring the agony of repairing his fighting energy once again, he fervently activated the vortex on his index finger. Instantly, an unprecedented surge of fighting energy rushed towards his Dantian, ravaging both the repaired and intact meridians alike, plunging Xianyuan Long's mind into a brief stupor. As the immense fighting energy surged into his Dantian, the results were astonishingly beneficial. The previously trembling vortex began to spin vigorously under this newfound force. Xianyuan Long fought against the encroaching darkness of unconsciousness, continuously commanding the vortex in his Dantian to rotate. If he failed to seize this opportunity, all his prior efforts would be in vain. At the same moment, the blood kiss began to operate. One could observe that the swirling energy within Xianyuan Long's Dantian was gradually returning to a state of normalcy. The chaotic essence of fighting energy seemed to have discovered an outlet, continuously converging towards the Dantian. They behaved like unruly children, no longer traversing the meridians. For those pathways were no longer unobstructed. Instead, all the fighting energy freely coursed through Xianyuan Long's internal organs, gathering outside the Dantian, where it was incessantly absorbed by the swirling energy within. Xianyuan Long felt a sharp pain throughout his body, and ultimately, he could no longer withstand the torment. The tautness of his nerves snapped, his head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 39. The Advancement of Fighting Energy when Xianyuan Long regained consciousness. 3 days had already passed. He remained in the same position, hands still resting on Zheng Feng, who had now become a mere corpse. Staring at the lifeless body before him, Xianyuan Long exhaled a breath of murky air and lifted his gaze to see Lu Lao and others approaching. In truth, the moment he collapsed, the others had intended to rush forward to investigate. However, just as they took their first steps, a voice resonated in their minds, instructing them to remain where they were, as it was not yet time for them to come closer. This cold voice, unmistakably, belonged to blood. Although Xianyuan Long was unconscious, the fighting vortex on his index finger continued to operate, absorbing the scant fighting energy from Zheng Feng's body. Though the remaining energy amounted to only 1/10 of its total, it was more than sufficient for Xianyuan Long, who had yet to even qualify as a fighter. While the fighting vortex within his Dantian was no longer under Xianyuan Long's control, it continued to spin, facilitating the movement of energy throughout his body. The energy that entered his Dantian was initially drawn to the top of the vortex, and after several rotations, it began to descend to the bottom. As the vortex filtered through the energy, what remained vanished at the base. The vortex tirelessly filtered and compressed the energy. When the energy re-emerged from the bottom of the vortex, it had transformed into a shallow crimson stream, rainfusing Xianyuan Long's body and autonomously repairing his meridians and damaged internal organs in a continuous cycle. Upon awakening and probing the fighting energy within his body, Xianyuan Long was startled by an unexpected wave of euphoria, realizing he had advanced from a non-fighter to the lower tier of fighters. The flowing energy filled him with a sense of vitality. He gazed at his hands in disbelief. You need not be overly astonished. The effort you have expended will yield satisfying results, Blood's voice echoed lightly in his mind. Clenching his fists, Xianyuan Long stood up, and his body crackled with sound. Although Blood's words rang true, the excruciating price he had paid for this fighting energy evoked a tinge of pride within him. After ensuring that his body was largely healed, he directed his consciousness towards his Dantian, where a vortex the size of 2 fingers remained quietly in place. Upon focusing his mind, the dormant vortex began to rotate rhythmically, absorbing the fighting energy from the surrounding environment, while the impurities flowed out from the upper part of the vortex into the air. With the nourishing effect of the fighting energy, Xianyuan Long's meridians and internal organs had healed significantly, save for a couple of larger scars still in the process of mending. Although the pain had not diminished, he sensed a newfound resilience in his ability to endure suffering. He allowed the energy within him to continue the repair of the larger wounds, seemingly indifferent to the torment, his expression calm. Stretching comfortably, Xianyuan Long turned to the 3 individuals who had guarded him over the past several days, offering a slight bow and a grateful smile, while they, in turn, looked on, unsure how to react. Upon realizing he had been in training for a week, Xianyuan Long felt a sense of surprise. To him, it had seemed only a matter of hours. With his body still muddied, He casually shook his head and followed the others out of the dungeon. Once back indoors, and after cleansing himself thoroughly, Xianyuan Long found himself staring blankly at his reflection in the mirror. Was that truly him? The figure in the mirror had short white hair, eyes tinged with crimson, and a face that, while once frail, now bore an air of determination. His slender fingers brushed across his face, and upon confirming that the person was indeed himself, Xianyuan Long let out a resigned sigh. The youthfulness that once accompanied his features was obscured by his silver hair, making it difficult to discern his age. The well-fitted white robe accentuated his tall frame. And what once appeared to be the image of a timid, frail person now emanated a hint of feral danger under the gaze of his red eyes. Having just emerged from his confinement, Xianyuan Long did not immediately summon the assembly in the council hall, for he was still laden with many questions seeking answers. Organizing his thoughts, he called out mentally, "Blood, are you there?" "Indeed," came Blood's unexpected teasing reply. "This time, your gains are quite substantial." Xianyuan Long rubbed his nose and smiled slightly. "Since we have time, impart some knowledge about the strong in this world, lest I remain a frog at the bottom of a well." "Very well," Blood began, elucidating that by the standards of this world, attaining the rank of fighter was already considered a third-rate level of strength. Ascending further, one would reach the realm of purple fighters, which classified them as second-rate experts. Second-rate experts? But as far as I know, the highest in this world should be the purple fighters. Xianyuan Long interjected, unable to contain himself. "Humph, that is merely the ignorance of the masses. It is only upon reaching the status of purple fighter that one realizes there are indeed higher tiers. If you consider the fact that there are at least 200 purple fighters in the world, why would so many continue to cultivate their energy if that were the pinnacle? Do not interrupt me, young one. Allow me to give you a proper lesson. In truth, beyond the realm of purple fighters, there exist the ranks of earth fighters and heaven fighters. The earth fighters are regarded as first-rate masters, capable of harnessing the energy of the world around them. While there are drawbacks, they are not so far removed from the purple fighters. It can be said that 5 upper-tier purple fighters would not stand a chance against a single earth fighter. Do you understand now?" Xianyuan Long was plunged into deep contemplation. The rank of purple fighter was already an unfathomable height, and to learn that there existed even higher tiers was overwhelming. The thought that a single earth fighter could defeat 5 purple fighters was beyond his comprehension, and he dared not ponder further. Fearing the shattering of the fragile confidence he had just begun to build, seeing Xianyuan Long's silence, Blood continued, "The heaven fighters are the evolution beyond earth fighters. They do not possess the same drawbacks as earth fighters. As to what those drawbacks are, you wouldn't understand if I explain now. You will come to know when you reach that level. However, I can tell you that upon reaching the rank of heaven fighter, one can summon all the energy of the world, moving mountains and filling seas, altering the weather with but a thought. Is that not akin to becoming a god?" Xianyuan Long exclaimed in astonishment. "Gods? No. They are not quite gods yet. Since ancient times, there has been a legend that above heaven fighters lie the gods. Yet no one has ever breached that threshold. I can assure you, however, that beyond heaven fighters, there indeed exist gods. I have witnessed the moment of ascension firsthand, so, young one, strive diligently. I eagerly await the day you reach that pinnacle." Blood's voice suddenly took on a note of nostalgia, as if lost in a distant memory. "I will reach that pinnacle as well. Do not give me hope only to let me down," Xianyuan Long replied casually, viewing Blood's words as mere jest. "So, how many earth fighters and heaven fighters exist on this continent?" "How many?" Blood pondered. "There are likely more earth fighters. Nearly every empire boasts at least one earth fighter among its ranks. On average, during my era, excluding the reclusive masters of the Do-D realm, there were approximately 50 individuals. However, years have passed, and even the seasoned fighters, despite attaining the Do-D rank, cannot escape the inevitable cycle of life, aging, and death. Consequently, it is likely that some of these fighters have perished, while new masters of the Do-D realm continuously emerge. Thus, I remain uncertain about the current number of Do-D experts on the continent. As for the Do-Tian masters, I am aware that 5 are still alive. Among them, 2 are likely residing atop Mount Tai. They are brothers. The summit of Mount Tai is located within the Fengyue Empire, and due to the presence of these 2 formidable experts, the Fengyue Empire holds the highest status on the continent, surpassing others in terms of territory, population, and prosperity. Regarding the remaining 3 Do-Tian masters, 2 are believed to be in seclusion somewhere on the continent, while 1 resides within the Iron Blood Empire. The Iron Blood Empire and the Fengyue Empire are neighboring realms, which inevitably leads to incessant conflicts between them, yet neither side seems capable of gaining the upper hand. Chapter 40. Familiars. Given the presence of Do-D experts, why not deploy them directly? With two Do-D masters in the Fengyue Empire, victory over the Iron Blood Empire would be assured, wouldn't it? Xin Yuanlong voiced his inner thoughts. Humph, Shui scoffed. What do you take Do-D experts for? Do you think the Empire can command them? Even Do-Rin level cultivators are beyond the Empire's control, let alone Do-D masters. Even if the Empire were to fall, a Do-D expert might not intervene unless it involved a truly catastrophic humanitarian crisis. Once one transcends to the Do-Tian level, they become akin to deities. Why would they care about who rules as emperor? Xian Yuanlong mused. Indeed, upon attaining divinity, one would be free to do as they please. Why waste time meddling in worldly affairs? But do you know why one is only considered a third-rate expert upon reaching the Dohan level? Shui inquired. Is it not simply because Dohan level experts can fly? Xian Yuanlong wondered. It's not merely the ability to fly, but because every cultivator who reaches the Dohan level can open their own dimension and contract with a magical beast for their use. Imagine, when fighting a Dohan level expert of equal strength, they suddenly unleash a magical beast of comparable power. What are your odds then? Without waiting for Xin Yuanlong to respond, Shui continued, these contracted magical beasts are commonly known as familiars. Each cultivator can only contract with one familiar in their lifetime. Once your familiar dies, you can never have another. Perhaps upon reaching the divine level, one might be able to contract again, but by then, would you even need a familiar? Shui paused after delivering this comprehensive explanation of familiars. Does that imply that one should wait until they reach a higher cultivation level to capture a superior familiar? Xian Yuanlong questioned. That's only true for familiars that cannot evolve. There are plenty of familiars in this world capable of evolving. In those cases, the earlier you capture them, the better. The longer a familiar stays with its master, the higher its loyalty. Magical beasts are inherently unrefined creatures with little inherent loyalty. The contract merely maintains a relationship and doesn't guarantee their willingness to fight for you. Moreover, familiars are not bound by a lifetime contract with a single master. When the master dies, the contract dissolves automatically. Therefore, it's not uncommon for familiars to refuse to fight for their masters in battle unless they willingly follow you, Shui clarified. Oh, so how do these evolvable familiars evolve? Xian Yuanlong pressed on. Familiars generally absorb Do-Chi from the world to replenish themselves, but evolvable familiars do more than just that. They also absorb their master's essence blood. Whenever the master advances, the familiar also improves due to the master's growth. Of course, the advantage of such familiars is that they remain loyal once they acknowledge you as their master, as they rely on your essence blood for sustenance. Although they don't need much, perhaps about 30% of the total essence blood in the body, Shui explained, with a hint of helplessness at Xian Yuanlong's relentless questioning. 30% isn't much? Xian Yuanlong felt a wave of dizziness. All right, stop asking and let me finish, Shui interrupted, exasperated. This 30% refers to the amount they need to absorb only once, initially. Afterward, they don't need to absorb anymore. The loyalty of such familiars is absolutely unquestionable. Upon the master's death, the familiar will commit suicide. However, these familiars are extremely rare, relying on fate and luck. If everyone could obtain one, the world would be in chaos. Currently, most experts above the Dohan level use the first type of familiar, the non-evolvable kind. Although their loyalty may be questionable, if you nurture them properly, their power is in no way inferior to the evolvable kind, and may even surpass them. But if you have the chance in the future, it's best to obtain an evolvable familiar. After all, they possess some intelligence. If you protect them well, and when they become powerful enough, they will elevate your strength to another level. Shui paused briefly before continuing. Also, there are 4 divine beasts in this world, each with strength between the Do-D levels. The first is Xuanwu, whose true form is a 17,000-year-old sea turtle. It is renowned for its defensive capabilities, and almost no one below the Do-Tian level can break through its defenses. However, it is inherently lazy and unwilling to move, so it generally stays in the depths of the Eastern Sea. In stark contrast is the white tiger in the vast magical beast forest between the White Tiger Empire and the Ijia Empire in the west. It excels in speed but has weak defense and fierce attacks, causing dramatic changes with every move. However, as long as one doesn't enter the White Tiger's territory, one is generally safe from its attacks. But if you step into its domain, Be prepared to face its wrath. A large force once attempted to subdue it, sending 2 Do D level experts, 5 Do Run, and 30 Do Han, but only 1 Do D level expert, with a severed arm, returned alive. The others disappeared into the magical Beast Mountains, demonstrating its power. In the south, within the volcano-ridden Flame Empire, resides the third divine beast, the Vermilion Bird. The Flame Empire is extremely hot and vast, but sparsely populated. In the south of the empire, there is an area equivalent to the size of a palace empire. But it is a barren land filled with various volcanoes, with frequent eruptions. The Vermilion Bird is a flying magical beast, but its feather defense is only slightly weaker than Xuanwu's. Few cultivators can withstand the Vermilion Bird's divine fire spewed from its mouth. The last one is the Azure Dragon in the Northern Ice Empire. The Azure Dragon's form is similar to the tattoo on your chest, but in terms of strength, it is the most powerful of the divine beasts. The key is that the Azure Dragon can harness the power of heaven and earth from birth. And summoning wind and rain is a natural skill for every Azure Dragon, imprinted in its body without the need for cultivation. Although their strength is only at the Do D level, with their magical beast bodies, they can contend with Do Tian level experts. But the most crucial reason they are called divine beasts is not just their ability to contend with Do Tian level experts, but because Shui abruptly stopped, a hint of undisguised loneliness and sorrow in his voice. Xian Yuanlong didn't dare to interrupt Shui's thoughts. After several minutes, Shui continued, "It's because they once had a leader, whose true form was also a dragon. That dragon was blessed by heaven, born at the Do D level. But that dragon was not complacent and instead worked tirelessly, seeking to break through the shackles of heaven. After 35,000 years of arduous cultivation, that dragon finally reached the upper stage of Do Tian, only one step away from divinity. But that one step was destined for tragedy." As the blood recounted the tale of the dragon, Xian Yuanlong felt a flicker of astonishment. The blood, which had never displayed even a hint of emotion, now emanated a profound sorrow, intertwined with a deep-seated hatred. The voice of the blood interrupted Xian Yuanlong's train of thought. Just as the dragon approached the threshold of divine prowess, a true deity suddenly manifested before it. This being was indeed a god, and even the dragon, having attained the pinnacle of the Do Tian stage, could not muster a shred of combativeness in the presence of such a formidable entity. The intention of this god was straightforward. He wished to claim the dragon as his magical companion. Yet, how could the dragon acquiesce to such a fate? To become another's magical pet would be tantamount to losing its very essence. Ultimately, a disagreement arose between the two. Oh, not merely a being and a dragon, but a clash of wills, and a fierce battle ensued. Although the dragon was apprehensive of the deity's strength, the latter was also cautious not to push too far, resulting in a conflict that lasted 5 long years. The terrain was ravaged, eroded by over 10,000 meters, transforming the landscape into what is now known as the Tarago Desert, the largest sandy expanse upon the continent. In the annals of history, it is rumored that the dragon ultimately succumbed to the god's might and became his magical companion, thus giving rise to the term divine beast. The dragon's 4 siblings, too, basked in this newfound glory, and gradually, the populace accustomed themselves to referring to them as the 4 divine beasts. However, the reality is far more nuanced. The voice of the blood rose sharply, revealing that after 5 arduous years of combat, the dragon remained but a step away from divinity, ultimately facing defeat. Yet it did not become the god's mount. In that fateful moment, the dragon chose self-detonation to end its own life. The god, taken aback by the dragon's fierce spirit, found it too late to intervene as the dragon prepared for its final act of defiance, leaving him with no choice but to flee. In the end, the dragon exploded into a brilliant blaze, while the god narrowly escaped. However, the deity was not so easily liberated. For at least 50,000 years thereafter, he would find himself unable to reclaim his former zenith of power. You may wonder if the self-detonation of a Do Tian stage being possesses such formidable might, who could possibly impede its progress? Yet, you are mistaken. You have overlooked the fact that this was a dragon, not a mere human. The cultivation of magical beasts is inherently more arduous than that of humanity. It is fair to assert that when beings of equivalent standing, humans and magical beasts, clash, it is invariably the human who faces defeat, not the beast. In that era, the dragon's prowess was, without exaggeration, unparalleled in the human realm. Even against other Do Tian experts, none could rival its strength. At the height of its power, The dragon even faced two adversaries simultaneously, ultimately slaying both, despite their own status as Dotion elites. Alas, this victory came at a grievous cost to the dragon. Chapter 41. Separation. Xian Yuanlong felt as though he was ensconced in a fantastical realm. The words of the dragon seemed to drift far beyond his grasp. At present, he was merely a novice fighter, having just reached the initial tier of a warrior. Any combatant of a higher rank could extinguish his life with the ease of crushing an ant. Yet, sensing the undercurrent of animosity in Blood's tone, an epiphany struck him. Perhaps this bloodline harbored a clandestine connection to the dragon. Tentatively, he inquired, "Is the last dragon truly deceased?" Blood fell into contemplative silence before finally responding, "It has perished." Xian Yuanlong, however, found little credence in this assertion and chose not to delve deeper, recognizing his current lack of authority to comprehend such matters. Everything hinged upon the demonstration of strength. With a soft sigh, he concluded a day of discussion with Blood regarding the continent's lore. The following day, he made his appearance before the assembly. His gaze fell upon a woman seated at the far end of the hall, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. He was acutely aware that he was unworthy of her, yet memories of her tender care during his recovery and the humiliating moments he had endured flooded back to him. After a cursory glance at the upper echelons of the Blood Dragon Mercenary Corps, Xian Yuanlong cleared his throat and asked, "Has anything significant transpired during my seclusion?" Li Hua, observing the now familiar figure of Xian Yuanlong, sensed an inexplicable shift. Though he appeared to remain at the same initial tier of a warrior, it surprised everyone. While they had witnessed his current state before, a hint of concern lingered. The duo, Hung and Ha, regarded him with slight frowns, choosing to meditate in silence. Responding to Xian Yuanlong's inquiry, Li Hua stood and said, "Young master, there has been no major incident within the Mercenary Corps during your absence. However, the C-grade Cold Wind Mercenary Corps has expressed a desire to discuss certain matters with you upon your return. They have also sent invitations awaiting your response." "Oh, the Cold Wind Mercenary Corps? I shall refrain from involvement. You may handle it," Xian Yuanlong replied dismissively, gesturing with his hand. Watching Xian Yuanlong cast aside responsibilities as if they were burdensome, Li Hua could only shake his head in resignation. Since the establishment of the Blood Dragon Mercenary Corps, their leader had never concerned himself with the affairs of the group. Understanding Xian Yuanlong's disposition, Li Hua could only manage a wry smile, but then inquired, "Young master, how is your health?" Upon noticing the subtle concern in Li Hua's eyes, Xian Yuanlong understood. "I am largely unscathed. Only my meridians sustain some damage. A few days of rest will suffice for my recovery." "Young master." As Xian Yuanlong regarded Li Hua, the woman who had captured his heart finally rose. Offering him a slight bow, biting her lip, she said, "Young master, now that your health has improved, I believe it is time for me to depart." She noticed the sorrow in Xian Yuanlong's eyes but pressed on. As the saying goes, it is better to endure short pain than long suffering. Since it appears we cannot be together, it would be best to end this feeling now. I have been away from home for some time, and I fear my family may worry. With your health restored, my continued presence serves no purpose. I plan to leave tonight. I hope you can grant me this wish." She bowed once more. Watching Chang Yan's resolute departure, Xian Yuanlong felt a pang of inexplicable heartache, but could only wave his hand helplessly. "Li Hua, send 2 capable individuals to escort her home." With that, he turned and entered the inner courtyard, declaring, "Once I have healed Hung and Ha, we shall engage in battle." His words eased the collective concern of those present. If he was still able to fight, it signified that his injuries were indeed minor. As they observed Chang Yan's retreat, many expressed their reluctance to let her go, but she remained steadfast in her resolve to sever ties with Xian Yuanlong, hoping to avoid entanglements. After the realization that she could not be persuaded to stay, they offered words of comfort, while Li Hua dispatched a monkey and another warrior to ensure her safe passage. At the entrance of Li Yuan, Chang Yan, poised to depart, lingered outside as if awaiting something. It was evident to the others that she was likely waiting for Xian Yuanlong. They all hoped he would appear to urge her to stay, for they had grown fond of the charming young woman during their months together. They believed that if he were to express his desire for her to remain, she might reconsider her decision. However, after standing at the door for over half an hour without sight of him, Lu Lao rushed in, clutching a piece of paper. He approached Chang Yan and said, "This is from Long. It is said to restore your appearance. Upon your return, simply apply the ingredients listed, and you shall regain your true visage." Initially perplexed by Lu Lao's words, The crowd soon grasped that Chang Yan's current appearance was not her authentic one, with many eager to see her true face. Chang Yan could only bow slightly and apologize, saying, "My real name is Chang Yan, the daughter of the master of the Kaishan sect. Due to certain fortuitous circumstances, I came to know the young master. This mask was provided by him to avoid complications. I apologize for the concealment during this time and hope you will still regard me as a member of the Blood Dragon Mercenary Corps. I am grateful for your care, which has imparted knowledge I could not have acquired elsewhere. Should you need anything in the future, please send someone to Kaishan sect, and I shall do my utmost." With that, she bowed once more to the crowd. As Chang Yan finally stepped into the carriage and departed without looking back, the monkey and the escort hurried to follow. "Sister, take care on your journey. If you encounter troubles, come to Li Yuan and speak with me," Wenli called out, tears streaming down her face. Inside the carriage, Chang Yan wept inconsolably. "Fool, you clearly wanted me to stay. Why did you not come to plead for me? If only you had spoken those words, I might have found it impossible to leave." She lamented, her heart in turmoil. She wished to distance herself, yet longed to remain by his side. Meanwhile, the white-haired man, whom she had deemed foolish, stood atop the highest level of Li Yuan, gazing at Chang Yan's retreating figure. After a long moment of reflection, he sighed. "Perhaps your decision is indeed the right one. If so, it is best for us to part ways in this lifetime." Shaking off his lingering discontent, he returned to his quarters, recognizing the urgency of mending his own injuries. 7 days later, Xian Yuanlong's wounds had finally healed, prompting him to eagerly summon Heng and Ha for a contest of strength. Blood, witnessing the unfolding events, made no effort to intervene. Although he typically guided Xian Yuanlong's actions during battles, he recognized the value of allowing him to gain experience through high-caliber confrontations. As news of Xian Yuanlong's impending duel with Heng and Ha spread, the arena swelled with spectators. Lu Lao, observing Xian Yuanlong standing confidently in the center, felt a sense of gratification. The transformation from a timid boy to a figure who stood unflinchingly before a grand master was no trivial achievement. As the crowd observed, upon entering the state of battle, Xian Yuanlong's hair transformed into cascading locks that seemed devoid of waste. The once faintly crimson hue of his eye sockets became an ominous shade of blood red, instilling fear in the hearts of many. However, after becoming one of their own, the others no longer regarded the blood-red color in Xian Yuanlong's eyes with trepidation. Instead, they found it to possess an unsettling allure, profoundly stirring their souls. "Let us begin," echoed his voice, cold and unyielding, a sound that resonated with an essence of blood, though none were aware of this truth. Chapter 42. The Battle of the Humming Brothers. As the words fell, the once merely warrior-ranked Xian Yuanlong's aura suddenly surged, swiftly reaching the lower tier of the soul fighter rank. The distinctive pressure emanating from his soul power made the spectators' eyes widen in surprise. Upon regaining composure, they felt an immense joy. It seemed that within the Blood Dragon Mercenary Corps, there were already 2 formidable soul fighters. Observing Xian Yuanlong's escalating might, the Humming Brothers synchronized their release of combat energy, their forces blending in an extraordinary manner. Clearly this time, the Humming Brothers' strength had improved since their previous battle against Elder Lu. This was not merely a result of training, but rather due to the fact that they had preserved much of their strength during that encounter. However, faced with Xian Yuanlong's chilling killing intent, they were compelled to exert their full power. With a swift step, 3 figures of Xian Yuanlong appeared on the arena, all simultaneously launching an attack on Humming. The fierce fighting spirit surged along the long sword, moving so swiftly that it left afterimages in the air. The arena was filled with numerous phantoms of Xian Yuanlong, each aiming a merciless strike at Humming's throat. Humming felt an overwhelming sense of impending death enveloping him, yet he could not discern the trajectory of the sword. In desperation, he withdrew, only to feel a sudden chill at his throat, internally relieved that he had retreated in time. Otherwise, he feared a sword would have pierced his neck. Yet, the spectators could not help but frown at Xian Yuanlong's ruthless approach. After all, the Humming Brothers were their own comrades. Nevertheless, the Humming Brothers themselves did not perceive any wrongdoing in Xian Yuanlong's actions. Once they stepped onto the arena, they understood that their opponent should be regarded as an enemy. This also highlighted Xian Yuanlong's unwavering determination against foes, treating even allies with such severity, let alone adversaries. As Humming retreated, he suddenly felt a surge of combat energy approaching from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he twisted his body at a miraculous angle, narrowly avoiding the sword that should have pierced through him. Faced with the newly emerged Xianyuan Long, Humming felt the situation growing increasingly precarious. Handling one opponent had already proven challenging, and now there was a second. However, Humming, having risen from the depths of despair, despite feeling fear, did not slow his movements. His gloved fists, adorned with peculiar gauntlets, relentlessly struck against Xianyuan Long's sword, managing to fend off both foes simultaneously. On the other side of the battlefield, Ha's situation appeared more favorable. The Xianyuan Long he faced seemed content to merely distract him rather than launch fierce attacks. In a brief moment, their exchanges had already reached dozens of rounds, and Ha found himself unable to regroup with Humming for a coordinated assault. As long as Ha did not advance towards Humming, the Xianyuan Long opposing him refrained from attacking. However, should Ha move towards Humming, he would undoubtedly face Xianyuan Long's chilling onslaught. Humming's predicament was fraught with danger. He was at a distinct disadvantage, being a full tier below Xianyuan Long and facing two opponents. Defeat seemed inevitable as he struggled against the tide. Observing Humming falter, Ha felt a sense of helplessness. Is this all your strength? Suddenly, Xianyuan Long withdrew, his three figures merging into one, standing resolutely between the two. He gazed coldly at Humming and Ha, declaring, "If this is all your power, I shall eradicate you without hesitation. I have no need for the weak. On the battlefield, there are only enemies. There is no room for camaraderie. Even if I perish here today, I shall have no regrets. Have you lived so long only to lose your fierceness?" He then turned to the dense crowd below and proclaimed, "Listen carefully. The highest tenet of the Blood Dragon Mercenary Corps is to annihilate our enemies completely, leaving no roots behind. We seek to instill fear in them, so that the mere mention of our name sends shivers down their spines. As for friends, we shall treat them as brothers. Do you understand?" Hearing Xianyuan Long's ruthless words, the crowd furrowed their brows slightly. Yet, he continued, "I do not require your doubts. Simply tell me if you can do this. There can be no mercy for enemies. The Blood Dragon Mercenary Corps seeks fierce warriors, not indecisive souls plagued by compassion." He demanded, "Do you understand?" The audience, stirred by Xianyuan Long's blood-red gaze, answered fervently, "Yes, young master." Upon hearing the thunderous affirmation from the crowd, Xianyuan Long nodded slightly. "Now, are you ready to unleash your full potential?" His words carried an unmistakable intent to kill, suggesting that if Humming and Ha did not give their all, they would not leave the arena alive today. Unbeknownst to Xianyuan Long, his declaration of purpose had birthed a merciless mercenary group across the continent. For decades to come, the Blood Dragon Mercenary Corps would face no adversaries, as all their foes would be ruthlessly cut down without mercy. In that time, the Blood Dragon Mercenary Corps would truly become a band forged in blood. Elder Lu, observing Xianyuan Long's fierce demeanor, felt a pang of confusion. As the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. Could it be that the once timid boy harbors such darkness within? Humming and Ha offered no words, but instead demonstrated their resolve through action. Their combined aura surged dramatically, allowing them to stand toe-to-toe with Xianyuan Long simultaneously. Ha's once bronze skin transformed to a radiant gold. Without hesitation, the two brothers attacked Xianyuan Long in perfect synchrony. Humming's heavy right fist aimed for Xianyuan Long's head, embodying an unyielding determination to shatter him, while Ha's heavy hammers targeted Xianyuan Long's abdomen, executing a flawless coordinated assault. Their previous hesitation born from fear of Xianyuan Long's status had dissipated, and they unleashed their full ferocity. Noticing the incoming dual assault, Xianyuan Long nodded slightly. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, channeling his combat energy, he manifested the power of 3 heads and 6 arms, capable of withstanding their onslaught. Yet, as their attacks struck him, Xianyuan Long realized he had underestimated the situation. The point where Humming's fist collided with his sword and Ha's hammer met his waist unleashed an unusual surge of energy, rushing into Xianyuan Long's body. Before he could react to dissipate the force, an uncontrollable explosion erupted from within. Xianyuan Long groaned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly wounded internally. The protective meridians of his soul power bore the brunt of the strange explosion, sustaining visible damage. Despite the blood flowing from Xianyuan Long, Humming and Ha did not relent in their assault. Both, having withdrawn their weapons, now launched powerful kicks toward him. Knowing that their energies intertwined in peculiar ways, Xianyuan Long dared not receive their attack head-on. His 3-headed, 6-armed manifestation quickly split, conjuring 3 more figures of himself. In the rush, Two of his clones were swiftly dispatched by Humming and Ha's kicks, vanishing into thin air. However, Xianyuan Long noticed that the intensity of their attacks had significantly escalated, surpassing the strength of a great warrior, even reaching the level of a soul fighter. Soul fighter level? Elder Lu murmured in confusion, shifting his gaze back to the arena. At the moment when the clone was shattered, Xianyuan Long seized the fleeting opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield, standing resolutely and coldly observing the two adversaries. Meanwhile, his hands skillfully formed an intricate seal, icebound for 1,000 miles. Xianyuan Long silently recited within his heart, and as his hand seal was completed, a chilling gust surged forth, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. Their breath crystallized into white mist in the air, and they instinctively released their fighting spirit to ward off the encroaching cold. As the hand seal was instantly completed, a layer of white mist enveloped the arena, while the ground erupted with numerous ice spikes, unmistakably connected to the very spot where Xianyuan Long stood, towering over half a person's height. The ice spikes glistened under the sunlight with their sharp tips, capable of piercing through any human form. The ice spikes did not remain stationary upon their emergence. Instead, they rapidly expanded outward from Xianyuan Long as their epicenter. Within a single breath, the arena was rendered devoid of any foothold, and those who had soared high into the air while Xianyuan Long executed his hand seal felt a wave of dread at the sight of the densely packed ice spikes below. Had they been a fraction slower in their ascent, they might have already met a grim fate. Chapter 43. The transformation of the dragon. Xianyuan Long gazed upwards at the two individuals suspended in midair, instantly amplifying his battle aura. A pair of azure wings manifested on his back, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared between them. As he ascended, the ice spikes below seemed to be drawn upwards, propelled by an unseen force, moving slightly faster than Xianyuan Long himself. Upon his emergence, the ice spikes inverted, their tips aimed directly at the two, launching towards them with alarming speed. The cacophony of their sharp edges scraping against one another filled the air. The two, taken aback by the oncoming barrage, hastily formed hand seals, conjuring a protective barrier of battle aura in front of them. While the first ice spike merely caused the barrier to tremble slightly, the overwhelming onslaught of hundreds soon forced them to relinquish control, retreating towards one another. When the multitude of ice spikes collided with their protective shields, they shattered with a resounding crack, and the two of them stumbled back, letting out muffled groans, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. However, the relentless ice spikes did not relent. The remaining projectiles barreled towards them with unyielding ferocity. In a moment of desperation, the man known as Hung tilted his head back, nostrils flaring as he executed a hand sign. A low growl escaped his lips, and a wave of light radiated from his form, colliding with the surrounding ice spikes. Drawing upon the might of his battle spirit, he held his ground against the spikes. As they met, no sound was heard. The ice projectiles gradually dissipated upon encountering the light wave, which itself thinned as it faced an increasing number of spikes. Ultimately, the wave vanished after absorbing the majority of the assault, with the remaining spikes being scattered by Ha, who stood vigilantly nearby. Yet, both Hung and Ha were left in a pitiful state. Blood continuously oozed from Heng's nostrils, while Ha, impervious as he was, bore numerous gashes from the fray, blood gushing forth. "That is enough for today," Xianyuan Long declared, descending gracefully to the ground. "You two follow me." With that, he turned towards the inner hall, and Hung and Ha, despite their injuries, hurriedly trailed behind. Meanwhile, the onlookers remained enthralled by the recent battle, pondering whether they could evade such a hail of ice spikes. But after much contemplation, they found themselves at a loss for solutions. "Grandfather, you should join us as well," Xianyuan Long suddenly called out to Lu Lao. As he approached the inner hall, observers noticed his once long hair gradually shortening back to a close-cropped silver, and the crimson hue in his eyes began to fade. Once he turned a corner, he vanished from sight, leaving the crowd perplexed by his unusual transformation, which elicited only bemused smiles before they dispersed. In the inner hall, the four took their seats. Xianyuan Long, occupying the central position, closed his eyes slightly, appearing to contemplate something profound. Hung and Ha exchanged glances, hoping to glean some insight from Lu Lao's expression, but were met with a visage of confusion. He too was baffled by Xianyuan Long's intentions in summoning them. After a few minutes of silence, Xianyuan Long finally spoke. "Hung and Ha, have you two practiced any peculiar battle techniques that would account for your unusual abilities?" Hung rose to respond. "Indeed, We brothers have trained in certain combined techniques under our master's guidance. Would you like to see, my lord? Xian Yuanlong waved his hand dismissively. I am not interested in witnessing your techniques. However, if you can execute combined skills. Have you heard of the transformation of the dragon? The transformation of the dragon? Hung and Ha fell into contemplation, and soon Hang's eyes brightened, an unmistakable glimmer of desire igniting within them. Is it not the legendary technique that merges two bodies into one? Ah, it seems you have indeed heard of it. Xian Yuanlong smiled slightly. Legend has it that the transformation of the dragon allows two individuals to fuse their bodies, battle aura, and techniques into a single entity, transforming into a dragon with unparalleled defense. I observe that you both can merge your battle auras, elevating your individual strength from great battle master to battle spirit. This led me to recall this technique. Awakening from their initial excitement, Hung lowered his head in resignation. For those relying on combined techniques to confront foes, the transformation of the dragon was undoubtedly the most coveted skill. However, realizing that Xian Yuanlong likely did not possess such a technique, he sighed deeply. You speak the truth, my lord, but it is said that this technique vanished from the world during the Great War 1,000 years ago, its whereabouts unknown. Just as Hung and Ha felt disheartened, Xian Yuanlong dropped a bombshell. What if I told you I possessed the transformation of the dragon? Would you believe me? The deep timbre of his voice rendered Hung and Ha momentarily speechless, struggling to regain their composure. Eventually, Hung, with a glimmer of hope, inquired, my lord, do you truly possess the transformation of the dragon? Despite his skepticism about Xian Yuanlong's claim to such a treasure, he could not suppress his eager gaze fixed on him, waiting for a nod of affirmation. Xian Yuanlong did not disappoint. He nodded slightly, seeing his genuine assent. Hung and Ha steadied themselves, sitting upright and awaiting further elaboration. You need not doubt, Xian Yuanlong continued with a chuckle. I truly possess the transformation of the dragon, and I am willing to share it with you. Hung and Ha, sitting rigidly, could hardly contain their anticipation, though their eyes betrayed the depth of their desire. Xian Yuanlong, observing their expressions, chuckled again before continuing. However, I have a condition. The brothers understood that with such an enticing offer came significant implications. I initially took over the mercenary group to establish a self-protective force. There are several matters I must attend to, but the enemy's power is overwhelming. The mercenary life is not sustainable, so I wish to form my own sect. Hear me out. This mercenary group need not disband. It can be integrated into the sect as an independent entity, earning its keep while nurturing fighters. This is merely a concept, and many conditions remain unfulfilled, which is why I have not mentioned it to others. I only wish to discuss it with the four of us first. My requirements are simple. You need only join my sect. I understand that you have grown accustomed to the mercenary lifestyle, making the transition challenging, but I assure you, the formation of the sect will take time. I hope you can begin to recruit some loyal followers now, so when the time is ripe, we can activate the sect's various systems. Having finished, Xian Yuanlong observed the astonishment on Lu Lao's and the brothers' faces. Their surprise stemmed from the simplicity of his condition, which hardly felt like a demand. Lu Lao, however, was taken aback by the realization that Xian Yuanlong must know something significant. Otherwise, how could he propose forming a sect and speak of a formidable enemy? Before Hang and Ha could respond, Xian Yuanlong picked up a brush from the table and began inscribing the transformation of the dragon. Though he lacked the original techniques, it was essential to remember that he possessed an enigmatic bloodline within his mind, a concept suggested by that blood. Xian Yuanlong was merely the executor of the idea. Generally speaking, in the realm of combat techniques, they are typically preserved within scrolls. Upon unrolling a scroll, the contents are directly imprinted upon one's mind. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that once the scroll is opened, the peculiar energy contained within it permeates the individual's body, thereby enabling them to cultivate their skills. However, locating the original version of the transformation into dragon technique is exceedingly arduous. Yet, with the existence of blood, it has alleviated the most significant challenge for Xian Yuanlong. The essence of the transformation into dragon technique, which is fundamentally about becoming a dragon, remains a mystery, nonetheless. The blood reveals to Xian Yuanlong that as long as he sketches the scroll, he will undoubtedly discover a means to harness the dragon energy within it. Chapter 44. Frozen miles. The two perplexed individuals, Hum and Ha, gazed at Xian Yuanlong, who was diligently inscribing upon the scroll rather than merely retrieving it. A wave of frustration washed over them, For any fighter should comprehend that the essence of combat techniques lies not solely in the scroll itself, but primarily in the potent energy it encapsulates. Believing that Xianyuan Long was oblivious to this truth, the two resignedly resumed their seats. As Xianyuan Long placed the two completed scrolls upon the table, an unusual surge of energy emanated from him, captivating the attention of all present. In an instant, this energy infused the scrolls, causing them to levitate without any external guidance. The scrolls, previously resembling mere scraps of paper, suddenly emitted a dazzling white light that lingered for an extended moment. When the scrolls finally returned to the table, they reverted to their ordinary state. Yet the beads of sweat on Xianyuan Long's brow attested to the reality of the event. Impatiently, Hum and Ha, remembering their manners, bowed respectfully to Xianyuan Long. Upon receiving his permission, they hastily seized the scrolls, returning to their seats with bated breath. As they gradually unfurled the scrolls, the blinding white light reappeared, persisting for over 3 minutes before dissipating. Once the light faded, the expressions on Hum and Ha's faces transformed from dazed astonishment to unrestrained joy. They simultaneously knelt before Xianyuan Long, trembling with excitement, proclaiming their unwavering allegiance to him in all endeavors, regardless of the trials they may face. Xianyuan Long, making an effort to rise and assist the kneeling duo, felt a wave of relief wash over him, for he had finally tamed these two headstrong individuals. Observing this interaction, old Lu approached with a faint smile, offering words of encouragement. At that moment of merriment, Lai Hua entered with Wenli, inviting them to the inner hall. Lai Hua bore a ring, which upon inquiry, was revealed to be a yuan ring. Though it appeared as a mere ring, its internal capacity was remarkably vast, possessing preservation qualities as well. The yuan ring was an exceedingly rare artifact, crafted from a special material known as black gold. It was said that no more than 2 individuals within the empire owned such a ring. This particular yuan ring had been acquired from Zheng Feng. But due to Xianyuan Long's recent seclusion and recuperation, Lai Hua had nearly forgotten about it until today, when he recalled and retrieved it from Wenli. Handing the ring to Xianyuan Long, Lai Hua remarked with a gentle smile that this ring was a rare treasure indeed, now belonging to their mercenary group. Xianyuan Long slipped the yuan ring onto his left index finger, and upon probing its depths, he encountered a slight resistance. With a mental push, he easily overcame this barrier, realizing that the ring had once belonged to Zheng Feng, whose demise had rendered the ring's defenses feeble. As Xianyuan Long's consciousness permeated the yuan ring, the remnants of Zheng Feng's essence dissipated, allowing the ring to recognize its new master, Xianyuan Long. As he scanned the interior of the yuan ring, he discovered an expansive space akin to 20 cubic meters, divided into numerous smaller compartments, each housing distinct items. Zheng Feng's leftover possessions brought Xianyuan Long great delight, particularly when he retrieved the Frost Lament. The dormant weapon erupted with an overwhelming aura of malevolence upon its emergence, filling the air before dissipating in an instant. Unbeknownst to them, the surrounding individuals instinctively released their energies to counterbalance the formidable presence, resulting in a moment of trepidation. With a thought, Xianyuan Long returned Frost Lament to the yuan ring and extracted a variety of medicinal pills, which Wenli eagerly collected. Among the items were several purple cards, which Lai Hua explained represented a currency known as purple diamonds, each equivalent to 10,000 gold coins. Due to their substantial weight, purple diamonds were impractical for trade, hence the creation of the purple diamond cards, which allowed for easier transactions without the need for physical coins. Each card bore the likeness of a middle-aged man, reputed to be the creator of the purple diamonds, while the reverse displayed a numeric value indicating the remaining balance. Gazing at the 7 purple diamond cards, Xianyuan Long felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. At a time when the mercenary group was in dire need of funds, this newfound wealth would enable him to recruit additional members. Upon examining the cards, he discovered their total value amounted to an impressive 200 points, eliciting a broad smile from his previously troubled countenance. As Xianyuan Long counted the purple diamonds with the fervor of a treasure seeker, the others exchanged knowing glances, sharing a bittersweet chuckle. Once the group dispersed, Xianyuan Long provided old Lu with a few instructions before retreating to the dimly lit dungeon. The recent battle had piqued his interest in mastering the icy technique known as frozen miles. Once he found a moment of solitude, he resolved to dedicate himself to rigorous practice, for he understood that relying solely on blood for combat was unsustainable. Reflecting on his journey thus far, Xian Yuan Long acknowledged that he had yet to grasp the intricacies of combat techniques, often allowing instinct to guide his actions. With a firm resolve, he vowed to master frozen miles before emerging from the depths of the dungeon. Upon entering, Xian Yuan Long meticulously recalled every detail pertaining to frozen miles, with blood offering continuous corrections at his side. Taking a deep breath, he began to form the necessary hand seals. However, he soon realized that his energy could not keep pace with the required speed. With a groan, he found his already wounded body incapable of sustaining the effort and chose instead to sit cross-legged, focusing on recuperating. Time passed in the oppressive darkness, and eventually, Xian Yuan Long stood once more, recommencing the sequence of hand seals. Guided by Blood's instructions, he learned that mastering frozen miles required the execution of at least 35 specific seals, with energy needing to flow through 3 distinct meridians. Each seal demanded precise energy placement to proceed further. As he attempted the first seal, Xian Yuan Long discovered that his energy surged past the intended point, causing discomfort within his body. With no choice but to pause, he slowed his energy flow and resumed the hand seals. He encountered further setbacks, halting at the 3rd seal, yet he persevered through each failure. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, Xian Yuan Long succeeded in executing 15 hand seals. Upon forming the 13th seal, small ice spikes began to manifest around him. Though their quantity and size paled in comparison to the effects of the full 35 seals, Xian Yuan Long felt a surge of joy. He remained fixated on the 15th seal, having performed it over 500 times, yet he found himself repeatedly thwarted, either sealing too quickly, causing his energy to lag, or successfully sealing, yet having his energy race ahead. Xian Yuan Long discovered that the provisions he had brought with him had diminished by 2/3, a quantity that once sufficed for 4 months of sustenance. It seemed he had been ensconced within these confines for over 2 months. Presently, Xian Yuan Long engaged in an unceasing practice, forming hand seals and manipulating his fighting spirit. Whenever fatigue overcame him, he would pause to absorb the ambient energy of the world. Despite the protracted passage of time, he realized his fighting spirit had not significantly advanced. However, he had made breakthroughs in its control, and his energy had become more refined. Setting aside his numbed hands, Xian Yuan Long faced yet another failure. This monotonous training did not dishearten him. Rather, he found himself increasingly fond of this lifestyle, with a daily objective to strive for. Being inherently reclusive, he concentrated even more diligently in this lightless dungeon, while Blood had seemingly vanished, having disappeared without a trace after elucidating the technique that could freeze 1,000 miles. Rubbing his hands, Xian Yuan Long sighed, feeling a wave of despondency wash over him. Yet, after a brief respite, he resumed his meditative state. Following another lengthy period of self-absorbed cultivation, he noticed that the provisions in his spatial ring had gradually dwindled. It appeared he would need more time to acclimatize. Thus, he could only regulate his intake. During his last meal, he had managed to form the 35th hand seal, albeit briefly. In the ensuing days, he found himself unable to replicate this achievement, yet it still filled him with renewed confidence. Chapter 45. The journey thus, day by day, the formation of hand seals continued, amidst failures and successes, in a cyclical manner. Eventually, Xian Yuan Long consumed all of his food, yet he was reluctant to depart. He sensed that he was gradually nearing the threshold, just a step away from a profound realization. To sustain his determination, Xian Yuan Long commenced a thorough sweep. The rats in the dungeon faced their most trying times. Each day, Xian Yuan Long relied on the rats to quell his hunger. Upon capturing one, he refrained from any form of preparation. Instead, he infused his fighting energy directly into the creature, separating its skin and entrails with this energy, and devoured the bloodied, skinless rat whole. Initially, he would regurgitate the remnants of his last meal, but now, Xian Yuan Long felt no discomfort. It was as if he were savoring a delicacy, licking his lips in a state of lingering satisfaction. After consuming a rat, Xian Yuan Long resumed forming hand seals. Perhaps it was the delectable rats that heightened his senses. He found the process smoother than ever before. When he reached the 30th seal, he became increasingly cautious, for his numerous failures had taught him that these final 5 seals were the most challenging to complete. Channeling his fighting energy into specific meridians, the hand seals began to transform, and the energy fluctuated in speed. Had it been the former Xian Yuan Long, he would likely have doubled over in nausea, but now, he relished the rhythm of his energy. Concentrate, Xian Yuan Long bellowed, as the hand seals rapidly evolved and the energy surged. Miraculously, at the moment the seals were completed, the energy reached the designated meridian. Instantly, the temperature in the dungeon plummeted, and the pooled water on the ground froze solid. Surrounding Xian Yuanlong, ice spikes erupted from the earth, encircling him in an instant. With a flicker of his mind, Xian Yuanlong commanded the ice spikes to grow, and within a single breath, they reached heights exceeding 20 centimeters. However, he soon realized that no matter how he exerted control, they could not grow any taller. And these spikes were markedly fewer than those summoned by blood. The ice spikes he conjured only encompassed a radius of 6 meters, while the blood spikes, though he only saw a 20-meter radius, likely were not summoned to their full potential. As he caressed the cold ice spikes, the chill stirred warmth within him. He attempted various maneuvers, discovering that the spikes could not stray beyond 6 meters, lest they dissipate into the air. Perhaps this was due to his current low energy level, which hindered him from unleashing the full power of his ice-capturing technique. Would he truly be capable of freezing vast expanses when he reached his peak? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Nevertheless, casting aside these thoughts, he resolved to continue his training, understanding that such solitude and loneliness could only be borne by someone as reclusive as he. After the last rat was consumed, Xian Yuanlong furrowed his brow slightly. With a subtle motion of his hands, he formed the hand seals in less than 3 breaths, summoning the ice-capturing technique once more. Sighing softly, he patted his soiled white robes, pondering when he might expedite the process. With that, he stepped towards the iron door of the dungeon, contemplating his departure. As the dilapidated iron door creaked open, sunlight flooded into the dungeon without hindrance. Xian Yuanlong shut his eyes tightly. Having existed in the dim confines for an indeterminate time, his eyes were particularly sensitive to the brightness. Bathed in sunlight, he felt discomfort, if given the choice. He would prefer to remain in the shadows of the dungeon. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Xian Yuanlong hastened towards the back courtyard. Encountering several mercenaries along the way, some training diligently, others engaging in cheerful conversation. The vibrant atmosphere slightly alleviated his aversion to the sun. Upon his emergence, word had already reached Lai Hua and others. Midway, he encountered Lu Lao and Lai Hua. Observing Xian Yuanlong, disheveled and with hair cascading over his shoulders, the group shared faint smiles. After refreshing himself and standing before the mirror, Xian Yuanlong paused, noting the growth of his once slender form. His crew cut had vanished, replaced by long hair cascading down his shoulders, with bangs obscuring one eye, revealing only the crimson hue of his other eye. His already frail physique appeared even more gaunt. Upon returning to the assembly hall, everyone had taken their seats, casually sipping tea. Xian Yuanlong's gaze swept across the room, pausing on the 2 elders, whose auras had evidently shifted, likely due to breakthroughs achieved through their training. "How long have I been in seclusion?" he inquired. "Young master, you have been in closed-door training for over 6 months. It is now September," Lai Hua replied, noticing the calm demeanor radiating from Xian Yuanlong. "There are several matters requiring your decision." Without waiting for a response, he continued, "The triannual mercenary ranking competition is approaching. We wonder if you intend to participate." "Ranking competition?" Xian Yuanlong echoed, puzzled. "Yes, this competition has been a tradition in the Empire for ages, held every 3 years, including individual and team challenges," Lai Hua elucidated. "Where will it be held?" Xian Yuanlong inquired. "It is traditionally hosted in the capital, Dianfeng City. This year is no exception. Traveling from our base to Dianfeng City will take approximately a month, and the event is scheduled for November. Thus, if you wish to participate, we must depart immediately." Xian Yuanlong contemplated, noting that Blood had suggested he partake in this event. Although perplexed by Blood's interest, he nodded. "In that case, let us set aside our current affairs and prepare for the capital tomorrow." "Understood." "The second matter is," Lai Hua paused, glancing at Xian Yuanlong before continuing. "Since you have decided to attend the ranking competition, there is a mercenary task to escort a lady to the capital. We could combine this with our journey. However, I seek your approval. Since it is on the way, let us accept the task. There is no need for the entire mercenary group to accompany us. Select a few capable individuals to accompany me," Xian Yuanlong considered. The following morning, at the training grounds, everyone stood ready. As Xian Yuanlong approached, they straightened their collars. Observing the assembled group, Xian Yuanlong felt a sense of satisfaction. At the forefront stood Lai Hua and Lu Lao, with the duo of Hung and Ha behind them, followed by the likes of Monkey, Wen Li, and K. It was evident that the elite of the mercenary group had gathered, all aiming for a commendable position in the ranking competition. Since everyone has arrived, we can prepare to set off. Might I inquire where those in need of our escort will be waiting? Xian Yuanlong gazed at Li Hua and asked. In response, Li Hua stepped forward and said, Young master, it has already been arranged to meet at the south gate. Chapter 46. Ambush. Very well, let's depart. With a commanding wave, Xian Yuanlong urged the group to mount their steeds, proceeding in an orderly fashion towards the south gate. There, they encountered the individuals tasked with escorting them. They knew their charge was a woman, but as she remained within the carriage, her countenance remained unseen. Her party already included 4 Dou cultivators as guards. Lu Lao discerned that one of the 4 was a formidable great Dou master, while the others were Dou masters. This assemblage was not to be underestimated. Their company now boasted a Dou spiritualist, 4 great Dou masters, and 13 Dou masters, a force rivaling some second-rate sections. For 3 days after their departure from Labos, they encountered no opportunistic individuals seeking to disrupt their journey. The journey was leisurely, with frequent stops, but Li Hua meticulously managed their daily affairs. On the 4th day, a sense of vigilance permeated the group. Shui had discovered a contingent following at a distance of about half a day's ride. Alerted by Xian Yuanlong, the group grew apprehensive, but this feeling gradually dissipated over the next week. They surmised that the pursuers were merely hoping to capitalize on the group's strength, as no band of brigands would dare attack such a formidable force. However, on the 8th day, the lady who had remained secluded in her carriage invited Xian Yuanlong to join her. Intrigued, Xian Yuanlong obliged. Standing outside the carriage, he saw the curtain window was slightly lifted. Please, come in, sir, a melodious voice beckoned, rivaling even Chong Yan's in its beauty. Before seeing her, he heard her. As Xian Yuanlong entered the carriage, he was struck dumb. Beauty beyond compare. Her flawless face, delicate nose, and expressive eyes, coupled with her lightly painted lips, stirred an impulse within him to kiss her. The milk-white skin of her neck hinted at a blush, and her firm breast seemed on the verge of bursting from her garments, causing a tickle in his nose. He hastily concealed a drop of blood, only to be captivated by her slender waist and voluptuous hips, which instantly aroused him. If gold existed in human form, this woman was it. Her age was indiscernible, possessing the innocence of an 18-year-old yet exuding a captivating maturity. Each subtle movement presented a fresh facet of her beauty, as if surrounded by a myriad of alluring women. A seductress, Xian Yuanlong silently cursed. As Xian Yuanlong gazed at her, the woman scrutinized him. His silver hair was striking, and his crimson left eye was peculiar. His pallid complexion caused her to recoil slightly. Though her subordinates had described the mercenary leader's appearance, seeing him in person was still startling. Noticing the sudden bulge in his trousers, she blushed and muttered a silent rebuke, only to find him suddenly transfixed. Xian Yuanlong felt a surge of heat upon seeing the woman's flushed cheeks, and he fell into a daze. Accustomed to such reactions, she paid it no mind and softly inquired, Are you the leader of this company, sir? The dulcet tones snapped Xian Yuanlong from his stupor. Indeed. Regaining his composure, his gaze turned cold, avoiding her face. Seeing his demeanor, the woman feigned distress. Am I so frightening that you cannot bear to look at me? You have no idea how dangerous you are. I fear I might succumb to temptation, Xian Yuanlong thought ruefully, masking his feelings. His expression darkened as he said, What is it you require? If nothing, I shall take my leave. He turned to depart, but the woman was not ready to let him go. She reached out a slender hand to bar his way. The sleeve was not long enough to conceal her alabaster skin, causing Xian Yuanlong to falter again. Observing Xian Yuanlong's rigid posture, the woman chuckled with amusement. If you keep laughing, I might do something untoward, Xian Yuanlong thought wickedly. As her laughter subsided, she noticed Xian Yuanlong's increasingly grim expression and ceased. I am traveling to the capital, and I fear the journey may be perilous. Those following us are likely after me. I urge you to be vigilant, not doubting your capabilities, but as a mere reminder. I know my duties, I need no instruction. May I leave now? Xian Yuanlong asked. Frowning, seeing his resolve, the woman reluctantly withdrew her hand. I place my trust in you, sir. She began to bow, but as the woman withdrew her hand, Xian Yuanlong stepped forward to leave, and her head collided with his abdomen. Unprepared for his abrupt departure, she stumbled backward, only to be caught by Xian Yuanlong. As he held her, he felt her weightless form, and his dormant desires surged anew. The woman felt the hardness against her back and blushed deeply, further captivating Xian Yuanlong. Release me, she demanded, her eyes flashing with annoyance. But upon hearing her words, Xian Yuanlong realized his mistake and hastily released her. She fell onto the carriage floor. Xian Yuanlong fled the carriage before she could rise. As the woman raised her head to berate Xian Yuanlong, she saw his hasty retreat and chuckled softly. Observing Xian Yuanlong's disheveled appearance, the others surmised that the woman in the carriage must be hideous, prompting their usually stoic leader to such behavior. They kept their distance from the carriage, lest they catch a glimpse of her face and be repulsed. Xian Yuanlong, realizing the unintended consequences of his actions, made no explanation, inadvertently averting unwanted attention. 5 days later, as they approached the Ravenfall Gorge, Lihua halted the group. The Ravenfall Gorge stretched for 3 kilometers, with a width of only 100 meters and towering cliffs on either side, making it a haven for bandits. As the group rested, Lihua dispatched scouts, but none returned by nightfall. Unease settled upon the group, but they reassured themselves with the strength of their company. However, Xian Yuanlong sought out Lihua. "Do you know of an alternate route to the capital?" he asked, sensing an impending danger in the seemingly endless gorge. "There is one, but it involves a significant detour. Once past this gorge, the path is clear. However, the detour would likely cause us to miss our deadline." The fierce fire traced a red line on the map, its course nearly encircling the borders of the empire. At that moment, Xian Yuanlong seemed to sense something, shifting his gaze towards the path from which they had arrived. Lu Lao, Lihua, Heng Ha, and the others also turned their attention outward, with Lihua urgently calling out, "Alert, alert! Quickly, quickly!" Just as his voice faded, the sound of galloping hooves resonated, followed by the thud of feet striking the ground. As the group hastily armed themselves, surrounding the wagon, they suddenly realized they had been encircled without their knowledge. A multitude of figures emerged from 3 sides, a dense mass that obscured the horizon. Prominently, 3 formidable fighters of the Duhan rank floated above, their cold gazes fixed on the 50 individuals trapped within. "Who are you? Why have you surrounded us?" Lihua shouted at the trio of Duhan fighters approaching from the front. "What do you mean who we are? We are the ones who come for your lives. If you willingly surrender the person within the wagon, the rest of you may leave," one of the fighters declared arrogantly, wielding a long spear. The other 2 were armed with a long whip and a massive blade, respectively. Chapter 47. The Fighting Soul. "What shall we do, my lord?" Lihua and the others looked helplessly at Xian Yuanlong, awaiting his decision. Yet, Xian Yuanlong remained silent, approaching the carriage, a gesture that made the 4 guards tense up and step aside. He had no time for delays and commanded sternly, "Let her in." A voice tinged with fear emerged from within the carriage. Upon entering, Xian Yuanlong spoke not a word, but swiftly retrieved a ghost-faced flower from his spatial ring. "If you wish to live, consume this quickly." With that, he exited the carriage, indifferent to whether the woman would actually swallow it. "I will hold them off. You all run towards the canyon. They outnumber us significantly. Only by reaching the canyon can you hope to survive." As he spoke, he did not wait for a response, but instead, he walked deliberately towards the assailants. With each step he took, his hair grew longer until it reached his waist. The onlookers had long since lost their initial astonishment at Xian Yuanlong's eccentricity, though the 4 guards stared wide-eyed. The Frostmourne had appeared in Xian Yuanlong's grip, and a chilling wind swept through, causing the weaker assailants to lose control of their bowels in terror. The assailants quickly realized that surrendering their captive was no longer an option, and chaos ensued as they prepared to attack. Confident in their overwhelming numbers, over 3,000 against a mere 50. Despite the presence of a few formidable opponents on the enemy's side, they believed sheer numbers would ensure their victory. Hearing Xian Yuanlong's words, the group sighed with relief. They feared he might yield the person inside the carriage. Even in death, they preferred to die with honor rather than flee in cowardice. However, upon hearing Xian Yuanlong's intent to hold the line, they could not suppress their frowns. They understood his strength, yet were daunted by the sheer scale of their adversaries. Xian Yuanlong's indomitable spirit ignited a fervor within them, compelling them to remain, even as they recognized their own limitations. "Move," came Xian Yuanlong's calm command, snapping them back to reality. They gazed at his slender figure standing alone before the throng, fists clenched, reluctant to depart. "Did you not hear your lord? Leave now," urged Lu Lao and the others. Realizing the urgency, after a moment of hesitation, they understood Xian Yuanlong's intentions and turned, hastily departing, the carriage in tow. "Brothers, attack. Leave no one alive. But the person inside the carriage must remain unharmed." Each of you will be rewarded with 100 gold coins upon capture," barked a leader among the assailants. And as soon as his words were uttered, the charge intensified, eager to seize their quarry. The sight of over 3,000 rushing forward was a magnificent spectacle, a tide of humanity converging upon Xian Yuanlong's position. Their chosen battleground was advantageous, flanked by narrow passages leading to the canyon, effectively bottlenecking their advance. Yet, with Xian Yuanlong standing as a formidable guardian, passage without sacrifice was impossible. In their minds, they expected their target to cower and tremble in fear as they approached. Yet reality proved them wrong. The first wave of attackers crumpled to the ground almost instantaneously, each bearing a distinct wound. Black blood oozing from the gashes, an indication that the daggers they had faced were laced with deadly poison. Despite the casualties, the tide did not recede. The rear ranks, unaware of the unfolding chaos, continued to surge forward. In an instant, close-quarters combat erupted. Various combat techniques flashed about, yet their power was feeble. Those without combat prowess wielded crude weapons against Xian Yuanlong, who moved with unparalleled speed, his fighting spirit emanating like a tempest, rendering the already sluggish assailants even more sluggish, as if mired in a swamp. Within mere breaths, over 30 had fallen by his side. Yet for a force of over 3,000, such numbers were inconsequential. Observing the relentless advance of the assailants, Xian Yuanlong snorted coldly, unleashing an icy tempest that instantly transformed several nearby foes into frozen statues. Those further away suffered frostbite, barely able to grasp their weapons. Ice spears materialized, claiming countless lives. Within 100 meters of Xian Yuanlong, not a single enemy remained alive. Each spear had pierced through the bodies of the fallen, blood staining the ground, saturating the air with a metallic stench that chilled the onlookers' hearts. Amidst their shock, Xian Yuanlong sensed a looming threat from above. Without a moment's hesitation, he unfurled his battle wings and soared into the sky, confronting 3 opponents who formed a triangular formation to encircle him. The ground troops, witnessing his ascension, aspired to traverse the icy realm to pursue the fleeing figures, only to discover that the frigid air was beyond their endurance. Small ice spears continued to emerge from the ground, leaving a trail of corpses, forcing the remaining assailants to halt their advance and gaze upward at the confrontation in the sky. The 3 combatants, upon Xian Yuanlong's aerial emergence, swiftly sealed the space around him, eliminating any chance of escape. Yet, surprisingly, they did not launch the first attack. As they prepared to strike, Xian Yuanlong initiated his assault, recognizing that while their powers were similar, they did not belong to a singular faction. Each was wary of the others. In an instant, Xian Yuanlong's speed, surpassing ordinary combatants, placed him before the one wielding a large blade. Frostmourne pierced toward the assailant's neck, while 2 spectral figures, manifestations of Xian Yuanlong, emerged beside him, their energy coalescing into lethal swords aimed at the foe. The sudden onslaught startled the target, and sensing the threat from 3 directions, he attempted to retaliate, but it was too late. In a desperate bid, he lunged towards the spectral figure to his left, while simultaneously swinging his massive blade at Xian Yuanlong. The spectral sword struck true, yet it failed to penetrate the opponent's protective aura, eliciting only a grunt of annoyance. Undeterred, the assailant collided heavily with the phantom, sending it flying several meters before it came to a halt, appearing increasingly translucent, as though it might vanish after just a few more strikes. Yet, with Frostmourne in hand, Xian Yuanlong was unable to make contact with that individual's form. The dagger clashed against the formidable blade, causing Xian Yuanlong to stagger, revealing the immense power possessed by that person. However, Frostmourne still pierced through the steel of the weapon. Xian Yuanlong pressed against the broadsword, refusing to withdraw the dagger, and aimed a strike towards the individual. Yet the great blade crumbled like tofu before the might of Frostmourne, splitting effortlessly into 2. Nevertheless, the obstruction of the blade ultimately allowed the individual to evade Xian Yuanlong's thrust. Just as the individual sidestepped Xian Yuanlong's attack, he sensed a surge of battle energy approaching from behind. In a swift motion, he evaded, positioning himself before the 2 assailants as their strikes descended upon him. "Boy, behold this move, inch radiance," echoed the voice of blood within Xian Yuanlong's mind. Chapter 48. The Imperial Capital. As the words fell, an eerie white light began to emanate from the Frostmourne in his grasp, simultaneously piercing the air. Instantly, several dagger-like manifestations of fighting spirit appeared before the wielder of the large blade. shimmering in shades of white and black, exuding a sinister aura as they lunged toward him. The fighter, witnessing the lightning-fast dagger-shaped energy, dared not withstand it with his body. Instead, he swiftly performed a hand seal, managing to conjure a barrier of fighting spirit just before the energy struck him. However, in the haste of the moment, he could not muster his full strength, and upon contact, the barrier shattered, allowing the energy to collide forcefully with his body. The impact caused him to spew forth a mouthful of blood, and as he attempted to retreat, he discovered that Xianyuan Long had already closed in on him, filling him with terror and dread. Simultaneously, the three combatants felt a surge of danger beneath their feet. With no time to ponder, the two engaged in battle with the clones of Xianyuan Long soared upward. The third, however, was less fortunate. Looking down, he saw a towering ice spear hurtling toward him. The spear, adorned with a body, continued to rise, its wound growing larger, eventually causing the body to detach. Just as he focused on his feet, the ice spear crashed into him. His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string. His legs shattered. The two airborne fighters watched in horror. They feared that even if he survived, he would be rendered useless. With a shared sense of impending doom, they exchanged glances and immediately directed their full strength toward Xianyuan Long. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Long, juggling multiple tasks, began to feel the weight of exhaustion. Though the battle had lasted only a few brief exchanges, he was required to control his main body while simultaneously managing the clones to fend off the two fighters and launch attacks with the ice spear. The strain was becoming overwhelming. In that instant, the ice spear vanished, along with one of Xianyuan Long's clones. Battling through a wave of dizziness, he controlled another clone to attack the fighter who had been sent flying, while simultaneously turning to confront the other two combatants. Yet, before Xianyuan Long could initiate his assault, he sensed a massive wave of fighting spirit approaching from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his confrontation with the two fighters and dove toward the ground. Unfortunately, the space around him was sealed, restricting his movements to a radius of 500 cubic meters. Xianyuan Long correctly deduced that the wave of fighting spirit could only be the result of a self-detonation. Having suffered from such explosions before, he swiftly shifted to the outermost layer, performing hand seals without hesitation, conjuring barriers of fighting spirit before him. The other two fighters also retreated, abandoning their pursuit of Xianyuan Long. After all, the power of a self-detonation from a fighter of the soul fighting level was no trifling matter. As Xianyuan Long completed the barriers, he felt another surge of fighting spirit from behind. Peering with his senses, he discovered that Lu Lao and the duo of Hung and Ha had arrived to provide support, likely having pursued the others on the ground now that the ice barrier was gone. Lu Lao and the duo, positioned at a distance, performed hand seals, unleashing 3 attacks of soul-fighting caliber upon the sealed space. The space shattered with a resounding crack, but the self-detonation occurred simultaneously. Xianyuan Long struggled to propel his body outward while continuously infusing fighting spirit into the barriers. However, soon his energy was depleted. Gritting his teeth, he produced a pill from his possession and swallowed it. The ordinary recovery pill was swiftly absorbed, replenishing his fighting spirit. The barriers held out for a moment longer, but as Xianyuan Long moved 1,000 meters away from the epicenter of the explosion, they finally shattered, subjecting him to the full force of the detonation. Blood gushed from his mouth, and streams of blood trickled from his 7 orifices. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his body plummeted toward the ground. Not under his control, but rather forced down by the impact. Just 100 meters from the ground, he was caught by the arriving Lu Lao. Lu Lao detected Xianyuan Long's unstable aura, indicating he had sustained severe internal injuries. Producing a vial of pills from his robe, he poured the contents into Xianyuan Long's mouth as if they were worthless. With the supplementation of the pills, Xianyuan Long finally ceased bleeding, struggling to open his eyes. To his astonishment, he realized he could not feel his limbs. After confirming they were indeed intact, he let out a slight sigh of relief. The 4 who had landed gazed at the site of the explosion, which had left a vacuum in the sky where there had once been a 1,000-meter height. The ground directly beneath the explosion had sunk several meters, while the 2 airborne combatants distanced themselves from the epicenter of the blast. Upon realizing that there remained 3 manifestations of fighting spirit among Xianyuan Long and his companions, the 2 understood that completing their mission today would be exceedingly difficult. With a fierce howl, reminiscent of a retreat command, the remaining 2,500 fighters slowly withdrew from the canyon, vanishing from sight. The surviving group erupted in cheers. However, Upon seeing Xianyuan Long, cradled in Lu Lao's arms, their joy was tinged with melancholy. At that moment, Xianyuan Long had reverted to his original appearance. Unconscious in Lu Lao's embrace, his pallid face resembled a blank sheet of paper, and his limbs hung limply, having suffered grievous injuries. The group's survival was solely due to the brief delay caused by the ice barrier, allowing them to escape further. Upon discovering that the canyon had been blocked by large boulders, they realized that normally, Lu Lao and his companions could have easily dispelled the blockade. However, time was not on their side, and they could only seek refuge in a protruding section of the mountainside. While Lu Lao and Hung and Ha rushed to aid Xianyuan Long, leaving the others to defend their position against the mountainside. Inside the carriage, a woman gazed at the motionless Xianyuan Long, her heart heavy with emotion. At such a young age, he possessed such strength, there were likely few in the empire who could achieve this. It had been 3 days since the initial confrontation, and Xianyuan Long had awakened just a day prior. Yet, upon waking, he found himself in the carriage, surprised. The fragrant aroma wafting through the air eased some of his tension. The woman had fed him the grimace flower to conceal her true identity, sparing her from unnecessary trouble. As she held the mask in her hand, Xianyuan Long sighed in resignation. After he regained consciousness, she had insisted he remove the mask. But since it could not be used by anyone else after its first application, Xianyuan Long simply gifted it to her. The grimace flower's best quality was its ability to change faces daily. Since awakening, Xianyuan Long had not spoken a single word, leaving the woman in a state of exasperation. She had once been favored by the heavens, possessing a beauty that incited jealousy in others. Growing up amidst praise, she was accustomed to people going to great lengths to win her favor. Yet here stood this man, who not only failed to flatter her, but actively shunned her, evoking a sense of vexation within her. Even after granting him refuge in the carriage, he displayed no gratitude, responding only with cold indifference. "Let us see how I conquer your heart," she thought, driven by a newfound goal. As she endeavored to win Xianyuan Long's affection, she discovered that he was not to be treated with conventional logic. After speaking for an entire day without receiving a single response from him, she questioned whether he harbored some peculiar inclination. Ultimately, she ceased her pursuit, casting a glance of pity at Xianyuan Long, lost in contemplation. 5 days later, the wounds within Xianyuan Long's body had significantly healed, allowing him to ride independently, no longer remaining in the company of the woman. Throughout their prolonged interactions, Xianyuan Long had not uttered a single word to her, a testament to his inhuman indifference. In the following days, the group, fortunate enough to evade any adversaries, journeyed steadily to the imperial capital, Defan City. Concerned about potential mishaps along the way, they hastened their pace, arriving within a mere fortnight. Standing outside the city and gazing at the imposing 30-meter-high walls, Xianyuan Long couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the capital. Once they entered the city, the vibrancy of the metropolis enveloped him. The throngs of people were indeed a sight to behold. The lively calls from street vendors and shops infused an additional layer of vitality to the bustling atmosphere. The wide streets, measuring several dozen meters, felt exceptionally cramped amidst the crowd. For the tranquility-seeking Xianyuan Long, this cacophony was undoubtedly irksome, and the clamor of hawkers tightened his brow. "Where shall we stay?" "Take me there," he commanded. Observing Xianyuan Long's displeasure, Lai Hua and the others understood his aversion to such scenes. "Monkey, let us return to our usual lodgings. You take the young master ahead, while I escort the others to the guild to complete our tasks." With that, they parted ways with Xianyuan Long. Chapter 49. The arena inside the carriage. A woman suddenly called out to Xianyuan Long through the gauzy window. Standing outside, Xianyuan Long heard her voice as she handed him a token, saying, "This is my badge. Thank you for everything along the way. If you ever need assistance in the capital, just take this badge and find me at Qianfeng. I will do my utmost to help you." She presented a purple token, one side inscribed with the character Ling, while the other side depicted a fierce, clawed blue dragon. Taking the token with ease, Xianyuan Long turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, the woman stamped her foot in frustration, continuing until her feet tingled slightly, muttering, "He can't even say thank you. Such a blockhead." Once settled into the hotel, Xianyuan Long's demeanor softened slightly. He despised noise and chaos. Upon entering, he locked himself away. And it was not until after 6 in the evening that others arrived, gathering in his room. "My lord, this is your first visit to the capital, and you might be unaware of many things," one of them began. In the capital, Most individuals have substantial backgrounds. As newcomers, it would be wise to endure certain matters. 4. Li Hua cast a subtle glance at Xianyuan Long, whose expression remained unchanged, and continued, "In the capital, everything exists, but the most significant is money. Here, you can purchase almost anything, even slaves, despite them being prohibited by the empire. Moreover, the capital is rife with illicit enterprises, such as brothels. Yet, there are also places, like the arena, that attract many. In the arena, one can participate in contests by paying a fee. Life and death are disregarded. Victories yield points, while losses deduct them, and winners receive monetary rewards. There are formidable opponents, like Chun Yi, the current champion, who has held his title for at least 3 years, undefeated and possessing formidable strength at the soul fighter level. However, true masters refrain from entering the arena, as the presence of numerous spectators reduces them to mere spectacles." Li Hua paused, a playful smile gracing his lips. "As the ranking matches are still some time away, what are your plans, my lord? Let us take this time to rest well and perhaps rent an apartment for convenience," Xianyuan Long suggested, yet his thoughts were consumed by the arena. He cared little for others' opinions of him, especially with the protection of the ghost face flower, which had helped him gather considerable resources during his escape from the forest. Just as he was about to dismiss the group, a sudden knock echoed at the door. A middle-aged man, resembling a servant, entered with a respectful demeanor, addressing the group. "My master is aware that you have just arrived in the capital and are intending to participate in the mercenary ranking matches in November. He has sent me to inform you that there is a property he owns in the eastern part of the city, currently vacant, which he is willing to lend you without any charge. Who is your master?" Li Hua inquired, puzzled. They had only just arrived, yet someone seemed already aware of their presence. "My master prefers to keep his identity undisclosed, but he has asked me to convey a message to your leader." The servant paused, glancing at Xianyuan Long, who was the only one among them with white hair. He said, "You've looked, you've touched, and you've embraced. If you wish to walk away without responsibility, that is not possible. And by the way, I fell quite hard last time." As the servant spoke, Xianyuan Long recalled the incident on the way to the capital. Though there had been a glance, the touch and embrace felt exaggerated. However, the others interpreted it differently, assuming Xianyuan Long had accrued some romantic debt. And now that they were on the master's territory, the news had reached him swiftly, and even an accommodation had been arranged. Xianyuan Long suddenly sensed the peculiar glances cast upon him, tinged with mockery, leaving him feeling exasperated. Meanwhile, the servant mused. If the people of the capital knew that their goddess had been embraced and touched by such an unremarkable individual, he probably wouldn't survive until morning. "You can tell your master that we shall accept his hospitality," Lu Lao interjected before Xianyuan Long could refuse, his expression implying, "Why haven't you shared such stories with me? I am eagerly awaiting my great-grandson." Overwhelmed by Lu Lao's gaze, Xianyuan Long collapsed heavily onto the bed, prompting an eruption of laughter from the group. The following day, they moved into the house in the eastern part of the city, yet Xianyuan Long had somehow vanished, leaving the others to presume he had gone off to enjoy himself, not giving it a second thought. In truth, Xianyuan Long found himself within the arena, standing before a towering structure, at least 700 square meters, nestled in the bustling heart of the capital. As he stepped inside, a wave of heat met him, accompanied by raucous shouts that could be heard from afar. Taking refuge in the restroom, he retrieved the ghost face flower seeds he had prepared. Moments later, a transformed Xianyuan Long emerged. His hair had returned to its natural color. A long scar marred his face, and his skin had darkened, with only his slightly reddish eyes remaining unchanged. After gathering information and registering, Xianyuan Long swiftly approached the registration desk. Upon entering, someone greeted him. "Are you here to sign up for the matches?" "Yes," Xianyuan Long replied with a slight hum. The attendant, noting Xianyuan Long's seemingly modest stature, maintained a polite smile. "Please follow me. May I inquire about your rank as a fighter?" "Lower-level fighter," Xianyuan Long responded coldly. The attendant, unfazed, furrowed his brow slightly, but quickly resumed his smile. "In that case, you need only pay 30 gold coins to participate. Each victory earns you a reward of 5 gold coins. Please safeguard this card. It will serve as your identity. After each match, your points will be updated on it. Initially, every participant starts with 10 points, with 2 points deducted for each match." As the attendant handed Xianyuan Long the card, he explained, "Whenever you wish to compete, simply insert this card into the machine at the registration desk, and we will arrange your matches." Xianyuan Long followed the attendant's indication. spotting several machines where others were inserting their cards. Approaching one, he inserted his card into the slot, and a screen lit up, allowing him to modify his details. His initial code was 8620. After confirming his participation, he proceeded to the waiting area. Before Xianyuan Long entered the lounge, several individuals were already present. Among them, a man of considerable muscular stature gestured towards Xianyuan Long's slender frame. Shortly thereafter, Xianyuan Long heard the announcement calling for number 8620. He adjusted his attire and made his way onto the competition stage through the rear entrance. Surrounding the stage were towering walls adorned with numerous seats. Although it was still early in the evening, the crowd was already quite vigorous. The spectators gazed at Xianyuan Long as he emerged, and upon seeing his fragile physique, a wave of murmurs swept through the audience. Chapter 50. The duel. Xianyuan Long appeared undisturbed, standing confidently in the arena, awaiting his opponent's arrival. Soon, a robust man emerged, eliciting a chorus of screams from the spectators, indicating that Xianyuan Long's adversary held considerable renown within the fighting arena. Upon hearing the announcement of the opponent's number, 3201, Xianyuan Long settled into position. The bell rang, and 3201 immediately unleashed a formidable fighting aura. Observing his opponent's strength, Xianyuan Long realized he was facing someone of a higher rank, yet he refrained from revealing his own power, instead allowing it to subtly emanate around him to counteract the opponent's force. As the moment of confrontation approached, the fighter surged towards Xianyuan Long with alarming speed. Tightening his fists in response, Xianyuan Long felt a trickle of sweat bead on his brow. When he saw the opponent's heavy fist hurtling towards him, he found himself so tense that he forgot to evade. The impact sent Xianyuan Long soaring into the air before he crashed back down onto the ground. The fighter, however, did not pursue him. Instead, he regarded his seemingly inexperienced opponent with a cold smirk, advancing once more as Xianyuan Long struggled to regain his footing. The crowd erupted with discontent, witnessing Xianyuan Long being knocked down repeatedly without resistance, only to rise again each time. Their initial dissatisfaction transformed into encouragement for Xianyuan Long as they rallied behind him. Observing the unexpected support from the audience, the fighter's expression darkened further. "Kid, it's time to die," he declared, drawing a spear from the arena and lunging toward Xianyuan Long with ruthless intent. As Xianyuan Long steadied himself, he momentarily overlooked the advancing spear, his eyes flashing crimson. In an instant, he made a hand gesture. Just as the spear was about to pierce him, the fighter felt an inexplicable chill sweep over him, followed by a surge of fighting energy emanating from beneath his feet. Before he could react, an ice spike erupted from the ground, shattering his protective aura. The fighter was struck with excruciating pain, collapsing into unconsciousness, while the ice spike continued its deadly trajectory. Claiming his life, Xianyuan Long staggered, and as the ice spike dissipated, an eerie white mist enveloped the arena. When it cleared, the crowd gasped at the sight of the fallen fighter, erupting into a frenzy of shouts, as sympathy for the defeated resonated throughout. "How does it feel?" The voice of blood echoed in Xianyuan Long's mind. Sitting in the resting area, he wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth and remarked, "It seems I need to engage in more real battles. Watching others fight is one thing, but participating myself is another entirely. Thankfully, my opponent was relatively weak. Otherwise, I might not have made it out alive today." "Indeed, young one. Your first battle is always like this. You performed admirably, after all, emerging victorious." Blood teased. A smile crept upon Xianyuan Long's lips at the thought of his victory, a flicker of joy igniting within him. Although he had succeeded due to his opponent's overconfidence, he pondered that had the fighter been more cautious, he might be the one resting now. Remember, even when grappling with a rabbit, one must exert full effort. Never underestimate any opponent, or you may find yourself unaware of your own demise. Blood imparted wisdom. "I understand," Xianyuan Long replied, striding back. However, he was abruptly halted by news that the top contender had entered the arena to face another fighter. Intrigued, he paused, exchanged some currency, and made his way to the stands. Upon entering the arena, he was met with a sea of spectators, leaving no available seats. Unfazed, he found a corner to observe the proceedings. Below, a figure clad in black stood, his long hair cascading down his back, sharp eyes scanning the audience as if searching for something. A large sword rested on his back, lending him an air of solitary defiance. Hearing the murmurs around him, Xianyuan Long learned that this was Chun Yi, the reigning champion for 3 consecutive years. His opponent was a woman in a fitted outfit that accentuated her curves, holding a long whip that sparked the crowd's imagination. Her flowing red hair added to her allure, but her icy demeanor suggested she felt owed by the world. As Xin Yuan Long continued to observe, the bell rang, and the woman sprang into action, her whip transforming into a hardened strike aimed at Chen Yi. To Xin Yuan Long's astonishment, he recognized her as a formidable fighter of the upper tier. Instead of attempting to block the whip, Chen Yi swiftly drew his sword and charged forward, understanding the unpredictable nature of such weapons. Upon their weapons clashing, sparks ignited, and the woman frowned, deftly maneuvering her whip to strike at Chen Yi's neck while conjuring a protective barrier. Feeling the pressure from behind, Chen Yi rolled to evade her attack, managing to distance himself by 5 meters. As the woman prepared to close the gap once more, both combatants simultaneously executed their hand seals. The whip multiplied into several afterimages, each striking towards Chen Yi. Sensing the energy emanating from the whip, he steeled himself, channeling his own energy to amplify the size of his sword, sweeping it towards the incoming strikes. The clashing energies produced a cacophony, and as the woman's afterimages vanished, Chen Yi seized the opportunity to close the distance. Gripping his sword with both hands, aiming a powerful slash towards the woman's midsection, poised to deliver a potentially lethal blow. As the crowd erupted in cheer, the woman inexplicably recoiled, slipping from Chen Yi's grasp. The large blade grazed her abdomen as it shifted backward. In her retreat, she executed a peculiar kick aimed at Chen Yi's legs. With no other option, Chen Yi pressed the blade downward, but it collided with her thigh instead. Seizing this moment, she deftly withdrew. Regaining his composure, Chen Yi was determined not to relinquish the advantageous position he had attained. In the instant of her retreat, he reappeared before her, the blade ruthlessly aimed at her advance. The woman twisted away just in time, yet a strand of her hair fell victim to the blade's edge. Undeterred, she flicked her wrist, and a long whip materialized at her side like a striking serpent. With both hands gripping the sword, Chen Yi instinctively blocked the whip, though its force caused him to lean slightly to the right. The woman seized this opportunity, producing a dagger in her left hand and thrusting it towards Chen Yi's abdomen. Chapter 51 Reunion. Chen Yi gazed at the dagger aimed at him, unable to retract his weapon in time. His lower body remained stationary, while his upper body arched backward like a dancer, causing the dagger to miss its mark and slice through the air near Xin Yuan Long's abdomen. In that fleeting moment of his fall, Chen Yi swept his right hand across, forcefully pushing the woman away. The two stood in the arena, slightly panting, with beads of sweat forming on their brows, yet neither made a move to strike again. The woman wielded her long whip, which quivered with anticipation for another attack. After a brief respite of over a minute, she initiated the next offensive, transforming her whip into a steel-like blur aimed at Chen Yi. As the saying goes, an inch of length is an inch of strength, and the advantage of her longer weapon rendered Chen Yi unable to close the distance. Observing the sweeping whip, Chen Yi took a step back, plunging his sword into the ground. In an instant, his hands formed seals. When the woman realized what he was doing, it was too late for her to intervene. Gritting her teeth, she retracted her whip, coiling it around her waist. Surprisingly, her speed in forming seals lagged behind Chen Yi's, and they completed their respective actions almost simultaneously. Countless blades, forged from condensed fighting spirit, appeared before Chen Yi, hurtling toward the woman, while a massive serpent, also composed of fighting spirit, materialized in front of her. The two forces collided in the blink of an eye. Upon impact, a blinding flash of white light erupted in the arena, accompanied by a cloud of dust that obscured the figures of the combatants. Xin Yuan Long noticed that his vision was slightly sharper than others, allowing him to peer through the brilliance at the two figures. After the collision, a trickle of blood escaped the woman's lips, yet Chen Yi appeared unscathed. The woman began to form another peculiar hand seal, intending to summon a magical beast, while Xin Yuan Long explained the purpose of this unusual gesture. However, the man seemed to be conversing with the woman, prompting her to halt her actions and glare fiercely at Chen Yi. When the crowd regained their sight, they noticed a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Both fighters stood still, with Chen Yi refraining from further pursuit. After casting a lingering glance at Chen Yi, the woman descended from the fighting platform, leading the spectators to believe she had conceded defeat to him. Yet, Xin Yuan Long discerned that Chen Yi's reputation was built upon some undisclosed means, leaving him feeling disillusioned as he exited the arena. As Xin Yuan Long strolled along the path, he unexpectedly spotted the very woman who had just battled Chen Yi. Unconcerned, He continued his leisurely walk. Gradually, he sensed something amiss. As he headed eastward, she followed the same direction, mirroring his steps. The bustling crowd began to thin. Raising the question, did she also reside in the eastern part of the city? Xian Yuanlong pondered. However, just as he reached his residence, the woman halted before him. As he approached, her icy voice pierced the air. "Follow me, or I shall kill you." Xian Yuanlong furrowed his brow but remained silent, sidestepping her presence and proceeding forward. Observing his actions, the woman's brow furrowed slightly, and she trailed behind him. After navigating through 2 narrow alleys, Xian Yuanlong entered a courtyard. Realizing her misjudgment of him, the woman dismissed it. To her, warriors of his caliber were insignificant. Akin to ants, mistakes were merely mistakes. Upon entering the courtyard, onlookers gazed at the tattered Xian Yuanlong, approaching to check on him. Once they confirmed his safety, they dispersed to attend to their own affairs. As Xian Yuanlong stepped into the hall, Lai Ho paused his tasks and addressed him. "Young master, in a couple of days, the annual national auction will take place. I wonder if you have any interest in attending?" Auction. Xian Yuanlong had no recollection of such an event. At that time, many valuable items will emerge, and our attendance would merely be to witness the spectacle, Lai Ho elaborated. "Oh, we shall see. When is it?" Xian Yuanlong inquired. "In 3 days. On the 1st of October, Lai Ho replied. "By the way, young master, the owner of this residence has sent someone to invite you for a visit. I informed them you would go tomorrow. After all, we are currently on their territory and must show them some respect. Moreover, cough, cough." He glanced at old Lu, who was clearing his throat. "Considering you have already made a move on their daughter, you certainly wouldn't want to tarnish your grandfather's reputation, would you?" Old Lu added, patting his own cheek. Laughter erupted in the hall. The following morning, as Xian Yuanlong was deep in his training, a knock at the door interrupted him. Reluctantly, he opened it to find old Lu waiting. "Long, today you must go to that girl's home. Remember, uphold our manners. Don't let others look down on us country folk." "Ah," Xian Yuanlong sighed. "Do I really have to go?" "Of course. Yesterday, I promised on your behalf. There are things I cannot disclose now, but I can tell you that you are my only grandson. At my age, if I could hold my great-grandson in this lifetime, I would die without regrets." Feeling the sorrow in old Lu's tone, Xian Yuanlong's heart sank. Memories of his parents' tragic fate flooded his mind, and he responded solemnly. "I will go. Please don't be sad, Grandpa." "Ha ha." Old Lu concealed his sorrow and said with a smile, "Then wash up and head out." Having been summoned by old Lu early in the morning, Xian Yuanlong found himself seated in the hall of Qian Feng, meditating. He had been there for an hour yet had not seen the woman arrive. Qian Feng was not a geographical location but the name of the house where the woman resided. After casually inquiring, Xian Yuanlong located it. However, after waiting for over an hour without the host's arrival, he began to feel a twinge of resentment. He had not willingly come, and now she was keeping him waiting. "Fine, I'll just leave," he thought. As he turned to depart, a servant emerged from the back hall. "I apologize, but my master has requested that the esteemed guest wait. Please accept my deepest apologies and follow me. I am curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve." Xian Yuanlong thought as he finally moved to follow the servant into the back hall. The servant led him to a room where the woman sat enjoying breakfast, surrounded by numerous attendants. Upon noticing Xian Yuanlong's entrance, she waved her hand, dismissing the attendants, and smiled brightly. Once they had all departed, she remarked, "You didn't want to see me, yet here you are so early, disrupting my beauty sleep. If I can't marry now, you'll be responsible, you know." She playfully wrinkled her nose. "Why did you summon me? And please refrain from making wild statements in the future. I didn't mean to look or hold you." "It was unintentional," Xian Yuanlong replied candidly, pulling out a chair to sit opposite her. Seeing his demeanor, the woman briefly displayed a sad expression, which left Xian Yuanlong momentarily stunned. However, her sudden laughter soon broke the tension, causing her charm to unintentionally reveal itself. Xian Yuanlong shifted awkwardly in his seat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "What do you truly want?" As Xian Yuanlong gazed at the woman with a frigid demeanor, she, seemingly unfazed, leisurely continued her breakfast while casting curious glances at him. It was only when her scrutiny made him feel uncomfortable that he averted his gaze. "Today is my birthday. Would you accompany me for a stroll?" she inquired. Xian Yuanlong, taken aback by her request, shook his head in resignation. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he noticed a flicker of sorrow in her eyes that seemed genuine, compelling him to miraculously nod in agreement. "All right." The moment the words escaped his lips, He realized they did not reflect his true intentions, leaving him in a state of profound regret, unable to retract his promise. Once he acquiesced, the woman's demeanor transformed, overflowing with joy as she set aside her breakfast and began to dance gracefully in the restaurant. Xianyuan Long chose not to interrupt her performance, instead silently admiring the beauty of the woman as she twirled, enveloped in a wave of warmth that he could not quite comprehend. It was only when a fine sheen of sweat appeared on her brow that she paused, turning to Xianyuan Long with a smile. "Wait for me here. I shall change my outfit before we go." Just as she was about to leave, Xianyuan Long interjected, "Do remember to wear your mask." After a 2-hour wait, Xianyuan Long found her to be quite the handful, as her change of attire had taken an unexpectedly long time. Just when his patience was wearing thin, she finally appeared, ready to embark on their outing. Chapter 52. The turmoil at Westlake. Draped in a flowing purple dress that perfectly accentuated her figure, she appeared enchanting yet elusive, exuding an air of intrigue. The mask she wore diminished her regal demeanor, adding a unique charm. "What do you think? Is it beautiful?" she asked playfully, twirling to reveal herself to Xianyuan Long. "Not bad," Xianyuan Long replied without turning his head. Observing his indifference, she smiled gently and matched his pace. As they stepped outside, she remarked, "Did you know? Though I was born in the imperial capital, I've never had the chance to explore it. Today, you must take me on an adventure." Having been born in the capital, it seemed implausible that she had never ventured out. However, recalling her captivating beauty, he chose to remain silent. "Silly," she teased, poking his forehead with her finger, but he deftly avoided her playful jab. Throughout their journey, she chirped like a liberated bird, her enthusiasm palpable. She expressed interest in everything, eagerly sampling street food, shedding her noble facade to resemble a simple village woman. Xianyuan Long remained stoic, absorbing her excitement, while she persistently inquired about her surroundings. Despite his silence, her curiosity intensified, and she continued to engage him. "By the way, Long, I heard there's a Westlake on the west side of the capital that's quite fun. Shall we go there?" she coaxed, shaking his hand affectionately. "Do not call me Long. You may refer to me as young master. Moreover, you must return before nightfall," he replied, frowning. His initial resistance to her calling him Long seemed futile, as she ignored his protest. "All right then, just accompany me to Westlake for a little while. I promise to return before dark," she insisted, her tone almost pleading. "There are 2 grandmasters following you. It seems they are here to protect you," a voice suddenly interjected. Fine, Xianyuan Long relented, feeling his arm nearly dislocate from her enthusiastic shaking. This elicited a burst of laughter from her. By the time they reached Westlake, it was already 5 in the evening. The lake was bustling with people, and Xianyuan Long felt inclined to leave. However, her joy was infectious as she tugged at him to explore further. Resigned, he decided to accompany her on her escapades. "Shall we go boating?" she suggested. "No," Xianyuan Long replied firmly, knowing he could not swim, and feared he would be unable to defend himself in case of an attack on the water. Her face briefly fell at his resolute response, but she quickly regained her cheerfulness, leading him through the crowd until they halted before a jewelry store. Her gaze was fixated on a bracelet displayed in the showcase, and Xianyuan Long couldn't help but shake his head in mild exasperation. "What? Do you like it?" Expecting a flicker of understanding from him, she nodded eagerly. "Then buy it for me." In response, she pouted, "But I didn't bring any money." "Then let us leave," he said, turning to walk away, only to hear her call after him. "Will you buy it for me, please? After all, today is my birthday, and you haven't even prepared a gift," she lamented, her lips forming a beautiful pout. Seeing her disappointment, Xianyuan Long sighed in resignation and stepped inside the store. With her eagerly trailing behind, her heart filled with unspoken anticipation. "What is the price of this bracelet?" he asked the shopkeeper, his tone cold. The shopkeeper, a man in his 40s, noticed her modest attire but recognized the bracelet's craftsmanship, quickly donning a smile. "Young master, you have a keen eye? This bracelet is our store's most precious piece," he said, rubbing his hands together. "Its price is 150 gold coins. But since you 2 make such a lovely pair, I won't mark it up." Xianyuan Long's brows furrowed deeply at the quoted price. Although he possessed a purple diamond card, the amount caused him discomfort, especially at the shopkeeper's insinuation of their compatibility. The girl behind him blushed at the implication but stifled her feelings, stepping forward to challenge the price. "This craftsmanship is so poor, it cannot possibly be worth 150 gold coins. I would say it is worth at most 50. 50. The shopkeeper yelped as if his tail had been stepped on. You should inquire around. Our shop is known for its honesty. How could we possibly deceive you? Her confidence in the bracelet's worth only grew as she declared, this is too expensive. We shall not buy it. With that, she pulled Xian Yuanlong away. You're not interested anymore? He softly inquired. Just watch, she replied smugly. Within 5 steps. The shopkeeper will surely chase after us. True to her words, as they took 2 steps, the shopkeeper called out after them. Huh, she exclaimed triumphantly, glancing back at Xian Yuanlong before returning to the shop. Xian Yuanlong found it peculiar. Didn't you say you had never ventured out? How do you know these tricks? It's the nature of women, she replied, urging him to purchase the bracelet. Before he could retrieve his card, a voice behind them interrupted. That bracelet is mine. How much? 200. The shopkeeper immediately inflated the price upon seeing the speaker's handsome face. Fine, I'll take it, one of 3 young men who had entered declared. Excellent, excellent. I shall wrap it for you immediately, the shopkeeper responded eagerly. Wait, you promised to sell it to us. How can you go back on your word? The girl protested, anger flashing in her eyes as she confronted the shopkeeper. Business is business. The highest bidder wins, the shopkeeper retorted unapologetically, having made his decision. Fuming, she stomped her foot, only to realize the 3 young men were staring at her intently, prompting her to huff and pull Xian Yuanlong away. However, one of the young men stepped forward, blocking their path with a smile. I bought this bracelet to give to you, lovely lady, so there's no need to be upset. May I know your name? He regarded them as mere commoners, believing his generous offer would win her favor. Although she was not the most stunning, he felt her charm rivaled that of more beautiful women. Step aside, Xian Yuanlong commanded coldly, eyeing the man. The young man's expression darkened at Xian Yuanlong's demeanor, and someone nearby asked, do you know who he is? He is indeed the grandson of Duke Zhu Lai, Zhu Feng. You dare to address him in such a manner? Be wary of the consequences. Upon hearing the name of Duke Zhu Lai, one might expect the 2 to fall to their knees in fear and trepidation. Yet, to their astonishment, the 2 remained unfazed, as if they had not heard at all. Did they possess formidable backing as well? In truth, Xian Yuanlong was oblivious to the identity of Duke Zhu Lai and thus felt no fear, while the woman, of noble birth, was not intimidated by him either. After a brief exchange of whispers, having concluded that they had no cause for concern regarding such a figure, the 3 resumed their arrogant demeanor. Zhu Feng reached out to pull the woman closer, only to be interrupted by a swift hand from Xian Yuanlong, leaving Zhu Feng feeling utterly humiliated. The tension escalated instantaneously, revealing the imposing aura of a higher-tier warrior, while the other 2 displayed the presence of mid-tier warriors, their combined energy locking onto Xian Yuanlong. Chapter 53. The auction. Just as Xian Yuanlong was poised to strike, Shui sensed an undulation of battle chi emanating from behind, causing him to halt his transformation. 3 figures emerged from the throng, unmistakably the 2 Grand Battle Masters who had been safeguarding the young woman. In a swift maneuver, the 2 Grand Battle Masters broke through the blockade set by the trio. Observing their sudden appearance, the 3 assailants realized they had stirred up a hornet's nest. Boy, you'll regret this, one of them spat before vanishing into the crowd. The woman, her amusement curtailed, abandoned her browsing and returned with her protectors. Xian Yuanlong, left to his own devices, aimlessly wandered toward the eastern district. We are being followed by 3 individuals, likely the same ones from earlier, Shui suddenly announced as they traversed a shadowy alley. Exercise caution. Ah, they seek me out instead? Very well, Xian Yuanlong mused, melting into the obscurity of a darkened corner, awaiting their arrival. Soon enough, the trio materialized within Xian Yuanlong's line of sight, yet the shadows concealed him from their perception. You incompetent fool. You boasted of your tracking prowess, and now you've lost him, Zhu Feng berated one of his companions. Young Master Zhu, how was I to anticipate that the bumpkin resided in such a place? This labyrinth of alleys makes it easy to lose one's quarry, the man retorted, attempting to exonerate himself. Humph. Search diligently. Once found, I shall make him suffer, break his limbs, and cripple his battle chi. Understood? Zhu Feng roared at his subordinates. Hearing Zhu Feng's intentions, Xian Yuanlong's gaze hardened. He remained concealed in the shadows, his crimson eyes gleaming with a predator's intent, unaware of their impending doom. The 3 men were now the hunted. As the trio approached within 5 meters of Xian Yuanlong's hiding place, he erupted from the shadows. With ruthless precision, Frostmourne, his blade, targeted the neck of one of the men. Despite their comparable strength, Xian Yuanlong possessed the advantage of Frostmourne, a weapon of formidable power. Furthermore, The three men were dissolute young masters, their battle chi skills underdeveloped, their current level attained through the aid of family elixirs. Lacking combat experience, they typically relied on others to handle their affairs. As Xian Yuanlong launched his attack, the targeted man froze in disbelief. Upon regaining his senses, he attempted to flee instead of engaging in battle. However, without utilizing battle chi, he was no match for Xian Yuanlong's speed. Within moments, Xian Yuanlong overtook him, while the other two turned tail and fled. The sight of Frostmourne and Xian Yuanlong's crimson eyes filled them with terror, their only desire to escape, abandoning any thought of resistance. Without hesitation, Xian Yuanlong plunged Frostmourne into the man's body, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from his severed artery, splattering onto the fleeing pair. The remaining two halted, turning to witness their companion's body rapidly desiccate, as if drained of all fluids, transforming into a grotesque, mummified husk. A chilling dread washed over them, extinguishing any will to fight. They collapsed to their knees, begging for mercy. Observing their supplication, Xian Yuanlong was struck by a memory of his past self, pleading in a similar manner. A surge of inexplicable vexation coursed through him. He swiftly moved to the kneeling figures, and with a merciless strike, Frostmourne pierced the body of one of the supplicants. Witnessing this, Zhu Feng, the remaining survivor, attempted to muster his battle chi, but before he could react, Xian Yuanlong's hand descended upon his crown. He felt his battle chi being stripped away, and a piercing scream tore through the tranquil night. After several minutes, Zhu Feng was reduced to a desiccated corpse. Discarding the remains, Xian Yuanlong hastily departed. As Shui warned of a large contingent of individuals approaching, to avoid exposure, he retreated swiftly. The following day, astute observers noted an increased presence of guards in the capital. Patrols were diligent, and heavily armed soldiers conducted a citywide search. As the populace wondered at these events, a proclamation was posted, revealing that Duke Zhulai's grandson had been murdered the previous night, along with two other scions of minor noble houses. This news ignited Duke Zhulai's fury, but he was met with staunch opposition from the emperor, the reasons known only to those involved. The duke's household found their usually composed lord in a fit of rage, smashing everything in his study. The incessant shattering of porcelain filled the servants with dread. Inside the study, Duke Zhulai sat in his chair, his son and daughter-in-law kneeling before him. The daughter-in-law wept uncontrollably, while her husband, Zhu Tian, raged, "Father, look at this. You have done so much for the empire. And what is your reward? Your grandson merely made a few untoward remarks, and this is the consequence. Even if he was at fault, it did not warrant death. He was our only son. How are we to carry on? Our family line is extinguished. Silence. I shall seek justice for this. Take your wife and rest. I will not let Feng's death go unavenged. They forbid me from touching the culprit? I shall defy them. It seems I have been inactive for too long, and the empire has forgotten my existence." As Zhu Lai spoke, his battle chi surged forth, revealing his prowess as a battle adept. Although he had only reached that level recently, it was more than sufficient to deal with the individual he spoke of. Meanwhile, Xian Yuanlong paid little heed to the events of the previous night. He merely instructed Lai Hua to gather information on Duke Zhu Lai and dismissed the matter from his mind. Today was the day of the auction, and everyone was eager to witness the spectacle. Absorbing Zhu Feng's battle chi had propelled Xian Yuanlong to the mid-stage of battle warrior. However, Shui advised him to cease absorption when his cultivation lagged behind his power. Xian Yuanlong's progress was already rapid, and further acceleration could lead to complications. Thanks to the woman's assistance, they had obtained the necessary tickets, further reinforcing the belief that Xian Yuanlong and her shared a deeper connection. Upon arriving at the auction venue, the group was astonished by the sheer number of attendees. The vast space, spanning over 1,000 meters, was filled with seats, while the second floor housed private boxes, undoubtedly commanding exorbitant prices. Although their seats were in the back, the experience of being present at the auction was already worthwhile. Tickets were being sold for 500 gold coins, and without the woman's help, simply gaining entry would have cost Xian Yuanlong a fortune. After the group had settled in their seats, an attendant approached them, conveying a message. "The proprietor of box 102 on the second floor requests your presence." Perplexed, Xian Yuanlong initially declined, but considering the cacophony of voices on the ground floor, he followed the attendant to the second floor. The decor on the second floor is markedly superior to that of the first, and the security personnel have become significantly more elite. With the guidance of a servant, Xian Yuanlong was able to access this upper level. Upon entering room 102, he was met with the sight of that woman, which was not entirely unexpected. She casually lounged on an exquisite leather sofa, observing the scene below. The soundproofing of the room was quite effective, allowing her to remain oblivious to the surrounding clamor. However, through the window, she could survey every corner of the first floor. "You caused quite a stir last night, did you know?" she remarked, her eyes closed in silence. Yet there was a subtle reprimand intertwined with an unmistakable concern evident even to the most oblivious. "Did you think your actions were discreet? The capital may be vast, but it can also be small. A single piece of news can travel far and wide. That Zhu Feng, you were the one who killed him, weren't you? What are you asking that for?" Xian Yuanlong replied, a slight frown creasing his brow. He had not anticipated that news would spread so swiftly. It seemed everyone was already aware of Zhu Lai's demise. Chapter 54. Wings of the Kuanpeng. With a scornful huff, the woman glared at Xian Yuanlong, whose indifference infuriated her further. "Do you comprehend the magnitude of your blunder? Zhu Feng is the sole grandson of Zhu Lai, and in the imperial capital, there are only 2 dukes. This should elucidate the vast influence of Zhu Lai. Even the emperor must concede to these dukes. And now, you have directly taken the life of his grandson. Do not presume that we are all fools. Just last night, Zhu Feng had a quarrel with you, only to be found dead in the east of the city, not far from your residence. How will you account for this? I fear Zhu Lai is already plotting your downfall. Could you refrain from that morose demeanor? I am attempting to discuss your predicament," she exclaimed, rising and roaring at Xian Yuanlong. "Does this mean Zhu Lai is aware that I killed his grandson?" Xian Yuanlong inquired, slightly opening his eyes to look at her. "Indeed," she replied coldly. "What good does worrying do? Should we flee with everyone now? It would be futile. The perimeter of this auction house is likely swarming with the Duke's men. If I step outside, I would be met with a deluge of attacks. Isn't it premature to fret? Let us observe how events unfold," Xian Yuanlong analyzed, having grown resilient to adversity. "We shall meet force with force." Seeing Xian Yuanlong's composure, the woman furrowed her brow slightly, letting out a resigned sigh. She then clapped her hands, summoning the guards stationed outside. After whispering instructions to one of them, he departed with a nod. "Once the auction concludes, you must leave the imperial capital immediately. I will send someone to assist your departure, but I can only protect you until you exit the city. Beyond that, I am powerless. Thank you. Please relay my gratitude to those involved." Xian Yuanlong replied before closing his eyes again to rest. Although he had absorbed Zhu Feng's fighting spirit, enhancing his abilities, the rapid progression required consolidation. As silence enveloped them once more, the auction commenced. An elderly man with white hair strolled onto the stage, offering a mundane introduction filled with platitudes to assure the audience that their attendance was worthwhile. Just as the crowd was about to erupt, the elder finally ceased his incessant chatter, announcing the commencement of the annual national auction. The first item was a piece of soft armor from the Fengyue Empire, capable of withstanding attacks from high-level great fighters. The starting bid was set at 30,000 gold coins, with increments of no less than 5,000. Hearing the elder's pricing left Xian Yuanlong momentarily speechless. Such a sum could sustain an ordinary household for decades. Yet here, it was merely for protective gear. The woman beside him smiled slightly, deeming the price fair considering the wealth of the attendees. After some contemplation, he conceded that the armor's worth was indeed justified for its protective capabilities. The bidding escalated, and the soft armor was ultimately acquired for 110,000 by a patron in room 107 on the second floor. Subsequently, various peculiar items emerged. Yet it was the potions that garnered the most enthusiasm. A bottle of revival elixir fetched an astonishing 230,000, causing Xian Yuanlong to wince in disbelief. He had consumed such a potion without appreciating its true value. The prices for certain fighting techniques soared to dizzying heights, and despite his observations, Xian Yuanlong found nothing that piqued his interest. The thought of the exorbitant costs left him despondent, realizing that his hard-earned savings paled in comparison to the demands of this auction. After 3 hours of bidding, the auction neared its conclusion, showcasing numerous high-grade potions and techniques. However, Xian Yuanlong's heart raced at the sight of the penultimate item, a crystal skull. The elder introduced it, claiming it could serve as a replacement for one's head, rendering it as resilient as crystal. The crowd understood that regardless of one's fighting spirit, the head remained the most vulnerable area. According to their tests, this crystal skull could withstand the full force of a master at the soul fighter level without shattering, underscoring its value. As the elder concluded his explanation, a voice inquired, But how is it used? One cannot simply insert it into their head, can they? This question prompted a ripple of agreement among the audience, leading to an awkward pause from the elder, who eventually stammered, "Well, our auction house is unsure of its application. However, its efficacy is undeniable. Those who purchase it may conduct their own experiments. The starting bid is set at 1 million, with increments of no less than 10,000. At that moment, Blood urged Xianyuan Long to acquire the skull at any cost. Though perplexed, it was clear that Blood was aware of the skull's true potential. Xianyuan Long, who had exhibited little interest throughout the night, now found himself captivated by this seemingly inconsequential item. After confirming his intent to bid, Blood instructed him to refrain from raising the price, speculating that no one else would be interested. They could simply procure it later from backstage. Heeding the woman's advice, Xianyuan Long complied, remaining silent during the auction. As anticipated, there were no bids placed, and after 3 strikes of the gavel, the elder retreated backstage. Observing Xianyuan Long's eagerness, the woman dispatched someone to acquire the skull for 1 million. Due to her esteemed status, she received a discount, allowing Xianyuan Long to purchase it for 800,000. Shortly thereafter, a servant returned, presenting the skull to Xianyuan Long. Suppressing his curiosity, Xianyuan Long wrapped the skull carefully, choosing not to store it in his spatial ring. Aware of the woman's presence, while she harbored no ill intentions towards him, one could never be too cautious. Just as Xianyuan Long reveled in his acquisition, the final item was unveiled, draped in a white cloth adorned with golden threads. The elder proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last item of the evening. As you may know, only those who reach the soul fighter level can take to the skies. How many among us can achieve such a feat? And if one wishes to fly, what must they do?" The crowd murmured with anticipation, some already guessing the nature of the item. The elder continued, "Indeed, those who wish to soar must rely on the wings of mighty beasts, which can be artificially crafted for human use." With a flourish, he revealed a scroll, introducing it as the wings of the Kuanpung, a creature renowned for its speed, second only to the vermilion bird. It was said of the Kuanpung, in the northern abyss, "There is a fish named Kuan, whose size is unfathomable. It transforms into a bird named Pung, whose wings stretch beyond measure, soaring with a fury that rivals the clouds." This scroll, crafted from the wings of the Kuanpung, had been passed down for a century. The elder expressed his honor in auctioning such a rare item, setting the starting bid at 5 million, with increments of no less than 500,000. As the elder statesman divulged the price, the impassioned crowd, previously swept up in a fervor, collectively sighed and resumed their seats, the figure manifestly exceeding their financial capacities, relegating them to mere spectators. Albeit the exorbitant cost of the artifact, a multitude of individuals vied for its acquisition, predominantly denizens of the second tier, individuals of sufficient means to procure such rarities. Gazing upon the object of contention, Xianyuan Long felt a surge of ardor, the prospect of possessing it tantalizingly close. Yet his attainment of the Do-Han echelon remained distant. Should he secure this item, his prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, upon apprehending the astronomical sum required, he despondently relinquished the notion of bidding. "If it pleases you, I shall procure it on your behalf," the enigmatic woman remarked, her gaze fixed upon Xianyuan Long. "But have you not already transcended into the Do-Han stratum? Do you still require such an artifact?" "It is not necessary," Xianyuan Long responded with glacial indifference, retreating into a meditative state, preparing himself for the imminent clash. Meanwhile, the price of the coveted item escalated relentlessly. The audacious bid of 10 million from room 235 swiftly eclipsed by the staggering 11 million proffered by the occupant of room 109. Yet, the upward trajectory of the price showed no signs of abating, until it reached the astronomical figure of 100 million, at which point, the number of contenders gradually dwindled. Chapter 55. Encounter. The final item was auctioned off for a staggering 230 million, claimed by a person from room 204. Following a series of heartfelt words from the elderly auctioneer, the event drew to a close. As the doors opened and the attendees began to exit, 3 figures emerged from room 204, 2 middle-aged men and a young man, the latter adorned in resplendent attire with striking crimson hair, a clear indication of his origins from the Suzaku Empire, marking him as a noble from that realm. The 2 individuals accompanying him were formidable mid-level fighters. A chilling voice echoed in Xianyuan Long's heart. Xianyuan Long cast a discreet glance at the trio before diverting his gaze, merging into the throng of people heading outside. Eventually, he reunited with the group on the ground floor. Although the others found it peculiar when Xianyuan Long commanded their immediate departure from the imperial capital, they refrained from questioning his authority. He instructed them to return to Raybos without delay. A woman, donning a broad-brimmed hat, suggested she escort them beyond the city gates, confident that her noble standing would deter any ill intent from Zhu Lai in her presence. Xianyuan Long did not oppose this suggestion, recognizing that without assistance, their escape from the imperial capital would be perilous. The gravity of the situation became apparent to the others upon witnessing Xianyuan Long's stern demeanor, prompting them to abandon any thoughts of complacency. Upon exiting the auction house, the woman's guards had already prepared the horses, awaiting their departure. After whispering to her, the woman's expression darkened, exclaiming her indignation that anyone would dare to seal off the capital. She declared that she would see them safely out of the city, vowing to confront anyone who dared obstruct their passage. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, Xianyuan Long expressed his gratitude with a slight bow before mounting his horse, and the group hastily made their way to the city gates. After a frantic ride of over 10 minutes, the gates of the city came into view. Yet their closure startled Xianyuan Long, revealing the significant influence held by the Duke, capable of sealing the city. The capital, bustling with thousands daily, would render those outside unable to enter and those inside trapped until the gates reopened. Upon reaching the gates, the guards hurried over, but the woman interrupted before they could pay their respects. Upon learning of her intent to escort several friends out, the guards hesitated, but upon witnessing her rising ire, relented and ordered the gates opened. Xianyuan Long thanked her once more before dashing through the gates without a backward glance, silently hoping she would evade Zhu Lai's pursuit. The moment the woman departed, the guards promptly informed Zhu Lai. Upon receiving this news, Zhu Lai merely smiled and commanded that the gates no longer be sealed. This peculiar directive went unchallenged, given Zhu Lai's esteemed position. Once the guards had withdrawn, Zhu Lai moved aside a bookshelf in his study, revealing a hidden chamber where 7 individuals sat. Go and eliminate that man. With your abilities, it should pose no challenge. Bring me his head. For my status prevents me from leaving the capital, this task falls to you. The 7, their expressions cold as ice, rose in silence, each a formidable fighter, their combined strength likely enough to sweep through the imperial capital's elite. Thus, a tempest brewed within the empire at that very moment. Xianyuan Long and his companions fled southward, taking a detour. As Xianyuan Long revealed he had slain Zhu Feng, the others finally grasped the urgency behind his insistence on their hasty departure. If they had delayed even a moment longer, they might have joined the ranks of the deceased. Realizing they were being pursued, they pressed on relentlessly, changing horses at the next city if necessary. Yet, along the journey, Xianyuan Long sensed something amiss. Their numbers made them conspicuous, and since he alone had eliminated Zhu Feng, the pursuers would likely be unaware of the others. He proposed to separate from the group, allowing his companions a slim chance of survival. However, this suggestion was met with vehement opposition. They could not bear the thought of leaving him behind to face the pursuers alone. After much deliberation, it was decided that Xianyuan Long, along with the elderly Lu and the duo known as Hong and Ha, would depart, while the remaining members would head directly to the next city. They would wait for a period, and if no sign of the 4 returned after a month, they would proceed to Raybos. Once the decision was made, Xianyuan Long took his leave with Lu and the others, parting ways with the group. He had anticipated correctly. Within moments of their departure from the capital, the pursuers set off northward in pursuit of Xianyuan Long. However, after a day of fruitless searching, they realized they had been misled, as only Lu among Xianyuan Long's companions possessed the strength of a fighter. Despite their superior speed, they failed to locate Xianyuan Long's presence and quickly changed direction to search southward. This delay granted Xianyuan Long the opportunity to disperse his companions. Rather than galloping across the land, Xianyuan Long and his group abandoned their horses, opting instead to traverse the forest on foot. Thankfully, their extraordinary abilities allowed them to navigate the wilderness with ease, maintaining their pace. During their escape from the imperial capital, Xianyuan Long's body was under the influence of blood control, as any lapse could result in his demise at the hands of an ambush. After 2 days of flight through the forest, Xianyuan Long and his companions began to feel the toll of exhaustion and decided to rest. Suddenly, they sensed a powerful surge of battle energy approximately a kilometer away. Could it be the pursuers? It seemed unlikely. How could they have reached this point? Moreover, the energy fluctuations indicated a fierce confrontation was underway. As Lu murmured in contemplation, Xianyuan Long resolved to investigate, and the others agreed without contest. As they drew closer to the source of the energy, they discerned that it was indeed the result of a clash between fighters. They concealed themselves in the underbrush, observing 6 combatants engaged in fierce conflict. Among them were the 3 individuals from room 204 who had won the Kuanping Wings at the auction. To their surprise, one of the opposing fighters was a woman Xianyuan Long recognized from the arena, flanked by 2 other skilled fighters. The young man who had secured the Kuanping Wings possessed only upper-level great fighter capabilities, placing him at a disadvantage in this battle. While the other 2 fighters engaged the woman as companions, the young man fought valiantly against her. Initially, he managed to hold his ground, but as the battle progressed, he began to falter under her superior skill. Wounds multiplied across his body, and witnessing his plight, the other 2 fighters grew increasingly desperate, launching a flurry of attacks against their adversaries. However, the 2 sides were evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. Neither could claim victory over the other. The young man, seizing upon a moment of vulnerability from the woman, withdrew swiftly, desperately gasping for air. Blood continued to seep from the wounds upon his body, yet he displayed no concern, casting a cold gaze at the woman. In that instant, all semblance of the nobility he had exhibited during the auction was stripped away, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Chapter 56. Desperation. The 2 sides stood firm once more, locked in a standoff. The young man spoke coldly. "If you kill me, your tribe will face utter annihilation. You care nothing for the lives of your kin. If you leave now, I will pretend this incident never occurred." Upon hearing his words, the woman's brow furrowed slightly, her expression shifting from confusion to an icy resolve. "I was expelled from my tribe not because of you, but due to your ancient father's demands to take me as a concubine. When I refused, he pressured my tribe to cast me out. I am no longer one of them. I thought I would never have the chance for revenge in this lifetime, yet here you are. In that case, your death shall serve as a modest interest payment to your father. Have you truly made your decision?" The young man's lips curled into a faint smile, recognizing the lingering attachment she had for her tribe. Otherwise, her earlier confusion would not have manifested. Beside him, one of his companions spoke up. "Young master, you must leave. We will hold them off. Even if it costs our lives, we must ensure your safety. All we ask is that you look after our families when you return to the tribe." The young man, not one to dither, felt a surge of gratitude for those willing to sacrifice themselves for him. He began to retreat slowly, thanking them. "As long as I return alive to the tribe, I will ensure your families are well taken care of." With that promise, the 2 men felt their burdens lift, their faces resolute as they charged toward the 3 adversaries. Against their desperate struggle, they temporarily stalled the relentless pursuit of the 3 assailants. Taking advantage of this brief respite, the young man ran away without looking back. Yet, just as he was about to escape the battlefield, he felt a sudden gust of wind from the periphery. Could there be ambushers? Without time for further contemplation, he dropped to the ground, rolling to evade the attack. When he rose to fight again, he was shocked to find 4 figures had appeared before him, one of whom was the elderly man who had just attacked him. As the young man fled, blood, controlling Xianyuan Long's body, suggested taking advantage of the chaos. Xianyuan Long had not forgotten the Kuanping Wings that the young man possessed, which stirred his greed. Naturally, Lu Lao and the others followed Xianyuan Long's lead. If he suggested robbing, then they would rob. Without hesitation, they dashed toward the young man from behind for a surprise attack. The young man, startled by the sudden appearance of the 4, noticed the white-haired man among them seemed familiar, though she could not recall where she had seen him before. "I wonder what your intentions are?" the young man inquired, observing the woman's expression and feeling somewhat reassured that they were not sent by her. "Nothing personal. Just that we've been a bit tight on funds lately and wish to borrow some." The 2 rogues, previously in dire straits, had experience with such robberies, making their words convincing enough for everyone to believe they were indeed facing bandits. Upon hearing the barefooted man's statement, the young man relaxed and retrieved several purple diamond cards from his pocket, tossing them to the rogue. "Since you seek wealth, I have some savings. Consider it an invitation for afternoon tea." The rogue received the cards and was astonished to discover they held over 5 million in assets. He joyfully handed them to Xianyuan Long, who, upon witnessing this exchange, began to scrutinize Xianyuan Long closely. However, the 4 did not clear the path despite receiving the money. Sensing that the young man had not offered enough, he quickly produced more purple diamond cards, pleading, "This truly is all my savings. If you take any more, I won't have anything left." Please, spare me. After pocketing the newly offered cards, the rogue stepped forward. You're not being honest. You still have hidden treasures. Which breaks our rules. Rules? What rules? The young man asked, puzzled. When our young master robs, everything must be left behind except for pants. The rogue pointed at Xianyuan Long, his tone stern. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Realizing he had been tricked, the young man's expression hardened. What? Are you challenging me? The rogue continued to taunt him mercilessly. My father is the leader of the largest tribe in the Zhuge Empire. Opposing me will yield no benefit for you. If you desire money, I can provide it. If you seek something else, merely state your request, and I shall oblige. The young man declared defiantly. The Kunping wings. Xianyuan Long interjected suddenly. After Xianyuan Long spoke, the others ceased their laughter, fixing their gazes on the young man. Realizing Xianyuan Long coveted the Kunping wings he possessed, the young man, appearing to ponder, finally said, that Kunping wing cost me 200 million to acquire. It is exceedingly precious. I had intended to keep it for myself. However, if you desire it, I can part with it, but on one condition. You must help me kill him. Before Xianyuan Long could respond, the woman let out a fierce cry. You seek death. She advanced, but was intercepted by the young man's two guards. The helpless girl could only fix her gaze on Xianyuan Long, praying he would not truly agree to the young man's demand. I detest bargaining, Xianyuan Long declared, suddenly appearing before the young man, while Lu Lao and the rogues, familiar with his temperament, rushed forward at the moment he moved. Seeing Xianyuan Long's sudden action, the young man was taken aback, not expecting such brazen violence. Yet, he failed to grasp that in Xianyuan Long's mind, in the face of absolute strength, all conditions were rendered moot. Xianyuan Long moved with blinding speed, reaching the young man in mere breaths, his dagger, Frostmourne, lunging toward his neck. Faced with the overwhelming surge of battle energy, the young man had no time for further thought. He formed a hand seal, conjuring a barrier of energy before him. But as Xianyuan Long's dagger struck the barrier, he realized too late that he had underestimated its power. The barrier merely slowed the dagger momentarily before it pierced through, as if the barrier were non-existent. The young man's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the incoming blade. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his neck, a tremendous force struck him from the side, sending him flying. He discovered one of his guards had bravely intercepted the old man's strike, pushing him aside to avoid the fatal blow, yet in doing so, that guard fell victim to Xianyuan Long's attack. Frostmourne plunged deep into the guard's body, instantly transforming him into a lifeless husk. The young man stared in horror at the scene, his body trembling, his fighting spirit extinguished. Young master, I will protect you. Let us flee. The remaining guard whispered at his side. Flee? Huh? How can we? They possess a nameless fighting spirit and two formidable fighters. Even if you were willing to self-destruct for my sake, there would be no opportunity. Since that is the case, what is the point of escaping? If I perish, my father will surely avenge me. The young man's eyes gradually shifted from terror to a bloodthirsty glint. Then let us fight to the end. As he spoke, Taimujian was the first to charge towards the woman wielding the long whip. The daggers in Xianyuan Long's hands filled him with trepidation, prompting him to choose the woman, whom he had come to know somewhat. Just as Taimujian made his move, Xianyuan Long swiftly darted towards the last remaining guard. With Lu Lao and the duo Hong and Ha also advancing to attack, they were not burdened by any notions of fighting against overwhelming odds. Their sole objective was to eliminate their foe. Upon the moment Xianyuan Long and his companions surged forward, the guard despaired as he realized that all avenues of retreat had been blocked. No matter which direction he chose to flee, he would inevitably face an assault from one of them. He feared that should he hesitate even for a moment, he would be confronted by the combined onslaught of three adversaries. With little time for contemplation, a resolute determination flashed in his eyes. Just as Xianyuan Long was a mere step away from the guard, he suddenly noticed the man before him radiating an immense surge of fighting spirit. The intense fluctuations of battle energy instantaneously compelled everyone to halt their actions, as a sense of urgency enveloped the scene, prompting an immediate retreat. Chapter 57, Evolution and Self-Destruction. Humph. Xianyuan Long let out a cold snort, his hand unwavering as he thrust frost sorrow into the body of the man, whose swollen pores oozed blood. Just as the onlookers thought Xianyuan Long had gone mad, they witnessed the body swiftly deflate, its swelling diminishing to reveal its original form in less than a breath. However, the black blood oozing from the fissures caused by the expansion made it clear that what had just transpired was no illusion. Once the fighter's body returned to its normal size, it began to shrink again, instantly reducing to a lifeless form, devoid of any blood flowing from its numerous wounds. As the crowd gazed at the daggers, a chill ran down their spines, compelling them to retreat a step, distancing themselves from Xian Yuanlong. Even the two elders, Lu and Ha, were no exception. While everyone remained transfixed on Xian Yuanlong, the ironwood sword seized the moment to escape, turning swiftly to flee. However, the three women present dared not make a move, fearing Xian Yuanlong's wrath. Trying to flee? Humph. In that fleeting moment as the ironwood sword attempted to escape, Elder Lu let out a cold grunt, instantly appearing behind ironwood sword, his speed surpassing that of the fleeing figure by a significant margin. You must live. Xian Yuanlong suddenly spoke. Although Elder Lu was puzzled by Xian Yuanlong's intentions, he did not dwell on it, and his long sword lunged fiercely toward ironwood sword. Feeling the gust of wind behind him, ironwood sword attempted to turn and defend himself, but it was too late. He could only run desperately forward. Yet, Elder Lu's rank was a whole level above his own, and the longsword mercilessly pierced ironwood sword's abdomen without striking a fatal blow. Seizing the opportunity, ironwood sword retrieved a pill from his pocket, swallowed it, and continued to flee, now devoid of any fighting spirit, desperately hoping to escape. Observing ironwood sword's continued flight, Elder Lu's long sword viciously swept toward his feet. It briefly met resistance from ironwood sword's aura shield, but soon broke through, severing his legs. A wail of agony erupted as ironwood sword's lower body detached from his knees, helplessly drifting half a meter away. Sweat poured from his face like rain, soaking him entirely as he lay on the ground, crying out. Xian Yuanlong swiftly appeared before ironwood sword, lightly tapping him with his left foot, causing him to lose consciousness. Without concern for ironwood sword's bloodied body, he crouched down, rummaging through his belongings, only to withdraw his hands seemingly empty. In truth, while Xian Yuanlong had been near him, he had already concealed all of ironwood sword's possessions within his own attire. Keep an eye on them. Do not let them make any sudden moves, Xian Yuanlong commanded as he lifted ironwood sword and vanished into the forest. The onlookers, bewildered by Xian Yuanlong's actions, nonetheless complied with his instructions, attentively watching the three women. The latter, sensing the tension in the air, dared not stir, fearing an attack. They shook their heads in resignation and sat down to recover their energy. Meanwhile, within the depths of the forest, Xian Yuanlong sat cross-legged on the ground, his right hand subtly manipulating his aura, already in control of his own essence. The energy swirling around his right hand, pressed against ironwood sword's forehead, began to circulate. Xian Yuanlong felt a surge of energy rush into his body. Although it was uncomfortable, it lacked the awkwardness of his initial absorption of the great fighteress energy. The blood kiss moved silently, instantly dissipating the energy as it flowed toward his dantian, completing a cycle in an instant. Xian Yuanlong noticed that, perhaps due to the elevation in his rank, some impurities were expelled from the energy as it entered the dantian's vortex. After the energy circulated once, it re-entered the vortex, expelling further impurities and reducing in volume. Xian Yuanlong divided a portion of his consciousness to attach to the energy, observing closely. He realized that as the energy entered the vortex, it shrank further yet became more refined. After a number of cycles, Xian Yuanlong had lost track of how many. It was evident that what had once been the size of a palm was now reduced to that of a thumb, with its flowing form becoming increasingly pronounced, the crimson hue deepening in intensity. However, Xian Yuanlong gradually sensed that the speed at which he expelled impurities could not keep pace with the absorption rate. He discovered that his meridians were saturated, gritting his teeth to endure the discomfort. Suddenly, a sound echoed within him, and he was alarmed to find a meridian that could not withstand the influx of energy starting to fracture. This situation was untenable. Xian Yuanlong's heart surged with frustration. He momentarily disregarded the blocked meridians. The human body possesses countless meridians. Only a fraction of them can be utilized. In his agony, Xian Yuanlong focused on those meridians, knowing well the inherent dangers of opening a new one. The unbearable pain was only the beginning. Should a meridian connect but fail to link to the dantian, the energy within would be rendered useless. Yet, Xian Yuanlong was undeterred. He was a man with nothing to lose. At worst, he would endure a bit of pain and a portion of energy loss. After all, energy was abundant around him, as any fighter could serve as his food. With resolve, He directed the refined energy toward an uncharted meridian, only to encounter an obstacle. Clenching his teeth, Xian Yuan Long shaped the energy into a conical form, piercing toward the meridian. Upon contact, it felt as though his head had exploded, plunging him into a void. When he regained his senses, an overwhelming pain coursed through his body. Delving deeper, he found that the meridian had only partially opened, a mere drop in the bucket. However, Xian Yuan Long refused to surrender. He realized that the number of cracks appearing in his meridians was increasing if he did not open a new one soon. He risked resting for months due to damage. He could not afford to forget the pursuers behind him. He feared becoming a defenseless target, like fish on a chopping board. Time and again, he struck the meridian, each time slipping into a blank state, forcing himself to suppress the blood that seeped from his mouth, resisting the pull of unconsciousness. He noted that the meridian had cleared at least 10 centimeters in response to his relentless assault, filled with his energy. With a new outlet for the energy within him, the pain lessened, only to be replaced by another wave of torment. Seeing some progress, Xian Yuan Long persisted, determined to open the meridian before it sustained serious damage. Having transcended the awareness of pain, Xian Yuan Long persevered, his nervous system seemingly dormant. He had lost count of the times he had lapsed into unconsciousness, his sole focus being the channeling of battle qi to unblock the obstructed meridians upon regaining consciousness. The agony he had endured had surpassed the limits of human endurance, evolving from excruciating pain to complete numbness. During his periods of unconsciousness, the battle qi, driven by momentum, continued its relentless assault on the meridians. As the final accessible meridian yielded to his persistent efforts, a bittersweet smile, more akin to a grimace, graced Xian Yuan Long's contorted visage. However, this triumph was short-lived. A sudden and alarming realization dawned upon him. His battle qi was uncontrollably dissipating, failing to circulate back into his dantian. It became apparent that many of the meridians he had painstakingly opened were connected to various acupoints within his body, rather than his dantian. Consequently, the battle qi within these storage-deficient acupoints was seeping through his skin and evaporating into the atmosphere, rendering it unusable. After an initial moment of dismay, Xian Yuan Long regained his composure. He focused his consciousness on his dantian and initiated the blood kiss technique. The battle qi vortex within his dantian, previously dormant, stirred to life under his command. Xian Yuan Long observed that as the vortex operated according to the blood kiss technique, the errant battle qi gradually gravitated back towards his dantian. The battle qi expelled from the dantian replenished the newly opened meridians, creating a harmonious ebb and flow throughout his body. After 5 cycles of the blood kiss technique, Xian Yuan Long successfully stemmed the outflow of battle qi, ensuring its recirculation from the meridians back to the dantian and then back out again. He noticed that the influx of battle qi from his right index finger had ceased, presumably because the ironwood sword had been completely drained. Upon examining his internal organs, he discovered that his battle qi had transformed into a viscous, light yellow fluid. Unbeknownst to him, Xian Yuan Long had advanced in rank, ascending from an intermediate battle apprentice to a novice battle warrior. While the transition from battle apprentice to battle warrior was not particularly arduous, requiring only the absorption of sufficient battle qi, Xian Yuan Long had achieved this remarkable feat in less than a year, progressing from utter destitution to the rank of novice battle warrior. This extraordinary progress underscored the potency of the blood kiss technique. Were he to reveal this technique to the world, it would undoubtedly ignite a frenzy among all battle qi practitioners. However, Xian Yuan Long was acutely aware of the perils of possessing such a treasure. He feared that publicizing the technique would make him a target, and he was unwilling to relinquish such a powerful asset. Surveying the network of meridians he had unlocked, Xian Yuan Long marveled at their sheer number. His body was now crisscrossed with a multitude of meridians of varying sizes, each pulsating with battle qi. A profound sense of satisfaction washed over him, a reward for the excruciating pain he had endured. His attention then turned to his right index finger. Now that he had advanced to the rank of battle warrior, he wondered if he could create another battle qi vortex. Without hesitation, Xian Yuan Long concentrated his battle qi on his right thumb, recalling the key aspects of creating a vortex from his previous attempts. With the benefit of experience, the process proved to be considerably easier. After several attempts, the vortex-like formation took shape. All that remained was to set it in motion. However, as Xian Yuan Long attempted to infuse the vortex-like battle qi with his consciousness, he encountered an unexpected obstacle. Due to his advancement in rank, the battle chi had undergone significant changes in both quantity and purity. The vortex-like battle chi was now impenetrable to his consciousness, or rather, his consciousness was not yet strong enough. The saturated battle chi resisted his attempts to break through, allowing him only to skirt around the periphery of the vortex. According to Shui's estimation, Xian Yuanlong's consciousness was comparable to that of a battle master. Yet it was still insufficient to penetrate the vortex-like battle chi. When would he be able to achieve this? Xian Yuanlong felt a surge of despair, realizing that he might be unable to create another vortex after all. However, this fleeting thought was immediately replaced by an indomitable spirit. He was no longer the weakling he once was. Why not strive for the impossible? Embracing this newfound resolve, Xian Yuanlong cast aside all reservations and relentlessly pressed his consciousness into the battle chi. He was acutely aware of the importance of his consciousness, as any damage to it could be irreparable, potentially leading to idiocy or even death. Such a confrontation was typical of the clash of spiritual forces. In general, battle chi practitioners of higher ranks possessed more refined consciousness than those of lower ranks. Consequently, when a higher-ranked practitioner unleashed their spiritual force, lower-ranked practitioners would exhibit symptoms such as convulsions, prostration, and cold sweats, all stemming from insufficient consciousness affecting the body's reactions. Xian Yuanlong's reckless disregard for the potential damage to his consciousness was unprecedented, if not unheard of. He felt his consciousness weakening with each attempt to penetrate the battle chi. Only a sliver of his consciousness managed to breach the periphery of the battle chi. Enduring waves of weakness, he persisted in pushing his consciousness further, only to find himself confined to the outer edges of the battle chi, unable to penetrate its core. After several attempts, Xian Yuanlong realized that forcing his consciousness into the battle chi's interior would likely result in its dissipation, while simultaneously subjecting him to an increasingly debilitating sensation. This approach was unsustainable. Although he knew that death was a distinct possibility, Xian Yuanlong remained undeterred. He was no longer the man who would settle for a life of mediocrity. If there was even a glimmer of hope for advancement, he would pursue it relentlessly, regardless of the cost. If I cannot penetrate the interior, then I shall begin by manipulating the exterior, he resolved. With this plan in mind, Xian Yuanlong focused his last vestiges of consciousness on manipulating the outer layers of battle chi. However, the battle chi, as unruly as a child, became even more defiant in the face of Xian Yuanlong's weakened consciousness. Not only did it refuse to obey his commands, but it also began to taunt him. As his consciousness approached a strand of battle chi, it would dart away. Eventually, it no longer waited for Xian Yuanlong to pursue it. Instead, upon realizing that his consciousness could not catch up, it would stop and wait for him to approach, only to flee again as he drew near. Some strands even dared to brush against his consciousness, only to dart away like mischievous children when Xian Yuanlong attempted to envelop them, infuriating him to the point of vomiting blood. Realizing the futility of his pursuit, Xian Yuanlong finally relented and allowed his consciousness to remain still, waiting for the battle chi to approach. The battle chi, sensing the stillness of his consciousness, cautiously crept closer, stopping just short of the Xian Yuanlong. His heart pounding with anticipation, suppressed the urge to surge forward, patiently awaiting the battle chi's further approach. After an indeterminate period of confrontation between the two parties, a semblance of progress emerged within the turbulent energy. A faint thread of this energy advanced cautiously, only to retreat hastily upon realizing the presence of a certain consciousness that did not pursue. Upon halting, it began to approach gradually. Observing that this tentative advance encountered no resistance, the other energies collectively began to converge towards the consciousness. Just as the energies enveloped the consciousness, Xian Yuanlong recognized the opportunity that had presented itself. Without hesitation, he seized control of the consciousness and swiftly consumed the faint thread of energy that had relied upon it. As the consciousness surged dramatically, the other energies sensed the anomaly. They attempted to flee but found themselves too close to the consciousness, and before they could escape, they too were consumed by Xian Yuanlong. The energies that had been ensnared were promptly released by him, initiating a relentless consumption of the remaining uncontrolled energies while simultaneously contemplating the swirling route of the vortex within the sea of energy, gradually orchestrating their movement. Once the last vestige of uncontrolled energy was devoured, the vortex-like energy demonstrated signs of change, beginning to rotate slowly. The initial stages were undoubtedly challenging. Yet with the commencement of movement, subsequent actions became significantly more manageable. The vortex upon his thumb transitioned from a slow rotation to a rapid whirl, gaining speed exponentially. Xianyuan Long discerned that upon the activation of the vortex on his thumb, the vortex on his index finger was inexplicably connected. As the energies were absorbed into the vortex, they converged within a meridian, resulting in an accelerated rotation of the index finger's vortex, now moving faster than ever before. Previously, Xianyuan Long could delineate the defensive patterns of the vortex's rotation, yet now he could only vaguely perceive two circular energies manifesting on his fingers, with their consumption rate exceeding threefold compared to prior levels. Moreover, Xianyuan Long observed that the instant the vortex on his thumb activated, the vortex within his dantian also exhibited a remarkable increase in speed. Upon invoking the blood kiss technique once more, he discovered that due to the expansion of his body's meridians, the time required for completion, which had previously taken 5,000 heartbeats, was now reduced to merely 2,000, a speed increase of more than double compared to before. Additionally, the rate of absorbing the energies of the heavens and earth had shown a marked improvement. Where he once absorbed energy like a train, he now moved akin to a high-speed train, allowing the internal energy to circulate freely according to the principles of blood kiss. He gradually opened his eyes. Chapter 59. Awakening. The moment Xianyuan Long opened his eyes, a beam of light, almost tangible in its brilliance, shot forth from them. He exhaled, only to discover that the breath he expelled was of a deep, unsettling black hue. Before he could ponder this anomaly further, an unbearable stench assaulted his senses. Upon closer inspection, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, his entire body had become encased in a thick layer of black substance, from which the foul odor emanated. The guardians surrounding him, sensing the shift, fixed their gazes upon Xianyuan Long as though regarding a monstrous entity. 5 days had elapsed since they began their vigil, during which 3 women had been forcibly retained by Lu Lao and his companions. After a day of waiting, the 3 women grew impatient and expressed their desire to depart. However, Lu Lao and his companions, uncertain of any ulterior plans Xianyuan Long might have for them, were unwilling to grant them freedom. A disagreement ensued, leading to a confrontation. The women had initially assumed that only Lu Lao possessed the strength of a Do spirit, while the other 2 were merely upper-tier Do masters. Confident in their own prowess as genuine Do spirit experts, they believed they could easily subdue their opponents. However, to their astonishment, the 2 peculiar brothers immediately combined their energies, achieving Do spirit level in an instant. Caught off guard, the 3 women found themselves at a disadvantage. Although Lu Lao was only mid-level Do spirit, his swordplay was exceedingly mysterious, and one of the women was subdued within 20 exchanges. Subsequently, with one of their own captured, the 3 Do spirits were easily overpowered by Lu Lao and his companions, who sealed their Do Qi. Witnessing Xianyuan Long emerge from his cultivation, one of the women felt a surge of relief. After all, a sealed Do spirit was less formidable than a Do disciple. In a perilous jungle teeming with dangers, lacking any abilities could easily lead to their downfall at the hands of a wild beast. Resigned to their fate, the 3 women waited patiently after Lu Lao assured them that their seals would be lifted upon Xianyuan Long's awakening. On the 3rd day, Lu Lao, concerned for Xianyuan Long's safety, remained vigilantly by his side. At that moment, Xianyuan Long had just finished absorbing the Do Qi from the ironwood sword, unbeknownst to the others who were oblivious to his secret. Although the others were perplexed by the corpse of the ironwood sword before Xianyuan Long, the 3 women refrained from questioning it, respecting the privacy of others' secrets. Lu Lao and his companions, too, showed no interest in the peculiarities surrounding the ironwood sword. On the 4th day, they noticed a strange black substance oozing from Xianyuan Long's body, accompanied by a repugnant odor. While the others could tolerate the unpleasantness, the 3 women bore the brunt of it. Their Do Qi sealed, they dared not stray too far from Lu Lao and his companions. Yet proximity to them meant enduring the stench emanating from Xianyuan Long. When Xianyuan Long opened his eyes, a smile of concern appeared on Lu Lao's face, which stirred a sense of warmth within the otherwise cold demeanor of Xianyuan Long. Dragon, are you all right? Xianyuan Long nodded slightly, rising to his feet while gazing down at his right hand. Lu Lao suddenly exclaimed, I feel as though you are absorbing my Do Qi. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Long furrowed his brow, reluctantly shaking his head, uncertain whether he should disclose the truth. He understood that he had become a vortex, indiscriminately absorbing Do Qi from the surrounding environment, potentially even from others. With the dough vortex on his thumb just activated, he needed time to acclimate, meaning that anyone who ventured too close would likely have their dough chi extracted. The others, perplexed by Xian Yuanlong's peculiar condition, were startled when a rumbling sound erupted from his stomach. They turned to see Xian Yuanlong's belly growling, leaving them astonished. Typically, once a fighter reached the dough spirit level, their need for sustenance diminished significantly. A single meal could sustain them for over a month. Yet, Xian Yuanlong's evident hunger was baffling, especially given his apparent mid-level dough spirit status. "Let us find a place with water for me to bathe and procure some food," Xian Yuanlong declared, striding forward. The women exchanged glances, hurrying to keep pace with him. "Hey!" One of the women called out to Xian Yuanlong's retreating figure, but he remained oblivious, continuing on his path. Only when she ran in front of him, arms outstretched, did he come to a halt, his eyes narrowing with irritation. Under Xian Yuanlong's piercing red gaze, the woman felt a chill run down her spine, mustering her courage to speak. "Now that you are awake, you can release our seals, right?" Gazing at the suddenly vulnerable-looking woman, Xian Yuanlong merely shook his head, turning slightly to bypass her and continue onward. "What will it take for you to let me go?" she demanded angrily, pacing after him. "I will release you when the time is right. It is not far off," Xian Yuanlong replied, glancing back at the path they had traversed. The three women were bewildered, but Lu Lao and his companions understood Xian Yuanlong's intentions. It seemed he remained wary of any potential pursuers, despite the fact that no threats had materialized over the past several days. Xian Yuanlong likely preferred to retain their presence as a precautionary measure. However, the three women were oblivious to these considerations, wondering, "Is he after our money? But we have little to offer. Or perhaps, our virtue?" They pondered the reasons behind Xian Yuanlong's decision to keep them close, yet could not arrive at a conclusion. After an hour of trekking, they stumbled upon a vast lake. Eager for water, Xian Yuanlong hurried to a secluded corner to cleanse himself, while Ha ventured off to hunt for food. When Xian Yuanlong reappeared, the group was taken aback. The remnants of black impurities that had once marred his form had been expelled, resulting in a physique that could only be described as flawless. His once peculiar white skin now radiated a translucent quality akin to jade, revealing faint veins beneath the surface, reminiscent of amber. "Wow!" one of the women gasped, unable to contain her astonishment. The skin that appeared more delicate than any woman's was enough to incite envy. "How do you maintain such skin?" she inquired. Rushing to Xian Yuanlong frowned, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Lao and the others erupted into laughter, unrestrained by decorum. Ha, unable to contain himself, doubled over in mirth, exclaiming, "I had no idea you were a woman all along." This only incited further laughter. Even the three women found themselves struggling to suppress their smiles, torn between amusement and the fear of inciting Xian Yuanlong's ire. However, Xian Yuanlong appeared utterly indifferent as he strode towards the bonfire, seizing the rabbit that was roasting over the flames and devouring it with no semblance of courtesy. For others, food was merely a source of enjoyment. For Xian Yuanlong, it was the most effective means of replenishing energy. "Hey, you've eaten. Can you let us go now?" A woman with enchanting eyes fixed her gaze intently on Xian Yuanlong, hoping he might release the others from their bindings. Yet, Xian Yuanlong continued to eat the rabbit, seemingly oblivious to her words. Once you release my seal, you'll see." The woman fumed silently, her anger rising as she raised her foot to kick at the fire. Forgetting her own powers were sealed. If she were to kick with full force, pain would surely follow. Just as her foot was mere inches from the flames, Xian Yuanlong's wooden skewer, still holding the rabbit, intercepted her foot. Startled, the woman cast a sidelong glance at Xian Yuanlong. But the knowledge that this man had kidnapped her ignited her fury, causing any lingering fondness towards him to evaporate. She settled down, resting her chin on her hand as she stared at Xian Yuanlong. "What is your name?" After a moment's wait without receiving a reply, she muttered to herself, "I am Lin Huan. The one wielding the Wolf Fang Club is De Yi, and the one with the large knife is De Air. Don't bother asking. Our master doesn't like to talk. It's better to inquire of me," came a voice from beside them, interrupting the moment with a mischievous grin, eyes roving over the woman. Under Ha's somewhat predatory gaze, Lin Huan felt as if she had been struck by a venomous snake, instinctively shrinking back. Yet gravitating closer to Xian Yuanlong enough, "Don't scare him. You can just call him Master too, understood?" she retorted, settling onto the other side and waving her hand dismissively at Ha. After all, the two were longtime brothers, and she knew Ha was not the type to lose control in the presence of a woman. though Lin Huan appeared to be around 25. The cold aura she exuded added an intriguing allure, and her curvaceous figure might attract unwarranted attention. Nonetheless, the gathered individuals were all remarkably self-disciplined, especially since Xian Yuanlong had established a strict rule against promiscuity and murder. Who would dare to transgress? As the assembly fell into a hush, Xian Yuanlong inquired in an undertone, "Chen Yi from that arena, are you acquainted with him?" "Humph, don't even mention him," she retorted, turning her head away, seemingly vexed with either Chen Yi or Xian Yuanlong himself. Observing Lin Huan's reluctance to elaborate, Xian Yuanlong rose, brushed off the dust, and fixed his gaze upon a tree canopy within the thicket. "Since you've arrived, why not reveal yourself?" Upon Xian Yuanlong's utterance, old Lu, as if sensing something, also turned his gaze toward the tree. The duo known as Hung and Ha, realizing the gravity of the situation, simultaneously rose to their feet, encircling Xian Yuanlong, their vigilance palpable. To trail them undetected implied that the adversary's prowess likely surpassed that of a great fighter. A peal of laughter echoed from the tree's crown, and a figure materialized before Xian Yuanlong and his companions in a series of swift movements. The man's most conspicuous feature was the greatsword strapped to his back, unmistakably identifying him as Chen Yi. "Oh," Chen Yi exclaimed in surprise upon coming to a halt. He had presumed that being discovered meant his opponent possessed the strength of a battle soul or thereabouts. Yet, to his astonishment, it was merely a youth at the lower tier of a fighter. In truth, it was not Xian Yuanlong who had detected Chen Yi, but rather the entity residing within him, who had alerted him. However, the others, unaware of this, attributed it to Xian Yuanlong's hidden abilities. "Junior sister, are you unharmed?" Chen Yi inquired with concern, his advance checked by the wary expressions of Xian Yuanlong's group. "I'm perfectly fine." "Humph," Lin Huan retorted coldly, turning her back to Chen Yi. "Junior sister, I did not initially detect your whereabouts, so I did not follow you. However, after so many days without your return, I sought you out. I am aware of your intentions. Where is the ironwood sword? Has he absconded?" Chen Yi mused, his voice dwindling under Lin Huan's intense stare. "How considerate of you to remember. I had thought that as the champion of the arena, you had forgotten the anguish I endured when I was banished." "Did you ever stand up for me then?" Lin Huan retorted with biting sarcasm, averting her gaze from Chen Yi. "Junior sister," Chen Yi began to protest. But Xian Yuanlong, losing patience, waved dismissively, his voice laced with coldness. "I care not who you are to her, but what is the purpose of your arrival? Who are you? I sense no battle chi from junior sister. Have you tampered with her?" Chen Yi demanded, exuding an oppressive battle aura that bore down upon Xian Yuanlong. Although Xian Yuanlong's attainment was limited to the lower tier of a fighter, rendering him incapable of harnessing the battle chi and aura of the entity residing within him, the accumulated killing intent within his being was palpable. From the initial slaughter of the pack of wolves in the forest to the annihilation of the shark mercenary corps, coupled with the entity's sanguinary methods, Xian Yuanlong's body had amassed a formidable amount of killing intent. Ordinary battle aura was as insignificant to him as a tickle. "My affairs are none of your concern. Leave us be," Lin Huan roared at Chen Yi. "It seems there is some untold history between them." Xian Yuanlong, refraining from further questioning, recognized his need for practical combat to consolidate his newfound strength. Seizing the opportunity, he would not let slip this sparring partner. As Lin Huan's words faded, Xian Yuanlong surged forward, fearlessly brandishing Frostmourne, which had materialized in his grasp. Given their close proximity and Xian Yuanlong's execution of the 7-star steps, he was upon Chen Yi within a single breath. Chen Yi, taken aback by Xian Yuanlong's sudden assault, remained composed. "I shall subdue you and then reason with junior sister." With a glint in his eyes, Chen Yi summoned his great sword from his back, parrying the daggers thrust by Xian Yuanlong's hands. A muffled sound arose from the collision, as sparks flickered momentarily across the greatsword. Xian Yuanlong, undeterred, maintained his ground, rotating Frostmourne in his hands at an unnatural angle to dissipate the force emanating from Chen Yi's greatsword. Failing in his initial strike, Xian Yuanlong persisted. In the instant of collision, he subtly shifted his body to the left, thrusting Frostmourne with his right hand toward Chen Yi's lower body. Xian Yuanlong adhered to the principle that no tactic was too underhanded if it led to the enemy's demise. Given his height of approximately 1.75 meters compared to Chen Yi's towering stature of over 1.9 meters, targeting the lower body was the most prudent choice. He also heeded the entity's counsel. In close quarters combat, never allow the adversary to create distance. maintain control within 10 inches. Chen Yi, startled by the dagger's approach, realized that while he could deflect it with a horizontal slash, the black dagger, radiating an aura of malevolence, compelled him to lower his great sword in defense. The vulnerability of a man's vitals could not be overlooked. As Chen Yi lowered his greatsword, Xian Yuanlong's right hand maintained its trajectory, while his left hand, at an odd angle, aimed for Chen Yi's armpit. The right-hand Frostmourne collided with the greatsword as anticipated, but as the left-hand Frostmourne neared Chen Yi, the muscles in Chen Yi's arm bulged, barely halting Xian Yuanlong's dagger. Although the arm clamped down on Frostmourne for a mere breath, it was enough to release it. Chen Yi had considered directly seizing the dagger to immobilize Xian Yuanlong, but upon contact, he detected a sinister force permeating his battle chi shield and invading his body. Heading straight for his heart, he had released it just in time, sealing off certain battle chi pathways in his veins to prevent the aura from reaching his heart. Frostmourne was an inherently malevolent artifact, and anyone other than its master would likely perish from its aura. Only entities like the one residing within Xian Yuanlong dared wield the daggers. Despite the brief contact with Frostmourne, Chen Yi acted swiftly. As he released the dagger, his right knee struck Xian Yuanlong's abdomen. The impact shattered Xian Yuanlong's fragile fighter-level battle chi shield, and the knee made forceful contact with his abdomen. Xian Yuanlong was sent flying more than 10 meters. Upon regaining his footing, Xian Yuanlong spat out the blood that had welled up in his throat, brushed the debris from his hair, and charged forward once more. Chen Yi, intending to pursue Xian Yuanlong, was intercepted by Old Lu, who appeared between them, preventing further attack. "Are you all right?" Just as Xian Yuanlong was about to make his move, Old Lu suddenly intervened. "It's nothing," Xian Yuanlong replied without turning his head, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Yi, the murderous intent in his cold gaze intensifying. "What are you doing? Scared? If you're scared, stay back." "Humph. A mere lower-level fighter dares to seek death." Chen Yi's contemptuous gaze did not ignite Xian Yuanlong's temper. Instead, he calmly regulated his breathing, only to discover that Chen Yi's hands were forming a peculiar series of hand seals as he spoke. The hand seals, appearing both defensive and offensive, made Old Lu tense, and he stepped in front. After instructing the two guards, he began to form hand seals identical to Chen Yi's. Chen Yi completed his hand seals within 3 breaths, while Old Lu was only 2 breaths slower. Once both sets of hand seals were completed, circular patterns emerged beside Chen Yi and Old Lu. The pattern beside Chen Yi was about 20 square meters, while Old Lu's was smaller, only 7 or 8 square meters. Xian Yuanlong did not recognize the figures within the patterns. Chen Yi's pattern depicted a giant wielding a massive mace, but strangely, the figure had a closed eye on its forehead. Old Lu's pattern was a python, its entire body green, with 2 sharp fangs exposed. As the hand seals were completed, the 2 patterns erupted in blinding white light, causing everyone to involuntarily close their eyes. The white light flashed, and to Xian Yuanlong's astonishment, a 10-meter-tall giant appeared beside Chen Yi, bare-chested and wearing only a beast-hide loincloth, its massive mace as large as a person. Beside Old Lu, a thick, green python appeared, its massive head scarred and ferocious, yet it nestled obediently beside Old Lu. As the python appeared, the giant repeatedly pounded its chest with its free hand, roaring, its voice echoing through the forest, startling flocks of birds. Chapter 61. The Reaper's Stance Not Good. As the giant roared, Xian Yuanlong and Old Lu simultaneously felt a sense of unease. Such a roar would surely attract pursuers. "We must act quickly," Xian Yuanlong whispered to Old Lu. "You two watch them," he instructed the 2 guards. As he spoke, Old Lu and Xian Yuanlong charged forward together, accompanied by the green python. In the blink of an eye, Old Lu appeared before Chen Yi, thrusting his sword straight at him without any flourishes, the speed making the sword's trajectory imperceptible. Chen Yi had been on guard, and as Old Lu thrust his sword, Chen Yi managed to block the blade with his great sword, the 2 weapons clashing and separating. Undeterred, Old Lu changed his sword's momentum, suddenly sweeping it horizontally at Chen Yi. Chen Yi was forced to block again, but before Old Lu could retract his sword, Chen Yi gripped the hilt tightly, his muscles bulging, and thrust the great sword towards Old Lu's center. The great sword's speed momentarily surpassed Old Lu's sword, and Old Lu could only retreat. Chen Yi, unwilling to relinquish this opportunity, pursued Old Lu, the great sword still lodged in Old Lu's abdomen. Drawing a trickle of blood from the tip, Chen Yi continued to press his advantage, and the two moved rapidly, their speed blurring their positions, making it impossible for the guards to assist. Meanwhile, as Old Lu attacked Chen Yi, the python and Xian Yuan Long simultaneously attacked the giant. The python darted forward, its speed surpassing even Xian Yuan Long's 7-star steps. It appeared to teleport, suddenly appearing behind the giant. As the python appeared behind the giant did not evade, instead roaring and instantly forming a thick, rocky skin. As the rocky skin formed, the python's massive body collided with the giant. A deafening roar echoed as the giant only took 3 steps forward, while the python recoiled 5 steps. As the giant staggered forward, Xian Yuan Long appeared before it, his frostmourne mercilessly stabbing at the giant's calf. Xian Yuan Long aimed for vital areas, but the giant was too immense, Xian Yuan Long barely reaching its knees. To Xian Yuan Long's horror, frostmourne only produced a sound like striking a rock, along with some of the giant's rocky skin, failing to inflict any real damage. Frostmourne's nature was to inflict a vile curse, causing black blood to flow from any creature it struck. Yet, against this rock-skinned giant, it was ineffective. The giant, noticing the small creature beneath it, simply moved its feet, but even this casual movement felt like 2 massive pillars shifting, threatening to crush Xian Yuan Long into paste. "Blood, come forth!" Xian Yuan Long cried out in his mind, but blood remained silent. As he called out, Xian Yuan Long narrowly avoided the giant's right foot. He noticed that the battle was turning against them, with Old Lu wounded in the abdomen. When Xian Yuan Long saw the blood flowing from Old Lu's abdomen, his mind went blank. Images of humiliation and his parents' tragic fate flashed through his mind. Xian Yuan Long felt something within him break free. "I will not lose. I will not." The guards, who had not joined the battle, saw Xian Yuan Long freeze after dodging the giant's foot, his eyes closed. They expected him to die in the next attack, but then the giant, as if sensing something terrifying, fled, ignoring the python's attacks and Chen Yi's calls. Chen Yi and the others stopped fighting, as not only the giant was fleeing, but Old Lu's python was also retreating. After a few seconds, Xian Yuan Long opened his eyes. As he did, dark clouds gathered over the forest, accompanied by chilling winds that stung the eyes and sent shivers down the spine. As Xian Yuan Long's eyes fully opened, a surge of crimson light erupted from the dark clouds above, striking directly at his crown. Simultaneously, 2 beams of blood-red light burst forth from his own eyes, piercing the air ahead. Strangely, this crimson light emanated a pungent scent of blood that even seasoned warriors like Old Lu found unbearable. Lin Huan, overwhelmed by the stench of blood, could not help but retch violently. A voice, chilling to the core, emerged from Xian Yuan Long's lips, yet it was unmistakably not his own. It resonated with the coldness of death itself. As the words fell, an array of negative emotions surged from deep within the hearts of those present. Fear, solitude, sorrow, hunger, and resentment, all of which ensnared them in an inescapable grip. Meanwhile, Xian Yuan Long, with hands clasped before him, wielded Frostmourne, which inexplicably transformed into a 5-meter-long blood-red scythe. In an instant, he swept the massive scythe before him. The blade flashed as it cut through the air, conjuring a realm of crimson light. Within this domain, trees, flowers, and small creatures were reduced to ashes, not through burning, but by the absorption of their very essence. As the 5-meter scythe swept across, the crimson light domain began to expand at an astonishing rate, growing from 5 meters to a 15-meter arc in less than 2 breaths. After invoking the Death God's technique, Xian Yuan Long felt his life force rapidly depleting. Yet, upon the emergence of the light domain, he sensed a profound surge of vitality replenishing his being. Those around him, ensnared by the negative emotions, remained oblivious to the rapid aging that overtook Xian Yuan Long. After the scythe's passage, he had transformed into an elderly figure of over 100 years. However, as the light domain manifested, his aged skin rejuvenated within a single breath, shedding layers of withered skin onto the ground. The re-emerging Xian Yuan Long's skin now bore an eerie, ashen hue, subtly visible upon closer inspection. The giant before him, sensing an undeniable signal of danger as Xian Yuan Long closed his eyes, began to flee. The innate awareness of peril in beasts far surpasses that of humans, prompting the giant to escape in an instant. In mere seconds, the giant managed to retreat approximately 18 meters. However, upon glancing back at the approaching crimson light, he was seized by a fit of convulsions, paralyzed by fear. The crimson light, poised to claim his life, halted 15 meters away, ceasing its advance. Xianyuan Long's body convulsed involuntarily, causing him to kneel as the massive scythe vanished along with the radiant crimson domain. Kneeling, Xianyuan Long did not feel fatigued. Rather, he was invigorated as never before. He felt ready to confront Chun-Yi in battle without hesitation. As the crimson domain dissipated, the dark clouds above him also cleared. And old Lu and the others slowly returned from their trance. What just happened? Lin Huan was the first to voice her confusion. Having only seen the dark clouds roll in before succumbing to the overwhelming negative emotions, blissfully unaware of her dampened garments. Following her inquiry, the group turned their gazes toward Xianyuan Long, who remained oblivious to their scrutiny. Instead, a voice echoed in his mind. Excellent, excellent. Haha. I never anticipated the existence of such resentment and hatred within time itself. Master this death god technique. Consider it a gift from me, little one. When you reach your zenith, haha, it shall be most entertaining. The voice resonated in Xianyuan Long's mind 3 times before fading. When he regained his senses and rubbed his aching head, he realized everyone was staring at him, including Chun-Yi, who regarded him as a curiosity. With a helpless smile, Xianyuan Long accepted their gaze. Chapter 62. The Gathering of Souls in Truth. Even he was uncertain of the circumstances that had unfolded. As he reflected upon the past and his parents, an overwhelming tide of resentment surged within him, piercing through to the very core of his being. Subsequently, he felt an unsettling loss of control over his body. Xianyuan Long was convinced that the force controlling him was not merely blood. Could it be that his body harbored such monstrous entities? This notion sent a wave of terror coursing through him. Yet, recalling the recent sensation, a disdain for life and a devastating technique that could obliterate the heavens, ignited a fervent excitement within him. It claimed to have bestowed this technique upon me. Could it be that I will learn it in the future? The mere thought filled Xianyuan Long with immense joy. He pondered the rout of the combat energy he had just witnessed, noting the absence of any hand seals to accompany it. Never mind. I shall delve into this further when the opportunity arises. As Xianyuan Long regained his focus, he noticed the expressions of the onlookers, who were intently fixated on him. He shook his head slightly and walked directly to the side of Elder Lu. The crowd exchanged glances, first at Xianyuan Long, then at the barren area devoid of life. Rendered speechless, upon spotting the towering giant still trembling at the periphery, Chun-Yi felt a surge of fear should the giant perish. His own strength would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. Fortunately, Xianyuan Long had shown mercy and refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Indeed, it was Xianyuan Long who, at the final moment, had forcibly halted the expansion of the light domain, which resulted in a brief spasm within himself. Fortunately, no lingering effects ensued. Given Xianyuan Long's current prowess, it seemed that the light domain could only extend a mere 20 meters. Beyond that, absorbing too much life energy could potentially lead to his own demise. Dragon, what was that technique just now? It was extraordinarily powerful. Elder Lu inquired. Stepping closer to Xianyuan Long shook his head, redirecting his gaze to Chun-Yi. Under the scrutiny of Xianyuan Long's slightly reddened eyes, Chun-Yi felt a chill more intense than before. It was as if Xianyuan Long's stare was devoid of humanity, akin to appraising an inanimate object. This unnerved him. Yet the terror of Xianyuan Long's previous strike compelled Chun-Yi to muster his courage and bow, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your mercy just now. However, I must rescue my junior sister. I would not hesitate to perish here today. Die? Perhaps. Now, you are faced with 2 choices. The first is to join my Blood Dragon Mercenary Corps. The second is death. Xianyuan Long declared. The Blood Dragon Mercenary Corps? I have never heard of it. Chun-Yi mused, straining to recall any information regarding this mercenary group, yet he found himself at a loss. With formidable figures like Elder Lu and Hung Ha among them, how could such a corps lack renown? As Chun-Yi pondered, Elder Lu interjected. The Blood Dragon Mercenary Corps was established only a few months ago, hence its limited fame. It is no wonder you are unaware. Oh. Chun-Yi fell into a contemplative silence. He feared death not, but that did not mean he welcomed it. Even the lowliest of creatures strive to survive. How much more so should a human? Moreover, Lin Huan remained in Xianyuan Long's grasp. The thought of her caused a pang of anguish within him. I have already wronged my junior sister enough. If I were to die, she would likely be at a loss for what to do. Furthermore, I must avenge my kin's great wrongs. No, I cannot die. As he contemplated, a flame of vengeance ignited in his eyes. I will join your ranks if you agree to my terms. Speak, Xian Yuanlong replied, fixing his gaze on Chun-Yi. First, release my junior sister and my two kin. Second, assist me in eradicating an enemy of my clan within 10 years. To speak frankly, I hail from a tribe named Sarah within the Vermilion Bird Empire, which numbers only about 1,000 souls. Our enemy is the formidable Yuan, whose forces exceed 300,000. Should you consent, I will serve you for 10 years. However, if I do not witness the downfall of the Yuan by then, I will depart, and you shall not impede my exit. Conversely, if the Yuan is vanquished, I will choose to remain or leave as I see fit. Chun-Yi articulated his conditions with deliberation. Xian Yuanlong's brow furrowed further as he absorbed Chun-Yi's stipulations. Think carefully before you respond. Chun-Yi felt a surge of tension. Should Xian Yuanlong refuse, battle would be the only recourse, and he feared he might not survive the day. Elder Lu and the others watched Xian Yuanlong intently, awaiting his command. Should he decline, they would act without hesitation. Very well, Xian Yuanlong finally spoke, his tone contemplative. Upon hearing Xian Yuanlong's agreement, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Although they were not intimidated by Chun-Yi, the giant posed a significant threat. Xian Yuanlong's acquiescence was not without its own motives. He had no intention of employing the death god technique, as a confrontation might lead to unfavorable outcomes. By agreeing now, he could strategize ways to aid Chun-Yi later, while simultaneously seeking to strengthen his own forces. The mercenary corps was still in its infancy and required capable individuals to solidify its foundation. As Xian Yuanlong assented, Elder Lu approached Lin Huan and casually released several seals on her combat energy. With unimpeded energy flow, Lin Huan and the others regarded Chun-Yi with puzzled expressions, not displaying joy at the unsealing. In truth, Lin Huan understood that Chun-Yi could not be blamed for past events when faced with an army of 100,000. The tribe had no choice but to expel her as a means of protection, even sending 2 individuals to safeguard her. Chun-Yi had acted for the sake of his tribe, and now he traded 10 years of his life for their freedom. A fair exchange in light of their shared history. From this moment forth, our paths shall no longer intertwine, Lin Huan declared softly. Junior sister, I am acutely aware of how much I owe you. I will exact vengeance for the wrongs done to you, Chun-Yi replied, his heart heavy as he gazed at Lin Huan, who appeared despondent. Tears welled in Lin Huan's eyes as she turned to Xian Yuanlong, asking, Must I also join your Blood Dragon mercenary corps? Her sudden declaration startled everyone, with Elder Lu and Hung Ha expressing uncontainable joy. After a moment of surprise, Xian Yuanlong nodded slightly. Miss, have you truly made the decision to join the Blood Dragon mercenary corps? The 2 remaining guards inquired anxiously. Yes, I have made my choice. You need not concern yourselves. Your fates are yours to decide. If you wish to accompany me in joining the Blood Dragon mercenary corps to seek vengeance, you are welcome. If not, you may depart. I thank you for your years of care, Lin Huan said, wiping away her tears and bowing respectfully to the 2. Miss, you must reconsider. Since you have chosen to join, we have already pledged our lives to you. We shall join as well, they replied, glancing at Xian Yuanlong, knowing his approval was essential. Welcome. Xian Yuanlong's cold welcome carried an unexpected warmth. Elder Lu and Hang Ha were beaming with joy, within a single day. For combat souls had joined the Blood Dragon mercenary corps. By this count, even without Xian Yuanlong, the corps now boasted 5 formidable combatants and 3 great masters, making it a force to be reckoned with among elite factions. As members of the Blood Dragon mercenary corps, there are several rules you must adhere to. Hong Ha began to explain the regulations of the mercenary group. Listening to Hong Ha, Chun-Yi and the others felt a sense of reassurance. They sought a reputable organization, and the presence of rules indicated discipline, which in turn fostered a united team rather than a disorganized mob. We will take note of them, Chun-Yi spoke, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Xian Yuanlong, bowing slightly as he expressed his hope not to be disappointed. Rest assured. I too wish for you not to disappoint me, Xian Yuanlong replied, gently shaking his index finger. After resolving the matter concerning Chun-Yi, the group settled around the campfire once more, which blazed even more vigorously as if celebrating their unity. Just moments ago, they had been captives, and now they felt an overwhelming sense of belonging, a sensation that left Lin Huan and others in disbelief. What led to your expulsion? I asked, breaking the silence and directing his gaze at Lin Huan. His inquiry drew the attention of the others, and Lin Huan seemed to sink into a reverie, pondering deeply. Yet, The hatred in her eyes intensified, and the branch she held snapped under her grip. Observing Lin Huan's anguished expression, Chen Yi sighed softly. Allow me to speak. No need. Lin Huan interjected suddenly. I'll tell it myself. Since you wish to hear, I shall share my story. 10 years ago, in the Zhuge Empire, there existed numerous formidable factions. The most powerful among them was called Yuan. During a routine hunting expedition, their leader, Tai Mu Yuan, happened upon a tribe known as Shala. What was intended to be an ordinary outing turned tragic for that tribe. Tai Mu Yuan had heard whispers of a beautiful girl within Shala, the chief's daughter, who was then a mere 15 years old. Under Tai Mu Yuan's insistence, the Shala tribe dared not defy his order and brought the girl before him. Although Tai Mu Yuan was already over 50, upon seeing her, he was utterly captivated and immediately decreed that he would take her as a concubine. The girl, however, was unwilling. In the bloom of her youth, she could not fathom marrying a man older than her father, especially since she was already enamored with someone who reciprocated her affection. They were, in fact, recognized as a couple within the tribe. Yet, before the might of Tai Mu Yuan's formidable army, not a single member of the tribe dared to resist. Ultimately, Tai Mu Yuan declared that he would return in 2 days to claim the girl, instructing the tribe to keep her under watch. The tribe complied, confining her within a locked room. However, the following day, the tribe's chief, the girl's father, secretly opened the door, intending to help her escape. Unfortunately, he was discovered by the tribesmen, who, seeing no other option, decided to expel her from the tribe. This left the tribesmen with no justification to prevent her departure. But some feared Tai Mu Yuan's wrath and resolutely barred her from leaving. As the girl gazed at those who had once been her friends now turned hostile, her heart ached with profound sorrow. In the midst of this standoff, 2 individuals emerged from the crowd, seizing the girl and helping her flee the tribe. She left in a daze, while those 2 had been discreetly positioned by the chief to assist her escape at the opportune moment. Throughout her ordeal, her lover had never shown himself, not during her moments of despair, not when she was confined in darkness, and not when she made her solitary escape. As Lin Huan recounted this tale, tears streamed down her face, yet the hatred in her gaze remained unyielding, fixed upon Chen Yi, who, unable to withstand her stare, averted his eyes. Chapter 63. The pursuers arrive after a considerable interval. Chen Yi emerged from his anguish, murmuring softly, his voice imbued with a pleading tone that stirred the hearts of those present. Will you allow me to explain? You need not explain any further. The person I held dear has long since perished, long before he ever made his appearance. No matter your words, they are futile, utterly futile. Lin Huan wiped away her tears, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet, the fleeting glimmer of hope in her reddened eyes did not escape Xian Yuanlong's notice. It was a look of yearning. She still loved him. Chen Yi, undeterred by her sentiments, continued his explanation. You must understand, at that time, I had just reached a critical juncture in my journey as a great fighter. I scarcely ventured out, and my family deliberately withheld the news from me, rendering me oblivious to the events unfolding. When I finally learned of what transpired, you had already fled. My heart burned with resentment, wishing I could have been by your side to protect you. Do you know how I felt upon hearing of your plight? I was despondent, nearly wishing for death. But I resolved to find you, even if it meant risking my own life. My heart remained steadfast, unwavering under the azure sky. I pursued you relentlessly to the palace, uncertain of my next move. The resources I had brought were nearly depleted, so I lingered at the arena, hoping to earn some coin to continue my search. Yet, in such a vast sea of people, how could I hope to find you? 5 long years passed in this futile search. By then, I had attained the rank of sole fighter, yet my despair only deepened in your absence. I had resigned myself to withering away in the palace. But destiny smiled upon me, and you appeared. I am content simply to have spoken these words to you. Do you realize? For the past decade, I have lived in torment, plagued by guilt. I have feared sleep, terrified of dreaming of you. Yes, all of this is my fault. No matter how I explain, it cannot be undone. I have said all that I can. If you cannot find it in your heart to forgive me, there is nothing more I can do. I will compensate you 1,000-fold for my misdeeds, even if it costs me my life. As Chun Yi's words trailed off, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. This matter was solely between Chun Yi and Lin Huan. Others could not decide for them, and resolution lay within their hands alone. We are beyond redemption. Years have passed, and I no longer harbor hatred for you. Let us speak no more of this. Lin Huan's voice broke the stillness. Chun Yi discreetly brushed away a tear from the corner of his eye, exhaling a soft sigh. Lin Huan, are you not also a soul fighter? What of your magical beast? Just then, Xian Yuanlong inquired, breaking the silence. Magical beast? We possess none. Capturing a magical beast is exceedingly difficult, and one must encounter a suitable match, which complicates matters further. If it were an ordinary beast, we would not desire it, for we have but one chance. Gaining a magical beast requires not only the creature's consent, but also numerous other conditions. Thus, it is likely that fewer than 1 in 3 souls possesses a magical beast. However, once one reaches the rank of fighter, acquiring a suitable magical beast becomes significantly easier. Hence, we typically seek our magical companions only after achieving that rank. Lin Huan elucidated. Xian Yuanlong nodded slightly, indicating his understanding of why the likes of Tai Mu Jian had not summoned their magical beasts. Dragon. Magical beasts are classified by levels, ranging from 1 to 9. A first-tier beast is stronger than a first-tier fighter, and due to the arduous nature of their training, higher-tier beasts generally exhibit greater strength. Beasts below level 5 are relatively common, while those above level 5 are considered high-level. For instance, my Azure Giant Python is a level 6 beast, akin to the strength of a lower-tier soul fighter among humans. Chun Yi's magical companion likely approaches level 7, comparable to an upper-tier soul fighter. Level 8 beasts are exceedingly rare, equating to a lower-tier fighter, and there are only a few level 9 beasts, representing upper-tier fighter strength. Legendary level 10 beasts, known as divine beasts, are said to exist, with 4 reported across the continent. Their power remains unknown, for no one has seen such a divine beast for a millennium, Elder Lu explained to Xian Yuanlong. As Xian Yuanlong nodded in comprehension, a rustling sound suddenly pierced the air, causing the group to tense and direct their gazes toward the source. Through the low shrubs, they discerned 14 crimson dots rapidly approaching. Moving with astonishing speed, merely 5 breaths separated them from their position, covering a distance of 100 meters. Boom! 7 resounding crashes echoed simultaneously, a cloud of dust rising. As the dust settled, the group found themselves encircled, confronted by 7 colossal beasts. Their heads resembled those of rhinoceroses, towering over 2 meters, their massive hooves rivaling Chun Yi's giant. Though shorter in stature, they still stood a meter tall. The sound of heavy breathing emanated from the 7 magical beasts. Kadwa beasts? Elder Lu questioned, perplexed. Yet, upon seeing the 7 armored figures mounted atop the creatures, realization dawned on him. Kadwa beasts hailed from the Azure Dragon Empire. Their sudden appearance here was troubling. It soon became evident that the group was in peril. Pursuers. Xian Yuanlong murmured, a wave of helplessness washing over him. 7 magical beasts and 7 soul fighters. This was a formidable force that would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. What is happening? Lin Huan and the others inquired anxiously, for none wished to confront 7 soul fighters, especially those accompanied by magical beasts. While the ranks of those beasts remained uncertain, the presence of 7 soul fighters was daunting enough. Enemies, Xian Yuanlong replied softly. Kadwa beasts possess immense strength. Even soul fighters would hesitate to confront their charge. Do not resist them head-on. They could pierce through your energy shields with ease. In the face of their charge, even an army would struggle to withstand them. Stay close and do not allow them to widen the gap between us. As the group braced themselves, Elder Lu cautioned. Brother, it's him. A voice suddenly called out from the crowd. The weapons wielded by this group were all long spears, stretching an impressive 5 meters. They had long since tracked Xian Yuanlong and the others, splitting up upon parting ways with Lai Hua, following Xian Yuanlong at a leisurely pace until they were ready to strike. As the voice rang out, Xian Yuanlong discreetly gestured and murmured, Grandfather, you take the lead. The rest of us will follow. If escape is possible, do not concern yourselves with me. If we are separated, regroup at Labos. Immediately following Xian Yuanlong's command, Elder Lu surged forward, targeting one of the individuals at the rear. Given that each person's strength was comparable, the direction of their escape held little significance. The individual who had just been named the leader likely possessed unique skills, prompting Elder Lu to distance himself from him. As Elder Lu initiated his attack, the others swiftly followed suit, 7 beams of light hurtling toward one individual, their auras pinning him down, rendering him unable to evade. You too, cover our retreat. Xian Yuanlong commanded the 2 individuals behind him. Lin Huan's heart raced, resenting Xian Yuanlong's decision, yet understanding that sacrifices were often necessary for greater goals. She had not anticipated Xian Yuanlong's resoluteness. The others comprehended his words, and the 2 individuals nodded, recognizing the gravity of their situation. The two first-year students abruptly halted their steps, gazing at the 6 individuals encroaching upon them. "Very well," came the cold voice of Xianyuan Long from behind. Upon hearing his affirmation, a resolute glimmer flickered in the eyes of the 2 students. After Xianyuan Long's words, Old Lu also engaged with his adversary. The figure mounted on the Kodo beast faced the oncoming crowd without flinching. As Old Lu closed the distance to within 7 meters, he gripped his spear and executed a sweeping arc. Indeed, as the saying goes, a longer weapon has an advantage. However, as the spear swept towards him, Old Lu found himself 4 meters away from his opponent, rendering his sword incapable of reaching the foe. The sword was instinctively raised to the left, deflecting the opponent's spear and buying time for his comrades to break through. Yet, when the 2 weapons clashed, Old Lu was taken aback. His body involuntarily propelled to the right. He soon realized that the aura emanating from the opponent's spear was peculiar, an overwhelming force cascading like relentless waves through his sword. If he were to withstand it, he feared he would suffer severe injury. Old Lu. A wave of panic surged through the crowd. To have sent Old Lu flying with a single strike spoke volumes of the opponent's strength. "That spear is strange. Do not engage head-on," Old Lu shouted midair, having spotted Chun-Yi preparing to confront the assailant. With the warning, those who had been charging at the figure adjusted their trajectory, deftly evading the spear's reach. Nonetheless, even a mere brush against the weapon left Chun-Yi feeling a tumultuous surge of energy within him. The relentless pressure of the opponent's aura was akin to facing an army, and to counter it required a ferocity that none of them possessed. As their strengths hovered around the mid-level of the spirit fighter realm. What is happening? Xianyuan Long felt a surge of anxiety. He had not anticipated such formidable opponents. In mere moments of engagement, his side found themselves at a disadvantage. Roar! The 2 first-year students, alongside the giant and the serpent, had already clashed with the other 6. "Let's strike together," Xianyuan Long swiftly resolved. 5 spirit fighters and 1 warrior combined their strength to assault the opponent. The previously confident figure's expression shifted upon witnessing the simultaneous onslaught of 6 attackers. With a sweeping motion, the spear in his hand became enveloped in a fierce aura, unleashing a flurry of phantom strikes that effectively sealed off all avenues of attack, forcing the group to confront him head-on. Die! The 5 spirit fighters were not easily deterred. Just as they were about to collide with their adversary, 2 waves of aura surged from the sides, none other than Old Lu and Chun-Yi, who were now joining the fray. It was a race against time. Should they manage to delay their opponent, the escape of the others would be nearly impossible. Old Lu and Chun-Yi, resolute in their determination, felt the intense aura approaching but did not falter in their assault, adopting a strategy of risking their lives for victory. The clash of their collective attacks against the opponent erupted with a thunderous roar. As the blinding light faded, they beheld the figure and the Kodo beast, both marred by numerous wounds. Despite the strength of his techniques, he remained merely human. Facing 5 formidable spirit fighters and sustaining only injuries could only be described as monstrous. In contrast, Xianyuan Long and the others, including Old Lu and Chun-Yi, suffered consequences from the distant attacks. Unprepared for the onslaught, Old Lu had his abdomen pierced, blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, Chun-Yi fared little better. The aura struck his arm, leaving a gaping wound where flesh had vanished, rendering his left arm limp by his side. Lin Huan, while somewhat fortunate, was merely knocked back by the spear, enduring only minor internal injuries. Chapter 64. The ambush in the most advantageous position was Xianyuan Long. Upon contact with the spear, he discerned that the assailant's battle energy shared a peculiar resonance with his own, both augmenting power through fluidity. Furthermore, Xianyuan Long's physique had undergone several transformations, from absorbing Jing foam to assimilating the ironwood sword and enduring the shedding during the Reaper's strike. His physical fortitude had reached an astonishing degree. Unbeknownst to him, the Reaper's strike had bestowed upon him immense benefits. After the initial exchange, Xianyuan Long merely retreated 5 steps before resuming the offensive. The spear's intervention thwarted the group's escape. Old Lu and Chun-Yi swiftly redirected their attention to their respective adversaries. The students, initially resigned to their fate, were caught between elation and trepidation at the counterattack. Victory meant survival, but defeat heralded collective demise. Yet, driven by an instinct for self-preservation, their attacks intensified. Lin Huan, despite possessing only lower-tier battle soul prowess, complemented Xianyuan Long, preventing their defeat against their opponent. Xianyuan Long's peculiar constitution allowed him to withstand the impact of the spear, though his internal organs gradually succumbed to the encroaching energy. Meanwhile, the giant engaged with the leader figure sustained grievous wounds, highlighting the leader's exceptional offensive capabilities. The Azure Python, known for its agility, harassed its opponent without directly confronting him. The leader grew increasingly incensed as the Python avoided direct engagement, instead targeting the Kodo beast from beneath. The Kodo beast, already weaker than the Python, was rendered helpless. Attempts to force the Python out by crouching were futile, as it would vanish into the earth, resurfacing upon standing. Engaging on foot risked exposing himself to the Python's close-quarters attacks, potentially leading to his downfall, as his combat prowess was intrinsically linked to the Kodo beast. Despite being the weakest among them, Xian Yuanlong's physical resilience temporarily prevented his defeat, but prolonged engagement would inevitably lead to his demise. Blood, damn it, show yourself, Xian Yuanlong implored mentally, but Blood remained unresponsive. Frustration welled up within him at Blood's absence during this critical moment. With Blood's assistance, eliminating the opponent would be trivial, resolving the crisis. Just as Xian Yuanlong was sent flying, Blood's frigid voice echoed in his mind. Do you not comprehend? Never place your reliance on others. True strength stems from self-empowerment. Even if I were to resolve this predicament, what of the future? Must I intervene at every turn? Where does that leave you? A true warrior forges their path through relentless struggle, not through the aid of others. Awaken. Blood's words resonated profoundly within Xian Yuanlong's mind. He realized his dependence on Blood had guided him thus far. He pondered the battles he had endured, the life-or-death situations he had faced. Yet, he had aspired to become a warrior. Warriors are forged through battle. Xian Yuanlong repeated Blood's words, forged through battle. Indeed, which warrior has attained greatness through the assistance of others? A warrior. A flicker of bleak determination ignited within Xian Yuanlong's eyes. If you seek my life, you shall pay a price, he declared as he surged forward once more. Xian Yuanlong sensed the dissolution of a mental constraint, the resentment towards Blood dissipating. He had achieved enlightenment amidst the battlefield. While his strength remained unchanged, his mental fortitude had grown exponentially. The Frostmournes in his grasp moved with serpentine malevolence. As he initiated his sole offensive technique, Frozen Wasteland, propelled forward, Xian Yuanlong's Frostmournes, upon contact with the spear, spun with an uncanny vortex-like motion, appearing before his adversary in an instant. Humph, the adversary retorted, his spear transforming as Xian Yuanlong approached, his left fist aimed at Xian Yuanlong. Xian Yuanlong immediately perceived the surge in the spear's already formidable battle energy, now amplified to its full extent. Battle soul against battle warrior. Despite Xian Yuanlong's multiple evolutions, he could not overcome the disparity in rank. Xian Yuanlong was instantly propelled backward, the adversary's fist connecting in the next moment. Unable to find purchase in the air, Xian Yuanlong employed the 7-star steps to evade vital areas, but his chest still bore the brunt of the impact. Boom. The battle warrior's battle energy shield shattered, the fist striking Xian Yuanlong's chest with devastating force. Xian Yuanlong's body was launched like a projectile, colliding with several trees before regaining control. Blood trickled from his orifices, and he collapsed, stunning the others. The loss of even one combatant threatened to shift the battle's momentum. As the others focused on Xian Yuanlong, a cry of terror resounded. Ice spikes erupted beneath the feet of Xian Yuanlong's adversary, piercing the Kodo beast. Xian Yuanlong had concealed these spikes, patiently awaiting an opportunity. He knew his chance had arrived when he drew close to the adversary, who would focus his attention on him, underestimating him due to the disparity in rank. The adversary, caught off guard, failed to detect the hidden ice spikes. Even the Kodo beast, sensitive to danger, remained oblivious. By the time the spikes were triggered, it was too late. Their velocity, combined with their proximity to the Kodo beast's feet and its massive size, ensured their success. The Kodo beast staggered. Blood had imparted only one offensive skill to Xian Yuanlong, a testament to its potency and insidiousness, perfectly suited for the Kodo beast. While battle souls could fly, requiring precise control to strike, the Kodo beast was a terrestrial beast, vulnerable to subterranean attacks. The spike's piercing power was remarkable. Under Xian Yuanlong's control, they converged on a single point. While a single spike might cause minor discomfort, the cumulative effect of repeated strikes created massive wounds on the Kodo beast's abdomen. Xian Yuanlong could control ice spikes within a 25-meter radius, an area densely populated with spikes ranging from 20 centimeters to the size of a little finger. A truly staggering number. After being struck, the Kodo beast sought to flee, but found itself ensnared by a treacherous field of ice spikes beneath its feet, leaving it nowhere to escape. Even if it braved the icy protrusions, each step would result in further injury as new spikes swiftly took the place of those shattered. The Kodo beast was effectively trapped, its demise imminent. Had the individual from the outset extended his perception, he would have sensed the looming danger beneath him. It would have been impossible for Xianyuan Long to succeed in his endeavor. Given a mere moment to breathe, the individual could have thwarted the ice spikes, shielding the Kodo beast from harm. However, a moment's negligence sealed the beast's fate. The multitude of wounds upon the Kodo beast was grievous, and as the ice spikes pierced its skin, the fragile innards stood no chance against such onslaught. Even if the individual sought to intervene, it was too late. Countless ice spikes descended, and even a formidable warrior would require time to intercept them. The individual had indeed observed the clandestine hand seals formed by Xianyuan Long, but dismissed the significance of a mere warrior's mark. This underestimation proved fatal for the Kodo beast. At the instant the ice spikes penetrated the beast's insides, the individual could only ascend into the air, realizing the futility of rescue. His eyes burned crimson with fury. The Kodo beast was a rare find, integral to their combined combat technique. With its death, the prospect of locating another Kodo beast was daunting. Capturing a magical creature demands not only strength, but also the right circumstances, alongside the nurturing of an emotional bond. After all, these magical companions could abandon their masters upon their demise, necessitating a connection to ensure loyalty. If summoned in battle, a creature devoid of affection might turn against its master, complicating matters significantly. Having cultivated a profound bond with the Kodo beast over decades, the loss plunged the individual into a violent rage. He roared in fury, his eyes ablaze like a beast that hunts its prey. With a surge of power, he unleashed his full fighting spirit, startling the surrounding creatures. In an instant, he materialized near Xianyuan Long, vowing, "I shall not allow you to perish. I will keep you alive, ensuring your torment is unending, that you may neither find solace in life nor death." His gaze, filled with malice, fixed on Xianyuan Long as he spoke each word with deliberate intensity. "Seems like Lao Wu is truly enraged," one remarked, astonished by the unexpected strength of the individual. "We might find ourselves in trouble. Well, as long as he desires us to eliminate that individual, it matters not. Lao San, you shall claim his head. Leave that great serpent to me," the self-proclaimed leader commanded, leading Xianyuan Long to the brink of destruction. "Flee." Xianyuan Long struggled to rise, locking eyes with the airborne Lao Wu, then suddenly shouted at Lu Lao and the others. Without hesitation, he propelled himself outward, employing the 7-star steps to their utmost. Attempting to escape? Lao Wu observed Xianyuan Long's desperate flight without haste, leisurely toying with him like a cat with a mouse. He would not easily allow Xianyuan Long's demise. He sought to instill regret in him for ever stepping into this world. Chapter 65. Torture. As Xianyuan Long fled, Lin Huan, now unburdened, joined the fray. "Let's go." Recognizing that Xianyuan Long and the two Dohan were beyond his perception, Elder Lu broke free from his opponent and retreated swiftly, his adversaries offering no pursuit. Gazing at Elder Lu's group as they vanished from sight, one of them inquired, "Is fifth brother all right?" "Rest assured, with fifth brother and third brother together, they have nothing to fear from a Dohan of the upper echelon," the leader responded calmly. "Yes," the other nodded, recalling the strength of third and fifth brothers. "Let's find a place to await their return," the leader proposed, steering his Kodo beast away. Pursued relentlessly, Xianyuan Long dared not relax his vigilance. Though unseen, he sensed the chilling Do-Chi fluctuations behind him. His pursuers, however, seemed intent on prolonging the chase, neither attacking nor relenting. "Fifth, enough. Kill him," one of the Dohan astride a Kodo beast urged. "No, third brother, I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. He murdered my offing, and I will tear him limb from limb," the airborne Doja hissed, his face contorted in rage. Alas, third brother understood the fury consuming him. The loss of a Kodo beast was devastating. Their formation, honed over years, was now compromised, and fifth strength diminished. "Rest, third brother. I shall capture him and inflict exquisite torment," fifth declared, surging forward in pursuit. The Dohan known as third brother followed leisurely. The notion that two Dohan would struggle against an injured Do-Shur was preposterous. This was not arrogance, but confidence born of overwhelming power. Xianyuan Long's techniques, however bizarre, were insufficient to overcome a Dohan master. The oppressive Do-Chi behind him intensified, filling Xianyuan Long with dread. "If I continue like this, I'll collapse before they even strike." Despite his resilience, Xian Yuanlong's internal organs were damaged, and with each stride, fragments of tissue escaped his lips. Yet, he dared not falter, lest his pursuers abandon their game. Driven by an insatiable will to survive, he desperately sought a solution. But against a Do Han, he found none. Yes, yes. A spark ignited in his mind, filling him with hope. Death's embrace. If I can unleash death's embrace once more, I can escape this predicament. I cannot die. I will not die. Fueled by this newfound resolve, Xian Yuanlong meticulously recalled every detail of death's embrace. Without hand seals, how could he invoke such overwhelming power? As he pondered, Fifth intercepted him, barring his path. Run. Keep running. Why have you stopped? Fifth sneered, his helmet discarded, revealing a plain face marred by a ghastly scar that vanished into his collar. Their eyes met, the Do Shi's aura clashing with the killing intent of the Do Han. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The air vibrated with friction. You insignificant wretch. I will make you rue the day you were born. Fifth hissed, a grotesque smile twisting the scar on his face into a mask of horror. Xian Yuanlong, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed on Fifth, his mind consumed by death's embrace. Humph. Fifth had anticipated supplication, a chance to humiliate his prey. Instead, Xian Yuanlong met his Do Shi aura with defiance, his gaze as venomous as a viper. Annoyed, Fifth abandoned his taunts and lunged forward, his speed blurring as his spear pierced Xian Yuanlong's flesh. Evading with 7 star steps, Xian Yuanlong stifled a scream. Fifth grunted, displeased. His spear should have pierced the center of Xian Yuanlong's arm, but the injured youth had managed to dodge, tearing only flesh. Fifth shook his head and swung his spear at Xian Yuanlong's legs. Bang! Xian Yuanlong crashed to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping his lips where he had bitten them raw. He was no longer the cowering boy of before. He possessed a dignity of his own. But as he lay there, he realized he could not rise. He could no longer feel his legs. His hands groped downwards, discovering that his legs were broken but not severed. Fear not. I will not simply sever your limbs. I will take my time. Ha ha. The maniacal laughter echoed through the forest. What's this? You hate me. Ha ha. Hate away. No one can save you now. Hee hee. Ha ha. Fifth cackled, reveling in his rage. What? You glare at me with such venom? Those eyes displease me. And what displeases me? Fifth's left hand flashed out. Thud. Xian Yuanlong could no longer endure the agony and succumbed to unconsciousness, his eyes now clutched in Fifth's hand. Humph. Fifth sneered at the prone figure, crushing the eyeballs into a pulpy mess. He smeared the remains on Xian Yuanlong's body and placed his right hand on the youth, channeling a thread of Do Qi. To his surprise, the Do Qi vanished as if swallowed by a bottomless chasm. Fifth withdrew his hand, perplexed. Xian Yuanlong's body was a ruin, a miracle of survival. Though impressed by the youth's resilience, Fifth had no intention of letting him escape. Humph, am I, a mighty Do Han, afraid to probe the body of a mere Do Shi? Fifth scoffed, placing his hand once more on Xian Yuanlong. This time, he unleashed a torrent of Do Qi, flooding Xian Yuanlong's body. Again, the Do Qi vanished without a trace. Defiant, Fifth continued to pump Do Qi into the youth's body, with the support in place. The invading fighting spirit did not lose contact once more, but began to probe along the meridians. In an instant, the Fifth Elder realized that Xian Yuanlong's meridians exceeded those of an ordinary person by twice the amount, and astonishingly, his entire network of meridians was interconnected, allowing the flow of energy from one meridian to any other at will. It is crucial to note that should the fighting spirit traverse the wrong meridian, one would risk falling into a state of madness. Yet, with Xian Yuanlong's interconnected meridians, such a peril was rendered non-existent. Gazing upon Xian Yuanlong's formidable physique, the Fifth Elder's resentment intensified. I shall not allow you to perish. Rather, I will ensure that your existence is one of perpetual thoughtlessness, trapped in chaos for all eternity. As the Fifth Elder contemplated his sinister scheme, he refrained from directing his fighting spirit towards the Dantian, for he had conceived a more ruthless plan. Instead, he aimed to channel his energy towards Xian Yuanlong's mind, intent on obliterating it. Fear not, I shall not let you die. After all, I have yet to indulge in my amusement. However, I will transform you into a fool, erasing every trace of your consciousness, locking you in a cage where you will forever believe yourself to be a mere dog. Aha! The Fifth Elder cackled, envisioning Xian Yuanlong reduced to a canine, groveling before him in desperate supplication. Yet, just as the Fifth Elder's fighting spirit reached the cerebral region, he discovered that his energy could advance no further. It was as if an invisible barrier stood before him, obstructing his progress. "Break from me," he commanded, though the cause of this obstruction eluded him. Undeterred, the fifth elder summoned a considerable amount of fighting spirit to charge against the barrier, only to be confounded by its unwavering resilience, showing no signs of yielding despite his relentless assaults. As he contemplated gathering all his energy for a decisive strike, he suddenly recalled the possibility that Xianyuan Long might perish under his onslaught, thwarting his plans for domination. "No, I cannot allow you to become a fool. Instead, I shall destroy your Dantian, rendering you incapable of ever cultivating fighting spirit. In due time, I will still mold you into a dog." The fifth elder's mind was flooded with a torrent of devious schemes. Chapter 66. The absorption of soul power. As the energy of the fifth elder surged smoothly into his Dantian, he discovered, to his astonishment, that the energy within Xianyuan Long's Dantian was not arranged randomly. Instead, it was controlled by a large vortex at its center, which, at that moment, remained still. "Humph. Even if your Dantian is unlike that of an ordinary person, I can still obliterate you," the fifth elder thought with malice, as he summoned a vast amount of energy, preparing to unleash a powerful strike to shatter Xianyuan Long's Dantian. However, just as he felt ready, he propelled his energy decisively into the vortex within Xianyuan Long's Dantian, intending to disrupt it. What followed was a startling turn of events. The fifth elder's energy effortlessly penetrated the vortex, but when he attempted to dismantle it, he found it as unyielding as a fortress of stone. After several assaults from different angles, there were no signs of collapse. Unbeknownst to him, the vortex began to subtly shift after absorbing his energy multiple times. Suddenly, a dangerous signal resonated deep within the fifth elder's soul. With no time to ponder the source of this peril, he instinctively sought to withdraw his energy. At that very moment, the previously dormant vortex began to spin violently, and since one end of his energy was still tethered to Xianyuan Long's Dantian, it became ensnared. The vortex's rapid motion drew the elder's energy into its depths, continuously siphoning more from his body. Overwhelmed by fear, the fifth elder realized he had lost all connection to his energy. Despite his attempts to sever the link, he found himself powerless to stop the relentless flow of energy pouring into Xianyuan Long. His body became rigid, his hand pressed against Xianyuan Long's chest, while his energy surged uncontrollably into him. The disappearance of his energy signified impending death. Under the weight of this grim reality, the fifth elder astonishingly began to control the rate at which his energy was depleted. Meanwhile, the vortex within Xianyuan Long greedily consumed the fifth elder's energy, accelerating its spin as it sensed his resistance. Streams of energy flowed from the elder into Xianyuan Long's Dantian, which filtered and refined it, sending pure energy coursing through Xianyuan Long's meridians. This was the first time Xianyuan Long absorbed energy from a soul, and the torrent that flooded his Dantian was exponentially more potent than that of an ordinary Great Dome Master. As this majestic energy entered his Dantian and was refined through the vortex, Xianyuan Long felt his strength steadily escalating. In truth, the moment the fifth elder's energy first invaded Xianyuan Long's body, it had already begun to be absorbed, allowing Xianyuan Long to regain a fragment of consciousness. Though he chose to remain still, when the fifth elder's energy surged towards his mind, Xianyuan Long was startled, yet it ultimately failed to penetrate, likely due to an unseen force intervening. Otherwise, his fate would have been dire. The fifth elder's misfortune lay in his decision to channel his energy into Xianyuan Long's Dantian, which resembled a vortex in the ocean, calm when inactive, yet capable of unleashing chaos when set in motion. Initially, Xianyuan Long refrained from activating the vortex, knowing the fifth elder's vigilance would make it nearly impossible to seize such an opportunity if discovered. When the moment was ripe, Xianyuan Long seized the chance, commanding the vortex to whirl rapidly, instantly devouring the fifth elder's energy and severing their connection. Unlike his usual method of absorbing energy through his hand, this time the Dantian absorbed it directly, a vastly superior approach. The Great Dome Master represents a bottleneck. Many remain trapped at this stage throughout their lives. However, the disparity between a soul and a Great Dome Master is akin to that between the vast ocean and a trickling stream, a clear divide. A soul can effortlessly defeat multiple Great Dome Masters. The primary reason for this immense gap in power lies in the fact that Great Dome Masters must diligently cultivate to absorb the energy of the world, while a soul requires no such effort. It passively draws energy from the surroundings at any moment. In battle, A great Dome Master's energy is limited to their own reserves, but a soul, given sufficient time, can easily overwhelm countless Great Dome Masters. At present, Xianyuan Long was absorbing a soul's energy, the overwhelming power flooding his already expansive meridians, twice the size of an average person's, causing a twinge of discomfort. Yet, this energy filled him with elation. Once the Fifth Elder's energy diminished, the absorption process would become significantly easier and more continuous. Just as Xianyuan Long contemplated utilizing the Fifth Elder's abundant energy to activate the third vortex on his finger, a voice filled with despair pierced through the air. Elder 5, are you all right? Though unseen, Xianyuan Long recognized the voice belonged to one of his pursuers. It was the Third Elder, who had initially believed no unexpected events would arise and had carelessly followed behind. Upon observing the scene, he quickly discerned something was amiss. He witnessed the energy within the Fifth Elder bulging from his dantian, flowing into Xianyuan Long. In a matter of mere breaths, the Third Elder realized that 5 streams of energy had vanished, evidently absorbed by Xianyuan Long through some unknown means. Though the Fifth Elder could not move or speak, the terror and desperation reflected in his eyes conveyed the gravity of the situation to the Third Elder. Avoiding direct confrontation with Xianyuan Long, he ascended several meters into the air and hurled his spear towards him. As the Third Elder arrived, the Fifth Elder, who had nearly given up, felt a resurgence of the will to survive and managed to regain some control over the outflow of his energy. Conversely, upon spotting the Third Elder, Xianyuan Long felt a surge of urgency. His limbs were currently immobilized. Even if he relinquished his absorption of the Fifth Elder's energy, he could not evade the incoming spear. The mental lock of a soul was not easily escaped, especially for someone on the brink of collapse. As the Third Elder soared 10 meters high, energy flowed into his spear, targeting Xianyuan Long's heart. His gaze was icy. Had he arrived slightly later, the Fifth Elder's energy would have been completely depleted, leaving him unable to absolve himself of the consequences. Having lived alongside his brothers for countless years, he could not bear the thought of being the cause of their downfall due to a moment's negligence. With this thought in mind, the spear in the Third Elder's hand erupted with a brilliant blue glow. In an instant, he hurled the spear towards Xianyuan Long with the speed of lightning. Xianyuan Long, engulfed in despair, though blinded, felt an overwhelming energy hurtling towards his chest. I hate this. I hate it with all my being. After a fleeting moment of despair, Xianyuan Long discovered that the spear had not pierced his chest. A sense of astonishment washed over him, and before he could ponder the reason behind this miraculous escape, he devoted himself entirely to absorbing the fighting spirit of the Fifth Elder. Simultaneously, he accelerated the rotation of his energy vortex. It was only when the vortex reached its utmost speed that he ceased to increase its velocity, for this was the fastest pace that Xianyuan Long could endure. Should it accelerate further, the vortex might detach from his body instantaneously, yielding contrary effects. As Xianyuan Long hastened his absorption, the fighting spirit within the Fifth Elder began to diminish, creating a momentary void. The absorption could not keep pace with the conversion. Consequently, the Fifth Elder's body shrank by a significant fraction. Xianyuan Long was not merely absorbing the Fifth Elder's fighting spirit, but also everything within him: moisture, vitality, nourishing himself in the process. Meanwhile, the Fifth Elder succumbed to unconsciousness as the loss of life force rendered him unable to sustain awareness. In midair, the Third Elder, having cast his spear, initially believed it would be his demise. Yet, as the spear approached Xianyuan Long, an intense wave of fighting spirit erupted from Xianyuan Long's chest. While Xianyuan Long felt nothing, the Third Elder distinctly sensed the surge of energy, and to his astonishment, a thick, blood-red mist emerged from Xianyuan Long's chest. This mist enveloped the spear as it penetrated, corroding it with alarming swiftness. Within mere breaths, the 5-meter-long spear had been completely consumed, as if it had never existed. What is this? The Third Elder felt his teeth chatter in fear. The blood mist instilled an inexplicable terror, causing even a hardened warrior like him, who had emerged from the depths of death, to tremble uncontrollably. Following the appearance of the mist, the temperature in the air plummeted rapidly, plunging below freezing in a matter of moments. The Third Elder fixated on the mist, afraid to make even the slightest movement, fearing an attack from this corrosive entity, which left him utterly powerless. On the ground, the Keto beast, upon witnessing the emergence of the blood mist, was so frightened that it lost control of its bodily functions. Collapsing in a state of shock, it foamed at the mouth, its breaths grew increasingly faint, and after several gasps, the keto beast's eyes closed. Blue bile oozing from its mouth, it had perished, a creature rivaling a human grandmaster in strength, frightfully succumbing to terror. Okay, I will refine the text you provided, removing extraneous elements and enhancing the language. Here's the revised version. Chapter 67. Crimson Mist suspended in midair, the third brother, witnessing the Kodo beast's demise from sheer terror, realized the eerie crimson mist was an insurmountable foe. Could any being, regardless of power, instill such fear in a Kodo beast? Unless this entity was a high-ranking magical beast of immense power, capable of paralyzing the Kodo beast upon its mere presence, leaving it defenseless until death. What could it be? Shaking off these futile questions, the third brother focused on survival. Meanwhile, oblivious to the external events, Xian Yuanlong's vitality was gradually restored by the fifth brother's Do-Chi infusion. However, he remained unable to unleash his senses and was unaware of the crimson mist before him. Sensing an opportunity for survival, Xian Yuanlong immediately sealed his senses. Absorbing Do-Chi from a Do-Han was no simple task. The raw energy could easily overwhelm and obliterate him if not properly converted. Astonishingly, a large portion of the blue Do-Chi was transformed into pure energy. Unlike previous experiences where absorbing a Grand Dosher's Do-Chi yielded less than a third for his use. As the third brother contemplated his escape, the crimson mist levitated and drifted towards him, recalling its corrosive properties and the possibility of it being a magical beast far surpassing the Kodo beast. He abandoned all thoughts of resistance and fled. Barely 10 meters into his flight, he sensed a surge of Do-Chi behind him. Reacting instinctively, he narrowly evaded the attack. The Do-Chi's corrosive aura left a vacuum in its wake. Although he dodged the direct hit, the residual force began to erode his Do-Chi barrier, creating a breach. Before he could reinforce it, another wave of Do-Chi surged from the same source. Evading it again, he felt the corrosive power seep into his body. With ruthless resolve, the third brother transmuted his Do-Chi into a blade and severed the affected limb without hesitation, fleeing onward. However, the crimson mist was faster. After dodging 2 attacks, it appeared directly in his path, emanating an overwhelming Do-Chi presence. Desperate, the third brother channeled his Do-Chi, ignoring the mist's attacks, and attempted to slip past it. But the crimson mist was not easily evaded. As he neared within a few feet, a claw emerged, spanning about 20 centimeters. The third brother couldn't identify the creature it belonged to. The claw was crimson, with golden tips on its 5 digits that radiated an unsettling light. In an instant, the claw seemed to warp through space, appearing directly at the third brother's chest. Panic seized him as he realized his Do-Han strength was futile against this force. The blue Do-Chi barrier proved useless, offering no resistance. As the claw made contact, there was no explosion, only a soft thud. The third brother was sent flying, spewing blood. His Do-Chi reversed, rendering him incapable of fighting. As he soared through the air, terror gripped him. The claw's power was immense, and his Do-Chi was now beyond his control. Escape was impossible. Resigned to his fate, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. He channeled the last vestige of his Do-Chi towards his Dantian. Having accepted his fate, he chose self-destruction, hoping to inflict damage on the crimson mist. But as his Do-Chi reached its peak, a strange force seemed to pull at him, disrupting the flow of energy. The natural energy of the world vanished. The third brother, who needed the energy of the world to complete self-destruction, was stopped at the last moment. He did not know why, but he thought it must be related to the crimson mist. His body was full of the power of self-destruction, and blood was seeping out of him. At the last moment, he could not absorb any energy, so he took a pill from his pocket and was about to swallow it. But as the hand holding the pill was less than a centimeter away from his mouth, he found that his hand could not move forward at all. A claw, which had appeared at some point, was already holding the hand holding the pill. A Do-Chi force instantly invaded the third brother's body from the claw, directly attacking the Dantian, passing through several acupoints, and instantly sealing the third brother's Do-Chi. Deep fear flashed in the third brother's eyes. Death was not terrible for people like him, but it was terrible to be captured alive. The feeling of being slaughtered was not so good, and now it was impossible to commit suicide. The third brother began to regret that he should not have committed suicide just now, but should have chosen to commit suicide at that moment, so that at least he would not have to endure a period of torture. The crimson mist did not kill him in the first strike, probably because it wanted to capture him alive. The third brother sighed hatefully, then closed his eyes and stopped caring about other things, waiting for death to come and letting go of everything. After capturing the third brother, The crimson mist knocked him unconscious and placed him in front of Xian Yuanlong. Then it entered Xian Yuanlong's body. It was as if it had never appeared. But the Kodo beast that had been scared to death and the third brother who was sealed upside down proved that all this was true. In a garden, a woman with a fiery figure was sitting by the pond, looking at the water in the pond, her willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and she muttered to herself thoughtfully, wondering if that enemy had escaped the pursuit of those people. Alas, I didn't expect that Zhu Lai would actually hide such strength. This time, the enemy accidentally exposed it. And I think my uncompetitive brother should be able to learn a lesson. Enemy, are you okay? The woman said. And a young man with white hair flashed in her mind, who was actually Xian Yuanlong. In another place, the Lihua people were gathered in a small house. And everyone's faces were full of deep anxiety. A few days ago, they discovered that there were actually 2 Dohuns searching for something in the city. They thought it should be the group of people who were tracking them. After avoiding the 2 Dohuns, they found that the 2 Dohuns later joined forces with 2 other Dohuns and entered the jungle. Thinking about it, they should have discovered Xian Yuanlong's whereabouts and wanted to go to help, but unfortunately, the strength of the people except for Lihua's strength reached the great Do Shi, and the strength of the others was not as good. But even if it is a great Do Shi in front of Do Han, even self-protection is not enough, so how can we talk about rescue? After anxiously waiting for several days, everyone finally couldn't wait any longer. Head, what shall we do now? Kay anxiously inquired. Lihua, however, continued to toy with the teacup at the head of the table, exuding an air of calmness. Yet, those familiar with him would discern that this was indeed Lihua's most helpless moment, for how could one rescue oneself when outmatched in strength? As the crowd's gaze converged upon Lihua, he finally rose to his feet and calmly declared, "We shall return to Rebos." His eyes swept across the assembly. Under Lihua's gaze, the previously murmuring crowd resignedly shook their heads, tacitly acquiescing to Lihua's decision. They understood that, given the circumstances, choosing to return to Rebos was the most prudent course of action. While they were not afraid of death, they were also unwilling to make unnecessary sacrifices. One by one, they silently stood up to return to their quarters, determined to follow through with the decision made. All they could do was silently pray that Xian Yuanlong could evade the pursuit of those few individuals. Meanwhile, Xian Yuanlong remained sprawled on the ground, absorbing the combat energy from old 5 day after day. At a certain moment, Xian Yuanlong's body convulsed suddenly. While old 5's form had dwindled to a mere 1/10 of its original size, a crimson mist erupted from Xian Yuanlong's chest, emanating a powerful pull that instantly drew old 3's body to his side. Simultaneously, under the influence of this force, old 3's hands pressed against Xian Yuanlong's chest. The combat energy within old 3 surged forth upon contact, flowing into Xian Yuanlong's body. As old 3's energy entered him, Xian Yuanlong, whose complexion had turned slightly pale, ceased his convulsions and began to absorb old 3's combat energy. In mere moments, old 5's body transformed into a pile of white powder, which was scattered by the wind, dissipating into the ether. After old 3's body made contact with Xian Yuanlong, the crimson mist did not vanish. Instead, it coalesced into a blood cloud, gently carrying old 3 alongside Xian Yuanlong as they swiftly departed, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Chapter 68. The Ascendance of the Battle Master. In the fleeting moment that the 5th brother was reduced to ashes, the leader among the souls of battle experienced a jolt of consciousness, abruptly breaking free from his tranquil state of cultivation. He gazed incredulously at the shattered insignia within the elemental ring, which unmistakably belonged to the 5th brother. Suddenly, the leader sprang to his feet, an instinctive awareness compelling him to look in the direction where Xian Yuanlong had departed. The Keto beast had claimed the life of the 5th brother, and the 3rd brother was now in peril. It appeared that the young man harbored some sinister secret. We had met with misfortune this time. With urgency, he spoke, his eyes ablaze with fury, akin to a beast poised to strike. The imposing presence of the battle souls surged uncontrollably, causing the wild creatures lurking in the jungle to scatter in fear. What? The others stood in stunned silence at the leader's proclamation, only to be engulfed by a wave of murderous intent that soared skyward. Having spent countless years together, the brothers could scarcely contain their wrath at the loss of one brother and the uncertainty surrounding another's fate. With a collective roar, they mounted the Keto beast and hastened towards the direction Xian Yuanlong had taken. The 5 battle souls, no longer restraining their formidable power, surged through the jungle, their presence so formidable that even the fiercest beasts dared not approach, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. The five advanced unimpeded, disregarding the ancient trees that stood in their path. To the Keto beast, those millennia-old giants were as fragile as tofu, unable to impede their swift advance. Minutes later, they arrived at the site of the fifth brother's demise. The leader's countenance darkened ominously. "This is the place. It is here that the fifth brother fell. Look." One among them pointed to the lifeless form of the Keto beast on the ground, bewildered. At the mention of the fallen creature, all eyes turned toward the carcass. And upon noticing the blue bile oozing from its mouth, they frowned in confusion. What could have happened? The Keto beast was frightfully slain? The leader mused, only to discover that the Keto beast beneath him was restlessly thrashing about, unresponsive to his attempts at reassurance. The group soon realized that the creature had entered this area with an air of unease, as if sensing an imminent threat, yet they could not comprehend the cause. "Split up and pursue. He cannot have gone far," the leader commanded, turning the Keto beast around and departing swiftly. The others, observing the leader's departure, scattered in different directions, intent on locating Xianyuan Long, vowing to exact a brutal vengeance upon him. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Long found himself ensconced in an unknown cave, the entrance blocked by a large stone and shrouded in a mist of blood. He remained supine, continuously absorbing the battle energy from the third brother. Days passed, and at a certain moment, the battle energy within Xianyuan Long reached a saturation point, filling his body's meridians with a rich, earthy yellow hue, interspersed with hints of pale green light. The two colors fluctuated erratically, alternating between yellow and green. As the third brother's form diminished to half its size, Xianyuan Long exhibited signs of ascendance, yet he refused to waste any unabsorbed energy, opting instead to activate the battle whirlpool on his right middle finger during this critical moment of evolution. Such audacity was rare. Only someone as reckless as Xianyuan Long would dare to attempt this dual endeavor during ascendance. In truth, he possessed an unparalleled advantage over other battle practitioners. His meridians were fully interconnected, enabling him to avoid the peril of misdirected energy leading to calamity. With the danger of deviation eliminated, as long as the amount of energy and his consciousness were sufficient, ascendance for Xianyuan Long would be a natural progression. Thus, he meticulously guided the energy into his body while simultaneously endeavoring to activate the whirlpool on his middle finger. After an indeterminate passage of time, when the third brother's form crumbled into ashes, a tempestuous wave of battle energy erupted from Xianyuan Long, displacing surrounding debris. In the aftermath of this explosive energy surge, Xianyuan Long's hollow eyes abruptly opened, a flash of crimson light illuminating their depths. He exhaled softly, the whirlpool in his hand completing its activation in concert with his ascendance. As the red light faded, Xianyuan Long reflected on the loss of his sight, rendering the surrounding world irrelevant to him. Uncertain of his surroundings and the situation, he felt a surge of anger welling within him, his hands instinctively clenching into fists, producing a series of cracking sounds. After several minutes, he managed to suppress the turmoil within, centering his mind to reassess his body. He observed that the yellow energy had dissipated, replaced by a flowing, pale green essence that felt exponentially more potent. Moreover, with the activation of the additional whirlpool, Xianyuan Long's overall strength had markedly improved. Should he face Chini now, victory would remain elusive, yet he could at least defend himself adequately. His consciousness flowed with the new energy coursing through his body, familiarizing himself with this fresh essence while scrutinizing his form, which had undergone a significant restoration post-trauma. The meridians, now several times larger than average, instilled a profound sense of satisfaction within him. He felt that every sacrifice had been worthwhile. Clenching his fist once more, Xianyuan Long stood upright, yet remained motionless. Although he sensed that he was likely in an underground chamber or cave, the absence of sight rendered him incapable of perceiving the vibrant world. He could only rely on his other senses. Was it you who intervened? He mused aloud after some time, his voice echoing hollowly in the silence, though low. It remained crystal clear. A wave of despair washed over him. He had sought to hone his skills, yet his first battle had cost him his sight. Ultimately, it was only through another's intervention that the conflict had been resolved. Otherwise, he might have lost not just his vision, but his life as well. You need not dwell on sorrow. Blood's voice resonated in response to Xianyuan Long's inquiry. The disparity in strength between you and that individual was quite pronounced. Had you encountered him now, you would not have faced such easy defeat. Moreover, the loss of sight, while lamentable, may also prove beneficial, often. The eyes can be a burden to the body. From this point forward, you shall rely on your senses. I shall instruct you in a technique that compensates for the absence of vision. Previously, your sight would have hindered your learning of this technique, but now, it may serve you well. Remain here for a time. I will procure the sustenance you require, allowing you to focus on your cultivation. Blood's rare words of consolation bore significance, for sight was indeed essential to humanity, and at just 19, Xianyuan Long faced a lifetime devoid of color. This was undeniably a crushing blow for a young man of his age. In an effort to help Xianyuan Long emerge from the shadow of his blindness, Blood continued. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. You have suffered a significant loss in your sight, but you have also absorbed the essence of 2 battle souls, elevating your strength to that of a battle master and unlocking an additional whirlpool. All of this is advantageous. To achieve greatness, one must endure all manner of tribulations. Even if faced with the loss of limbs, perseverance is essential. Though the absence of sight may impact your abilities in the short term, in the grand scheme of things, it shall yield benefits. The Blood spoke, then paused, resuming only after Xianyuan Long regained his senses. With eyes, one can observe the myriad colors of the world. Yet this also renders one's heart more chaotic. Upon losing your sight, you may find that your spirit gradually becomes more stable and pure, unperturbed by the temptations and complexities of the external world. In ancient times, many fighters chose to blind themselves to ascend to higher ranks, enduring a pain that far surpasses the agony of losing one's sight. Thus, there is no need for sorrow. Take, for instance, Lu Yun, a formidable warrior from 5 millennia ago, who, upon reaching the rank of a fighter, chose to sacrifice his sight to strive for the rank of duty. Although he ultimately failed to break through to Do Tian, he remains one of the most powerful beings on this continent. I can assure you that Do Tian fighters cannot reside on this land, for their fighting spirit is overwhelmingly potent. Even with their own restraints, they cannot prevent destruction. Their presence would cause the very space around them to collapse. Upon reaching the Do Tian rank, they enter another realm, the nature of which remains a mystery to all, myself included. Thus, achieving Do Di on this continent signifies unparalleled strength. History is replete with fighters who have resorted to self-mutilation to attain higher ranks. Now you should understand why I say that losing your sight might be considered a blessing. Hearing this from Blood, Xianyuan Long emerged from his sorrow. Though cold-blooded and harsh towards himself, he was still a mere 19-year-old youth, and it was natural to succumb to grief over his blindness. However, after Blood's words, he began to perceive that being sightless was not entirely unfavorable. At least he would no longer be swayed by the temptations visible to his eyes, hindering his cultivation. Yet, Xianyuan Long remained unaware that Blood withheld much information. Throughout the annals of history, countless individuals sought to inflict harm upon themselves in hopes of reaching higher ranks. Yet only a select few succeeded. While blinding oneself may cleanse the spirit and render it pure, the loss of sight inflicts significant damage upon one's consciousness. Although this harm may not be immediately perceptible, upon reaching higher levels, one might realize that their consciousness has quietly sustained fatal injuries, rendering them devoid of the opportunity to aspire to Do Tian. Lu Yun, for instance, remained at the Do Di rank precisely because of his self-inflicted blindness. However, Blood clearly could not divulge these truths to Xianyuan Long at this moment. After all, Xianyuan Long had already endured a significant blow. Nurturing a dream is not inherently detrimental. Should that final dream shatter, the shadow within his heart may become insurmountable. Chapter 69, Blood Eye. In the following days, Xianyuan Long devoted himself to mastering his new fighting spirit. Thanks to the existence of the fighting whirlpool, he discovered that he no longer needed to reach the level of fighting soul to absorb fighting spirit during combat. Regardless of the time or place, the 3 whirlpools in his hands continuously absorbed the fighting spirit from the world around him, at a speed that rivaled that of meditative practice. This discovery filled Xianyuan Long with elation. Though he had previously been able to absorb fighting spirit at any moment, it had been significantly slower than in meditation. The presence of Blood had caused him to go 18 long years without absorbing any fighting spirit, compelling him to work harder than others to keep pace. Blood had informed Xianyuan Long that his father had only 10 years left to live. If he did not attain sufficient strength by then, he would never see his father again. Blood had discussed this matter with him in detail, emphasizing that only upon reaching the fighting earth level would Xianyuan Long possess the necessary power to confront the terrifying family. However, Ascending to the fighting earth level was no easy feat after more than a year of perilous spirit absorption. He had only advanced to the fighting master level. The journey upward became increasingly arduous. Even with Blood's assistance in absorbing the fighting spirit of others, mere abundance of fighting spirit was not sufficient for advancement. When a fighting master sought to ascend to fighting soul, or when a fighting soul aimed to become a fighting earth, opportunities and innate talent were crucial factors. Xianyuan Long understood that he was racing against time, with no moment to squander. Therefore, in the days following his ascension, he diligently familiarized himself with the fighting master's spirit while also learning various techniques taught by Blood. Within a single day, he dedicated at least 21 hours to cultivation, reserving the remaining 3 hours for rest and reflection. Blood had cautioned him that such intense training could be detrimental to his physical and mental well-being. After all, a blind man practicing in solitude might risk mental distortion. Yet, acutely aware of his limited time, Xianyuan Long was unwilling to waste even a moment, rendering Blood's advice ineffective. Observing Xianyuan Long, who was still entrenched in his training of ice seal of 1,000 miles, Blood, now transformed into a mist of crimson, sighed softly. Xianyuan Long was increasingly distancing himself from the realm of normalcy. Following the loss of his sight, he exercised himself with a self-destructive fervor that astonished Blood. The potential unleashed within humanity was truly formidable. Currently, Xianyuan Long's ice seal of 1,000 miles could reach an impressive range of 35 meters, with marked improvements in his control over the ice spike's speed and direction. Occasionally, Blood would engage in combat with Xianyuan Long to enhance his practical combat experience. Pause for a moment. I have something to discuss with you, Blood finally said after Xianyuan Long executed the technique once more. Startled, Xianyuan Long turned. As Blood rarely interrupted his training and usually waited until his rest hours to speak. This was the first time Blood had disrupted his practice, gradually withdrawing his energy. He glanced at Blood. Recently, your proficiency in ice seal of 1,000 miles and 7-star steps has greatly improved. However, one is an evasion technique, and the other is an ambush technique. Neither equips you for a direct confrontation. In the face of absolute strength, even the most peculiar techniques become futile. Have I not previously mentioned a technique that pairs well with your vision? Blood remarked, pausing to regard Xianyuan Long. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Long furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, as Blood indicated, he had never considered his capacity to engage a fighting soul. However, circumstances had shifted. His ambitions now extended beyond simply achieving the fighting human level to aspiring for the fighting earth. The prospect of techniques designed for direct confrontation ignited a spark of hope within him. Since he had lost his sight, he might as well make use of what he had been deemed as waste. Though he had yet to achieve significant success, he was at least not far behind those who held themselves in high regard. Noticing the urgency evident in Xianyuan Long's expression, Blood unexpectedly chuckled. Kid, this technique is called Blood Eye. It was created by the esteemed Wu Ji 7,000 years ago. By the way, I should have mentioned that when a fighter reaches the fighting earth level, they are addressed as esteemed. Wu Ji was born blind, considered incapable of cultivation. Yet he secluded himself in the mountains. 50 years later, he emerged like a comet, sweeping through several powerful families and establishing a formidable reputation. Although the details of his 50 years remain a mystery, this technique was among his earliest creations. Furthermore, he became a powerhouse at the fighting earth level, relying on this technique to become a regional sovereign. As Blood finished recounting the history of the Blood Eye, Xianyuan Long felt an exhilarating fervor within him. The ability to conquer through a single technique underscored its might. However, the thought of the 50 years Wu Ji had dedicated to his craft sent a pang of trepidation through Xianyuan Long. It remained unclear whether those years were spent solely in cultivation or in the development of the technique itself. Seeing the unnatural expression on Xianyuan Long's face, Blood understood his concerns. He realized that if given 50 years, Xianyuan Long could reach the same heights as Wu Ji. Yet, time was not on his side, and Blood could only offer guidance without magically granting him decades of experience. You know the situation well. The decision to learn rests with you. This technique is undoubtedly top tier, but it requires considerable time to master. Ponder it carefully. To Blood's surprise, Xianyuan Long nodded without hesitation. I will learn it. I want the best. Very well. Blood nodded slightly, though Xianyuan Long could not perceive the gesture, as Blood remained concealed within the blood mist. To this day, Xianyuan Long had yet to witness Blood's true form, nor did he know anything about its nature, even the events of 7,000 years ago. Though questions lingered in his mind, he chose not to voice them, unwilling to waste precious time on trivial inquiries. As Blood's voice resonated, a torrent of information surged into Xin Yuanlong's consciousness, overwhelming him to the point of discomfort. It took several minutes for him to fully absorb the influx of knowledge. With a mere thought, the information crystallized. The blood eye was divided into 7 tiers. The first 3 tiers were relatively easy to cultivate, but from the 4th tier onward, one had to attain the fighting master level. Furthermore, one could only advance to the next tier of blood eye by progressing in fighting spirit. Notably, practitioners of the blood eye must sacrifice their eyesight to engage in its cultivation. Upon reaching the 7th tier, the eyes would regain their ability to perceive the world's colors, allowing one to communicate with the heavens and wield their gaze as a weapon to vanquish foes. Following this were the laws of fighting spirit operation and crucial precautions. However, the mention of specific meridians within the blood eye startled Xin Yuanlong. Cultivating the blood eye required the removal of one's eyes, after which one must create several fighting spirit meridians in the empty sockets. Additionally, a rare herb known as nightgrass was necessary to fabricate a protective membrane over the hollow space, allowing the newly formed meridians to function. Although these meridians were not truly conventional, generating the flow of fighting spirit was achievable for most. Nightgrass, however, posed a challenge. Without it, cultivation of the blood eye was impossible. Nightgrass was a highly rare herb, its sole purpose being to substitute for certain muscle functions. Within the context of the blood eye, nightgrass served a role akin to that of a protective membrane, safeguarding the fighting spirit meridians within the eyes. Contemplating the significance of the nightgrass, it was evident that he lacked this crucial herb. Observing the contemplative expression of Xin Yuanlong, Shui suddenly interjected, "I have already procured the nightgrass. This vast jungle still holds some rare treasures. During your recent days of cultivation, I seized the opportunity to venture out and managed to find a specimen. Allow me to retrieve it for you." As he spoke, he effortlessly moved aside a stone, revealing a plant resembling a 4-leaf clover nestled within the crevice. This plant emitted a faint, chilling luminescence even in the darkness of the cave. When Xin Yuanlong grasped the nightgrass with both hands, he could distinctly feel a wave of icy aura emanating from it, surging towards his heart. He was unable to summon his fighting spirit in time to ward it off. Once the essence of the nightgrass penetrated his heart, Xin Yuanlong felt an alarming decline in his physiological functions, as if the fatigue accumulated from days of relentless training had dissipated entirely. This frigid aura meandered throughout his body, and with each passage, he sensed an increase in the pliability of his muscles, though his physical form appeared unchanged. The aura continued its circuit through Xin Yuanlong's body before eventually settling in his dantian, vanishing from sight. Exhaling a breath of cool air, he immediately felt an overwhelming sense of relief coursing through his limbs and channels, as if the lingering aftereffects of bodily repair had evaporated. The nightgrass possesses potent medicinal properties for first-time users. You were fortunate to have encountered a specimen. It has also remedied some of the minor ailments within your body, which is indeed a fortuitous outcome, Shui remarked as Xin Yuanlong exhaled. Xin Yuanlong nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, though it bore a hint of coldness. It was nonetheless a smile. Chapter 70. The Night Herb. Have you memorized the cultivation method of the blood eye? Blood suddenly inquired. Indeed, Xin Yuanlong nodded, resolutely affirming his understanding. He recognized that to acquire this rare night herb, Blood must have exerted considerable effort, thus he dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence. Only by confronting every challenge with utmost diligence could he honor the sacrifices Blood had made. Remember, you are currently at the level of a combat master. Do not foolishly attempt to learn the 5th tier blood eye prematurely. You understand the consequences of hastening your progress. When the time is right, I will instruct you to hold the night herb in your mouth. Do not swallow it whole, although its medicinal properties are not overwhelmingly potent. They are still beyond what your body can endure. Simply biting into it and swallowing a single leaf at a time will suffice for your first stage. The herb is cold in nature. Once ingested, you must use your combat energy to control the frigid essence as it enters your temples. Establishing that connection is crucial. For the meridians near your eyes are intricate and should not be rushed, Blood cautioned once more. Xin Yuanlong observed that Blood was increasingly exhibiting human-like qualities. Despite Blood's attempts to conceal it, the depth of concern was palpable. Conversely, he felt his own humanity waning, a realization that added to his frustration. Following Blood's guidance, Xin Yuanlong meticulously revisited the principles of the blood eye. Once he was certain nothing had been overlooked, He slowly placed the night herb in his mouth. As the herb entered, a chilling sensation enveloped him, prompting a shiver. He summoned his combat energy to dispel the coldness and immediately assumed a meditative posture, his hands forming an unusual configuration. Watching Xianyuan Long enter this state, blood remained tense. The herb's coldness could freeze an ordinary combat master, yet Xianyuan Long's body was unique, allowing blood to permit this experiment. Nonetheless, this was merely Blood's theory. He had never consumed the night herb himself and was uncertain of the extent of its chilling properties. Unbeknownst to him, Xianyuan Long was unwittingly becoming a test subject, diligently channeling combat energy into his temples. The delicate meridians surrounding his eyes, though slightly enlarged from previous experiences, remained relatively small compared to others. This limitation restricted the flow of combat energy, for exceeding this threshold could yield dire consequences. With utmost caution, he maneuvered his energy through the meridians adjacent to his eyes. The loss of sight had resulted in some meridians becoming blocked, and to establish combat energy pathways within his eye sockets, he needed to clear these obstructions. The edges of his eye sockets, having healed, had formed a layer akin to skin, presenting yet another obstacle for Xianyuan Long, stealing his resolve. Xianyuan Long understood that unblocking the meridians posed no great difficulty. The true challenge lay in enduring the excruciating pain. However, pain was something he had long since become accustomed to. Each advancement, each initiation of combat whirl, each instance of consumption had subjected him to intense agony. Over time, his pain receptors had dulled significantly, enabling him to withstand repeated torment. Yet, the healed areas within his eye sockets presented a formidable challenge. The abundance of meridians and nerves above his eyes necessitated that he tear open the scar tissue himself, a notion that caused even a determined individual like Xianyuan Long to hesitate momentarily. Nevertheless, thoughts of Blood's sacrifices and his parents' well-being dispelled any lingering fear. Resolutely, he directed his combat energy to forcefully breach the closed meridians and the areas of healing. Caution dictated that he tackle one side at a time. Attempting both simultaneously could lead to irreversible consequences. Choosing his right eye first, he multitasked, guiding multiple streams of combat energy into the meridians beside his eyes. After several attempts, he gritted his teeth and transformed his energy into a piercing force, launching it into the obstructed meridians. Blood, closely observing Xianyuan Long, noted the rapid accumulation of sweat on his brow, and a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, likely a result of his own biting. Blood surged from his eye sockets, violently flowing as the healed wounds tore open, tracing down his nose and into his mouth, the metallic scent igniting his already heightened pain senses. Sensing the coppery tang, Xianyuan Long, despite his suffering, seemed to spiral into a frenzy. Without hesitation, he summoned the combat energy from his left eye to retaliate. This time, blood erupted from the left eye, staining half of his face crimson. Unable to contain the loss of blood with combat energy, it poured forth uncontrollably. Though the pain was excruciating, allowing the blood to flow granted Xianyuan Long a brief respite. It seemed that when the pain reached unbearable levels, he was momentarily freed from its grasp, as if the sensation had vanished entirely. In this peculiar tranquility, Xianyuan Long recalled the Blood Eye's teachings. Adjusting his hand position into a more intricate configuration, he bent his ring fingers close to 180 degrees against his palms, while his thumbs arched gracefully like an orchid's petals. The juxtaposition of these seemingly discordant elements created an unexpectedly harmonious gesture. Blood noted that the combat energy within Xianyuan Long's eye sockets was continuously ebbing and flowing, the energy concealed between the upper and lower eyelids seeking to connect with its counterpart. Yet, due to their divergence through different meridians, they were often compelled to separate. With the expansion of his combat energy, the already bloodied eye sockets gushed forth even more blood. Xianyuan Long's pallor deepened, rendering him ghostly in appearance. After numerous attempts, some of the meridians within his eye sockets finally linked together, prompting another change in Xianyuan Long's hand gestures. The energy he expelled, now tinged with red from mingling with the blood, glimmered ominously. "Swallow a leaf of the night herb." Blood's voice echoed in Xianyuan Long's mind as the connection solidified. Without hesitation, Xianyuan Long bit down on a leaf of the night herb. The moment it entered his stomach, a wave of icy chill surged through him, freezing the flow of blood within multiple organs. Xianyuan Long's brows crystallized with frost, and white vapor escaped from his nostrils, instantly condensing into ice particles upon contact with the air. This chilling sensation far surpassed the lethal aura of blood. observing Xian Long's internal organs freezing. Blood felt a pang of urgency. He had not anticipated the herb's potency would be so formidable, even for Xian Long's altered physique. The freezing of his organs implied that his combat energy could not circulate freely, an imminent crisis for Xian Long, who was still in the process of transforming his vision. Faced with this relentless cold, Blood found himself powerless. Even if he were to enter Xian Long's body to exert control, it would serve no purpose. On the contrary, if Xian Long's consciousness were to retreat, he risked succumbing to the cold. All Blood could do was trust that Xian Long would endure this icy onslaught. The first wave of cold presented less danger. Subsequent exposures would become easier to bear, much like the body developing antibodies to withstand future assaults. As his internal organs succumbed to the frost, Xian Long commenced the arduous task of enveloping the cold wave with his combat energy, enduring the relentless onslaught of the chilling essence that sought to consume him. As I moved towards the temples of the sun, I knew that once I reached them, the subsequent steps would become considerably easier. However, the journey was fraught with challenges. The enveloping chill of the icy aura surged within my body, instantly freezing my muscles and blood. Even though Xian Long attempted to control the aura to dissipate it, time was not on his side. He could only endure the stagnation of the energy within him, struggling to maintain the flow of blood as he pressed on towards the temples. Along this frozen path, a channel of ice formed within Xian Long's body. Battling waves of weakness, he endeavored to move through the meridians away from his heart. If the icy aura approached his heart, it might freeze it in an instant, leaving no chance for recovery. After what felt like an eternity, I observed that Xian Long's body had transformed into a realm of ice, devoid of any flowing blood. When blood from his eyes crystallized into solid icicles, he finally succeeded in channeling the icy aura to his temples. With a firm grasp of the method he had memorized, he swiftly initiated the technique. Although his body was encased in ice, he could still exert a measure of control over his muscles. As the icy aura reached his temples, it began to respond to his guidance, transforming from a rebellious child into a compliant one, autonomously moving towards his eye sockets. Though it continued to freeze the blood along the way, at least Xian Long no longer needed to exert control over it. In that moment, he managed to clear the blockages in his meridians caused by the frozen blood, entering a state of focused cultivation. As the icy aura settled into his eye sockets, it began to grow outward, albeit slowly. This growth manifested as a blood-red membrane, akin to a protective shield of energy, forming gradually from his upper and lower eyelids. The hue of this membrane strikingly resembled the color of Xian Long's eyes, a testament to their shared practice of blood affinity. Having successfully channeled the first wave of icy aura, Xian Long devoted himself entirely to connecting the aura within his eye sockets, shutting off his consciousness to immerse himself in the cultivation of blood vision. Observing his focused state, I let out a relieved breath. My heart, once racing, finally found solace. Surviving this initial ordeal meant that the next steps would unfold naturally. Startled by the intensity of the moment, I gently drifted to a corner of the cave, settling into meditation. Yet a thread of my consciousness remained tethered to Xian Long, ready to spring into action should he exhibit any signs of distress. Chapter 71. Battle Blood time seemed to lose all meaning within the cavern. Suddenly, Blood's eyes snapped open, his consciousness intently focused on Xian Long. Little one, have you finally completed it? As if in response to Blood's words, Xian Long slowly ceased his practice a moment later, though his eyes remained closed. After composing himself, he gradually opened them. Thwack! A beam of crimson light shot forth from Xian Long's eyes, piercing the darkness of the cave. Unconsciously, Xian Long reached for his eyes, discovering that the empty sockets were gone, replaced by a thin membrane. Blood, observing Xian Long, noticed that his eyes were no longer empty voids, but rather a layer of crimson membrane connecting the upper and lower eyelids. Blood's divine sense discerned that this membrane could withstand the attacks of a dosher without shattering. His eyes no longer contained pupils, only two crimson orbs, bestial in their gaze, sending shivers down the spine. Combined with the icy aura emanating from Xian Long's body due to the night grass cold tide, he seemed to freeze the very air around him. Unbeknownst to Xian Long, his body had reaped unforeseen benefits from this freezing, which would only become apparent later. A testament to the principle that great rewards come at a great price. Xian Long now appeared even more formidable, his aura radiating an aloofness that discouraged approach. and his crimson eyes inspiring dread. These eyes emitted a faint, sanguine glow in the dark cave, faintly illuminating the surroundings. A white robe enshrouded his slender frame, complementing a face as pale as a corpse, practically screaming, "Keep away." "How do you feel now?" Blood inquired calmly. Xian Yuanlong clenched his fists. "Quite well. At least my perception has improved significantly. I can now scan things within 100 meters. I've also advanced to the intermediate stage of Do Shi." Blood nodded in satisfaction. To him, Xian Yuanlong's icy aura was but a drop in the ocean, having no effect on him. Moreover, he believed that those destined for greatness should maintain a cold demeanor, facilitating the swift establishment of authority. "How long have I been practicing?" Xian Yuanlong suddenly asked. 7 days. Blood replied, tossing a prepared meal to Xian Yuanlong. Xian Yuanlong caught the offering, a black feathered crow, evidently hunted by Blood. Its skin and entrails had been removed. Without hesitation, he devoured the crow raw, unbothered by the lingering blood and gore, swallowing it piece by piece as he stood there. After consuming the crow in a few bites, Xian Yuanlong wiped the blood from his lips. "Let's test these blood eyes," he said, turning his gaze to Blood. Instantly, he executed the 7-star step, appearing before Blood in the blink of an eye. Frostmourne lunged mercilessly towards Blood. The sudden attack did not startle Blood, whose centuries of combat experience had taught him never to be careless. As Xian Yuanlong moved, a beam of red do qi erupted from the blood mist, blocking all routes of the incoming daggers. Undaunted by the failed strike, Xian Yuanlong pressed forward, engaging in close combat. Of course, he refrained from using the potent corrosive properties, which would have allowed Blood to obliterate him instantly. With no corrosive interference, Xian Yuanlong opted for close-quarters combat. As the two do qi beams collided with the daggers, Xian Yuanlong flicked his wrist, instantly reversing his grip on the right-hand dagger and slashing at Blood. Simultaneously, the left-hand dagger spiraled towards Blood once more. Dual-wielding, Xian Yuanlong executed the technique with practiced ease, honed through countless beatings from Blood. He recalled the period after losing his eyes, when Blood had tormented him multiple times each day. Since Xian Yuanlong was not in danger of succumbing to demonic influence, Blood attacked relentlessly, even during meditation or halfway through the Ice Seal 1,000 Miles technique. To train Xian Yuanlong's danger sense, Blood relentlessly assaulted him. After enduring countless beatings, Xian Yuanlong could now halt any technique at will and instantly alter his attacks, much to Blood's vexation. Just as he saw Xian Yuanlong unleashing Ice Seal 1,000 Miles, he would suddenly change tactics, making his next move unpredictable. This prevented those familiar with him from exploiting potential weaknesses. In response to the reversed slash of Frostmourne, a hand encased in do qi emerged from the blood mist, though the appearance of the hand within the do qi remained unknown. Blood's secret, concealed from Xian Yuanlong despite their years together, was his true form. Since Blood preferred to keep it hidden, Xian Yuanlong did not pry. After all, everyone had their secrets. When the do qi encased hand made contact with Frostmourne, it was not severed. Instead, it gripped the blade tightly. This was not the first time this had happened. From their initial encounter, Xian Yuanlong had noticed that Blood's hands, for some reason, seemed immune to Frostmourne's sharpness and curses. Considering Blood's terrifying killing intent, he was not surprised by this peculiarity. Anyone capable of amassing such terrifying killing intent was bound to possess unique qualities. The other Frostmourne, aimed directly at Blood, was blocked by his other hand. No matter how much Xian Yuanlong channeled do qi, the dagger could not advance past his palm. As Blood grasped Frostmourne, he sensed something amiss. Xian Yuanlong's wrist rotated rapidly within a small range, and even with Blood's confidence, he could not guarantee maintaining his grip on the rapidly spinning Frostmourne, a peerless weapon of destruction. In the instant, Blood realized the danger and paused. A moment so brief as to be almost imperceptible, Xian Yuanlong seized his chance. The Frostmourne in his right hand broke through Blood's grasp, slashing at his wrist. The hand might withstand Frostmourne, but the wrist was another matter. Just as the dagger was about to strike Blood's wrist, Xian Yuanlong sensed a sudden surge of danger. His extensive crisis training had honed his danger sense to a level comparable to those who lived on the edge of life and death. Despite the imminent threat, Xian Yuanlong did not alter his attack. He continued to assault Blood's hand with his left hand while the right-hand dagger pressed upward. Simultaneously, countless ice spikes erupted beneath Blood. This was a life-for-life maneuver, one that only Xian Yuanlong, with his superior physique, would dare attempt. As the ice spikes appeared, a stream of dou qi, detached from the blood mist, struck Xian Yuanlong's abdomen. Slightly shifting his body, he narrowly avoided the brunt of the dou qi, while the ice spikes pierced the blood mist with incredible speed. Bang! Xian Yuanlong's body was sent flying by the impact of the dou qi. As he soared through the air, he realized that blood must have used the blood mist's potent corrosive properties to dissolve all the ice spikes, ensuring that none struck him. After being thrown, Xian Yuanlong did not pursue. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, he pushed off again, launching a swift attack towards blood without pause. Only the Xian Yuan dragon, supported by the swirling vortex within its body, could achieve such feats. If it were another individual, they would likely be sent flying and require at least a breath to regain their composure. Though merely a fleeting second, in the realm of skilled combatants, that brief moment can indeed determine life or death. As the Xian Yuan dragon surged forth, it was nearing the blood, and in an instant, the Frostmourne was cast aside. The Frostmourne, imbued with the Xian Yuan dragon's fighting spirit, erupted with a series of piercing sounds, coming perilously close to the blood. Surprised, the blood realized the significance of the Frostmourne to the Xian Yuan dragon. It was the very weapon that allowed the latter to contend against the spirit of combat. Yet, throwing the Frostmourne raised the question of whether it could be retrieved. It seemed further guidance was necessary. As the blood swiftly attempted to reclaim the Frostmourne, an unexpected chill emanated from it upon contact. This icy breath immediately encased the blood's hand in frost, and in that moment of immobilization, the Xian Yuan dragon appeared before the blood, its right hand wielding the Frostmourne, poised to strike the frozen hand. Simultaneously, an eerie red light shot from the Xian Yuan dragon's eyes, piercing through the blood mist, as if connecting the two. The blood's other hand, which intended to assist, hesitated for a moment. By the time the blood regained its senses, the Frostmourne had already descended upon the hand that sought to seize the weapon. Unable to evade in time, the blood failed to unleash a fighting spirit capable of rivaling the Xian Yuan dragon's might and was forced back by the recoil. Yet, the Xian Yuan dragon felt no dismay from this setback. In previous encounters, if the blood had resorted to foul play or relied solely on the disparity in their fighting spirits, the Xian Yuan dragon might have questioned it. But when the blood posed the query of whether one could demand much in the face of a stronger adversary, the Xian Yuan dragon comprehended that equality was a mere illusion before the chasm of power. Thus, after the first ice spear was corroded, he chose to advance rather than halt to question. This time was no different. After being pushed back, the Xian Yuan dragon touched the ground and pressed forward again to attack. However, the blood was evidently unwilling to grant the Xian Yuan dragon such an opportunity. The moment the Xian Yuan dragon landed, the blood had already appeared before him, its speed so swift that the latter's senses struggled to keep pace. A mere fluctuation in perception signaled the blood's presence. With no time for deliberation, the Xian Yuan dragon crossed his arms in preparation to withstand the impending assault. To his surprise, the blood did not aim a punch at his chest. Instead, the fist struck with unfathomable speed towards the Xian Yuan dragon's lower body. Struggling to follow the trajectory of the blood's fist, the Xian Yuan dragon swallowed hard, his voice escaping in urgency. Stop. Yet, just as the words left his lips, the fist made contact with his body. A chilling sensation coursed through him, as he realized the blood's treachery in targeting a man's most vulnerable area. Any ordinary man would dread such an assault. With great difficulty, he managed to utter, "You're despicable," as he hastily retreated 5 meters, fearing another strike to his lower body. Despite the coldness of his demeanor, the Xian Yuan dragon aspired to be a normal man. He harbored dreams, albeit distant, and losing that essence would surely shatter him. A sinister chuckle resonated from the blood mist. "Boy, do you submit?" It raised its fist in a mocking display, as if to imply that a negative response would provoke another blow. Faced with such insolence, the Xian Yuan dragon could only regard the blood with disdain, yet he respectfully conceded, "I submit. I yield." He recalled that in the past, disrespecting the tone could lead to a severe beating, and this time he dared not test the waters, for it pertained to his future happiness. In response, the blood erupted into laughter, reveling in its torment of the Xian Yuan dragon. Yet, the latter understood that this was merely the blood's way of expressing camaraderie, and he feigned a couple of laughs in return. Chapter 72. The Chill of Ice. Once the laughter of blood finally ceased, it became evident that the freezing power contained within the frost morning was likely a consequence of the night grass altering the properties of your fighting spirit. Furthermore, the crimson light emanating from your eyes, which seems capable of bewildering the mind, must undoubtedly be a trait of the blood eye. Having posed these two inquiries, I awaited Xian Yuanlong's response. He slowly nodded, revealing that his blood eye could only harness the first 4 tiers of power, with its beams capable of inducing a mere 1.5 seconds of confusion in opponents. According to the descriptions, once he attained the 6th tier, those beams would possess the ability to pierce through anything. Yet, it was apparent that he was not yet capable of such feats. Nonetheless, it was already sufficient for his current needs. Clenching his fists, he realized that with the blood eye, he had gained an additional trump card in confrontation. Provided he had 1.5 seconds, he believed he could surely vanquish a formidable foe of the soul fighting tier. However, against those of the human fighting tier, the effects might not be as pronounced, as even standing still, a fighter of that caliber might withstand his assaults without faltering, let alone being slain. Oh, Blood remarked with a hint of gravity. With the blood eye, you need not fear even ordinary opponents of the soul fighting tier. Yet I sense that the chilling power within you could yield even greater results. Chilling power? Xian Yuanlong murmured, lost in contemplation. At present, he could not control that icy force. It only erupted at certain moments, incapable of sustained application. If he could wield that chilling power continuously, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Observing the yearning expression on Xian Yuanlong's face, Blood comprehended his thoughts. In the heat of battle, if that icy chill could perpetually emanate from his fighting spirit, it would effectively restrain the flow of higher-tier fighting spirits, leading to immeasurable consequences. Your current path of cultivation should focus on familiarizing yourself with this chilling power. Once you can wield it at will, it will be time to cultivate the Kunpeng wings, and the crystal skull shall also be utilized. Xian Yuanlong nodded in agreement. Since acquiring the crystal skull and obtaining the Kunpeng wings, he had scarcely found time to refine these items for his own use. Now that he finally had the opportunity, he would not let it slip by. With Blood having delineated the direction of his training, Xian Yuanlong promptly seated himself in a meditative posture, entering a state of cultivation to familiarize himself with the icy power. As he entered this state, Blood gracefully departed the cave, her intentions unknown. Immersed in his cultivation, Xian Yuanlong discovered multiple concentrations of chilling power within his body. However, this power was not uniformly distributed. It only flowed when his fighting spirit was in motion. He had recently detected this energy and had infused it into Frost Morning, causing Blood to suffer an unexpected setback, but that was not sustainable. Now, Xian Yuanlong's objective was to evenly distribute the gathered chilling power throughout his body, enabling him to wield it persistently. Although his body had already undergone transformation through this icy force, the sensation of cold persisted whenever his fighting spirit intertwined with it, significantly complicating the control of his fighting spirit. Determined not to exhibit any carelessness, he enveloped a portion of the chilling energy with his fighting spirit, attempting to isolate it from the larger mass. Yet, he found that once the chilling energy was separated, it exhibited a rebelliousness, resisting integration with his fighting spirit as if it possessed a life of its own. After several attempts, Xian Yuanlong furrowed his brow in frustration. This minuscule fraction of energy had rendered him powerless. The challenge of merging all the chilling power surpassed his expectations. In his moment of despair, he suddenly recalled the whirlpool of fighting spirit located within his dantian. Perhaps channeling the chilling energy into that whirlpool would render it more compliant. With this thought, Xian Yuanlong did not linger over his decision. He moved the chilling energy towards his dantian. However, sensing the impending threat, the chilling energy resisted vehemently. After several forceful attempts, it managed to create a small rupture in the fighting spirit enveloping him, allowing the chilling energy to escape back into the main mass. Faced with such defiance, Xian Yuanlong felt helpless. He had formulated a plan, yet the resistance was formidable. Attempting to transfer the chilling energy into the whirlpool seemed impossible. Should the energy retaliate, it could freeze his internal organs in an instant. Cautiously, Xian Yuanlong began to control his fighting spirit to move towards the dantian at a slow pace, and the chilling energy followed suit, as he had anticipated. However, just as the fighting spirit was about to enter the dantian, the chilling energy detached itself, lingering just outside, waiting for the fighting spirit to be filtered through the whirlpool before rejoining. Observing this, Xian Yuanlong devised a countermeasure. He immediately reduced the rotational speed of his whirlpool to a minimum, rendering it nearly motionless. This allowed the fighting spirit to enter the dantian directly and exit without undergoing filtration. As the enveloping fighting spirit approached the dantian, Xian Yuanlong felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, the chilling energy, unaware of the danger, finally followed the fighting spirit into the Dantian, freely traversing its confines. However, after a brief exploration, the chilling energy sensed the presence of the whirlpool. Although it was only rotating slowly, it still instilled a sense of peril in the chilling energy. Just as it attempted to flee the Dantian, the whirlpool abruptly shifted from a standstill to rapid motion, its speed far exceeding that of the chilling energy. The immense force of attraction emanating from the Dantian swiftly absorbed the chilling energy with no resistance, leaving Xianyuan Long astonished at how effortlessly it was drawn into the whirlpool. Once inside, the chilling energy could no longer alter its state. It could only be filtered through the whirlpool. At a certain moment, the filtered chilling energy was finally expelled from the whirlpool. Xianyuan Long observed that the color of the chilling energy had transformed. It could not be said to have merely changed color, but rather, it had been integrated. Streams of fighting spirit with slight variations in hue flowed from his Dantian. The pale green energy now carrying a hint of white mist. This energy had wholly become his own. Subsequently, any fighting spirit that entered the whirlpool was infused with a trace of white mist. Though scarce, this initial success paved the way for further progress. Following this newfound method, he began to continuously absorb the dispersed chilling energies within his body, unbeknownst to Xianyuan Long as he absorbed the chilling power. A thick layer of ice had formed within the cave, a result of the chilling energy expelled from his body. It was only through the vortex-like structure that he was able to control this force. Otherwise, another individual might struggle to integrate such power into their own being. Day after day, as he absorbed the chilling energy within his body, Xianyuan Long discovered that after consuming all of it, the chilling power increased in tandem with the growth of his fighting spirit. It seemed that upon reaching a certain tier, his chilling energy would be potent enough to freeze others in an instant. Gently opening his eyes, a beam of misty light emanated from his blood-red orbs, transforming the air into droplets wherever it touched. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was astonished to discover that, unbeknownst to him, the cave had morphed into a winter wonderland. The mere thought of the chilling atmosphere sent a thrill through Xianyuan Long, causing a smile to involuntarily grace his lips. However, after scanning the area with his divine sense, he found no trace of blood. Uncertain of its whereabouts, he lamented that he could have begun practicing the Kuanping wings and the crystal skull. With a sigh of regret, Xianyuan Long swiftly began to channel his fighting spirit, familiarizing himself with the 7 star steps and the ice sealing technique. Yet, as he unleashed these abilities, he noticed that the ground beneath his feet was unexpectedly beaded with water droplets, a sign that he had yet to fully master the control of the icy aura, causing it to leak unintentionally during the execution of his techniques. To his surprise, when employing the ice sealing technique, Xianyuan Long discovered a remarkable distinction. The ice spikes produced were now noticeably different. The already dense formation of spikes had divided into 3 layers, each layer extending 35 meters, culminating in an impressive range of over 100 meters. Furthermore, the icy glow emanating from these spikes was exponentially stronger than before. Xianyuan Long projected his fighting spirit towards the ice spikes, only to find that his energy left no mark upon them, a testament to their formidable solidity. He secretly rejoiced in the assistance he had received from blood, which had imbued his fighting spirit with these extraordinary properties, thus saving him considerable time. As he reflected on the moments spent with blood, Xianyuan Long returned to his practice, only to be interrupted by the sight of a crimson creature soaring towards the cave with astonishing speed, though its aura was somewhat disordered. It seemed that blood had returned, albeit with an unstable presence. While Xianyuan Long pondered this, the entity had already traversed the massive stone at the cave's entrance and appeared before him. Observing the transformed Xianyuan Long, Blood expressed a subtle sense of reassurance. When did the crystal skull awaken? Blood inquired, unconcerned with his injuries. Seeing Blood's concern, Xianyuan Long was moved. You just woke up. How did you get into such a state? Your aura is chaotic. Are you injured? Blood floated to a stone and sat down. Yes, I encountered a formidable adversary. We fought to a standstill, and I sustained minor injuries. But they are in no better condition. Xianyuan Long was surprised. A formidable adversary capable of contending with you? Could there be such powerful entities concealed within this jungle? Don't overthink it. How many of you humans are there? The jungle covers over 70% of this continent, concealing magical beasts that even I avoid. There are countless beasts that can rival me. Furthermore, my current strength is diminished due to certain circumstances, so I was injured. I'll recover after a few days of rest. Blood interrupted Xianyuan Long's thoughts. Blood continued, retrieve your crystal skull. Now that you have absorbed the power of ice, absorb the crystal skull as well. After Xian Yuanlong retrieved the crystal skull, Blood said, the crystal skull, known as Jingming, last appeared 3,000 years ago. It is a rare treasure. Those lists of divine weapons are just to deceive children. How many of those items with over 1,000 years of history are recorded? Your Frostmourne is an exception. It is only ranked 7th because it lacks a worthy master. As you advance to higher levels, you will gradually discover the benefits of Frostmourne. Of course, the curse on Frostmourne is terrifying, but obtaining it requires a corresponding sacrifice. I hope you can withstand those curses. The crystal skull, Jingming, caused far more bloodshed than Frostmourne 3,000 years ago. The entire continent was plunged into 50 years of chaos to obtain it. Society was far more brutal than it is today. It was a society where people ate people. The weak might have been better off committing suicide. In that era, there were dozens of Do D-level experts. They emerged to compete for Jingming, but only a few survived. The others perished. Back then, Do-Ren were common. But now, a Do-Ren can establish a sect and roam freely. Do-D are like legends, rarely seen. Blood paused to allow Xian Yuanlong to absorb the information. After Xian Yuanlong recovered, Blood continued, do you know the purpose of Jingming, which drove the world mad? It offered the possibility of reaching the Do-Tian level, even if it was just a possibility. Furthermore, Jingming had another effect that drove people crazy, immunity to mental pressure. Even a Do-2 could stand before a Do-Tian expert without feeling anything. Moreover, no matter how one concealed their level, it was impossible to hide it from Jingming. After you absorb Jingming, everyone's level will be revealed to you, except for those beyond the realm of heaven and earth. Jingming is also sensitive to mental energy, which will greatly benefit your own realm. Furthermore, Jingming can conceal one's aura, regardless of level. This allows those who reach Do-Tian to avoid the rules of heaven and earth and remain on this continent, using their Do-Chi without restraint. Imagine the consequences if a sect had a Do-Tian expert. 100 Do-D experts are like children compared to a Do-Tian. There are very few Do-D on the continent, so it is doubtful if there are even 50. This caused 50 years of turmoil when Jingming appeared. Eventually, terrifying beings from outside this space intervened and hit Jingming, and the continent slowly recovered. But by then, the Do-D level was nearly extinct. Blood finished recounting the history of Jingming, his tone tinged with sorrow. Does that mean no one has ever tried these effects? Xian Yuanlong asked. No one has ever truly obtained Jingming since it appeared 3,000 years ago, so no one has ever tried them. But if you trust me, believe what I say about its effects. I can tell you that Jingming does not belong to this continent. It belongs to another space and somehow appeared on our continent. Blood explained. Xian Yuanlong trusted Blood more than anyone else. He knew he was suspicious, but Blood was the only one he trusted. He never expected that others would fight for decades and die for it, while he obtained it for 1,000,000. It was luck. How do I use it? Xian Yuanlong asked. No one knew how to use Jingming, so obtaining it would be useless if he didn't know how to use it. Only one person in this era knows how to use Jingming, and that is me. Even 3,000 years ago, only a few people knew how to use it, which is why even those who obtained it couldn't use it. I won't keep you in suspense. One way is to wait until you reach Do-D. Even if you lose your skull, you can survive for a short time. Use that time to implant Jingming into your brain, replacing your skull. The Jingming will fuse with your flesh and blood, taking the place of your skull. Blood paused. Xian Yuanlong looked depressed. Do-D? If I reach Do-D, would I need to hide and cultivate in seclusion? Blood chuckled and said, of course. That is the worst option and is very dangerous. We will use the second method. Could open your arm and let your blood drip onto Jingming. But remember, it must drip onto the center of the skull, where the color is different. If it drips elsewhere, it will be absorbed without effect. Jingming requires a lot of blood, so hold some hemostatic herbs in your mouth and spit them out in the corner. Blood pointed to a pile of herbs in the corner, which he had brought back earlier. The acquisition of blood merely signifies the initial step. Upon your blood permeating the distinct hues of the crystalline abyss, its true essence shall be unveiled. At that juncture, a surge of energy will erupt, and it will be imperative for you to absorb every scintilla of this overflowing vitality into your being. Once you have assimilated this energy, you will advance to the third step. This phase is relatively uncomplicated. It requires you to sit cross-legged in a meditative posture. The crystalline abyss will autonomously assess your eligibility to become its master. Should you prove unworthy, alas, instant demise awaits you. However, should you succeed, the ensuing step is fraught with peril, as the crystalline essence will instinctively penetrate your skull. While it will not displace your cranial structure, the sensation will be far from pleasant. Furthermore, upon its entry, the crystalline essence will commence the transformation of your consciousness, potentially overwhelming your mind with its vastness, leading to the unfortunate consequence of becoming a simpleton. Thus, during the fourth step, it is crucial to maintain a state of pure focus, devoid of any distracting thoughts, allowing the consciousness within the crystalline essence to reshape your own. If you endure these 4 stages, the rewards awaiting you will be unparalleled. This is a pivotal opportunity. I hope you seize it. The final sentiment conveys an undeniable emotional weight. The peril of absorbing the crystalline essence is palpably immense, yet the benefits, as the blood intimates, are equally extraordinary. Whether one can endure this trial rests solely upon Xianyuan Long himself, for no one else can assist him. With resolute hands, Xianyuan Long grasped the crystalline abyss. With a swift motion of his left hand, he drew forth the restorative herbs, opting for action over words. If I become a fool, I implore you to end my life. And should I perish, I wish for you to escort my mother to safety, ensuring she leads a life of normalcy. A glimmer of determination flashed in Xianyuan Long's eyes. He could tolerate pain, but matters concerning consciousness were uncertain, and he could not guarantee success. Thus, as he prepared to ingest the herbs, he uttered words that should have remained unspoken. After a brief pause, when no reply from the blood came forth, he understood. With a subtle nod, he settled into a meditative position.